Lin Shun traversed into another realm, acquiring a system that allowed him to level up once a day. While others were diligently grinding to enhance their abilities, he leisurely basked in the sun. As others fought fiercely for advanced martial techniques, he effortlessly conjured an array of divine skills. Beep. On the first day of system binding, leveled up 10 times. Beep. Inspired by the beauty of flowers, created the heavenly blossom skill. Beep. Upon rising in the morning, invented the yin-yang cycle technique. A broken engagement? Well, that can be expedited if delayed. One might not even catch a glimpse of my heels. The maid he casually trained became the object of fervent competition among the great sacred lands. Alas, the pace of his laid-back existence couldn't keep up with the speed of his ascension. Chapter 1. The Freeloader. Yinxing. 8 T Chunman, tower throw this fellow out. He's completely broke, yet he has the audacity to call upon 8 maidens in one night. Who does he think he is? If he dares return, beat him out with sticks. The madam of the house stood with her hands on her hips, seething with rage. In a daze, Lin Shun felt himself being dragged away. Meanwhile, a voice resonated in his mind. System binding in progress. Wah, mama, have we been taken advantage of by this guy? One maiden, clad in a bodice, wept quietly, covering her mouth as she sobbed. The other 7 maidens wore expressions of indignation, directing their ire towards the now intoxicated Lin Shun. Indeed, mother, it is the first time I have ever been taken advantage of in such a manner. How can we simply let this scoundrel go? Exactly, we cannot allow this ruffian to escape unscathed, otherwise we would have toiled in vain all night. The 8 young ladies expressed their discontent in unison. In the realm of open commerce, they had never encountered such audacity. To come without funds and revel in excess, only to be unceremoniously cast out by the matron, was beyond their comprehension. The matron, shaking her head in resignation, remarked, "Are you not aware of who this person is? He is Lin Shun of the Lin family. Although he is rumored to be a mere wastrel, he is still a member of the Lin clan, and it is best to avoid crossing him. Simply discard him. We shall report to the Lin family and let them handle the matter. Rest assured, shortly you shall all receive some compensation from the accounts office as a gesture of goodwill from me, considering the injustice you have endured." The matron, exasperated, waved her hand dismissively. "Thank you, mother." Upon hearing the matron's words, the 8 women immediately brightened, their expressions shifting with astonishing rapidity. Hurry, hurry, swiftly toss this man out. A worthless young master daring to take advantage. If it were not for his drunken state, I would show him a lesson he would not forget. The matron, growing impatient, gestured for haste. A group of men swiftly dragged Lin Shun downstairs, attracting a considerable crowd of onlookers. At that moment, Lin Shun's mind finally cleared, his senses awakening to his surroundings. He opened his eyes, filled with bewilderment. Had he traversed into another realm? Lin Shun instantly discerned that this was not a mere film shoot. At that moment, a plethora of memories surged into his mind, validating his assumption that he had not anticipated that his first journey across realms would commence in such a manner, embodying the persona of a dandy. Surely, his family must possess considerable wealth. Driven by curiosity, Lin Shun began to explore the newly acquired memories, only to find his expression swiftly darkening. Indeed, he was a young master, but a most ineffectual one. Lacking any discernible talents, he squandered his meager monthly allowance within the confines of brothels. As he delved deeper into the memories, the reality of his situation became increasingly clear. He had traversed into a fantastical world, assuming the identity of a scion from the Lin family, whose life had been irrevocably altered by a childhood mishap that had destroyed his Dantian. There was no resilience or determination reminiscent of the adage 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Instead, he had succumbed to despair, allowing his heart to darken, indulging in the vices of debauchery while lacking the funds to pay for them. He was nothing more than a minor antagonist, destined to meet an untimely demise amid the chaotic aftermath of a battle between powerful beings. Such was the simplicity of his disgraceful fate. Even in the near future, he would face the humiliation of being jilted in a betrothal. By heavens, a life characterized by ineptitude, villainy, and the shame of an annulled engagement from the very start. Lin Shun couldn't help but lament inwardly. Truly, it was a most disgraceful existence. the same time. A spark ignited within his mind as he recalled the disoriented sounds he had just heard upon his arrival. System binding in progress. He was a man with a cheat. As long as he possessed a cheat, he could accept even the most unfavorable beginnings. Lin Chen comforted himself with this thought. It was at this moment that the system successfully completed its binding. Once more, a notification echoed within his mind. Congratulations, host, system binding successful. Just as the sound faded, a system interface materialized before Lin Chen's eyes. Only he could perceive it; those around him remained oblivious. System description. A system that levels up once a day. As long as you are alive, you will continuously ascend. Embrace your victory, young man. The system's introduction was straightforward and brash. This revelation filled Lin Chen with elation. Indeed, the sensation of having a cheat was unparalleled. Congratulations, host, system binding successful. Initial reward, repair of the Dantian. Dantian repair in progress, estimated time, 10 minutes. Lin Chen's heart soared. The reason his body had become a waste was due to the destruction of his Dantian. Now, the system would directly assist in its restoration. Victory was assured. He had nothing more to say. As Lin Chen was quietly led away, he awaited the repair of his Dantian. He promptly shut his eyes and feigned intoxication, not out of pretense, but out of fear of being struck. He had clearly overheard the conversation. He had come without funds and had taken advantage of 8 maidens. His body, however, was in excellent condition. At such a moment, one must awaken to the reality, for nothing less than a severe beating is inevitable. Even the most robust physique cannot withstand it. It is utterly inappropriate, fundamentally unsuitable, that a group of ruffians dragged Lin Chen down the stairs, drawing an audience that completely obstructed the corridor. Indeed, the people of this world possess an insatiable appetite for spectacle. Lin Chen, with his head hung low, pretended to be oblivious, striving to remain inconspicuous until his Dantian was restored. The ruffians paused, allowing the onlookers to gawk at Lin Chen's predicament. Simultaneously, a flurry of gossip ensued. Isn't that Lin Chen, the young master of the Lin family? I heard he was once a prodigy, but after a mishap shattered his Dantian, he has been languishing ever since. Indeed, he has been flaunting his family's status, creating scandals wherever he goes. What a disgrace to the Lin family, reduced to being dragged out like this. Returning to the Lin family will likely spell disaster for him. He will probably face the family's disciplinary measures. I've heard the Lin family's rules are quite severe. Lin Chen is certainly in for a rough time. Such a useless young master, who would even care about him? He deserves every bit of it. A throng of onlookers reveled in the drama, their mockery ringing out. Lin Chen, listening to their derisive remarks, felt an itch of annoyance. These individuals truly possessed a knack for idle chatter. Were it not for his still recovering Dantian, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a resounding slap to each of them. For the moment, however, he was unable to retaliate and continued to feign inebriation. Just then, a girl dressed in maid's attire, her hair braided, rushed in. Breathless and panting, she observed the surrounding men, their eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. The maid, named Xiao Zi, was Lin Chen's devoted attendant. Despite Lin Chen being regarded as an inconsequential waste within the Lin family, he was still a young master. Xiao Zi had accompanied him since childhood, diligently attending to his daily needs. Unlike others, she had never looked down upon him and remained steadfast in her loyalty, tirelessly managing his affairs. Upon discovering that Lin Chen had not returned home for an entire night, Xiao Zi was filled with concern. After some inquiries, she learned of Lin Chen's escapades at this establishment. Without hesitation, she rushed over, disregarding her surroundings. Ignoring the gazes of others, she approached Lin Chen and exclaimed, "Young master, please awaken. We must return home at once." Xiao Zi felt a sense of embarrassment, mortified on Lin Chen's behalf. She anticipated that when he awoke, she might be inclined to slap her own face in frustration. Simultaneously, she worried about the disgrace he brought to the Lin family. If the family were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Just as Xiao Zi finished her plea, the madam descended the stairs, her fury ignited upon seeing Lin Chen still present. However, her anger momentarily subsided as her gaze fell upon Xiao Zi's exquisite beauty, causing her eyes to sparkle with newfound interest. Chapter 2. The Recovery of the Dantian, Ascending 10 Levels. The brothel owner mused to herself, "This young man has taken advantage of my spring full tower several times, leaving me at a loss, without any profit. Yet, I must admit, the maidservant of this useless young master is quite charming. Since this lad remains oblivious and has indulged himself at my establishment multiple times, is it not reasonable for me to claim one of his maidservants? What can this good-for-nothing heir do about it? The Lin family would hardly care for him. I am doing them a favor. But I owe no courtesy to this young scoundrel." With this thought, the brothel owner's spirits lifted considerably. Wearing a radiant smile, she addressed Xiao Zi. "You are the maidservant of this worthless young master, are you not? I have seen you before. Your master has visited here on several occasions without paying. He owes me a considerable sum, and I have kept all the records, including his own signature. Since you are his maid, you have a responsibility to bear some of his debts, wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chun was taken aback. According to the original narrative, the brothel owner would indeed succeed this time, coercing Xiao Zi into the spring full tower with sweet words and deceit, thus ruining her life forever. Meanwhile, he, being a mere waste, could only watch helplessly, as the Lin family would not stand up for him. In fact, within a few days of returning home, the Lin family, upon learning of this incident, would severely punish him. Everything was unfolding in a most unfortunate direction. However, Lin Chun was acutely aware that his Dantian had yet to be fully restored. Even if he were to awaken at this moment, it would serve little purpose. He glanced at the progress bar on the system panel, noting that it would require an additional minute for the Dantian's repair. He merely needed to endure for one more minute. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zi's body tensed instinctively. As a mere maid, she lacked the cunning and guile of an experienced madam. Flustered, she waved her hands and stammered, I have no money, but my young master owes you, and we will find a way to repay you in the future." Xiao Zi was taken aback by the numerous bills presented by the madam. Pondering the extent of her young master's debauchery, the madam, witnessing her reaction, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Just a young girl, and yet, I shall see how I can draw you in. Such exquisite beauty will undoubtedly flourish in business, and I shall swiftly recoup my losses. With this thought, the madam maintained her smile, tinged with a hint of mockery, declaring, "Oh, the future? Do you truly believe in such a notion? Let me be frank, either you repay the debt today, or you shall not be permitted to leave." Xiao Zi felt her heart race once more. Observing the imposing figures of the burly men and the madam's domineering demeanor, she instinctively took a step back, exclaiming, "I have already stated that I possess no money. What more do you desire?" The madam's eyes sparkled with anticipation, having awaited Xiao Zi's response. She feigned hesitation, sizing Xiao Zi up from head to toe. Subsequently, she remarked, "It is quite simple. Since you are the maid of your family's young master, you may as well work off his debts. As long as you labor at my establishment, Chunmanlu, your debts will soon be repaid, and I shall release you." Naturally, the notion of releasing Xiaoji was out of the question. The matron was merely deceiving her. Once Xiaoji entered, she would find it impossible to leave, destined to become nothing more than a tool for profit. Yet, Xiaoji, unaware of the true intentions, began to ponder this proposition. Having spent her childhood with Lin Chen, despite his somewhat lackadaisical demeanor, he had always treated her with kindness. However, the thought of becoming a mere plaything for other men in Chunmanlu caused her hesitation. The surrounding men, upon hearing the matron's words, lit up with excitement at the prospect of such a captivating figure gracing their presence. Many had lamented that such an opportunity had been monopolized by Lin Chen. Observing Xiaoji's indecision, the matron seized the moment to press on, "Rest assured, should you agree to join me, all debts incurred by your young master will be erased. Furthermore, I assure you that you will be well fed and cared for, thriving in comfort." At this juncture, the matron's tone shifted. "Of course, I offer this in good faith. But should you decline, you and your young master shall find it impossible to leave this place." With that, she cast a knowing glance at the nearby patrons. Approaching the already breached psychological defenses of the young girl, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. The Dantian has been fully restored." With that announcement, Lin Chen felt a surge of vitality coursing through his body, as though a latent power had been awakened. A warm sensation emanated from his Dantian, while streams of energy, albeit faint, flowed freely within him. Before Lin Chen could fully revel in this newfound strength, another notification resonated. "Congratulations, host. The system has completed its first day. Reward, level up by 10. In an instant, Lin Chen's cultivation soared, and he found himself at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. reaching the 10th layer in the blink of an eye. In the Dragon Heaven continent, the Qi refinement stage is divided into 10 layers, and for an ordinary person, progressing from the beginning to the 10th layer could take years, if not decades. Thus, in that fleeting moment, Lin Shan achieved what would typically require a lifetime of effort. Attaining the apex of Qi refinement, a realm he had not approached before the destruction of his Dantian, perhaps due to the rapidity of his breakthrough. Lin Shan's clothing fluttered as if caught in a gale, and a significant amount of energy manifested around him, expanding outward in tangible waves. In that split second, several onlookers who had been supporting Lin Shan were violently thrown back, collapsing to the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. This scene left everyone astounded. Even the few individuals approaching Xiaozi were pushed back several steps by the force of the disturbance, trembling in its wake. The brothel keeper was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. Lin Shan swiftly maneuvered to Xiaozi's side, a movement so rapid that many failed to perceive it. His cultivation at the peak of Qi refinement was beyond the imagination of those around him, although some young masters of various factions had also arrived at Chunman Tower. Their cultivation levels were at most at the second or third stage of Qi refinement, rendering them worlds apart from Lin Shan. Even in the current Yin city, Lin Shan was considered among the elite. The sudden surge of immense power coursing through him filled Lin Shan with elation. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Only he could truly appreciate the depth of this sensation. To break through 10 levels of cultivation in an instant felt akin to an ordinary person suddenly transforming into a superhero. Others simply could not fathom such an extraordinary elevation. Lin Shan's calm voice resonated. "Do you dare to lay a hand on my maid? You certainly possess considerable audacity. Xiaozi, do not heed the nonsensical ramblings of this old hag. I am indeed taking advantage of Chunman Tower, and that is their fortune." Lin Shan was not exaggerating. With the system he had acquired, advancing a level each day was a mere concept. Before long, the entirety of the Tianlong continent would seem insignificant before him. In due time, people will speak of the unparalleled champion Lin Shan, who once spent many delightful nights at Chunman Tower, engaging in battles with 8 women, after which he became unstoppable. Indeed, Chunman Tower is a veritable land of fortune. However, to those around, such words currently sound excessively arrogant, truly to the point of hubris. To operate Chunman Tower, the matron is undoubtedly no ordinary individual. At this moment, she has risen, pointing at Lin Shan and vociferously rebuking him. "Cease your pretense before me. Everyone, seize him. Now that you are awake, it is time for me to give you a proper reckoning." Chapter 3. A Word of Caution. As the brothel keeper's voice faded, a group of burly men surged toward Lin Shan with alarming speed. However, in the blink of an eye, they were sent sprawling backward. Simultaneously, a series of sharp slaps echoed through the air as Lin Shan appeared before the brothel keeper, delivering several swift strikes to her face, leaving her dazed and slumped on the ground. This transpired with astonishing rapidity. Many who possessed cultivation levels of the second or third tier in Qi refinement found themselves unable to discern Lin Shan's movements, their faces painted with shock and confusion as they gazed at him. What on earth is happening? Was it not said that Lin Shan's Dantian had been rendered useless, preventing him from ever cultivating again? How does one explain this? I, with my third tier of Qi refinement, cannot even perceive his actions. Could it be that he was merely pretending all along? It seems likely that Lin Shan has been masquerading as a weakling, deliberately concealing his strength, perhaps to avoid those who might seek to exploit him during his vulnerable state. Such prowess is truly deserving of the title genius, undoubtedly placing him above the 5th tier of Qi refinement. Henceforth, we must tread carefully in our conversations and strive to befriend Lin Shan, for he may very well ascend to prominence in Yin City. Numerous individuals engaged in speculation, realizing that this was indeed the only plausible explanation. Many belonged to influential families and were acutely aware of the severity of the disputes that often transpired within their ranks. There are indeed methods to harm someone without leaving any evidence. Previously, Lin Shan was renowned as a prodigy within the Lin family. Many speculated that he had been stealthily harmed by someone, yet no evidence could be found, leaving the matter unresolved. Consequently, the gazes directed at Lin Shan transformed. He instantly became a coveted figure, with numerous individuals regarding him with admiration akin to that reserved for a formidable warrior. Lin Shan was naturally aware of these sentiments. The imaginative capabilities of these individuals were indeed remarkable. He cast not a glance at the trembling madam, paralyzed by fear, and nonchalantly pulled the still-dazed Xiaozi along as he departed. The crowd that had previously congested the corridor swiftly parted to grant him passage. All wary of provoking this harbinger of misfortune, many were knocked to the ground in the commotion and rose in silence, too intimidated to utter a word. Xiaozi was equally astonished. From the moment Lin Shen regained consciousness to his act of pulling her away, she remained in a state of shock. It was not until they exited Chunman Tower that Xiaozi finally came to her senses. Brimming with excitement, she gazed at Lin Shen and inquired, "Young master, have you been able to cultivate?" That was truly impressive. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she observed Lin Shen, who exuded a calm demeanor and confidence, seemingly transformed from the person he once was. This reminded Xiaozi of the former Lin Shen, the self-assured young master who appeared to have returned. Cultivation? Lin Shen paused. Did he truly need to cultivate? It seemed entirely unnecessary. However, since Xiaozi had inquired, he nodded. I suppose so. From now on, as long as you follow the young master, I cannot guarantee anything else, but a life of indulgence is assured. As for my maid, no one shall bully her except me. Young master. A wave of joy surged within Xiaozi, yet her cheeks flushed with a tinge of embarrassment. Her master's words were rather too forthright, leaving her feeling somewhat shy. Although they had long since crossed certain boundaries, Lin Shen had never before uttered such sentiments. Each day, he appeared as if inebriated, hastily retreating to the Chunman Tower after their encounters, or sulking alone in his chamber, venting his frustrations. It was the first time he had expressed such thoughts, making her realize that the young master had indeed returned. Once her blush subsided, Xiaozi regained her composure and closely followed Lin Shen. The Lin family of Yin City, situated in the northern part of the city, sprawls across dozens of hectares. A grand estate of considerable size. The Lin family is regarded as one of the prominent clans within Yin City. The Tianlong continent is vast, teeming with demonic beasts. And even a single Yin City is immensely expansive. The Lin family has maintained a relatively low profile. It is said that the city lord's mansion occupies over 100 hectares. Within such a family, the personnel are naturally diverse and complex, comprising individuals from all walks of life. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lin Shen was halted by the guards. Well, who might this be? No idle folk are permitted to enter the Lin residence. The two guards were well acquainted with Lin Shen and were deliberately feigning ignorance. Since Lin Shen had fallen from grace, he had become an object of disdain. The hundreds of servants who once attended to him had all departed, either choosing to leave voluntarily or being reassigned to others. Only Xiaozi remained by his side. Now, even the guards at the gate dared to treat him with such disrespect, deliberately making things difficult for him. In the Dragon Continent, where the strong are revered, a cultivator rendered powerless is merely a worthless being. Even with his status as a young master, he was but a mere shadow of his former self. In his previous life, Lin Shen would have been unable to contend even with two gatekeepers, forced to endure their taunts and explain his identity with patience. However, he was no longer the same man. How could he allow two guards to prance about before him? With a swift motion, he delivered two resounding slaps, catching the guards off guard and sending them sprawling backward. They fell to the ground, clutching their faces and wailing in agony, their cheeks swelling instantly. They looked up at Lin Shen in shock, unable to believe the swiftness of his actions. This was no mere invalid. From now on, be mindful when addressing this young master. If you do not even recognize me, do you wish to lose your sight? Lin Shen declared, his gaze fixed upon the two guards. Instantly, they trembled, sensing an overwhelming chill emanating from him. They had no doubt about the validity of his words. Despite Lin Shen's sudden assault, they were acutely aware that they were no match for him. It was too swift, clearly, his power far surpassed their own. They hurriedly rose to their feet and bowed repeatedly before Lin Shen. We are deeply sorry, young Master Lin. We were wrong. We shall never dare again. After bowing, they did not dare to lift their heads, their bodies trembling in fear as they awaited Lin Shen's response. Lin Shen merely nodded indifferently. Remember my words. There will not be a second chance. Now be gone. Yes, yes. The two guards quickly stepped aside, their astonishment evident. Xiaozi, witnessing this, was left in awe and admiration, thinking her young master was a bit too domineering, yet she found it utterly appealing. In an instant, she became a devoted admirer. Once Lin Shen and Xiaozi had walked away, the guards exchanged glances, their expressions twitching, struggling to articulate their thoughts. They covered their faces, beads of cold sweat trickling down. Before they could wipe their brows, they began to murmur softly among themselves. What just happened with young Master Lin? His gaze earlier was terrifying. It felt as though he had transformed into a different person, and his power is unfathomable. We possess a cultivation level of the 5th stage of Qi refinement, yet we were utterly defenseless before him. It is truly frightening. One guard spoke, and the other nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. Although they were merely guards of the Lin family, they held a certain standing, with cultivation levels surpassing many within the family. Their status was not insignificant. Otherwise, they would not have dared to be so troublesome with Lin Chun. However, it was clear that they would never again cross him. It seems that a change is upon us. Previously, many regarded Master Lin Chun as a mere wastrel, but it appears that was far from the truth. Fortunately, we discovered his true nature early on. Henceforth, we must exercise greater discretion. Indeed, you are correct. Whenever we encounter Master Lin Chun again, we must extend our utmost courtesy and respect. Oh, how it pains me. Lin Chun and Xiao Zi swiftly returned to their abode, a modest dwelling accompanied by a small courtyard, exhibiting signs of age and neglect. Originally, Lin Chun did not reside here. However, after suffering the degradation of his dantian, he could no longer endure the disdainful glances of others and chose to relocate to this secluded and tranquil place, where he would be spared the scornful faces of those around him. Chapter 4. The terrifying techniques created. Though the space was modest, it was a sanctuary free from disturbances. The courtyard was adorned with a variety of flora, meticulously tended to by Xiao Zi. For Lin Chun was too preoccupied with his own self-destructive tendencies and frequent visits to Chunman Tower to spare time for such endeavors. In contrast, Xiao Zi found solace in nurturing the plants, transforming her solitude into a delightful pastime. The sight of blooming flowers was indeed a feast for the eyes. Breathing in the fragrant air of the garden, Lin Chun felt a surge of contentment. Henceforth, this tranquil abode was perfectly suited for his leisurely ascension. With the prospect of advancing a level each day, all he needed was to bask in the sunlight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being inspired by the beauty of the flowers, leading to the creation of the heavenly flower technique. As the system notification echoed, Lin Chun felt a stirring within his being. He commenced the operation of the technique he had just conceived. Instantly, the surrounding flowers and plants began to sway enchantingly, creating an extraordinary spectacle. Xiao Zi, covering her mouth in astonishment, gazed at Lin Chun with bewilderment. Lin Chun himself was taken aback. He had scarcely perused the system introduction, merely casting a cursory glance. Upon summoning the system interface once more, he soon experienced a profound realization. With the acquisition of the system, he had simultaneously attained maximum comprehension and creativity. Any technique that fell into his hands would instantly reach its zenith by merely triggering certain elements. He could effortlessly forge new techniques. It is indeed an effortless victory. Lin Chun felt that the name Heavenly Flower Divine Art did not quite suit him. Moreover, he was uncertain about the level of this martial art. After all, it was something he had created himself, yet it seemed rather promising. Upon practicing the Heavenly Flower Divine Art, Lin Chun sensed a significant smoothness in the flow of power within him, allowing him to unleash several times more strength than before. In the Dragon Continent, the significance of martial arts is self-evident, categorized into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, each further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and extreme grades. Lin Chun believed that his martial art was at least of superior level within the Profound grade. Even within the entire Lin family, only the family patriarch practiced an extreme profound art, and that was merely an inferior grade. This was merely a spontaneous creation, and he had yet to fathom how many more martial arts he could devise in the future. Lin Chun was indifferent to such considerations. He was, after all, a man of considerable means. Glancing at Xiao Zi, he inquired, "Xiao Zi, would you like to practice martial arts? If so, I could impart a technique to you." Xiao Zi was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded enthusiastically. However, she quickly shook her head, her expression turning serious as she replied, "Young master, perhaps I should refrain. The Lin family has regulations in place. Martial arts must not be shared with anyone outside the family, not even with servants or maids. If I were to learn it, and someone discovered it later, it could bring trouble upon you, young master." Despite her excitement, Xiao Zi was acutely aware of the rules governing the Lin family. The family's martial arts techniques were strictly forbidden to be divulged. As a mere maid, should she be discovered practicing these techniques, she would face severe repercussions, not only for herself but also for Lin Chun, who would inevitably be implicated. With resolute determination, Xiao Zi chose to abandon the notion. Upon hearing her words, Lin Chun shook his head with a light chuckle, surprised that Xiao Zi still cared for him at such a moment. This only reinforced his intention to impart the martial art to her. How could one follow their partner without possessing some remarkable skills? Furthermore, he envisioned bestowing even greater treasures upon Xiao Zi in the future, for such rewards were the rightful privileges of those who accompanied him. Lin Chun waved dismissively and said, Xiaozi, from now on, as you follow your young master, refrain from uttering such words. Those so-called rules of the Lin family need not be heeded in my presence. And what is that worthless martial art of the Lin family? I would feel embarrassed to even have you practice it. It is utterly trash. Xiaozi fell into a state of shock once again. How had her master changed so drastically after just one visit to Chemanlu? His words were exceedingly audacious, openly denouncing the Lin family's techniques as garbage. If any of the Lin family members were to overhear this, it would spell disaster. Quickly, she scanned her surroundings, anxious that someone might have caught wind of their conversation and report back to Lin Chen. Only when she confirmed there was no one nearby did she breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, a wave of confusion washed over her as she inquired, "Young master, if you do not impart to me the Lin family's techniques, then what teachings will you share?" Xiaozi also discerned the underlying intent. Lin Chen intended to bestow upon her an alternative method. However, Lin Chen had always practiced the Lin family's techniques himself, leaving him with no other teachings to offer. Despite the prior crippling of his dantian, he had persistently endeavored to cultivate the Lin family's techniques, tirelessly striving time and again, albeit with repeated failures. Of course, it is my very own creation, Lin Chen declared with a hint of pride. Now, Xiaozi, listen closely, for I shall now transmit to you this technique, known as the Heavenly Blossom Divine Art. He directly conveyed the Heavenly Blossom Divine Art to Xiaozi. Xiaozi was utterly astonished. To create a technique? Wasn't that something only the legendary paragons could achieve? And not just any legendary figures, but those renowned throughout the Tianlong continent. Lin Chen claimed he could create techniques? The notion was almost beyond her imagination. She quickly memorized the operational pathways of the technique and began to attempt its application. Almost effortlessly, she sensed the surrounding spiritual energy, particularly from the nearby flora. She could even perceive the life force and energy fluctuations emanating from them, an experience both wondrous and startling. Lin Chen also explained, this heavenly flower divine skill, when cultivated to a profound level, enables one to harness the power of flora to enhance oneself and can also be employed for offensive purposes. It is extraordinarily powerful and is particularly suited for cultivation in areas abundant with plants. As Lin Chen spoke, he gestured towards the surroundings. To Xiaozi's astonishment, she observed streams of energy emanating from the nearby flowers and grasses, converging into Lin Chen's palm. Subsequently, he directed this energy towards a distant rock, which shattered instantly upon impact. Xiaozi was taken aback, utterly shocked by the display of strength. How formidable, she murmured, her eyes filled with envy and awe. Eager to try for herself, she attempted to replicate the feat but was met with failure. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her efforts. Xiaozi, don't be anxious. You've only just begun your cultivation, and your power is still insufficient. You won't be able to utilize it yet. Focus on your training first, and I shall guide you from the side. Upon hearing this, Xiaozi nodded enthusiastically and assumed a meditative posture to practice the Heavenly Flower Divine skill. After approximately 15 minutes, a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from her. With excitement, she opened her eyes and sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Young master, it seems I've broken through to the first level of Qi refinement." It was a rapid advancement, one that even Lin Chen had not anticipated. It seems that this celestial martial art is likely not merely of the Xian level. It may have ascended to the earth level. Otherwise, a normal person would typically require several days, if not months, to transcend the first layer of Qi refining. There are many who cannot achieve this breakthrough even after 1 or 2 years. Even a prodigy, if limited to cultivating Xian-level techniques, could not possibly advance to the first layer of Qi refining at such an astonishing pace. The only plausible explanation lies in the exceptional power of the technique itself. Before long, Xiaozi herself came to a realization. Releasing Lin Chen, she gazed at him with wide, astonished eyes. During her time at the Lin residence, though she had not engaged in cultivation, she had acquired considerable knowledge about the intricacies of martial arts. She understood just how terrifying it was to break through to the first layer of Qi refining in such a brief period. What kind of technique has my young master bestowed upon me? It is exceedingly formidable, having cultivated for only a short while. I have already achieved the first layer of Qi refining. How powerful will I become in the future? Chapter 5. A breakthrough once more. Xiaozi had never envisioned a day when she would ascend to greatness. Yet, she now felt an exhilarating sense that her future accomplishments would surpass her wildest dreams. Lin Chen, perceiving her uncertainty, waved his hand and reassured her, "Your future prowess will exceed your imagination. Continue your cultivation, and let me witness your progress today in reaching the 5th level of Qi refinement." If my suspicions about this being an Earth-level technique are correct, then Xiao Zi's potential far surpasses that of the Lin family. Sooner or later, the Lin family will be but a mere shadow in her presence. Xiao Zi, too, recognized this truth. Although she was puzzled by how Lin Chun could have devised such a technique, her faith in her young master was unwavering. Dismissing her thoughts, she settled into a meditative posture, focusing intently on her cultivation. Meanwhile, Lin Chun, not needing to practice himself, reclined in his chair, quietly observing her progress and occasionally offering guidance. After all, Xiao Zi did not possess limitless comprehension and required a step-by-step approach. Before long, night fell. Lin Chun realized that he had previously overlooked Xiao Zi's innate talent. Though the technique was formidable, her potential was undoubtedly significant as well. Remarkably, within a single day, Xiao Zi had achieved a breakthrough to the 5th level of qi refinement. While early breakthroughs were typically swift, this was nonetheless astonishing. Even within the current Lin family, Xiao Zi had risen to the ranks of the adept. She, too, was exhilarated by her achievement. Regardless, she felt a sense of reassurance towards Lin Chun. Although she could not fathom the reason for his rapid progress, she chose not to dwell on it. Ultimately, it sufficed to trust Lin Chun. He would never bring her harm. Young master, after such an extended period of cultivation, it's nearly dark. You must be famished. Allow me to prepare a meal for you. Xiao Zi suddenly realized that in her fervor for cultivation, they had both gone an entire day without sustenance. Despite her numerous breakthroughs and the abundance of spiritual energy coursing through her, she felt no trace of hunger at that moment. However, Lin Chun had yet to eat. She hurriedly dashed off to the kitchen. Observing this scene, Lin Chun smiled but refrained from uttering a word. Before long, Xiao Zi had prepared the meal, and the two shared a simple repast before resting for the night. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Lin Chun successfully advanced to the next level, the first stage of body refinement. The three major realms of postnatal cultivation are qi refinement, body refinement, and true essence. The body refinement stage is divided into 5 levels. Upon successfully breaking through to the first level, a series of crackling sounds emanated from Lin Chun's body, accompanied by 2 system notifications echoing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your successful advancement to the next level. It promises to be another fruitful day. Ding! Congratulations, host, on experiencing a profound sleep, leading to the creation of the Yin-Yang cycle divine art. While Lin Chun's successful breakthrough was understandable, the spontaneous creation of a new technique left him in a state of astonishment. As the sound concluded, a wave of sensations coursed through his body, prompting him to engage in the intricate art of Yin-Yang transformation. Though he remained unaware of its precise rank, he was certain it was not inferior to the heavenly flower divine art. At its zenith, this technique possessed the remarkable ability to reverse the forces of Yin and Yang, showcasing immense power. Simultaneously channeling 2 distinct arts did not hinder Lin Chun in the slightest, which was typically deemed impossible. However, during the system's restoration of his dantian, it had fortuitously enhanced his constitution, allowing him to cultivate multiple techniques concurrently. Young master, why have you awakened so early? Just now, I seem to hear a sound emanating from within you. It feels as though you have grown stronger, remarked Xiao Zi, who had been in a drowsy state until suddenly roused. Having achieved the 5th level of qi refinement, she was keenly aware of the strength of others. Lin Chun had just undergone a breakthrough, his physical prowess surging forth. Now, with her proximity as she rested on his back, she could distinctly perceive these changes. I didn't see the young master practicing. He merely took a nap. Such a degree of strength. It resembles what I felt during matches among the formidable members of the Lin family. I recall they were all masters of the body refinement realm. Could it be that the young master has already reached that level? Xiao Zi's mind raced with disbelief. Lin Chun had previously been regarded as the despised waste of the family. How could he have suddenly attained the body refinement realm? This left Xiao Zi utterly perplexed. Xiao Zi, is it not normal for the young master to be stronger? Lin Chun spoke with a hint of mischief, causing Xiao Zi's cheeks to flush. She cast a light glare at him, but refrained from asking further. After all, the more formidable Lin Chun became, the more delighted she felt. Young master, please continue to rest. I shall prepare breakfast for you. With that, Xiao Zi rose to make breakfast for Lin Chun. He lay quietly in bed, and after enjoying his meal, he resumed observing Xiao Zi as she practiced her cultivation. Unlike Lin Chun, who could master 2 forms of martial arts simultaneously, Xiao Zi was limited, having already acquired the heavenly flower divine technique. Lin Chun chose not to impart the Yin-Yang cycle technique to her. With her current level of comprehension, Attempting to grasp multiple techniques would be counterproductive. One complete martial art was more than sufficient for Xiaozi to benefit from throughout her life. Time passed swiftly, and 4 days elapsed in a blink. Lin Shen remained quietly in his residence, steering clear of any distractions or frivolities, much to Xiaozi's astonishment. As each day unfolded, Xiaozi found herself increasingly awed. Every morning revealed that Lin Shen had grown significantly stronger than the day before. By the end of 4 days, Lin Shen had successfully advanced to the 5th level of body refinement, reaching the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. His progress was beyond what could be described as rocket-like. Each day of his life saw Lin Shen grow in strength, while Xiaozi also advanced rapidly, though she found the later stages of her cultivation increasingly challenging. 4 days had elapsed, and Xiaozi had merely reached the 10th level of qi refinement. Yet, when compared to Lin Shen, this progress was remarkable. In the grand scheme of this world, her speed was akin to that of a rocket. In just 5 days, Xiaozi had ascended to the 10th level of qi refinement, and it would not be long before she achieved body tempering. Upon awakening in the morning, Lin Shen felt the invigorating power coursing through his body. Although he was at the 5th stage of body tempering, he simultaneously cultivated 2 unknown levels of techniques of his own creation, instilling within him the confidence to confront a formidable expert in the true essence realm. Xiaozi turned to Lin Shen and inquired, "Young master, shall I continue my training as usual today?" However, Lin Shen shook his head, responding, "Let us take a day of rest. We have matters to attend to later." According to the unfolding narrative, Lin Shen was aware that today, Yulan Ruo would come to annul their engagement. At the Lin family's banquet, he would endure a profound humiliation, leaving him unable to hold his head high within the Lin household. This humiliation would mark the beginning of his descent into darkness, ultimately leading him to become a minor antagonist through sheer intellect. Yet this time, the outcome would be markedly different. An engagement may be rescinded, but one must not lose their dignity. Calculating the time, he anticipated that someone would soon come seeking him. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Xiaozi was puzzled. The two had spent their days in seclusion, unperturbed by the outside world. What could possibly require their attention? Curiously, she asked, "What shall we do then?" As soon as Xiaozi's voice faded, footsteps resonated from outside. She turned her gaze and discovered that it was Lin Shen's father, Lin Yuanbai, who had arrived. Instantly, she bowed and greeted, "Good day, sir." A sense of bewilderment filled her mind. What could possibly bring Lin Yuanbai here at this hour? Lin Yuanbai held a rather modest position within the Lin family. Although he was the son of the family's elder patriarch, his innate talents were lacking. And at his advanced age, he had only reached the 8th level of qi refinement. Consequently, his status within the Lin clan was difficult to elevate. Typically, he occupied himself with menial tasks around the family estate. In the past, when Lin Shen's Dantian had not yet been destroyed, Lin Yuanbai had received a measure of recognition. However, following the shattering of Lin Shen's Dantian, his own standing plummeted once more. Despite being the son of the patriarch, few dared to openly disparage him to his face. Yet whispers behind closed doors frequently labeled both father and son as worthless. Chapter 6. Here to annul the marriage. The discussions surrounding Lin Shen were particularly harsh. Lin Yuanbai was acutely aware of this, yet felt utterly powerless. He harbored a profound sense of indebtedness towards Lin Shen, often refraining from visiting him out of shame. As each encounter served as a stark reminder of his own inadequacies, failing even to protect his own son. Nevertheless, Lin Yuanbai was inherently humble and optimistic. At this moment, he regarded Xiaozi not as a mere subordinate, but with a warm smile and a gentle wave of his hand, he said, "There's no need for such formalities." Xiaozi stood upright, silently positioning herself beside Lin Shen, choosing not to intrude with excessive commentary. She then glanced at Lin Shen, momentarily taken aback. In the past, Lin Shen's eyes had always reflected a trifecta of inebriation, despondency, and despair. His attire was perpetually disheveled, and his hair was often neglected, presenting a portrait of lethargy. Each sight of him tugged painfully at Lin Yuanbai's heart. Yet today, Lin Shen appeared remarkably vibrant, dressed appropriately. There was an air of composure and restraint about him, coupled with a fierce confidence that nearly rendered Lin Yuanbai unable to recognize his own son. After a careful examination, Lin Yuanbai was left bewildered. Lin Shen, feeling the weight of the scrutiny, was the first to break the silence, saying, "You must have come to see me for a reason. Please, speak your mind." It was only then that Lin Yuanbai recalled the purpose of his visit, which was indeed of great significance. Without further contemplation, Lin Chen felt genuinely pleased that he could improve. Today, the Yulan family is expected to arrive, and thus, your grandfather intends to host a grand banquet. The Yulan family has gained remarkable momentum in recent years, establishing a profound position in Fengyan City, even capable of contending with the city lord's mansion. Your grandfather places great importance on this banquet. After all, you had a betrothal with Yulan Ruo, did you not? She will also be present this time. So it is imperative that you cultivate a good relationship with her. If you manage to marry Yulan Ruo, there remains hope for you within the Lin family, as you would no longer be subject to arbitrary humiliation. If all else fails, marrying into the Yulan family could also be an option, perhaps leading to an opportunity for you to resume your cultivation in the future. Lin Yuanbai's intentions were undoubtedly well-meaning, and he had mapped out a promising future for Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen could not help but shake his head in silence. While Lin Yuanbai had noble intentions, the Yulan family and Yulan Ruo would not share the same sentiments. According to the original narrative, Yulan Ruo despised him for his perceived inadequacies, and the Yulan family had long since looked down upon him. They were merely coming to annul the engagement. Moreover, they would subject him to the utmost humiliation. There was simply no possibility of continuing this engagement, and even if he were to kneel and plead, it would be futile. Following the original storyline, he had indeed resorted to that, kneeling in disgrace, subjected to the scorn of all present. Yet, it proved utterly ineffective. Upon reflection, Lin Chen gazed at Lin Yuanbai and replied, "All right, I understand. I shall attend the upcoming banquet." Naturally, Lin Chen intended to participate, yet he had no desire to cultivate a rapport with Yulan Ruo. Instead, he aimed to swiftly conclude this connection. Before long, the vast expanse of the heavenly dragon continent would be unable to contain him. He had neither the time nor inclination to entangle himself in ambiguous relations with a woman from a small town. Hearing Lin Chen's prompt acquiescence, Lin Yuanbai sighed in relief, not pondering much further. After all, Lin Chen was bound to attend. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on the Yulan family. Presently, the Yulan family surpassed the Lin family in both strength and influence, making it imperative for the Lin family to forge a closer alliance with them. Lin Yuanbai smiled at Lin Chen and remarked, "There is no rush. The Yulan family will only arrive in the evening. It has been quite some time since we last conversed. I am aware that you harbor many grievances towards me, so let us take this opportunity to talk." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen chose not to decline. Thus, Lin Yuanbai remained, sharing numerous anecdotes from his childhood. The family atmosphere was, indeed, harmonious. As dusk approached, Lin Yuanbai said, "Chener, it is time for us to set forth. If we delay further, it may become inappropriate. Do remember to engage with Yulan Ruo. It is essential that you marry her." Lin Chen offered no response. He merely stood up and said, "Let us go. In due time, you shall understand." Lin Chen was acutely aware of the significant repercussions that would arise from his decision to actively seek to annul his engagement with Yulan Ruo. He feared that once he made his intentions known, not only would Lin Yuanbai be perturbed, but others would also converge upon him, attempting to persuade him otherwise. After all, despite his current lack of favor, the bond with Yulan Ruo had afforded him a modicum of respect. No one openly criticized him, and he was still regarded as a young master. However, should he truly sever the engagement, it was likely that the Lin family would disregard him entirely. Lin Yuanbai, filled with suspicion, could not decipher the multiple layers of meaning within Lin Chen's words, and thus accompanied him in departure. Xiaozi naturally remained closely behind Lin Chen. Soon, they arrived at the banquet hall. The Lin family placed great importance on this occasion, and the preparations were lavish. The Yulan family had yet to arrive, but the atmosphere was already bustling with activity. Numerous individuals who would typically pass Lin Chen without acknowledgement were, on this rare occasion, greeting him. "Good day, Third Master." "And greetings, young Master Lin," they said. Lin Chen understood that these salutations were extended solely due to the Yulan family's reputation, for his engagement with Yulan Ruo still held sway. If he were to successfully marry her, his standing within the Lin family would undoubtedly ascend. Lin Chen, however, could not muster the energy to respond, fully aware of their ulterior motives. In contrast, Lin Yuanbai greeted them with cheerful warmth. With a light chuckle, Lin Yuanbai urged, "No need for pleasantries. You all should attend to your duties." Once the guests had dispersed, he turned to Lin Chen and remarked, "You must have noticed that these individuals are here because of your engagement with Yulan Ruo. Surely, you understand the significance she holds in your life. I have numerous matters to attend to. Otherwise, your grandfather will have words with me. Take some time to explore. I shall take my leave now." Lin Chen nodded gently. After Lin Yuanbai departed, Xiaozi finally mustered the courage to speak. Young master, given your prowess, why not inform the master? Hearing this, Lin Shen glanced at Xiaozi and replied with a smile, explaining now would be too cumbersome, and it wouldn't reveal the true nature of the Yu family to him. Once I dissolve the engagement with Yulan Ruo, everything will become clear to him. What? You intend to break off the engagement with Yulan Ruo? Xiaozi was taken aback. This was the Yu family, after all. Lin Yuanbai had made it abundantly clear that the Lin family needed to curry favor with them. And yet Lin Shun was contemplating such a bold move. Realizing her shock, Xiaozi quickly surveyed their surroundings. Fortunately, there was no one nearby, but she still recoiled slightly, whispering, Young master, you must be out of your mind. The head of the family may not let you off easily. Lin Shun, exuding confidence, reassured her, rest assured. I know how to navigate this situation. Simply observe. Very well, my dear sir, Xiaozi nodded, choosing not to say more. The two wandered leisurely, engaging in conversation, soon finding the banquet hall too noisy and opting to stroll outside. As they walked, a voice suddenly pierced the air, causing them to halt. Lin Shen? What a coincidence to encounter you here. It was a woman's voice. Lin Shun turned to find, indeed, it was a fortuitous meeting with Yulan Ruo. She had just arrived with the members of the Yulan family, also seeking respite from the cacophony of the banquet hall before it commenced, and unexpectedly stumbled upon her ineffectual fiancé. Chapter 7. If you want to withdraw, then withdraw. Yulan Ruo was clad in a form-fitting outfit, exuding an aura of strength. With a slender waist, curvaceous hips, and a captivating visage, she was undoubtedly a striking beauty. In Lin Shen's recollections, the last encounter with Yulan Ruo was many years ago, when she was still in her youthful innocence. At that time, he was a prodigy, enjoying the favor of his family. The Yulan family, akin to the Lin family, had approached them directly to propose a union. They were undoubtedly regarded as a highly compatible pair. However, the tables had turned. Now the Lin family sought to ingratiate themselves with the Yulan family. Yulan Ruo regarded Lin Shen with a hint of disdain. She had long since lost interest in her feckless fiancé. Who was she? Yulan Ruo. If she were to marry, it must be to a future powerhouse of this world. It was utterly embarrassing to be associated with a waste who could not even cultivate. Whenever queried about her fiancé, Yulan Ruo felt a pang of shame, finding it nearly impossible to divulge. Her purpose for this visit was unequivocally to annul their engagement. At that moment, she looked at Lin Shen and casually inquired, Lin Shen, do you still remember me? Lin Shen nodded. Of course, my fiancé, Yulan Ruo. Huh, it's good that you remember. I trust you are aware of the current state of the Yulan family, which has risen significantly in status, while you remain a mere waste incapable of cultivation. Our disparity will only continue to widen. The disparity widening? Lin Shen remarked with a slight smile upon hearing her words. Indeed, it is just as Yulan Ruo stated. Their disparities will only continue to widen. Yulan Ruo was about to elaborate further when she was abruptly interrupted by Lin Shen. Enough, I am aware of your intentions. You merely wish to annul the engagement, correct? I acquiesce. Should you desire to withdraw, then by all means, do so. Lin Shen's nonchalant demeanor rendered Yulan Ruo momentarily speechless, starkly contrasting her expectations. Her previous words were merely a precautionary measure, intended to prepare Lin Shen psychologically for the impending announcement. After all, it was the Yulan family that had initially proposed the union. Now, to retract the engagement would undoubtedly tarnish their family's reputation. She had even envisioned a scenario where Lin Shen would plead and beg for her to reconsider, and had meticulously devised her responses. Regardless of Lin Shen's actions or sweet words, the engagement was to be dissolved. Yet, despite her extensive calculations, she had not anticipated Lin Shen's immediate agreement to the annulment. His attitude was indifferent, devoid of any hesitation. How did he perceive her? What did you just say? You agreed? Yulan Ruo felt an unsettling dissonance, as though she had been cast aside. This sensation was profoundly displeasing to her, the esteemed daughter of the heavens. Lin Shen nodded. Indeed, of course, is that not your intention? I could not desire anything more. Yulan Ruo stammered, unable to articulate a response. Her mind completely befuddled. After a moment, her chest heaved rapidly before she finally managed to regain her composure. Doubt lingered in her heart. Prior to her arrival, she had already acquainted herself with the circumstances. Lin Shen was still unable to cultivate, and moreover, her affections were already pledged elsewhere. The rapid rise of the Yulan family was largely attributed to her esteemed suitor. A young master of a power much greater than that of the Yulan family itself, his strength far surpassed that of Lin Shen. Even if Lin Shen were capable of cultivation, he would still pale in comparison. Once, during her excursion for training, Yulan Ruo had a fortuitous encounter with Jun Wuchen, and from that moment, they became romantically involved. Leveraging Jun Wuchen's reputation, the Yulan family flourished swiftly. This time, she was resolute in annulling the engagement. Contemplating this, a cold smile crossed Yulan Ruo's lips. Humph. You dare to play hard to get? Just wait until the banquet. I shall show you how to be embarrassed. Yulan Ruo perceived Lin Chen's behavior as a mere game of seduction. It was inconceivable that he could truly disregard her, especially considering her beauty and the formidable backing of the Yulan family. How could the Lin family possibly compare? Casting a glance at Lin Chen, Yulan Ruo finally declared, I had no intention of discussing the matter of our engagement with you. It is a matter dictated by our parents. When the banquet commences, I shall publicly announce our annulment, and you may acquiesce then. Her original plan was to ensure that this news reached everyone. Jun Wuchen, too, harbored his own reservations regarding this situation. Since she intended to cling to the towering tree that was Jun Wuchen, it was imperative to resolve this obstacle. Although Lin Chen's attitude was unexpected to her, she remained resolute in her decision. As for whether Lin Chen would lose face as a result, that was of no concern to her. Who would care about a worthless individual? Lin Chen was aware of this fact as well. Nevertheless, his demeanor suggested that if Yulan were intent on humiliating him, the outcome of such humiliation was uncertain. After Yulan finished speaking, she did not cast another glance at Lin Chen and departed. Lin Chen too did not spare her a glance. He turned to Xiaozi and said, Let us continue our stroll. This woman truly dampens the mood. Young master. Xiaozi was taken aback. She could hardly fathom what had possessed her master to genuinely consider breaking off the engagement with Yulan. In her eyes, Yulan's lineage and beauty were far beyond what Lin Chen currently deserved. Even uttering a few soft words could be understood. Yet, Lin Chen seemed to be growing increasingly domineering. As a mere maid, Xiaozi's duty was to obey her young master. Although she found it perplexing, she did not question him further. Nodding, she silently followed Lin Chen's side. The two continued to wander for a while before finally making their way to the banquet hall. At this moment, the hall was teeming with guests. Prominent figures from the Lin family had gathered, all present to welcome the members of the Yulan family. A dozen or so individuals from the Yulan family arrived, drawing attention akin to stars surrounding the moon, as many approached to engage in conversation. However, Lin Chen could discern that despite the smiles adorning the faces of the Yulan family, their eyes were filled with disdain. The Yulan family had long since transformed and would hardly regard the present Lin family with any esteem. Their presence here was merely to resolve a minor issue concerning Yulan Ruo, thus severing ties with the Lin family completely. With Jun Wuchen's backing, the future of the Yulan family was destined to flourish. To them, the Lin family was but a diminutive clan, akin to mere poultry and stray dogs. Yulan Ruo had yet to arrive at the banquet hall, her whereabouts unknown, and they were in no rush to disclose this matter. They continued to engage casually with members of the Lin family. Observing this, Lin Chen chuckled and shook his head. Knowing that it would not be long before the Lin family members would feel the sting of embarrassment, they would undoubtedly suffer a humiliating rebuke from the Yulan family. And he too would bear the brunt of this humiliation. In the original narrative, the Lin family would have had no recourse against such indignities. Indeed, the Yulan family had grown increasingly powerful, leaving the Lin family languishing in the depths of obscurity, forever unable to hold their head high before them. The adage of fortune shifting every 30 years would remain a thought unexpressed. Yet this time, Lin Chen intended to ensure that the Yulan family experienced a semblance of that very feeling. With but a glance, he led Xiaozi to a secluded corner where fewer souls lingered, disinterested in mingling with the Yulan family. Sitting leisurely with a cup of tea, he quietly observed his surroundings. Before long, Lin Yuanbai's gaze wandered, and, upon spotting Lin Chen in such a secluded corner, he helplessly approached. "Chener," he remarked, "why aren't you mingling with the members of the Yulan family to foster good relations? Look how perceptive others are. How can I commend you when you seem not to consider your own future at all?" Lin Chen smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need for such trouble. It won't matter soon." Lin Yuanbai expressed his confusion, then shook his head, dismissing the thought. "Your grandfather sent me to fetch you. Come along quickly. He hasn't seen you in ages, and this is a rare opportunity for you." Chapter 8. Resounding Clarity. Today, you are the protagonist. Yulan Ruo is also here, and your grandfather intends to expedite your marriage. Lin Yuanbai spoke with a smile, expressing his relief that once Lin Chen and Yulan Ruo are wed, he can finally rest easy regarding his son. Lin Chen truly wished to voice their absurdity. However, at that moment, speaking up would only invite ridicule and disbelief, proving utterly futile. To witness is to believe. Upon hearing these words, Lin Shen rose to his feet and declared, "Then let us go." Xiaozi promptly stood to follow him, but Lin Yuanbai interjected, "Xiaozi, as a maid, it would be best if you did not accompany them, lest others gossip." Lin Yuanbai held no ill will towards Xiaozi. Others had long since turned their backs on Lin Shen. Only Xiaozi was willing to stay by his side, and he merely feared for the young maid's well-being. Xiaozi, understanding Lin Yuanbai's good intentions, reluctantly nodded, "Very well, master. No worries, Xiaozi, you may accompany me. If anyone has objections, I shall silence them," Lin Shen replied coolly. This brought a flicker of joy to Xiaozi's heart, while Lin Yuanbai was taken aback, as if he no longer recognized his son. When had he become so domineering? While such assertiveness can be commendable, it must be underpinned by strength, otherwise it risks becoming a mere laughingstock. Lin Yuanbai had more to say, but Lin Shen had already taken Xiaozi's hand and walked forward. Observing this, Lin Yuanbai shook his head and chose not to elaborate further. He felt that Lin Shen should have learned a lesson from this experience, understanding the importance of discretion and humility in his future endeavors. A sigh escaped his lips, for ever since Chun'er's mother departed, their relationship had grown increasingly distant. In the grand banquet hall of the Lin family, the most prominent table, situated closest to the main hall, was occupied by the venerable patriarch, Lin Zhentian, who sat regally at the head. Beside him were members of the Yuan family. Lin Zhentian, with his grizzled beard, exuded an air of authority, his piercing gaze commanding respect without uttering a word. His cultivation level was at the first stage of the true essence realm, a status that, despite his advanced years, made him a figure to be reckoned with, solidifying his position as the head of the Lin family. The true essence realm represents the pinnacle of acquired cultivation, a rarity in the entirety of Yanqing. Although he was merely at the first stage, it was sufficient for the Lin family to secure a place among the upper echelons of Yanqing's families. The true essence and body refinement realms are each divided into 5 stages, with the attainment of the 5th stage signifying a state of consummate mastery. The Lord of Yanqing is such a formidable being. Yet, at this moment, Lin Zhentian found himself compelled to exercise caution in the presence of the Yuan family. In the past, the Yuan family was akin to the Lin family, with their patriarch boasting comparable strength, both at the first stage of the true essence realm. However, in recent years, something inexplicable had transpired, as if the family had stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity. The head of the family has now attained the 5th level of the true origin realm, a pinnacle of postnatal perfection, far surpassing the Lin family by several streets. This time, the head of the Yuan family did not attend personally, merely dispatching some direct descendants of the clan. Yet, their prowess still left Lin Zhentian astounded. Among the dozen or so individuals present, 5 possessed the first level of the true origin realm, akin to himself. Additionally, there was one enigmatic figure seated beside him, whose strength eluded even Lin Zhentian's perception. He surmised that this individual had reached the 2nd level of the true origin realm, Yuan Kemming, the 6th master of the Yuan family. He was hardly a top-tier combatant within the Yuan clan and appeared to be merely in his 40s. Yet his cultivation was superior to Lin Zhentian's, diminishing Lin Zhentian's confidence in conversation. It felt as though the Yuan family had come merely to flaunt their strength. Lin Zhentian was indeed correct in his assessment. The Yuan family's power had far exceeded his expectations. They had casually sent a few individuals to support Yuan Ruo, imparting a sense of humility to the Lin family. Aside from Yuan Kemming, the others hardly ranked within the Yuan family. With a smile, Lin Zhentian raised his cup and said, "Come, Brother Kemming, let us share a drink. There is no need for us to sit idly." Yuan Kemming immediately waved his hand and replied, "I apologize. I am somewhat intolerant of alcohol, so I shall refrain. I wonder where the young Master Lin Shun of the Lin family is? I have yet to see him. Did you not notice?" The tone of Yuan Kemming was laced with a hint of arrogance, which Lin Zhentian could not possibly overlook. Furthermore, the blatant disregard for decorum left him feeling somewhat displeased, though he chose not to reveal it. Maintaining a smile, he continued, "My wayward descendant is likely wandering about aimlessly. I have already sent someone to look for him. There is no need for you to be anxious, my dear Kemming. I have heard that Miss Yuan Ruo has also arrived. Where might she be?" Just as Yuan Kemming was about to respond, someone answered on his behalf, none other than the lady herself. "I am here. I found the atmosphere too noisy, so I stepped outside for some fresh air." A voice resonated through the banquet hall, and in an instant, a figure gracefully leapt over the crowd to stand before Lin Zhentian's table. Her striking presence elicited a silent nod of approval from him. Such an outstanding demeanor would indeed bring great honor to the Lin family if she were to marry into it. Suddenly, Lin Shen seemed quite fortunate to have a prior engagement with Yulan Ruo. Isn't that a technique only achievable by those in the body refinement realm? He pondered. Could it be that Yulan Ruo, at such a tender age, had already attained such mastery? Indeed, she was the illustrious Miss Yulan of the Yulan family, possessing a beauty that was truly remarkable. Lin Shen must have stumbled upon extraordinary luck. The chorus of admiration surrounding Yulan Ruo was clearly gratifying for her. Lin Zhentian, with a broad smile, beckoned, Come, Miss Yulan, please take a seat. My grandson will be here shortly." As Lin Zhentian's voice faded, Lin Shen had indeed approached alongside Lin Yuanbai. Lin Zhentian's eyes brightened at the sight. In truth, he harbored no particular grievances against Lin Shen. Rather, he felt a deep pang of sorrow. Before Lin Shen's Dantian had been rendered useless, he had held immense expectations for him, which only amplified his disappointment. As the head of the Lin family, he could not afford to let familial affection cloud his judgment. Instead, he needed to focus on the talented offspring of the family to ensure its prosperous future. Now, seizing this opportunity, Lin Zhentian hoped to elevate Lin Shen's status and forge a deeper alliance with the Yulan family. Upon noticing Lin Shen's arrival, Lin Zhentian cheerfully exclaimed, "Look, just as I mentioned, here he is. Come, Chen join Miss Yulan Ruo." At that moment, the gaze of the others converged on Lin Shen. The younger generation of the Lin family regarded him with a mix of envy, for who wouldn't desire to win the heart of someone as esteemed as Yulan Ruo? Meanwhile, the members of the Yulan family observed with quiet disdain, knowing that Lin Shen was nothing more than a waste of talent. Had they not arrived, he would scarcely have had the chance to make an appearance. As for Yulan Ruo, she barely glanced in Lin Shen's direction. How could a mere insect of a man catch her eye? Unperturbed by the scrutiny, Lin Shen took hold of Xiao Zi's hand and spotted an empty seat at a considerable distance from Yulan Ruo. Just as he was about to sit down, when a faint murmur broke the air. "TCH, what a spectacle! In such an important gathering, how could one possibly bring along a servant? It is utterly improper." A resounding slap echoed in the air, as Lin Shen, unceremoniously, delivered a sharp blow. The sound crisp and clear. The entire banquet hall fell momentarily silent, all eyes wide in astonishment at the unfolding scene. The speaker was a young scion of the Lin family, Lin Xiaoguang, the son of Lin Shen's uncle, who typically held a superior position within the family hierarchy. Yet, in this moment, he could only stand aside, unable to take his rightful place at the table. Harboring resentment for some time, he whispered provocatively, intending for Lin Shen to overhear, seeking to provoke and express his discontent. Little did he realize, however, that Lin Shen had undergone a profound transformation. Chapter 9. Go ahead. Xiaoji. Could Lin Shen endure such provocation, especially when the criticisms were directed at Xiaoji? He had previously warned her that anyone who dared to voice dissent should remain silent. He had always been true to his word. The resounding slap stunned everyone in the banquet hall. No one anticipated that Lin Shen would act so brazenly in such a setting, particularly before Lin Zhentian and the guest from the Yuan family. Previously, there had been numerous whispers, yet Lin Shen had not even dared to utter a word. After all, a worthless individual incapable of cultivation would struggle to match even the servants of the Lin family. Lin Xiaoguang was equally taken aback, covering his face in disbelief. The fiery sting of pain jolted him back to reality. He had indeed been slapped by Lin Shen in front of so many onlookers. Lin Shen's uncle, Lin Xiaoguang's father. Lin Jingrong abruptly rose from his seat, casting a cold glare at Lin Shen, his voice low and menacing. "You scoundrel! What are you doing? Scoundrel! Sit down," boomed Lin Zhentian, directly rebuking Lin Jingrong. Lin Zhentian had not anticipated Lin Shen's boldness either, and a wave of discontent washed over him. However, with the Yulan family present and all eyes upon them, the embarrassment was already palpable. Allowing Lin Jingrong to continue would only further tarnish the Lin family's reputation. Aware of this, Lin Jingrong begrudgingly took his seat. Lin Shen cast a nonchalant glance at Lin Xiaoguang, causing him to tremble in fear. It seemed as though the person before them was not the Lin Shen they once knew. Words failed to escape their lips, and the members of the Yulan family exchanged bewildered glances, for the information they had received diverged significantly from reality. According to their intelligence, Lin Shen was unable to cultivate and remained reclusive within the Lin family, frequently visiting brothels and generally exhibiting a timid demeanor. This unexpected situation was indeed beyond their expectations. His audacity was remarkable, daring to act even in the presence of Lin Zhentian. Yulan Ruo gazed at Lin Chen in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Since her arrival at the Lin family, everything had deviated from her initial assumptions. Meanwhile, after reprimanding Lin Jingrong, Lin Jintian cast a glance at Lin Chen and chuckled. "Dear guests, please do not take offense. The youth often exhibit a bit of exuberance, ha ha ha." Although Lin Jintian's laughter bore an awkwardness, he resolved to teach Lin Chen a proper lesson once this gathering concluded, for such insolence was intolerable. Lin Yuanbai appeared dazed, as if encountering his son for the first time. He swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss. However, he quickly regained composure and hurried to sit beside Lin Chun and Xiao Zi, scrutinizing Lin Chen intently. Could this truly be his son? Just as the guests resumed their conviviality, and Yulan Ruo was about to rise and announce the dissolution of their engagement, Lin Chen preemptively stood up, leaving Yulan Ruo momentarily speechless. Following Lin Chen's words, the complexion of Yulan Ruo turned a shade of deep crimson. Lin Chen proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I must announce a matter of great significance regarding my engagement to Miss Yulan Ruo of the Yulan family. I intend to hereby dissolve our engagement. And from this moment forth, we shall have no further association." The announcement of the annulment? How astonishing. Moreover, it was Lin Chen who initiated it. Not only was Yulan Ruo taken aback, but the members of the Yulan family were equally stunned. The Lin family members were left in utter disbelief. The banquet hall fell into a profound silence, as if a pin could be heard falling. Many questioned whether they had misheard. Numerous young disciples cast murderous glares at Lin Chen. Had their stares possessed lethal intent, he would undoubtedly be left in tatters. Who was Yulan Ruo? The esteemed eldest daughter of the Yulan family, highly regarded and influential. Even the patriarch of the Yulan clan had to consider her feelings. Yet, she had been cast aside by Lin Chen, deemed a failure? How outrageous. Such a statement would be met with disbelief. Preposterous. Lin Jintian could no longer restrain himself, rising in a fit of fury as he glared at Lin Chen. In recent years, the Lin family's fortunes had been declining, in stark contrast to the Yulan family's prosperity. A union with the Yulan family was essential for the benefit of their clan. This was the very reason Lin Jintian had tolerated Lin Chen's insolence until now. However, such audacity was beyond comprehension. Lin Chen, upon hearing this, wore an expression of indifference. As Lin Jintian's words fell, a low yet resolute voice emerged from Yulan Ruo. "What did you say? You wish to annul our engagement? Today is clearly the day I intended to terminate it. Lin Chen, you scoundrel, retract your statement." Yulan Ruo had always held herself in high regard. With her striking beauty and exceptional physique, coupled with her extraordinary talent, she had already reached the third level of body refinement at such a young age, marking her as a prodigy within the Yulan family. She was destined to lead her clan to greatness. How could she possibly endure being jilted by an utter wastrel? At that moment, Lin Jintian was also taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yulan Ruo had come to call off the engagement herself. He remained silent, gazing in astonishment at Lin Chen, sensing that this action seemed deliberate. Curiosity flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, those who accompanied Yulan Ruo from the Yulan family ceased to conceal their presence, rising in unison. Yu Laikming's eyes burned with indignation. Never had anyone dared to insult the Yulan family in such a manner. This was not merely a slap in the face for Yulan Ruo. It was an affront to the entire Yulan lineage. "Brat, who gave you the audacity to utter such words? Today was meant to be our annulment, proposed by the Yulan family. Yulin clan are but insignificant beings. What are you to speak with such arrogance?" At this juncture, Lin Jintian began to comprehend. He finally understood that the members of the Yulan family had likely intended to terminate the engagement from the outset, which explained their utter lack of respect. The words spoken also carried the weight of humiliation for the Lin family. Initially, he believed that the Yulan family was merely accustomed to their own arrogance. However, it soon became evident that they had never regarded the Lin family with any seriousness from the very beginning. Lin Chen's actions were a clever counterattack against the Yulan family, restoring dignity for the Lin clan. This incited a wave of anger within Lin Jintian, who swiftly positioned himself before Lin Chen and remarked with a hint of disdain, "He is merely a junior. Is it truly necessary for you to intervene personally?" Lin Jintian was acutely aware that he himself was no match for Yulan Kuming. Yet he could not tolerate the sight of his grandson being bullied. "Sixth uncle, stand down. I shall teach this brat a lesson. We are of the same generation, and I trust that the esteemed Lin patriarch would not object." Yulan Ruo interjected, her eyes glinting with murderous intent as she fixated on Lin Chen, seething with humiliation over today's events. This man must die. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, fully cognizant of Lin Chen's capabilities. How could Yulan Ruo, with her mere body refinement realm, hope to contend with him? Even as he prepared to refuse, Lin Chen spoke first. Xiaozi, please assist me in teaching this woman a lesson. She is not worthy of my direct intervention. Xiaozi was momentarily stunned, pointing incredulously at herself. Despite having reached the 10th layer of qi refinement, she recognized that Yulan Ruo was in the body refinement realm and questioned her own ability to confront her. Yet Lin Chen was no ordinary individual, having achieved the pinnacle of body refinement. He had sensed from Yulan Ruo's previous display of power that she was far from a match for Xiaozi. Although Xiaozi has attained the 10th level of qi refining, her innate talent, combined with the cultivation techniques he provided, at the very least, of terrestrial grade, imbues her with a formidable strength that far surpasses that of Yulan Ruo, enabling her to engage in battles beyond her rank. As for him, it goes without saying that he possesses the capability to confront those of higher tiers as well. Employing his already superior cultivation to contend with Yulan Ruo would be akin to bullying a child. He could not afford such a disgrace. Xiaozi, go ahead. Trust in me. There is nothing to fear, Lin Chen said with a gentle smile. Xiaozi nodded emphatically, placing her unwavering faith in Lin Chen. However, the others were in a state of disbelief. If their eyes did not deceive them, a mere maid was to challenge Yulan Ruo, who was at the 3rd level of body refinement. Chapter 10. A single strike, blood spilled. At this moment, the maid attire worn by Xiaozi was particularly conspicuous. Although Xiaozi was inherently beautiful, her grace and poise had been further elevated after cultivating the heavenly flower divine art. Yet, she remained merely a maid, a fact evident to anyone with discerning eyes. Yulan Ruo was so infuriated that she fell silent, staring incredulously at Lin Chen and Xiaozi. As for Lin Tian, he wondered if Lin Chen had lost his senses. How could he send his own maid to face certain death? Just moments ago, he had been so protective of her. Lin Tian was left questioning whether Lin Chen was genuinely foolish or merely pretending. Suddenly, Yulan Ruo, consumed by rage, burst into laughter. She pointed disdainfully at Lin Chen and Xiaozi, exclaiming, "Even if you both come at me together, I would not be afraid. You send a mere maid to confront me? Lin Chen, whom do you underestimate?" "Huh, I look down on you, and what of it?" Lin Chen replied with a calm smile. Since Yulan Ruo sought to humiliate him, he felt no obligation to hold back. Xiaozi, meanwhile, addressed Yulan Ruo with respect. "Miss Yulan, please offer your guidance. This is my first battle. My apologies." Xiaozi was quite polite and still somewhat unaccustomed to these confrontations, having never fought before. However, since Lin Chen assured her of victory, she believed she could indeed prevail. Yulan Ruo regarded Xiaozi with contempt. "A mere maid. Who gave you the audacity? Prepare to meet your end." With that, Yulan Ruo casually struck out with her palm. The intention was to eliminate the maid first, and then deal with Lin Chen. However, what transpired next left everyone utterly astonished. Xiaozi appeared somewhat flustered and, in her haste, struck out with her palm. In an instant, Yulan Ruo's body retreated swiftly, taking several steps back before finally stabilizing herself, nearly losing her balance in the process. This caused her face to flush with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Had she truly fallen, it would have been a considerable disgrace. Yet even in this scenario, her pride was wounded. As a master of the 3rd stage of body refinement, practicing a superior grade martial art bestowed by Jun Wuchen, her skills surpassed those of Yu Lan's family head. Although she had not unleashed her full power, to be repelled by a mere maid of the 10th level of qi refining was an affront of the highest order. Wait, 10th level of qi refining? A maid? Yulan Ruo stared blankly at Xiaozi. Xiaozi, younger than her and merely a maid from the Lin family, possessed the cultivation of the 10th level of qi refining? She was but a step away from reaching the same body refinement realm as herself. Yulan Ruo had been cultivated through abundant resources. Wasn't this even more bewildering? Not only Yulan Ruo, but everyone present was equally shocked. Gazing at Xiaozi, all members of the Lin family, including the venerable patriarch Lin Tian and even Yulan Kuming, squinted in disbelief at this unfolding scene. Just moments ago, Xiaozi's sudden surge in cultivation undoubtedly reached the 10th level of qi refinement. Moreover, what left everyone astonished and perplexed was the question of how the 10th level of qi refinement could possess such strength. Yulan Ruo, on the other hand, was merely at the 3rd level of body refinement. The disparity between each level in the body refinement realm is immensely vast. Not to mention that Xiaozi had yet to enter this realm. Even a casual strike from Yulan Ruo, employing merely 10% of her strength, would be insurmountable for someone at the 10th level of qi refinement. The term genius instantly materialized in the minds of all present. Nobody anticipated that a mere maid could be so terrifyingly powerful. Lin Jintian was overwhelmed with joy, realizing that the Lin family possessed such a prodigious talent, and that she was none other than the maid of his grandson, Lin Qin. He couldn't help but marvel at Lin Qin's extraordinary fortune in having stumbled upon such a gifted servant, who also looked up to him with unwavering loyalty. The Lin family had strict rules prohibiting maids and servants from cultivating, yet exceptions were made for prodigies. To achieve the 10th level of qi refinement at such a young age, far exceeding the capabilities of her peers, even Lin Jintian felt compelled to proceed with caution. He had already resolved that once this matter concluded, he would earnestly reconnect with Lin Qin, while also dedicating abundant resources to nurture Xiaozi. With her evident loyalty to Lin Qin, it would surely silence any lingering rumors. After all, could she truly be just a maid? I recall her always being by Lin Qin's side. What extraordinary fortune does Lin Qin possess? It's utterly baffling how all the good fortune seems to fall into his lap. First, he became engaged to Yulan Ruo, and now, despite being deemed a waste, he has a brilliant maid accompanying him. Even among the younger generation, few can boast of reaching the 10th level of qi refinement. Moreover, those who have achieved such a level often do not consider themselves capable of such feats. Just as everyone was in awe, Xiaozi also came to her senses, her face flushing with embarrassment. She felt her earlier performance had been quite disgraceful. Despite Lin Qin having imparted numerous combat techniques to her over the past few days, she had been startled to the point of instinctively retaliating like a child. It was a disservice to her master and a show of disrespect to her opponent. Immediately, she averted her gaze from Yulan Ruo, repeatedly apologizing. "I am sorry. Miss Yulan, I have only been training for 5 days and am still not proficient in my combat skills. I assure you I will take this seriously in the future." Xiaozi spoke earnestly, her words reflecting her true feelings. However, this nearly provoked Yulan Ruo to the brink of rage. It was quite infuriating. Simultaneously, everyone was once again astonished. 5 days. Surely, this must be an exaggeration. Yet, observing Xiaozi's demeanor, it seemed she was not fabricating her claims. If this were indeed the case, the implications were terrifying. What remarkable achievements could Xiaozi attain in the future? However, this only intensified Yulan Ruo's murderous intent. For the first time, she harbored the desire to kill someone. Yulan Ruo's face flushed crimson before turning pale, her teeth itching with agitation. She had no desire to respond to Xiaozi's words. With a sharp exclamation, she unleashed her full strength and launched herself at Xiaozi. "Prepare to meet your end, wretched one." Her fury was palpable, echoing for all to hear. It was surreal. How could a mere maid provoke Yulan Ruo to such a state? Lin Jintian observed quietly from the sidelines, ever ready to intervene on behalf of the prodigious Xiaozi. Having gained experience from a previous encounter, Xiaozi was no longer overly anxious. She remained focused, first evading Yulan Ruo's assault, then initiating a counterattack. Yet, her movements remained somewhat unrefined, and she failed to strike Yulan Ruo. Thus, the two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, with Xiaozi quickly acclimating to the battle. Nevertheless, Yulan Ruo, being at the 3rd level of body refinement, possessed a vastly superior cultivation compared to Xiaozi. Although she could not subdue Xiaozi, she was able to match her in combat. Each clash left her increasingly astonished. Every impact sent tingles through her body. Such power was far beyond what could be expected from a mere 10th level of qi refinement. Lin Qin shook his head at the scene, with Xiaozi's abilities. This should not have been so troublesome. It was merely a lack of combat experience. He spoke up from behind, offering guidance. "Xiaozi, relax your mind. Don't be nervous, strike steadily, and pay attention to your opponent's movements." Lin Qin's advice proved invaluable. Moreover, his voice always provided Xiaozi with a sense of reassurance. In that fleeting moment, Xiaozi seemed to grasp the essence of combat. With a resounding thud, her palm struck Yulan Ruo's chest, causing her to spit out blood and be propelled backward. By the time she hit the ground, her face was as pale as parchment. "Ah, Miss Yulan, I am truly sorry, it was unintentional." Xiaozi expressed a self-reproachful demeanor, repeatedly apologizing to the fallen Yulan Ruo, leaving those around them in a state of astonishment. 10 layers of qi refinement? To have defeated someone at the 3rd level of body tempering? This was utterly preposterous. Furthermore, she was actually apologizing? With that remark, Yulan Ruo, unable to catch her breath, coughed up another mouthful of blood. Chapter 11. The Battle of True Essence. The individual trembled all over as he pointed at the petite figure of Xiaozi, yet words eluded him. Observing this, Yulan Kuming swiftly approached Yulan Ruo from behind, channeling his energy towards her, which significantly alleviated her condition. Her complexion gradually returned to normal. Rising to her feet and wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she spoke in a low voice to Yulan Kuming, Uncle Six. Assist me in eliminating her, as well as Lin Shun. I, Yulan Ruo, have reached the 3rd level of body refinement and practice a superior grade profound technique. To be defeated by a mere maidservant of the Lin family, who is merely at the 10th level of qi refinement. If this news were to spread, I would be utterly shamed to face anyone again. The only solution is to ensure this person vanishes forever. Additionally, Xiaozi, being Lin Chen's maid, had also become a target of Yulan Ruo's resentment. With both new and old grievances intertwined, she harbored no desire to see either of them survive. Her tone carried a hint of command as she spoke. Yet, Yulan Kuming found her request entirely reasonable. Understanding that Yulan Ruo embodied the hope of the Yulan family, the family's current standing was entirely reliant on the relationship between Yulan Ruo and Jun Wuchun. Even his own breakthrough to the true essence realm was undoubtedly aided by Yulan Ruo. Thus, he could not regard her as a mere junior. Moreover, Xiaozi's performance was astonishing beyond measure. If her previous claims were true, that she had ascended to the 10th level of qi refinement in merely 5 days, then such an achievement seemed almost beyond the realm of human capability. This level of talent surpassed even his wildest imagination. Now, the relationship between the Yulan family and the Lin family has deteriorated beyond repair. The most prudent course of action is to extinguish such a prodigy in her infancy. Otherwise, Xiaozi will inevitably become a significant threat to the Yulan family in the future. It is a classic case of joy intertwined with sorrow. The Yulan family has harbored murderous intentions towards Xiaozi, while the Lin family is engulfed in astonishment and boundless joy. With such a genius within their ranks, the Lin family is destined for greatness, and they, as Lin family members, will naturally share in the glory. From this moment on, the gazes directed at Lin Shen have transformed entirely, now tinged with a desire for favor. Who is unaware of the relationship between Xiaozi and Lin Shen? Even those who were previously oblivious now comprehend it clearly. Henceforth, establishing a good rapport with Lin Shen equates to fostering a connection with Xiaozi. What does it matter if one is deemed useless? As long as one can cling to the right benefactor, he becomes an impressive figure, supported by that very benefactor. Lin Yuanbai, too, was left astounded, gazing at Xiaozi in disbelief. The maid of his son, who had always shown him respect, even deference, turns out to be such an extraordinary individual? Reflecting on how Xiaozi had greeted him previously, Lin Yuanbai felt a flush of embarrassment. How could he bear the respectful greetings from such a prodigy? A talent of this caliber deserves to be treated like the head of the family within the Lin household, even more formidable than the head of the family, as evidenced by the demeanor of Yulan Ruo. Lin Jintian, to say nothing of, trembled with excitement at this moment. Were it not for the consideration of his own status and the relationship between Xiaozi and Lin Shen, he would have longed to embrace Xiaozi to convey his exuberance. It had been many years since the Lin family had produced such a prodigy, a thought he had scarcely dared to entertain in his dreams. At this moment, Yulan Kuming had stealthily approached close to Xiaozi, intending to swiftly eliminate her. His apprehension stemmed from the fear that Lin Jintian might intervene, which could complicate matters and potentially lead to unforeseen complications. If Xiaozi were to escape, it would pose a significant problem. However, how could Lin Jintian remain oblivious? His entire focus was on Xiaozi, and he promptly discerned Yulan Kuming's intentions. He rushed to stand before Xiaozi, gazing at the imminent threat posed by Yulan Kuming, and said calmly, "I concede that your cultivation may surpass mine, but I am not to be underestimated. If I am not mistaken, you have already attained the 2nd level of the true essence realm. Yet, I have also been entrenched in the 1st level of the true essence realm for many years, and I am but a hair's breadth from the 2nd level. With me here today, it would be wise for you to abandon your intentions." Though Lin Jintian believed he might not be a match for Yulan Kuming, he understood that should it come to a direct confrontation, Yulan Kuming would not emerge unscathed. Having recognized Xiaozi's extraordinary talent, Lin Jintian was resolute in his determination to protect her at all costs. Without looking back, he instructed Xiaozi, "Go to Lin Chen's side. This adversary shall be dealt with by me." Xiaozi nodded in response, surprised that she could indeed engage in a battle beyond her level, defeating Yulan Ruo, who was at the 3rd stage of body refinement, despite being at the 10th level of qi refinement. However, she was acutely aware of her limitations and knew she could not hope to contend with Yulan Kuming, who had already reached the true essence realm. Obediently, She approached Lin Chen, clutching his arm, feeling a twinge of anxiety as if she had committed a grave error. Lin Chen, with a reassuring smile, patted her shoulder and said, "Do not worry. With me around, nothing will happen." That infuriating sense of security. His words were immensely comforting, causing Xiao Zi to relax instantly. For the first time, she felt that nothing terrifying could occur in Lin Chen's presence. His overwhelming confidence instilled an unparalleled sense of safety within her. However, this scene sparked envy among the younger generation of the Lin family, who yearned for a gifted maid like her, though she was solely devoted to Lin Chen. Upon hearing Lin Zhentian's words, Yulan Kuming scoffed derisively. "Oh, really? Then do give it a try." With that, Yulan Kuming launched an immediate attack, clashing palm to palm with Lin Zhentian in an instant. In an instant, a powerful wave of energy radiated outward, prompting many nearby individuals to retreat in haste. Some of the less capable members of the Lin family were even thrown to the ground, finding themselves in a most precarious situation. However, this spectacle also drew the astonished gazes of numerous onlookers towards Lin Chen, who stood resolutely in place, even shielding the petite figure of Xiao Zi. The intensity of the energy fluctuations in a true essence realm battle was such that even those in the body refinement realm would not dare remain in proximity, leaving many spectators momentarily stunned. Yet, the majority of their attention remained fixated on the duel between Lin Zhentian and Yulan Kuming. After all, this was a battle within the true essence realm, a rarity that might not be witnessed even once in several years throughout Yan City. However, the Lin family soon faced an intolerable situation as Lin Zhentian's figure rapidly retreated, signaling a swift defeat, his expression one of growing panic. He exclaimed in disbelief, "You are actually at the third level of the true essence realm." Lin Zhentian had never anticipated that he had underestimated Yulan Kuming, mistakenly believing him to be merely at the second level of the true essence realm. Had that been the case, he would have still possessed the means to contend. Yet, the current circumstances left him at a loss. Although only a single realm separated them, the disparity was vast, and in reality, they were two realms apart, a gap that he could not hope to bridge. The Lin family was equally taken aback, engulfed in a wave of terror. In the realm of the true essence, the third tier represented the pinnacle of strength and yinqing, an existence beyond their comprehension. Typically, they were either the heads of their households or the revered patriarchs, seldom emerging from their secluded abodes. Yet, Yulan Kuming, merely a low-ranking sixth heir in the Yulan family, had rendered them so utterly powerless. Lin Zhentian was consumed by despair, realizing he might not only fail to protect Xiaozi but also the very existence of the Lin family itself. At that moment, Yulan Kuming wasted no time, swiftly advancing towards Lin Zhentian while coldly declaring, "I had not intended to eradicate your Lin family completely, but since you are so unappreciative, today shall mark your family's total obliteration from this world." Lin Zhentian found himself utterly incapable of countering the impending blow from every conceivable angle. He recognized his inability to withstand this strike. Resignedly, he closed his eyes until a faint voice resonated. "Is that so? You may find you lack the opportunity." Chapter 12. The Convergence of 10,000 Swords. No one could have anticipated that Lin Chen would emerge. A figure regarded as a mere waste by all, he stood forth, and more astonishingly, positioned himself before Lin Zhentian. With but a single hand, he effortlessly thwarted the formidable lethal strike from Yulan Kuming, as if it were a trivial endeavor. At the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, he adeptly practiced two unknown techniques of his own invention. Lin Shun was uncertain of how many tiers he could surpass in battle. However, when faced with Yulan Kuming, he felt no trepidation, for he had discerned, even before the confrontation commenced, that the strength of Yulan Kuming paled in comparison to his own, despite the latter's superior cultivation. The members of the Lin family stood in a daze. Many could not restrain themselves from rubbing their eyes, fearful that they were hallucinating. Yet, the reality unfolded before them. Undeniable. Lin Yuanbai appeared to be in a state of numbness today, suddenly recalling the myriad peculiar statements made by Lin Chen previously, which now seemed to coalesce into clarity. It dawned upon him that his son was not the waste he had believed him to be. Perhaps he had merely been concealing his true self. Perhaps he preferred to remain inconspicuous, or perhaps he feared that others might seek to eliminate him while he was still vulnerable. Undoubtedly, Lin Chen was nothing like the image he had conjured in his mind. "Chuner, you have even kept this from me. How deeply you have concealed it from me." Lin Yuanbai lamented with a mix of frustration and exhilaration. Proud of his son, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that he had completely misjudged the situation. In a world filled with extraordinary individuals, he was unable to comprehend their existence. The moment he endeavored to understand one such remarkable being, he had already erred. At this moment, Lin Jintian opened his eyes, startled, and took a step back. Could this truly be Lin Shen? A waste of potential? How ironic that he himself was the one deemed worthless, as the entire Lin family had misjudged Lin Shen, while Lin Jintian was filled with emotion. An overwhelming tremor surged within him. The presence of a mere little Z had already made him feel as though he were favored by the heavens. It felt almost dreamlike. Now, with the emergence of an even more terrifying genius, Lin Shen, Lin Jintian pondered what had transpired within the Lin family. Had they stumbled upon a den of prodigies? At the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, Lin Jintian instantly recognized Lin Shen's cultivation level. Yet, he could effortlessly thwart even the formidable Yu Langming. A feat beyond his own capabilities. Can this still be described as genius? The term monstrous talent might be more fitting. At the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, he could rival the third level of the true essence realm, and Lin Shen was merely in his early 20s. Would he not stand atop the Tianlong continent in the future? As for the Lin family, this was a disparity far greater than that of Little Z defeating Yulan Rua at the 10th level of Qi refinement against the 3rd level of body refinement. It was an extraordinary difference in magnitude. Well done, Chener. In the end, Lin Jintian could only muster this one phrase to convey his astonishment. Yulan Rua had been watching intently, her face initially adorned with confidence and cruelty. After being disowned by the Lin family today, no one would ever know that she had been bested by a mere maid at the 10th level of Qi refining. She remained the favored daughter of heaven. Yet, the situation before her was utterly shocking. Lin Shen was far stronger than she had ever imagined. His talent surpassed that of June Buchan by a considerable margin. Had all her actions been misguided? At this moment, a twinge of regret surged within Yulan Rua. If she had maintained her relationship with Lin Shen, even showing him more care, perhaps they could have married, and she would have truly stood at the pinnacle of this world. This genius was of a caliber far superior to Jun Wuchen. But it was too late. Yulan Rua snapped back to reality. The situation had escalated beyond her control. She understood that if Lin Shen were to live, it would be her Yulan family that would suffer. With this thought, she cried out to Yulan Qiming, "Uncle, we must kill him." At that moment, Yulan Qiming could not help but swallow hard. He had never anticipated such a turn of events, but he quickly regained his composure. Stepping back and hiding his somewhat numb hand behind him, feelings of fear beginning to rise within him. A young man at the body-quenching stage had actually withstood his full-force attack at the 3rd level of true essence. This was beyond terrifying. This individual must perish, even more so than Xiaozi. The moment he is allowed to live another day, the Yulan family faces imminent annihilation. There shall be no day of peace to be had. Yulan Qiming is filled with regret. Initially, he believed this was merely a perfunctory engagement annulment. Yet he had unwittingly provoked 2 extraordinary prodigies and offended individuals he should not have. He must die. He must be eliminated. Now is the perfect opportunity while he is still unprepared and has yet to transcend the true essence realm. With this thought, Yulan Qiming succumbed to madness. He channeled his entire energy into his techniques, conjuring 2 substantial sword auras in his hands, swiftly directed towards Lin Shen. At that moment, a system notification echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on perceiving the fluctuations of sword energy, creating the technique, Heavenly Sword Supreme Decision. Another technique was born, instantly circulating within Lin Shen's body, no less formidable than the previous 2. At this moment, Lin Shen wielded the power of 3 techniques simultaneously, growing even stronger. As he gazed upon the rapidly approaching Yulan Qiming, a hint of disdain flickered in Lin Shen's eyes. He spoke coolly. "Do you dare to call that sword energy? Today, I shall make you truly experience it." All swords return to their origin. The instant Lin Shen activated the Heavenly Sword Supreme Decision, he reached the pinnacle of his power. At this moment, one must yield to the natural flow. As a tangible wave of sword energy emanated from him, enveloping his surroundings. Merely casting a glance was enough to instill a sense of dread. "No," Yulan Qiming exclaimed in terror, but it was too late for him to retreat. He was thrust into Lin Shen's realm of 1,000 swords returning to their origin. A piercing scream erupted, but it was short-lived. In the blink of an eye, Yulan Qiming's flesh and garments were reduced to mere fragments. When the sword energy dissipated around Lin Shen, all that remained of Yulan Qiming was but a remnant. Instant annihilation. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. The formidable Yulan Qiming, a 3rd-tier expert in the true essence realm, had been effortlessly vanquished by Lin Shen's single strike. The magnitude of this shock was unfathomable. 1,000 swords returning to their origin? What level of martial art could conjure such a display? The mere sight of that sword energy sent chills down the spines of onlookers. Whispers of excitement filled the Lin family estate, as countless eyes turned toward Lin Shen with admiration. In the Lin family, and indeed throughout the entire Tianlong continent, the truth was stark. Strength commands respect, while weakness invites disdain. Quick, stop them, Lin Zhentian bellowed. At this moment, as Lin Shen executed Yulan Keming, Yulan Ruo was already leading the Yulan family members in a desperate flight, daring not to linger for even a moment. They were to return to the Yulan family, conveying this news to them. Subsequently, they would mobilize the entire Yulan family, determined to eliminate Lin Shen while he was still at the body refinement stage. This strike appeared both magnificent and formidable. However, the energy expended surpassed Lin Shen's expectations. The blow, known as 10,000 swords returning to the origin, drained him of all his spiritual power. At that moment, he was unable to pursue Yulan Ruo and the others. Nevertheless, the Lin family was not devoid of experts, who swiftly moved to attempt to temporarily obstruct them. Lin Zhentian issued commands, having discerned that Lin Shen had overexerted himself with that strike. He quickly tossed a recovery pill to Lin Shen, saying, "Chainer, take this recovery elixir. We will hold them off for now." Lin Shen, without hesitation, consumed the recovery pill. This elixir was exceedingly precious, with few in the Lin family possessing it, yet it could assist individuals in swiftly restoring their spiritual energy. Upon ingestion, Lin Shen immediately felt his internal spiritual power rejuvenating at an astonishing pace. Chapter 13. The Annihilation of the Yulan Family. Lin Zhentian was not a fool. At this moment, his eyes glinted with determination. Leading numerous experts from the Lin family, he was resolute in his intent to intercept them before Lin Shen could restore his spiritual energy. Otherwise, these individuals would undoubtedly inform the Yulan family. When that occurred, the entire Yulan clan would mobilize, and even if Lin Shen were exceptionally formidable, he would likely find himself unable to withstand their onslaught. Lin Shen's extraordinary talent merely required time to flourish. Lin Zhentian understood this all too well. He could not allow these individuals to return with news. However, what Lin Zhentian remained oblivious to was that the time Lin Shen needed was exceedingly brief, so brief that it was beyond his imagination. Even if these people returned to report, by the time they arrived back, they would no longer be Lin Shen's adversaries. The journey from the Lin family to the Yulan family and back would consume at least several days. By then, Lin Shen's prowess would be unfathomable. At this moment, Lin Shen was entirely focused on restoring his internal spiritual energy while also observing the fleeing members of the Yulan family. As his spiritual power gradually replenished, he began to pursue them. Since a grudge had already been established, Lin Shen had no intention of letting them escape. The Yulan family members, upon witnessing this, were seized by panic and quickened their pace. Yet, they were soon intercepted by the Lin family members. Although they were not as skilled as the Yulan family, the advantage of numbers within the Lin family's territory played in their favor. Realizing escape was futile, the Yulan family members resorted to combat, and in an instant, several members of the Lin family were sent flying. However, this delay hindered their escape, allowing Lin Zhentian and his companions to catch up. Among the members of the Yulan family who had arrived this time, many were formidable practitioners at the true origin realm. Without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed their formidable powers, forcing Lin Zhentian to retreat, although he found this confrontation far more manageable than facing Yulan Keming. These 5 practitioners at the true origin realm paled in comparison to a single Yulan Keming. As long as he faced opponents of his own caliber, Lin Zhentian was unafraid. At that moment, Lin Shen also arrived, his spiritual energy having partially recovered. With a decisive strike, he swiftly dispatched another member of the Yulan family, leaving them in shock. They immediately began to scatter. Under Yulan Ruo's command, they launched an assault towards Shaozi, recognizing the close bond between Lin Shen and Shaozi. They surmised that if they could capture Shaozi, Lin Shen would undoubtedly be cautious in his actions. 2 of them moved to attack Shaozi, while the remaining members converged to besiege Lin Shen. Although Lin Shen had only regained half of his spiritual energy, he was not in immediate danger. However, he found himself momentarily hindered by the overwhelming assault. Moreover, Shaozi was no match for a practitioner at the true origin realm. With no intention to engage in battle, Lin Shen swiftly kicked 2 members of the Yulan family away and darted towards Shaozi. The 2 practitioners at the true origin realm were incredibly swift, their faces adorned with smiles as they extended their hands, seemingly envisioning the moment they would see Shaozi. Subsequently, they would secure their escape. Unfortunately, they grossly underestimated Lin Shen's speed. With the simultaneous operation of 3 formidable techniques, Lin Chen's swiftness surpassed their wildest imaginations. The other members of the Yulan family were utterly incapable of keeping pace with him. Just as the 2 individuals wore triumphant expressions, their hands poised to grasp Xiao Zi. They were shocked to find that Xiao Zi displayed not a hint of fear, but rather a radiant smile of delight. She had spotted Lin Chen, who was now positioned right behind the 2 of them. In the next instant, both of their heads were forcibly grounded by Lin Chen, their brains splattering across the floor as they breathed their last. Another swift elimination. They perished without comprehending the unfolding events. "Thank you, young master," Xiao Zi exclaimed sweetly. Lin Chen responded with a smile and a nod. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, startling Lin Chen. He turned to see Lin Yuanbai, pale as a ghost and spitting blood, collapsed on the ground. He had been gravely injured by Yulan Rua with a single strike. Though Lin Yuanbai was merely at the 8th level of qi refinement, one could not dismiss Yulan Rua, who, despite appearing diminutive before Lin Chen, required only 1 blow to subdue Lin Yuanbai. No one anticipated that, while all eyes were riveted on Xiao Zi, Yulan Rua would suddenly launch an attack on Lin Yuanbai. At this moment, Yulan Rua realized that escape was no longer an option. However, she could not bear to witness Lin Chen's triumph. In a fit of rage, she disregarded all consequences and sought to eliminate Lin Yuanbai, wishing for Lin Chen to regret it for a lifetime. Lin Chen's gaze instantly turned frigid. In an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. With astonishing speed, he reappeared before Yulan Rua in the blink of an eye. Without a trace of mercy, he struck her with a palm. Yulan Rua was sent hurtling backward, spewing blood as she soared through the air. When she crashed to the ground, her eyes closed in eternal slumber. People nearby hurried to check on her. It was confirmed she was dead. Having attacked Lin Yuanbai in front of him had undoubtedly ignited Lin Chen's fury. His assault had shown no mercy, and her demise was to be expected. Subsequently, Lin Jintian and his men swiftly dealt with the remaining members of the Yulan family. Upon their arrival and witnessing Yulan Rua's death, they spoke little. Lin Jintian's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Lin Yuanbai. Despite his son's shortcomings, they were bound by blood. Moreover, with Lin Chen's extraordinary talent, if Lin Yuanbai were to perish, it was highly likely that Lin Chen would not remain with the Lin family. For many reasons, Lin Jintian could not allow any harm to come to Lin Yuanbai. He quickly conducted a thorough examination and, after exerting considerable effort, finally let out a sigh of relief. With a heavy sigh and a shake of his head, Lin Jintian looked at Lin Chen and spoke. "Chener, I am truly sorry. It is my failure to protect your father. Although I have temporarily safeguarded his vital essence to prevent his demise, awakening him will undoubtedly prove to be a monumental challenge." Lin Yuanbai's injuries were grave, so severe that even Lin Jintian found himself at a loss. Yet, a flicker of relief washed over him. At least his life was preserved for the moment. As long as life remained, there was always hope. Lin Chen, discerning the implication in Lin Jintian's words, inquired, "Is there still a chance for his recovery?" Lin Jintian nodded affirmatively. There is a method to treat him, but it requires several extremely rare medicinal herbs, which our Lin family lacks, and acquiring them is no easy feat. Only the Songlong Valley outside the city harbors these specific herbs. However, rest assured, Chener, regardless of the cost or the sum of money required, even if it means hiring someone, I will do everything in my power to bring your father back to life. Lin Jintian made a solemn promise to Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen represented the hope of the Lin family. Should anything happen to Lin Yuanbai, Lin Chen would find himself unanchored within the family, and Xiao Zi would inevitably follow. He could not bear the thought of this hope being extinguished. Even if it meant exhausting their family's wealth, Lin Jintian would seek every possible means to heal Lin Yuanbai. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded silently. As long as there was a way to save him, he felt reassured. He looked at Lin Jintian and asked, "What are the names of those herbs? I cannot merely sit idly by. I will also search for them." Lin Jintian did not conceal the truth and responded candidly. While other medicinal herbs are relatively easy to procure, 3 specific varieties are exceptionally rare, found solely in the perilous Songlong Valley. They are the Qixing grass, the blood lotus, and the Baiyu Lingji. Perhaps, Chener, it would be best for you to refrain from concerning yourself with this matter and focus on your cultivation. Such trifling affairs can be entrusted to the rest of us. Although Lin Jintian conveyed the information honestly, he still hoped to shield Lin Chen from such trivialities. With such remarkable and prodigious talent, it would be unwise for him to divert his attention from serious cultivation to the quest for herbs. In fact, Lin Jintian had already resolved to bring forth all the rare treasures and resources of the Lin family, allowing Lin Shun and Xiao Zi to utilize them as they saw fit. The aim was to unleash Lin Chen's potential in the shortest possible time, transforming him into an unparalleled powerhouse swiftly. Chapter 14. He has been refused. Lin Jintian was a man of resolute character, fully aware of when to take action. At such moments, it was paramount to ensure that Lin Chen remained undistracted. With this thought in mind, Lin Jintian turned to Xiao Zi and spoke with a smile. Xiao Zi, from now on, you shall no longer be a mere maid. Henceforth, you are officially a member of the Lin family, and I bestow upon you the Lin surname. You shall be recognized as one of us. Do you accept? In the Lin household, many servants and maids bore no family name, often having been sold into servitude as children or being orphans. Upon hearing that she could become a member of the Lin family, Xiao Zi was overwhelmed with joy and excitement. She had longed to be a part of the same family as Lin Chun. Without a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed patriarch. I shall henceforth be called Lin Zi." Lin Jintian's heart soared with elation at her acceptance, as a great weight had been lifted from his chest. However, at that moment, Xiao Zi cast a glance at Lin Chun and addressed Lin Jintian once more. "Esteemed patriarch, although I have become a member of the Lin family, I still wish to serve by the young master's side." Her eyes sparkled with hope. She had grown accustomed to being with Lin Chen and found fulfillment in serving him. In truth, her esteemed position in Lin Jintian's eyes was largely due to her association with Lin Chun. Little did they know the true extent of Lin Chen's prowess. A mere fragment of his teachings had elevated her to heights beyond the comprehension of ordinary talents. She is capable of engaging in battles beyond her current level. Xiao Zi is not foolish. Following Lin Chen is undoubtedly her best choice. Lin Jintian couldn't help but glance at Lin Chun, realizing that he had previously underestimated him. He never anticipated the extent of Lin Chen's charm. Given Xiao Zi's exceptional talent, she could easily be a core disciple in any major power. It is truly a waste of her abilities to remain within the Lin family. Yet, despite being aware of her situation, she clings to Lin Chen, which is utterly perplexing. However, Lin Jintian would never refuse this bond. After all, the closer Xiao Zi and Lin Chen are, the stronger their connection to the Lin family becomes. They are both members of the Lin clan. Lin Jintian promptly nodded. "Very well, of course, you should follow your own wishes. Here is what we will do. Starting tomorrow, you shall move to Ling Yin Pavilion. I will arrange for our Lin family's precious resources to be delivered there. You can focus solely on your cultivation and do not worry about anything else." The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their expressions filled with shock and envy as they gazed at Lin Chun and Xiao Zi. What an extraordinary privilege. What kind of place is Ling Yin Pavilion? It is usually inaccessible to outsiders. Even Lin Jintian only visits occasionally for brief periods. The pavilion contains a small gathering array, and each activation consumes vast amounts of precious resources. Listening to Lin Jintian, it seems he intends to keep the spirit gathering array operational throughout the day, allowing the two individuals to experience the utmost in cultivation conditions. It is evident that Lin Jintian is placing all his stakes on them, investing the Lin family's hard-earned resources accumulated over the years into these two. However, no one dares to voice their opinions as their talents merit such treatment. They can only harbor feelings of envy and jealousy. Simultaneously, they have resolved to cultivate close relationships with Lin Chun and Xiao Zi, seeking ways to ingratiate themselves with the two, hoping to ride the waves of fortune that will surely follow in the Lin family. Upon hearing Lin Jintian's words, Lin Chun waved his hand dismissively and said, "There's no need for that. We are accustomed to our previous residence. Relocating to Ling Yan Pavilion would be overly cumbersome. However, feel free to send over the rare materials." Lin Chun preferred the tranquility of their former abode and, quite frankly, did not require additional cultivation. In contrast, Xiao Zi indeed needed to cultivate, and those precious resources would be beneficial for her accelerated progress. He actually declined. The members of the Lin family were taken aback, staring at Lin Chun in disbelief. How infuriating. A place they could only dream of was so casually turned down by Lin Chun. If they were not outmatched, some might have considered confronting him directly, but they could only entertain such thoughts. They feared that as soon as they approached him, Lin Jintian would reduce them to dust. For the sake of familial interests, Lin Jintian would not concern himself with an ordinary member of the Lin clan, not to mention others. Even Lin Jintian found himself wide-eyed and unable to suppress a gulp. He had contemplated many scenarios, yet never anticipated being rejected by Lin Chun. After all, The Lingyan Pavilion was a place he himself hesitated to visit frequently, just as Lin Jintian was about to persuade Lin Shun to prioritize his cultivation. Lin Shun interjected decisively. Very well, it's settled. Tomorrow, I shall venture to the Tsanglong Valley in search of those medicinal herbs. Remember to send over those rare treasures of heaven and earth. With that, Lin Shun turned on his heel, and Xiaozi hurriedly trotted to catch up, gazing at Lin Shun with admiration. How magnificent he was, exhibiting such composure before the head of the Lin family. Lin Jintian silently observed Lin Shun's departing figure, his lips moving slightly. What has gotten into this lad? He is exceedingly domineering now. He even startled me just moments ago. Indeed, it seems that in the past, Chen Er was deliberately concealing his true self. I always believed that my grandson could not possibly be inept. Haha. Lin Jintian was far from angered. Rather, he felt a sense of relief. This was the confidence that only a true powerhouse could possess. He held disdain for the weak and timid. He relished in this display of strength and pride. Once Lin Shun was out of sight, Lin Jintian gazed upon the lifeless bodies of those from the Yulan family. With a cold gleam in his eyes, he commanded, "Dispose of these corpses on the back mountain of the Lin family. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone. Anyone who dares to divulge even a whisper shall not be regarded as kin." Despite this course of action, Lin Jintian was acutely aware that this incident could not remain concealed for long. Many were already privy to the arrival of the Yulan family here, and it would not be long before an investigation commenced. Ultimately, it would lead to a rift with the Yulan family. He was merely stalling for time, hoping to grant Lin Shin sufficient opportunity. After uttering his decree, Lin Jintian cast a sweeping glance over the Lin family members, causing a shiver to run through them. None dared to voice dissent, all nodding in agreement. Although Lin Jintian appeared somewhat subservient before Lin Shin and Xiaozi, this demeanor was reserved solely for them. In daily affairs, the old patriarch showed no mercy. His hand was unyielding when it came to matters of life and death. Soon, the Lin family members began to handle the bodies of the Yulan family, unceremoniously disposing of them in the back mountain. They dug a pit to bury them. As the night wore on, the earth began to stir, and Yulan Ruo emerged from the ground, her eyes aflame with hatred. She muttered, "If it weren't for the life-preserving elixir that Jun Wuchen granted me, I might have truly perished this time. This elixir is extraordinarily precious. I sought Jun Wuchen for a long time, flattering him countless times to obtain it, and now I am forced to use it here. How infuriating. Lin Shun, wait for me. I shall not spare you or the Lin family." With those words, Yulan Ruo departed from the Lin residence under the cover of night, hastening towards her own home. The following morning, ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully breaking through to the next level. Yet another day, filled with leisure. The mechanical voice of the system echoed. Lin Shin had successfully ascended to the true essence realm, feeling a power that far exceeded that of the body refinement realm. Lin Shin experienced a refreshing surge of vitality. "Young master, you are awake. Are we truly going to the Tsanglong Valley today? Should I also come along to assist?" Xiaozi gently inquired as she sat up. Chapter 15. You have achieved the true essence realm. Lin Shin shook his head and said, "Xiaozi, my situation is quite different from yours. You still need to cultivate diligently to grow stronger. Take this time to practice well. As for finding medicinal herbs, I can manage that on my own. I will return by evening. It is not as if I will be gone indefinitely." Upon hearing this, Xiaozi gently nodded. "Very well, I shall not accompany you. Xiaozi, you must devote yourself to your cultivation so that one day you can assist the young master." Upon hearing her words, Lin Shin waved his hand with a smile and replied, "The young master does not require your assistance. Just focus on your own cultivation and ensure your own safety." Lin Shin did not need Xiaozi's help. His progress would be rapid, and no matter how hard Xiaozi tried, she could not match his pace. However, he refrained from voicing this to avoid dampening her enthusiasm for cultivation. Xiaozi nodded gently, saying little else. After all, as long as she followed Lin Chen's guidance, that was sufficient. Afterward, Xiaozi helped Lin Chen dress and then stood up, saying, "Young master, I will go prepare breakfast now. Please enjoy some tea and take a moment to rest." As usual, Xiaozi treated Lin Chen with no alteration despite her elevated status within the Lin family. Before long, she had prepared a sumptuous breakfast, and the two began to eat simply. Just after they finished their meal, they heard a commotion outside. The voice of Lin Jintian resonated. "Be cautious, everyone. This is the entire wealth of the Lin family." Early in the morning, Lin Jintian had hurried over, accompanied by a substantial number of Lin family members, no fewer than 100, each laboring under the weight of large chests. These containers were filled with various invaluable materials conducive to cultivation, effectively depleting the Lin family's treasury. Typically, he would stealthily visit and observe these treasures, yet he had never been willing to utilize them. However, this time, for the sake of Lin Chun and Xiao Zi, he was prepared to make significant sacrifices. He was determined to expedite their cultivation at any cost. The safety of the Lin family could very well depend on it. Unbeknownst to him, Yulan Ruo was not dead, and he assumed that even if the Yu family became aware of this fact, it would be several months before they acted. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly compelled Lin Chen to intensify his training or even fled with the entire Lin family, planning to return only after Lin Chen and Xiao Zi had risen to prominence. Though he admonished others to be careful, the smile on Lin Jintian's face was inescapable. He was elated. He had never anticipated that the Lin family would flourish under his stewardship, especially with such two prodigious talents among the younger generation. You rascals, slow down. Our Lin family possesses but a single gathering spirit array. If you damage it even slightly, I will make you regret it. As Lin Jintian spoke, he was suddenly startled once more. At this moment, a dozen individuals were laboriously dragging a substantial piece of land. Upon this land lay the Lin family's modest spirit-gathering formation. The mere sight of it caused Lin Jintian's heart to race. Though it appeared to be a small formation, it represented the most treasured possession of the Lin family. Even within the entirety of Yin City, families that possessed such a spirit-gathering formation were exceedingly rare. This was a legacy that had been passed down through generations for several centuries. Should it sustain any damage, Lin Jintian would undoubtedly ensure that consequences followed. The rationale for its relocation was straightforward. Lin Chen of Lingyan Pavilion was reluctant to partake, yet Lin Jintian could not rest easy without the formation in use. Thus, he resolved to have it entirely moved to ensure Lin Chen could utilize it in his residence. One could say the service was exceptionally attentive. Yes, we shall exercise utmost caution. The individuals tasked with moving the formation were all direct members of the Lin family, including some of Lin Chen's elders. Lin Jintian harbored reservations about entrusting this task to anyone else. At this moment, as they acknowledged the instruction, their hearts brimmed with envy. This was, after all, a spirit-gathering formation. They had been permitted to assist in its relocation solely for the sake of Lin Chun and Xiao Zi, a privilege they could scarcely dream of. Meanwhile, upon hearing the commotion, Lin Chen and Xiao Zi emerged, and Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. He had not anticipated such a display of generosity from Lin Jintian. Much like relocating a household, the spirit-gathering array has been transported as well. He does not require cultivation in the traditional sense, for he possesses his own methods, complemented by Xiao Zi's innate talents. The presence or absence of such a mediocre spirit-gathering array bears little significance. What truly matters are the rare herbs and treasures of the earth, which still hold some value. He had indeed spoken the truth previously, yet he never anticipated that Lin Jintian could achieve such a feat observing this. He couldn't help but shake his head. Since it has already been moved, he felt it inappropriate to retract it. He refrained from further commentary. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Lin Jintian's eyes nearly sparkled with joy, radiating an overwhelming warmth and kindness. Approaching with a smile, he said, "Chun'er, you are awake. As we agreed yesterday, I have arranged for the rare herbs and treasures to be delivered to you. Indeed, this very morning, unable to sleep, I summoned people to prepare them for your arrival. Additionally, the spirit-gathering array has been brought over. It should assist you in your cultivation. Do you find it satisfactory?" At that moment, his uncles, aunts, and cousins from the Lin family had already positioned the spirit-gathering array in the corner of the small courtyard, thoughtfully burying it so that it appeared as if it had always belonged there. The spirit-gathering array resembled a finely tuned instrument, adorned with numerous runes, crafted by skilled professionals. It can be deemed exceedingly precious. Furthermore, there is an entrance. Once various rare herbs and treasures are placed within, the spirit-gathering array will activate. Let Lin Chen's entire courtyard be infused with abundant spiritual energy. For an ordinary person, cultivating here would significantly accelerate their progress. It provides a modicum of assistance to Xiao Zi, albeit minimal. Nevertheless, Lin Chen nodded, expressing his satisfaction. Yes, this is quite agreeable. Let it remain as it is. Upon seeing Lin Chen's lack of further objections, Lin Jintian was exceedingly pleased. He then recalled something and remarked, "By the way, Chen'er, as you live here daily, there must be some trivial matters. I have arranged for a few hundred diligent servants to come over later, Feel free to assign them any tasks you may have. A few hundred? Lin Chen pondered silently, surveying his modest courtyard. Would it even accommodate so many? Lin Tian, noticing Lin Chen's gaze, understood his thoughts. He promptly slapped his forehead and said, I see. I wasn't entirely clear. Indeed, this space is somewhat limited. However, since you are accustomed to living here, I want to compel you to relocate. I plan to construct a few more buildings a bit further from your courtyard to minimize disturbances. Those servants will reside there and rotate shifts to attend to your daily needs. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen gently nodded, thinking that this arrangement was far more reasonable. Otherwise, if several hundred servants were to crowd in, he might find himself deprived of even a spot to bask in the sun. Xiaozi had accompanied him for quite some time. It is natural that not everything should be entrusted to Xiaozi. After enduring such hardships for so long, it is time for him to enjoy some well-deserved peace. He nodded, affirming, from now on, all the servants will heed Xiaozi's commands. Indeed, Lin Jintian replied with a smile, but soon his expression transformed into one of astonishment as he gazed at Lin Chen. Overcome with shock, he staggered back several steps before regaining his composure. Chenner, have you truly reached the true essence realm? While others may not have noticed, Lin Jintian, being of the same realm and standing so close to Lin Chen, finally discerned this remarkable fact. Realization struck him, nearly leaving him breathless. It had only been a single night. Such extraordinary talent is beyond comprehension. The others, including Lin Chen's uncles, cousins, and relatives, were equally taken aback, their legs trembling as they stared at Lin Chen in disbelief. Chapter 16, The Hidden Dragon Valley. Lin Chen nodded gently. Indeed, I just broke through this morning. It is merely the first level of the true essence realm. There is no need for such astonishment. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. In just a few days, the true essence realm will be nothing but a memory for him. The fact that they are so agitated over such a minor achievement is amusing. Just imagine how they will react in a few days. They might very well lose their minds. Hiss. Upon hearing Lin Chen's acknowledgement, everyone collectively inhaled sharply. This is the true essence realm. Yet Lin Chen speaks of it so nonchalantly. In the entire Lin family, only Lin Jintian is a practitioner of the true essence realm, and he has already secured a position among the prominent families of Yin City. This underscores the rarity of such power. Now, however, the Lin family has produced another powerhouse of the true essence realm. Lin Chen, still in his early 20s, has accomplished what many could only dream of throughout their lifetimes. He will undoubtedly become the pillar of the Lin family. The future achievements he will reach are beyond their wildest imaginations, leaving them in awe and reverence. Everyone was filled with excitement. This is a treasure for the Lin family. As long as they cultivate a good relationship with Lin Chen, they are certain to ride the waves of fortune alongside him. Those families that once looked down upon them will soon be eager to curry favor. Even the city lord of Yin City will pale in comparison before the Lin family in the future. Such is the terrifying potential of a super genius. He is fully capable of leading a family towards greatness. Previously indifferent to Lin Chen's uncles and aunts, they now felt a pang of regret in their hearts. When Lin Chen was in his lowest state, why had they not sought to cultivate a better relationship with him? Yet, there was also a sense of relief. Though they often held disdain for him, out of respect for the Lin family, they had refrained from uttering harsh words. Now, smiles adorned their faces as they fawned over Lin Chen. Chenner, I have always perceived that you are destined for greatness. Like a dragon that soars upon encountering the winds and clouds, your future achievements are boundless. Indeed, you are a remarkable scion of the Lin family. Yes, Chenner, I admit I have not shown you enough concern in the past. I assure you, this will change. Xiaoling admires you greatly. I shall encourage her to visit you more often. Xiaoling, the daughter of this uncle, is also Lin Chen's cousin, and he has already resolved to have her spend more time with Lin Chen to curry favor. Enough of your chatter. From now on, within the Lin family, what Chenner says is as if I myself have spoken. Lin Jintian exclaimed, unable to tolerate their obsequiousness. He had never witnessed such treatment of Lin Chen before. With that, Lin Jintian gazed at Lin Chen with excitement and anticipation. When Lin Chen was in the body refinement realm, he was already stronger than Lin Jintian, who was in the true essence realm. Now, in the true essence realm, Lin Jintian could hardly fathom Lin Chen's current prowess. Even if Lin Chen desired the position of family head, it would merely require a single utterance. Without a moment's hesitation, he readily acquiesced. With a voice imbued with kindness, he remarked, Chenner, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from venturing to the Songlong Valley. It is far too perilous. You should focus on your cultivation at home. If anything were to befall you, our Lin family would be doomed. Initially, Lin Juntian had consented to Lin Chen's expedition to Songlong Valley, yet at this moment, he found himself wavering. The thought of Lin Chen wandering about filled him with trepidation, for even the slightest mishap was utterly unacceptable. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for further discussion. The others are so lacking in strength that it may take them an eternity to locate the herbs. I, on the other hand, find myself with nothing to do and could use some exercise." It was absurd to remain cooped up in the courtyard all day. That would be insufferably dull. Moreover, given the others' lack of prowess, by the time they unearthed the herbs, Lin Yuanbai would likely have perished. His words left Lin Juntian and the uncles momentarily speechless. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. They had never anticipated being scorned by a younger generation. Yet, the candor of his statement rang true. Their abilities were not considered weak within the entirety of Yin City, yet here they were, being labeled as such. Had it been anyone else, they would have swiftly dealt with him. "Very well, Chinner," Lin Juntian conceded. "Since you have made up your mind, I shall say no more. However, I insist that your second and third uncles accompany you. I cannot rest easy otherwise. Let them assist you. Second brother, third brother, come here and follow Chinner. Henceforth, you shall heed whatever Chinner instructs." With a casual remark from Lin Juntian, the second and third heads of the Lin family became the loyal attendants of Lin Chen. The two harbored no objections and eagerly stepped forward, relishing the opportunity to cultivate a favorable relationship with Lin Shun, much to the envy of their uncles. Lin Chen's second uncle, Lin Hu, was a robust man sporting a shiny bald head, while the third uncle, Lin Chanfeng, appeared tall and lean, his eyes glimmering with a hint of cunning that suggested he was not to be trifled with. At this moment, both regarded Lin Shun with smiles adorning their faces. "Chinner," spoke Lin Chanfeng, "do not hesitate to issue any commands. We shall comply without question." The Lin family held a profound respect for strength, and there was no doubt that Lin Chen currently surpassed them in power. Yet, they dared not view him as merely their junior. Lin Hu, the second uncle, nodded in agreement. Indeed. Chinner, whenever you decide to set forth, do let us know. We are at your service." Lin Chen cast a glance at the two. Choosing not to decline their offer, it would save him from Lin Juntian's incessant persuading. The sooner we find it, the better, after all. I have no pressing matters at hand. Both uncles nodded in unison. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. Present were all skilled individuals. And though the sounds emanated from within Xiao Zi's body, they were distinctly audible. They gazed at Xiao Zi in astonishment. "She has achieved the refinement stage," Lin Juntian exclaimed, his voice trembling. To witness such a breakthrough before their eyes was a near heart-stopping experience. Those members of the Lin family who had been unable to accompany Lin Chen suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. If Lin Chen could not be appeased, might they not find favor with him through Xiao Zi? After all, she was a prodigy, albeit one whose brilliance had been somewhat obscured under Lin Chen's shadow. Lin Chen, too, was taken aback by Xiao Zi's impressive talent. Gently ruffling her hair, he said, "All right, I must take my leave now. Focus on your cultivation at home." "Yes, young master, please return soon," she replied. With that, Lin Shun turned to depart, followed closely by his uncle Lin Hu and uncle Lin Changfeng. Lin Juntian, along with others, escorted Lin Shun to the gate of the Lin residence. Only after Lin Chen had walked far away did they reluctantly return, for the Lin family still required his presence. Otherwise, he would have preferred to accompany Lin Chen. Hidden Dragon Valley, legend has it that a divine dragon once appeared here, bestowing the valley with its name. Yet, no one has ever witnessed it firsthand. It remains merely a tale. The Songlong Valley is exceptionally perilous, typically navigated by the elders of the family guiding the younger generation along its periphery. However, the three medicinal herbs that Lin Chen seeks lie deeper within the valley. This is precisely why Lin Juntian harbors concern. The depths of Songlong Valley pose significant danger, even to those at the true Yuan realm. Lin Shun and his companions have already ventured into the heart of the valley. Upon entering the outskirts, they encountered several low-tier demonic beasts that launched an attack. Fortunately, Lin Chen need not intervene, as Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, who accompany him, swiftly dealt with the threat. Lin Juntian's apprehension regarding these minor adversaries affecting Lin Chen's pursuit prompted him to send these two for assistance, a decision that has proven beneficial in this instance. Chapter 17. The Breakthroughs of Uncle 2 and Uncle 3. After dealing with those low-level demonic beasts, the two of them couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Once the esteemed second-in-command of the Lin family, they now found themselves reduced to mere enforcers. However, They took solace in the fact that they were by Lin Chen's side. Having effortlessly dispatched those low-tier beasts, they returned to Lin Chen's side once more. As they walked, Lin Hu, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "Chener, there's a question that has lingered in my mind. Since we are out here, I must ask about the technique you employed earlier. 10,000 swords returning to the origin. What level of martial skill is it? It felt extraordinarily powerful, and the energy emanating from your body seemed unlike any of our Lin family's techniques." Listening intently, Uncle 3, Lin Changfeng, also leaned in with interest. He, too, was quite curious. In truth, many members of the Lin family shared this curiosity, yet none dared to inquire further. After all, Lin Chen's current status far surpassed that of even Lin Zhentian within the family. To provoke Lin Chen's displeasure would undoubtedly lead to complications. It was only Lin Hu, the bold and straightforward one, who dared to voice such a question. As Lin Changfeng pondered this, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Lin Hu's audacity. He admired how Lin Hu could ask whatever he wished. Such matters of martial arts, shrouded in secrecy, were not something he would dare to question, even if he harbored doubts. Yet, Lin Chen seemed unfazed by these concerns. Nonchalantly, he replied, "Indeed, it is not a technique of the Lin family. Nor does 10,000 swords returning to the origin have a specific level. It is a creation of my own. Would you like to learn it? If you wish to learn, I can impart my knowledge to you." Lin Chen truly speaks without exaggeration. Any martial art he encounters reaches its pinnacle in an instant. Once he masters a technique, any move he executes is an advanced martial skill that others cannot fathom. He can effortlessly trigger top-tier techniques. Possessing immense wealth, Lin Chen remains unconcerned. While others are limited to practicing a single technique, even if they were to share the same method with him, they would still be unable to match his prowess. This is because he simultaneously practices 3 techniques and has the potential to master even more in the future. Thus, he harbors no worries. This is the profound confidence that stems from his strength. Do not inquire further. The answer is simply strength, invincibility. Upon hearing these words, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng were momentarily stunned. Creating one's own martial arts? The two questioned whether their ears had deceived them. Although Lin Chen is indeed formidable and currently at the true essence realm, the notion of crafting original techniques seems far-fetched. Such feats are the domain of truly extraordinary warriors. In this moment, they could not help but speculate whether Lin Chen was merely boasting, perhaps having acquired a technique from somewhere and claimed it as his own. However, upon reflection, they realized Lin Chen had no reason to deceive them, leaving them even more bewildered. They could only think that this might be the exceptional prowess of a prodigy. Thus, they dared not voice their doubts, and soon thereafter, they found themselves gazing at Lin Chen in astonishment. Teach them? In other words, Lin Chen is indeed capable of imparting this technique to them? Previously, they had witnessed its astonishing power, which left them in awe. Now, having confirmed that it is not a technique of the Lin family, they speculate it must at least be a superior grade profound technique. Even as the second and third heads of the Lin family, they are merely practicing the strongest inferior grade profound technique of their lineage. If their conjecture holds true, it would be utterly terrifying. The fact that Lin Chen could create a superior grade profound technique is astounding. Should this information circulate, it is likely that even the legendary powers would come forth to vie for Lin Chen, for such occurrences are unheard of. Upon contemplating this, without any hesitation, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng nodded fervently. Of course we are willing. Chener, do you truly intend to teach us? Lin Chen dismissively waved his hand. I have no intention of uttering falsehoods. If you wish to learn, pay close attention. Subsequently, Lin Chen imparted the Supreme Sword technique to the two. Upon receiving it, they were immediately struck with profound shock. The operational pathways of this technique appeared exceedingly intricate, leaving them feeling perplexed. They exchanged awkward glances with Lin Chen. Lin Changfeng spoke. Chener, you truly are a once-in-a-millennium genius of the Lin family. You have mastered such a technique to the extent of teaching it to others. While we find ourselves grappling with numerous uncertainties, we humbly request your guidance. As he finished speaking, both men felt their faces flush with embarrassment. However, his heart was filled with astonishment. Setting aside the matter of creating techniques, the ability to impart such techniques to others necessitates that the recipient possesses an extraordinary mastery of them. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve. Lin Chen was taken aback by the apparent lack of talent in these two individuals. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. If they were truly gifted, they would not have remained stagnant at the true origin realm until now. As he walked, he offered them some brief guidance, which immediately proved beneficial. They had originally practiced the Lin family's low-grade profound technique, the Flowing Heart formula. To master the technique that Lin Shan provided, they would need to abandon their previous practice and instead engage with the supreme Sword of Heaven technique. Fortunately, both of them had a foundational understanding, making this transition manageable. Before long, they began to awkwardly cultivate the supreme Sword of Heaven technique. From their initial slow and awkward attempts, they swiftly progressed to a more fluid execution. Quickly recognizing the advantages of this new technique, they promptly settled into a meditative position on the ground. Observing this, Lin Shan did not urge them onward. The Supreme Sword of Heaven technique is an immensely powerful practice, capable of absorbing spiritual energy to a degree far beyond what the flowing heart formula could achieve. Moreover, prolonged cultivation of this technique could enhance one's physical constitution. Although Lin Shan felt no need to cultivate himself, he was unaware of this benefit. However, for Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng, the sensation was profound. In an instant, both felt their bodies suffused with a formidable energy. The Celestial Sword Supreme Decision is inherently an attack-oriented martial art. When the spiritual energy permeates the body, it transforms into sword aura, merging with the cultivator's essence, thus enabling the manifestation of sword energy. It is worth noting that those with slightly inferior physiques may face catastrophic consequences. Fortunately, both Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng have reached the pinnacle of body refinement. On the cusp of breaking through to the true essence realm, their physical constitutions are undoubtedly formidable. Although they experience considerable discomfort, they cannot suppress the exhilaration bubbling within. At this moment, they yearn to exuberantly exclaim, "What a windfall! What a windfall!" Unlike Lin Shan, they have lived longer and possess broader insights. Despite their current astonishment, they must concede one undeniable fact. The martial technique bestowed upon them by Lin Shan far surpasses that of a high-grade Xin-level technique. It is at least of Earth-grade caliber, and it could potentially be of Heaven-grade quality. However, throughout their lives, they have never encountered such a technique, leaving them to speculate. They cannot fathom how Lin Shan could have conceived such a martial art. Could it be that Lin Shan is a deity? Nonetheless, this does not diminish the profound shock and elation they feel within. They understand that accompanying Lin Shan on this venture has proven to be an extraordinary fortune. Such fortuitous luck must surely stem from their ancestors' blessings. Boom, boom. Two successive, resounding explosions echoed through the air. Uncle Lin Hu and Uncle Lin Chongfeng's hair danced as if stirred by an unseen wind, while their garments billowed dramatically. In the next instant, both released a resonating howl that echoed through the air, sending the nearby low-level demonic beast scattering in terror. They had achieved a breakthrough. At that moment, both ascended to the first level of the true essence realm, a remarkable accomplishment attained solely through the cultivation method provided by Lin Shan. Without Lin Shan's powerful technique, they would have lacked the confidence to reach the true essence realm even over a lifetime. Yet now, they had accomplished it with such ease. Awe-inspiring, exhilarating. Lin Shan remained unfazed. He was well aware of the potency of the technique he had imparted. With such a formidable method, even a pig could soar. Chapter 18. The 5 powerful members of the Wang family. In the realm of Tianlong continent, certain factions have managed to endure for millennia, primarily due to their possession of extraordinarily potent martial arts legacies. Coupled with a plethora of gifted disciples, they far surpass the likes of Lin Hu and Lin Chongyuan. The combination of martial arts, resources, and innate talent has forged their resplendent glory. Conversely, for the average individual, the prospect of rising to prominence is fraught with challenges. The martial arts manual bestowed by Lin Shan is akin to presenting 2 beggars with a fortune rivaling that of nations, instantaneously elevating them to the status of tycoons. Such a profound gift has rendered Lin Shan's commands unquestionable. The 2 would comply without a hint of hesitation. Indeed, should Lin Shan suggest that they offer their daughters for companionship, they would acquiesce without a second thought. After all, to follow Lin Shan is akin to a stroke of fortune accrued over a lifetime. It is evident that Lin Shan is destined to stand atop this continent as a formidable figure. Should they fail to seize this opportunity to align themselves closely with him, they may find themselves unable to keep pace even with the remnants of his presence. The 2 men rose, their eyes filled with gratitude as they regarded Lin Shan. They had long dreamed of breaking through to the true essence realm, never anticipating that it would be achieved through a martial arts manual so casually granted by Lin Shan. Shanner, from now on, whatever you ask of your second uncle, I shall fulfill without question. I am entirely at your service. You are the light of my life. Lin Hu declared earnestly. Indeed, at your command, Shanner, I would brave the fiercest of trials without a flicker of concern. Lin Chongyuan echoed fervently. Lin Chongfeng also patted his chest in assurance. Lin Shan did not anticipate such fervent excitement from the 2. He nodded gently and replied, "All right. We shall discuss this matter later. Since everything is resolved, let us be on our way." Indeed, indeed. It is imperative that we find the herbs to save your father." The two affirmed repeatedly. Subsequently, Lin Hu added, "However, Chun'er, do not harbor excessive hopes. This is likely not a matter that can be resolved in a day or two. The Songlong Valley is vast, and these three types of medicinal herbs are merely rumored to be within. They rarely make their way outside. Rest assured, we shall exhaust every effort to locate them, and the old master has already dispatched others to search from different areas. You mustn't be overly anxious." Lin Chen nodded in understanding. Just then, as they had taken but a few steps, a voice tinged with anger and sarcasm reached their ears. "Oh, who might this be? It turns out to be members of the Lin family. I was beginning to think some treasure had been unearthed, given the commotion." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen and the others turned towards the source of the voice. A man with a somewhat effeminate visage stood beside a middle-aged man clad in a python robe, accompanied by several others. Their gazes were filled with disdain as they regarded the trio. Upon hearing the man's words, Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng's expressions soured. Yet upon recognizing these individuals, a hint of surprise crept onto their faces. Lin Chen also glanced over, slightly taken aback. It appeared these individuals had just arrived. Their energy still palpable. One can distinctly perceive their formidable prowess. 5 practitioners of the True Origin Realm are present. The effeminate man who just spoke is also at the True Origin Realm, albeit at the first level. The most formidable among them is the man in the python robe standing at the forefront, whose cultivation has reached the 4th level of the True Origin Realm. Such terrifying strength places him among the elite families in Yin City. Lin Chen recognizes this individual as a member of the Wang family. The leader is none other than the current head of the Wang family, Wang Xihai. The effeminate speaker is Wang Yinyan, the 3rd heir of the Wang family. In addition to these two, there are 3 other formidable practitioners of the True Origin Realm, 1 at the 3rd level and 2 at the 2nd level. Wang Yinyun is the weakest among them. Yet, when confronting the Lin family, he possesses sufficient status to be arrogant. At least in the past, the Lin family was hardly regarded by the Wang family. With 5 strong practitioners of the True Origin Realm, the Lin family could hardly compete. In former times, Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng would not have dared to show any displeasure, instead opting to apologize and leave in a flurry of embarrassment. However, the situation has changed. They, too, have ascended to the True Origin Realm, and with Lin Chun by their side, the Wang family now seems trivial. It remains uncertain whether Lin Chen's domineering presence has influenced them. At present, the hearts of the two individuals swell with an inflated sense of self-importance. So much so that they remain oblivious to it. Upon hearing Wang Yinyun's words, Lin Chongfeng responded with a smile that barely concealed his disdain, uttering casually, "Ah, it seems you have made a futile trip, my apologies." Though it appeared to be an apology, the tone echoed Wang Yinyun's own sardonic inflection. Lin Hu, somewhat naïve, could not suppress a laugh, which instantly soured the expressions of the Wang family members. Wang Xihai, the patriarch of the Wang clan, narrowed his eyes. When did the Lin family become so audacious? Not only did they fail to greet him, but they also dared to confront him directly. He turned his gaze toward Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng, momentarily taken aback. He noted that the two had recently experienced a breakthrough, their energies still radiating vibrantly. Wang Xihai easily discerned that they had attained the true essence realm, and given the earlier commotion, he surmised their breakthroughs had occurred quite recently. If Wang Xihai could perceive this, so too could the other members of the Wang family, each taken aback by the revelation. While the Lin family was certainly a notable clan in Yinxing, they had previously been regarded by the Wang family as inconsequential. Now, with the emergence of two individuals in the true essence realm, alongside Lin Jintian, they boasted 3 such members, a feat that barely positioned them at the threshold of Yinxing's elite families. Yet, could this truly be the source of their newfound audacity? How utterly laughable. They are likely unaware of the formidable strength possessed by the long-standing elite families, nor do they comprehend the vast disparities that exist between the realms of true essence. Wang Yinyan could not help but burst into laughter, her mirth unrestrained, a mocking expression adorning her face. "Ha ha ha, why are you so audacious? It turns out you have only just broken through to the true essence realm, and both of you at once. I truly wonder what stroke of luck you stumbled upon." With that, her demeanor shifted, growing icy. "Do you believe such a feat grants you the audacity to flaunt yourselves before our Wang family? Heh, we do not presume to be so bold. We merely just ascended, feeling rather elated. If we have inadvertently offended you, We kindly ask for your understanding. If there is nothing further, we have matters to attend to and shall take our leave." Lin Chanfeng articulated this, regaining his composure. Fully aware that Lin Chen was in pursuit of the 7 star grass, blood lotus, and white jade Ganoderma, he was reluctant to let a dispute with the Wang family impede Lin Chen's time. His tone softened slightly. However, the subsequent words of Wang Yinyun caused Lin Chen and his companions to exchange glances, their eyes alight with intrigue. "Heh, I am aware of your intentions. Has someone from your Lin family sustained serious injuries? From early morning, news has spread that you are willing to spare no expense to procure the 7 star grass, blood lotus, and white jade Ganoderma. Quite the coincidence, for we too seek the 7 star grass, and we are well aware of its location." The news regarding the Lin family's quest for these particular herbs was not concealed. In fact, they hoped that the more individuals were informed, the better. Regardless, no one knows who is injured. However, it is rather easy to deduce. After all, these particular herbs are only sought after by those who have sustained severe injuries. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen did not wait for Lin Chanfeng to speak, but interjected, "Are you aware of the whereabouts of the 7 star grass? If so, please enlighten me, and I shall reward you with a martial art manual in return." Although Lin Chen was not particularly fond of the manner in which the Wang family spoke, he considered that Lin Yuanbai was in dire need of rescue, and thus was willing to offer compensation for the location of the 7 star grass. The Wang family had no inkling of the terrifying power contained within the manual Lin Chen was offering. After a moment of astonishment, they all erupted into scornful laughter, including Wang Sihai, the head of the Wang family. Chapter 19. The Might of Martial Arts. Ha! Wang Yinyun erupted into unrestrained laughter. "Martial arts? Are you jesting by offering me martial arts as a reward? Do you intend to kill me with laughter? This figure seems somewhat familiar. Isn't this the genius scion of the Lin family from before? I heard he had rendered his Dantian useless and had become a mere wastrel. I never expected him to speak so arrogantly." Tears of mirth streamed down Wang Yinyun's face. "It appears that my outing today was not in vain." Wang Yinyun recognized Lin Chen. Although he had long been labeled a failure, 5 years ago, he was indeed the youth hailed as the greatest talent in Yinqing. Back then, Lin Chen was radiant, leaving a lasting impression on many in Yinqing. Despite the passage of time, memories of him remained vivid. Yet, this did not concern Wang Yinyun in the slightest. In fact, upon hearing that Lin Chen intended to offer him martial arts, he nearly lost control from laughter. The martial arts of the Lin family are merely of the low tier in the Xian realm. Do you have any idea what level of martial arts we, the Wang family, practice? I shall not hesitate to inform you. They are of the upper tier in the Xian realm. Wang Yinyun proclaimed with a hint of pride. It is precisely because of such high-level martial arts that our family has produced 5 formidable, true Yuan realm experts. And Lin Chen dares to claim he would bestow martial arts upon us? To him, this was nothing short of a grand jest. Not just Wang Yinyun. The other members of the Wang family, including the family head Wang Sihai, could hardly contain their amusement, shaking their heads in disbelief. They never anticipated that the Lin family could harbor such a multitude of fools. With 2 individuals at the true essence realm, did they truly believe themselves invincible? Meanwhile, Lin Hu and Lin Chanfeng, standing beside Lin Chen, regarded the Wang family members as if they were simpletons. These individuals remained oblivious to the remarkable capabilities of the techniques Lin Chen had provided, which represented an extraordinary opportunity for the Wang family. Regrettably, they had missed it entirely. Even if given the chance, they would prove ineffectual. Wang Yinyun continued to mock. "Are all of you from the Lin family so insufferably presumptuous? Allowing a junior to boast before us, do you believe that the Lin family is dictated by his whims?" After uttering this, she turned her gaze towards Lin Hu and Lin Chanfeng, expecting them to chastise Lin Chen for his audacity. The other members of the Wang family shared this expectation. However, what unfolded next left them utterly astounded. Lin Hu and Lin Chanfeng actually nodded in agreement. Lin Chanfeng smiled and said, "Congratulations, you are correct. In our Lin family, it is indeed Lin Chen who calls the shots. The old master has decreed that whatever he says is to be taken as law." What? The Wang family members gasped in shock, their astonishment palpable. They could hardly fathom that 2 individuals at the true essence realm, along with the entirety of the Lin family, would defer to someone they deemed a worthless fool. Wang Yinyun, along with Wang Sihai, looked toward Lin Chen in disbelief. Soon, Wang Sihai revealed a look of astonishment. Although Lin Chen displayed no signs of energy fluctuations during the confrontation, his perception was remarkably acute. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that Lin Chen's cultivation level was indeed at the first realm of true essence. This meant that the Lin family now boasted 4 individuals at this level. However, this was not the most alarming aspect. The most daunting revelation was Lin Chen's youth. The presence of such cultivation indicated that his Dantian had fully recovered, enabling him to cultivate once more and reclaim his status as a brilliant prodigy. In light of this, it was understandable that the Lin family would heed the words of a younger generation member. Wang Yinyun, unable to perceive these nuances, mistakenly believed that Lin Changfeng was merely speaking out of jest. Reacting swiftly, she continued to mock. So you wish to claim the position of the 7 Stargrass? The map is in my possession. If you have the courage, come and take it. I fear you might not. Silence. Wang Yinyun intended to finish her thought with a taunt about their cowardice, but her words were abruptly halted by Wang Sihai. Confused, Wang Yinyun watched as Wang Sihai turned his gaze towards Lin Chun, his expression now grave. I never imagined that the so-called waste of the Lin family was merely a fade, and that their cultivation had indeed reached the realm of true essence. Such youth at this level is truly commendable. Even more impressive is how deeply you have concealed your abilities. What? This was inconceivable. As Wang Sihai's voice faded, Wang Yinyun, along with several other members of the Wang family who had reached the true essence realm and a few junior disciples, stood in stunned silence. The true essence realm? How could Lin Chen, at such a tender age, have attained it? A wave of dread washed over Wang Yinyun, for he had merely been refining his physique at Lin Chen's age. Though he harbored doubts about Lin Chen's ability to produce any martial arts techniques, Wang Sihai's words left no room for skepticism. All eyes were wide with astonishment, fixed upon Lin Chun. Lin Chun was momentarily taken aback. He had not concealed anything and had no intention to do so. However, he felt no obligation to explain himself to Wang Sihai. Turning to Wang Yinyun, he inquired, So, you have no intention of reaching an amicable agreement? If I eliminate you, the location of the 7 Stars Grass will be mine, correct? Initially, Lin Chen had hoped to engage in a peaceful negotiation to obtain the location of the 7 Stars Grass, intending to offer them a martial arts manual as compensation. Yet, these individuals seemed unappreciative of his goodwill. I concede your prowess. Achieving the true essence realm at such a young age is indeed impressive. However, before anyone could anticipate Lin Chen's swiftness, not even Wang Sihai himself, they merely caught a glimpse of Lin Chen's figure flashing forward, his hand piercing through Wang Yinyun's heart. Wang Yinyun could only utter a cry of despair before he succumbed to oblivion. Without further ado, Lin Chun proceeded to retrieve the map from Wang Yinyun's lifeless form, all under the shocked gazes of the Wang family. The location of the 7 Stargrass is clearly marked above. In this regard, Wang Yinyun did not speak falsely. Yinyun! Wang Sihai let out a piercing roar of fury. Wang Yinyun is indeed his own brother, and now he lay before him, lifeless. Realizing this, Wang Sihai instinctively struck out a palm towards Lin Chun with all his might, channeling the full force of his cultivation at the 4th level of the true Yuan realm. The power was immense. However, in the next moment, he was met by the combined efforts of Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, who swiftly intervened to block his attack. The two were forced to retreat several steps before regaining their footing, while Wang Sihai also stumbled back a few paces. Remarkably, the combined strength of Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng matched Wang Sihai's prowess, an alarming revelation. The two were 3 levels below him in cultivation, which implied they had acquired the ability to challenge those of higher realms. It is worth noting that even 2 practitioners at the 3rd level of the true Yuan realm might not withstand Wang Sihai's furious onslaught. Yet, they had succeeded. Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng were initially taken aback, only to be enveloped by a wave of exhilaration thereafter. Is this the thrill of possessing the ability to transcend one's limits? They had trained under the Heavenly Sword Supreme technique imparted by Lin Chen, and previously felt an immense surge of strength coursing through their bodies, believing it to be inherent to the true Yuan realm. Only now did they realize that such power did not stem from the 1st level of the true Yuan realm itself, but rather from their training in the Heavenly Sword Supreme technique. As they gazed at Lin Chen, their eyes once again brimmed with admiration and gratitude. With increasing confidence, Lin Hu stood firm and disdainfully remarked, How dare a mere 4th-tier true element realm challenge Lin Chen? First, you must pass through us. How could this be possible? What is the nature of your martial arts? They are certainly not the techniques of the Lin family. At the very least, they are of Earth-level quality. Wang Sihai, a man of discernment, swiftly recognized the peculiarity in their techniques. Upon hearing this, Lin Changfeng let out a sinister smile and retorted, Nonsense. Of course, these are not the original top-tier Xian-level techniques of the Lin family, but rather the skills bestowed upon us by Chen'er. Initially, We even intended to trade the position of the 7 stars grass with you, allowing your Wang family to reap substantial profits. Yet, you have shown nothing but contempt and ridicule, truly a case of a dog failing to recognize a mountain. Chapter 20. The Annihilation of the Wang Family. Upon uttering these words, Lin Changfeng felt a surge of secret delight. Previously, these individuals had regarded him with disdain. But now their astonished expressions upon witnessing this profound technique brought him immense satisfaction. The level of martial art bestowed by Lin Qinshan was astonishing. In an instant, every member of the Wang family, including Wang Sihai, was filled with regret. They understood better than anyone the significance of a terrestrial-level martial art for a family, capable of propelling them to rapid ascendance and potentially saving them centuries of toil. This was beyond mere vengeance. Wang Sihai cursed himself for his prior contempt towards the Lin family, wishing he could slap himself in remorse. If submitting now could reclaim this terrestrial-level technique, he would readily forget the murder of Lin Yanyan. Yet, he knew it was too late for regrets. Lin Qinshan was evidently angered. The other members of the Wang family shared similar sentiments, silently cursing Wang Yanyan for her indiscretion, believing her demise was well-deserved. The mere thought of a technique deemed terrestrial by the Wang family could reduce them to such despair. Had they known that Lin Qinshan intended to offer a technique far superior to that, they might have prostrated themselves before him without a moment's hesitation. However, at this moment, Wang Sihai's mind was preoccupied with other thoughts. He was a 4th-level True Essence practitioner. With Wang Yanyan gone, 3 other True Essence experts remained, and Wang Yanyan was merely the weakest among them. He was also capable of delivering a swift and decisive strike. He was not without the strength to confront them. By eliminating Lin Qinshan and his companions, he could not only acquire this Earth-level martial art but also stifle the genius Lin Qinshan in his infancy. It was indeed a twofold gain. With this thought in mind, Wang Sihai addressed all the members of the Wang family behind him. All of you, together. Hold back Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng while I deal with Lin Qinshan. Our chances of victory are substantial. Upon finishing his words, the Wang family members immediately sprang into action. However, none anticipated that as Wang Sihai charged towards Lin Qinshan, a chilling scream of terror echoed forth. His eyes were filled with sheer dread as Lin Qinshan emanated waves of sword energy around him. At a distance, the sensation was imperceptible, but as he drew nearer, the horrifying aura of death instilled panic within him. No, was all Wang Sihai could muster in a desperate roar before his entire body was instantaneously shredded by the sword energy. The remaining members of the Wang family trembled in shock, overwhelmed by fear. Wang Sihai's plan had scarcely begun before it was rendered a failure, extinguishing any desire for battle within them. However, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng understood the necessity of eliminating potential threats. They swiftly obstructed the remaining family members, unleashing a massacre. In mere moments, they had dispatched every last one of the Wang family, for apart from Wang Sihai, none could stand against them. And Wang Sihai had been effortlessly neutralized by Lin Qinshan. Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng were equally astonished. It was evident that Lin Qinshan was also practicing the supreme sword technique, and his cultivation was on par with theirs. However, the combat prowess he exhibited was far beyond their capabilities. At that moment, they even sensed that perhaps a pinnacle master of the 5th realm would not stand a chance against Lin Qinshan. Indeed, there was no comparison before Lin Qinshan. They felt like mere mortals. Prodigy. Both of them harbored the same thought as Lin Zhentian. Consequently, the Wang family was utterly eradicated, with all their renowned experts laid to rest here. Should the outside world become aware of this, the Lin family would likely have their threshold trampled upon. They had already attained the strength of a top-tier family in Yin City, where only 5 such families existed. Now, one had been directly eliminated. In the past, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng would have eagerly wished for the Lin family to ascend to the status of a top-tier family in Yin City. Yet now, they held no such regard for it. With Lin Qinshan present, the future of Yin City seemed trivial. At this moment, they felt no excitement, merely trailing silently behind Lin Qinshan like 2 juniors. Lin Qinshan, in contemplation, had already memorized the locations on the map and stored it away. After pondering, he remarked, "It is merely a quest for a 7-star herb, yet the Wang family's entire elite has mobilized. They must surely have ulterior motives. Uncles, please investigate the others." Wang Sihai was previously crushed by Lin Qinshan's sword energy, leaving behind nothing of significance. If there had been anything important, Lin Qinshan would have already discovered it. Wang Sihai possessed a peculiar habit of not keeping valuable items on his person, adhering to the wisdom of not placing all his eggs in one basket. He also placed considerable trust in his brothers. Previously, the map of the Seven Star Grass was entrusted to Wang Yanyan. Although Lin Chen was unaware of these details, he sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. All right, Chener, please wait a moment, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng replied in unison. Proceeding to follow Lin Chen's instructions. As anticipated, they soon uncovered numerous fragments of the map from the deceased members of the Wang family. In total, they gathered 7 pieces, each incomplete. Remarkably, in addition to the 3 formidable true element realm experts from the Wang family, even the ordinary Wang family disciples yielded 4 pieces. Wang Xihai, wary of the potential dangers of centralizing the map's location, had divided it into multiple segments, even doubting the safety of keeping it on himself. When combined, these pieces formed a complete treasure map. Upon assembling the map, Lin Chafeng exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness, this Wang Xihai truly possesses remarkable skills to have acquired a treasure map." Given the gravity of the situation, it is evident that the treasure map holds immense significance, compelling the royal experts, including Wang Xihai, to mobilize entirely. This treasure must be extraordinary. Chener, your astuteness is commendable. You nearly overlooked this, and I am truly impressed, remarked Lin Changfeng, gazing at Lin Chen with genuine admiration. Lin Hu nodded in agreement, equally exhilarated. It is clear how precious this treasure map is, given the Wang family's earnest regard for it. This outing could yield remarkable rewards. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Who wouldn't cherish a treasure map? After all, it may conceal something of great value. Although his martial arts and skills are abundant, he lacks enchanted artifacts. If he could procure one, it might prove advantageous. After all, it is a windfall, and who would refuse such a gift? With this thought in mind, Lin Chen said, "Uncles, please take care of this. Once we locate those medicinal herbs, we shall proceed to investigate." He gestured towards the map indicating the location of the 7-star herb, to which Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng nodded in agreement. The trio then set forth once more, delving deeper into the hidden forest of the Canglong Valley. In a secluded clearing, shrouded by dense vegetation, they discovered an abundance of 7-star herbs. Surrounding the herbs, several third-tier magical beasts, crimson lotus spiders, lay defeated, with only 2 remaining, desperately clinging to life, having sustained severe injuries inflicted by Lin Chen. While Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng were in the process of concluding the encounter, these 2 creatures are advanced demon beasts of the 3rd tier, possessing strength comparable to that of the 4th stage of the True Essence realm. For an ordinary person encountering them, the only option would be to flee for their life. Amidst Lin Hu's boisterous laughter, filled with delight, he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. I initially thought there were merely a few 7-star grasses, but to my astonishment, it is a whole cluster. The Wang family truly possesses remarkable skills to have procured such a map." Lin Changfeng also chuckled, saying, "There are only these last 2 left. Chener, you may simply observe from the side. Such trivial matters are best left to us. The 7-star grass is exceedingly rare and valuable. If we manage to bring all of it back, it could rival the entire fortune of our Lin family. The old master would surely be so thrilled that he might faint from joy. The 7-star grass is extraordinarily precious. Some alchemists incorporate it into their concoctions, enabling them to produce elixirs that can even heal life-threatening injuries. Just a single stalk can fetch an astronomical price." Chapter 21. Triggering the Hidden Quest. Indeed, Lin Changfeng's words are far from exaggerated. The treasures accumulated by the Lin family over centuries can scarcely compare to what lies here. It is akin to discovering an immense treasury. In the past, even if the Lin family had known of such a vault's existence, a full mobilization would have been insufficient to seize it. The resources are fiercely guarded by formidable beasts, effectively protected by over 30 powerful cultivators at the True Essence realm. Lin Shun and his companions finally grasped the reason behind the Wang family's mobilization of so many experts. It was not solely for the treasure itself. The mere existence of this cluster of 7-star grasses warranted such an endeavor. They likely anticipated incurring significant costs for even a few specimens. Lin Shen and his group were correct in their assumptions. The Wang family had thoroughly investigated the situation and never intended to acquire all the 7-star grasses. Their plan was merely to leverage the collective strength of their clan to stealthily procure a few specimens before making their escape. Even with this strategy, they would undoubtedly suffer the loss of some crucial family members, yet they deemed it a worthy sacrifice. Unfortunately, before they could reach their goal, fate intervened, leading them to cross paths with Lin Shen and his companions. Their reckless ambition resulted in their complete annihilation. What excited Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng even more was that after vanquishing dozens of third-order scarlet lotus spiders, they were laden with treasures. Upon counting, there were no fewer than 30 of these formidable creatures. Over 30 third-tier demon beasts at the True Essence realm. What an immense fortune this represents. It is likely that even the Lord of Yinqing lacks such wealth. Should they succeed in transporting them all back, the Lin family would instantaneously ascend to the pinnacle of affluence in Yinqing. Certain parts of these demon beasts are not only valuable for medicinal concoctions and alchemical practices, but they can also be fashioned into weaponry, showcasing their myriad applications. The higher the tier of the demon beast, the greater its utility. In Yinqing, these third-tier demon beasts are unequivocally treasures of exorbitant worth. With a couple of muffled thuds, the last two beleaguered Scarlet Lotus spiders succumbed to the ground. Utterly vanquished by Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng, they wiped the beads of sweat from their foreheads. Reflecting on the earlier spectacle where Lin Chen had dispatched foes with such apparent ease, they had presumed the creatures to be mere trifles. It was only now that they comprehended the vast chasm separating their prowess from Lin Chen's. Previously, Lin Chen had merely exerted minimal effort, and the two leading Scarlet Lotus spiders had sustained grievous injuries. In stark contrast, they had expended considerable energy to slay them, leaving them breathless and slightly flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, it was a rather humiliating experience. Demon beasts inherently possess strength surpassing that of humans, and the offensive and defensive capabilities of the Scarlet Lotus spider exceed those of many other third-tier demon beasts. Even individuals at the fourth level of the True Essence realm would find themselves at a significant disadvantage, with a high probability of ultimate defeat. Had the two not practiced the Heavenly Sword Supreme technique imparted by Lin Chen, they might have been effortlessly dispatched by these already injured Scarlet Lotus spiders. They were content individuals, and upon realizing this, they hastened to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chongfeng remarked, "Chener, the night is long and dreams abound. These treasures are invaluable. Yet the three of us cannot possibly transport them all. One of us must return to the Lin family to fetch assistance. Moreover, there is currently no news of the other two medicinal herbs, and the location of the treasure map is rather distant. Since no one else is aware, I shall return first to gather help." Lin Chongfeng was acutely aware of the commotion that would ensue should the remains of so many third-tier demon beasts in the Seven-Star Grass be discovered. It would be prudent to expedite their return to the Lin family. Lin Chen naturally understood this and nodded, saying, "Then you should return to bring people. My second uncle and I will wait here for a while. Do hurry back." They were merely a short distance into the Conglong Valley, which was not far from Yin City. Even if he returned to gather assistance, it would not take long. There was no need to rush at this moment. Lin Chen acquiesced, and upon hearing his words, Lin Chongfeng was filled with immense joy. He had genuinely feared Lin Chen might refuse, leaving him without any recourse. "Very well. I shall return now. Rest assured, my speed is commendable." Lin Chongfeng was confident in his swiftness, being tall and lean, naturally adept in speed. After entering the True Essence realm, his velocity had increased remarkably, allowing him to return even more swiftly. Subsequently, Lin Chongfeng swiftly vanished in the blink of an eye. Lin Hu, however, was not idle. He immediately commenced the process of uprooting the grass, including the precious seven-star grass, meticulously dividing it into sections. Although Lin Hu often displayed a somewhat naive demeanor, he was not foolish. He understood that directly pulling the plants could result in a loss of the medicinal properties of the seven-star grass. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile, feeling quite satisfied. The first of the three medicinal herbs, the seven-star grass, had been successfully located in abundance, alleviating any concerns about insufficient supply. As Lin Hu joyfully continued to excavate the soil, Lin Chen lent a hand, gathering the bodies of the third-tier demonic beasts together. Just as he finished this task, he detected a noise with keen ears. Parting his lips, he remarked, "Someone is approaching." Although Lin Hu was a moment slower to perceive the sound, he quickly caught on. Rising in surprise, "It seems there is more than one person. Someone is being pursued." Both individuals were formidable practitioners of the True Essence realm, and their hearing far exceeded that of ordinary folk. Although the pursuers had yet to arrive, they were evidently drawing near. Lin Hu discerned the circumstances. Several individuals were in pursuit of a woman, whose heavy breaths echoed clearly to both men, accompanied by the frantic footsteps born from fear. "They've arrived," Lin Chen stated calmly, just as a woman burst through the entrance. Dressed in a flowing blue gown, her face pale as jade and marked by a trace of panic, she was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Chen and Lin Hu. The sight of the seven-star grass and the numerous corpses of third-tier monsters behind the two men left her in a state of astonishment. Despite the perilous situation, her heart was filled with shock, and her steps faltered. This was Du Gu Wanqing, the daughter of the city lord Du Gutong Hai, who appeared to be fleeing from pursuers. It was unexpected for Lin Shun and Lin Hu to find the city lord's daughter embroiled in such danger. A group of masked assailants clad in black had also arrived at this very moment. Just then, a system notification echoed in Lin Shen's mind. Ding! Elemental immortal body detected. Host has successfully created a technique. Starry Profound Yuan formula. Ding! Hidden quest triggered. Successfully recruit the elemental immortal body as a disciple. Complete the quest to receive 1 resurrection talisman as a reward. A resurrection talisman? Lin Shen was taken aback. He never anticipated that encountering Du Gu Wanqin would also activate a hidden quest. He promptly checked the effects of the resurrection talisman. Though he had his suspicions, he felt a surge of joy upon confirming its capabilities. The talisman was remarkably straightforward. It could restore life to the deceased. With this talisman in hand, it was as if he had gained an extra life, even if he failed to find the remaining 2 medicinal herbs. As long as he eliminated Lin Yuan Bai and then used the resurrection talisman, he would return to vitality once more. Certainly, Lin Shen would not squander such an opportunity. He must endeavor to locate the remaining 2 medicinal herbs. Otherwise, the use of the resurrection talisman would be excessively wasteful. The task is not arduous. It merely requires accepting Du Gu Wanqi as an apprentice. Presently, a splendid opportunity lies before him. If he can save the city lord's daughter, Du Gu Wanqing, and then take her as his disciple, it should pose no significant challenge. With this thought in mind, Lin Shen swiftly pulled Du Gu Wanqing behind him and cast a glance at the masked figures clad in black. Flee, if you can. Let us see where you intend to escape. There are 5 figures in total, all possessing True Essence Realm capabilities. The weakest among them is at the 3rd level of the True Essence Realm, while the strongest astonishingly stands at the 5th level. Chapter 22. Instant Kill. Another instant kill. The speaker was the leader, a formidable presence at the 5th level of the True Essence Realm. Though veiled, his air of triumph was palpable. At this moment, Dongguo Wanqing was akin to a fish trapped in a net, utterly helpless. This was his conviction, and he paid no heed to Lin Shun and Lin Hu, both mere novices at the 1st level of the True Essence Realm. To him, they were as inconsequential as children before his might. He could hardly be bothered to cast them a second glance. As Lin Shen stood protectively before Dongguo Wanqing, the cloaked figure disdainfully remarked, "Where did this insolent brat come from? Scram, I have no desire to waste my energy on you. Delay any longer, and you shall meet a grim fate." Scram was the only retort Lin Shen offered, spoken with a calm detachment. Their disregard for him was met with indifference. After all, what was the 5th level of the True Essence Realm to him? The starry celestial essence technique was already coursing through his veins. And with the simultaneous mastery of 4 supreme techniques, a mere 5th level practitioner appeared as nothing more than a pitiful creature before him. What? The 5 cloaked figures were momentarily taken aback, pondering whether they had encountered a fool. Among so many formidable beings at the True Essence Realm, which one did not surpass this young man's prowess? How audacious of him to utter such words. Even Dongguo Wanqing was left momentarily speechless. Sensing the profound aura emanating from Lin Shen's body, Du Gu Wanqing, having spent considerable time within the city lord's manor, had encountered numerous formidable practitioners of the True Origin Realm. She understood that Lin Shen was merely at the 1st level of the True Origin Realm. A sense of despair washed over her as she contemplated the dire situation. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she cast a glance at the bodies of the Crimson Lotus spiders behind her. Who could have slain these creatures? The Crimson Lotus spiders were formidable 3rd-tier beasts, comparable to those in the True Origin Realm. It was evident that a skilled individual had previously engaged in combat here, only to have these 2 opportunistically capitalize on the aftermath. Du Gu Wanqing could only entertain such thoughts. Such extraordinary fortune, and yet, I find myself implicated in it. Why would he choose to protect me? Perhaps I should refrain from endangering them any further. Just as she resolved to step forward and plead for Lin Shun and Lin Hu's safety, the leader among the cloaked figures was already doubled over with laughter. Ha ha, a mere 1st level of True Origin dares to command us to leave? Truly absurd. Before he could finish his mocking words, the leader, a 5th level practitioner of the True Origin Realm, let out a blood-curdling scream as his head was severed from his body. None present could discern when Lin Shun had made his move. It was as if a blade of energy had sliced through the air, taking the life of the 5th level expert. Since they refused to depart, death would be their fate. Lin Shen's voice resonated with a chilling authority, reminiscent of the Lord of the Underworld. This was the power unleashed by the recently acquired Starry Profound Origin technique. The ability to temporarily elementalize his body astonished Lin Chen. Even more surprising was the revelation that his techniques could synergistically merge to unleash their powers. The Stellar Profound Yuan technique, when combined with the Supreme Sword technique, could simultaneously elementalize and transform into a sword chi. The speed was beyond comprehension, so swift that it rendered adversaries incapable of reacting. Even those at the 5th level of the true Yuan realm would find themselves unable to withstand it. They remained blissfully unaware of the insurmountable chasm that separated them from Lin Chen. What delighted Lin Chen most was the realization that if these two techniques could fuse, then his other practices could equally be combined for offensive strikes, resulting in a dramatic amplification of their potency. At present, no matter how many 5th-level true Yuan practitioners he faced, they would seem like mere chickens before him. Remarkably, this was merely the power he could wield at the 1st level of the true Yuan realm. Such terrifying might left even Lin Hu, who was already aware of Lin Chen's formidable prowess, unable to suppress his nervous gulp. He instinctively recoiled, murmuring, "Though we cultivate the same techniques, why is Chen so much stronger than both me and Chang Feng? This is utterly frightening." Lin Hu could not fathom the absurdity of Lin Chen's strength. He had no inkling that within Lin Chen's body, for techniques were concurrently in operation, an unimaginable concept for him, one he had never even heard of. Even Lin Hu, Lin Chen's second uncle, was taken aback, let alone the remaining 4 enigmatic black-clad figures and Du Gu Wanqing. Du Gu Wanqing, though astonished, was at least a person who had been rescued. She merely stared blankly at Lin Chen's retreating figure. Conversely, the 4 black-clad men were in a dire state, their bodies trembling and legs quaking uncontrollably. For the first time, they felt such overwhelming fear emanating from a young man at the initial stage of the true essence realm. This experience transcended their understanding. The notion that someone at the 1st level could obliterate those at the 5th level of the true essence realm, such absurdity would be met with skepticism if spoken aloud. Yet, they were witnessing it firsthand. They did not perceive this as a stroke of luck. In fact, the news might never escape their lips. "Run!" one of the black-clad figures shouted, his voice trembling almost uncontrollably. The 4, fighting to suppress their terror, steadied themselves and, with a sudden push off the ground, attempted to scatter and flee. However, just as they made their move, a chilling sensation enveloped them. Lin Chen struck once more, rendering them utterly defenseless. With one final glance at the world and their comrades' bodies cleaved in twain, they lost their breath entirely. Another instant kill. Du Gu Wanqing felt her breath quicken. Once she regained her composure, her countenance paled as she gazed upon the lifeless forms of the 4 black-clad men. In truth, she had already recognized Lin Chen. At this moment, she was utterly astonished. Lin Chen had once basked in glory in Yin City, to the extent that even his father, the Lord of Yin City, had contemplated bestowing his daughter upon Lin Chen. However, following the destruction of his Dantian, he had gradually faded into obscurity, becoming a mere shadow of his former self. Du Gu Wanqing had been thoroughly taken aback upon witnessing Lin Chen's cultivation at the 1st level of the true essence realm. How much more shocking was the current spectacle? In the blink of an eye, he had effortlessly vanquished 5 formidable opponents within the same realm, one of whom was even at the 5th level of true essence, much like his father. What does this imply? It suggests that Lin Chen now surpasses his father's prowess, a notion that borders on the fantastical. Should Lin Chen desire it, he could easily claim the position of the Lord of Yin City. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and the words of the powerful are akin to divine decree. None dare to defy them. Today, as Lord may not necessarily hold that title forever. Should one be defeated or slain, the Lord's estate could swiftly change hands. Du Gu Wanqing, acutely aware of these harsh realities, regarded Lin Chen with a complex gaze. She pondered how her father would react upon learning this news. It was not long ago that her father had taken her to the Lin family to propose a union. Upon receiving the abrupt news of Lin Chen's incapacitated Dantian, they had returned home in dismay. If he were to witness the present Lin Chen, he would likely rue the day with deep regret. Upon reaching this thought, Du Gu Wanqing's face flushed crimson. How did she inexplicably arrive at such an idea? However, the admiration for the strong is the prevailing sentiment in this world, and she is no exception. Furthermore, Lin Chen is her savior. At this moment, as she gazes at Lin Chen, Du Gu Wanqing reveals a look of admiration. For the first time, she realizes that this man is entirely different from the legends surrounding him. Lin Chen notices her gaze and muses to himself, "What a delightful surprise. He has gained an ardent admirer." Coincidentally, he also wishes to take Dugu Wanqing as his disciple, which would simplify matters. Dugu Wanqing speaks first. Thank you, Lin Chen. I will forever be indebted to you. Her words are heartfelt, and Lin Chen can discern their sincerity. He does not beat around the bush and addresses the matter directly. There is no need to wait for the future. You can repay me now by becoming my disciple. In the days to come, you shall enjoy all the pleasures life has to offer. Chapter 23. The daughter of the city lord as a disciple. Lin Chen spoke the truth. To take her as his disciple means that in this world, if he cannot thrive spectacularly, it would be a disgrace to his role as a master. A life of luxury and abundance awaits anything he desires. Even Lin Hu, who listened nearby, felt a pang of envy. Were he not Lin Chen's second uncle, he would have aspired to become Lin Chen's disciple. Although the bond of uncle seems intimate, the relationship between a master and disciple transcends that connection. Yet, Lin Hu remained perplexed. What could Lin Chen possibly see in the young and beautiful Dugu Wanqing? Even though she is indeed strikingly lovely, there seems no need to first take her as a disciple and then complicate matters by claiming her as his own. He could simply approach Ouyang Tonghai, the lord of Yin City, and the latter would not refuse him. Moreover, Lin Chen, with his current standing in the Lin family, could choose from all the beautiful women at his leisure. Countless women, equally enchanting as Dugu Wanqing, are at his disposal. If the Lin family lacks something, Lin Zhentian would readily expend his wealth to fulfill Lin Chen's wishes. There is no other requirement, only Lin Chen's happiness matters. He could have a different companion each day, ensuring warmth and comfort without repetition throughout the year. With his current prowess, Lin Chen could easily impose his will upon the city lord, Dugu Tonghai. Without a second thought, Lin Hu observed everything with clarity. Returning, one merely needed to inform Lin Zhentian, and he would confidently call out Xiao Hai directly at the city lord's mansion. This was the assurance that came with strength. However, Dugu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. While her heart brimmed with confusion, she was also astonished. After all, Lin Chen was nearly of the same age as her. Even if she were to entertain a request, she had anticipated something akin to offering herself in return. She had even contemplated that acquiescing would be acceptable. Yet, to her surprise, Lin Chen sought to take her as his disciple. Are you serious, Lin Chen? Dugu Wanqing couldn't help but inquire. Lin Chen silently rolled his eyes. Was it truly such a shock for him to take on a disciple? Nevertheless, he earnestly nodded. Indeed, I am serious. Do you accept? Upon realizing Lin Chen's sincerity, Dugu Wanqing began to ponder. He had just saved her life, and now he presented this request, making it difficult for her to decline. Aside from being slightly younger, his prowess was undoubtedly remarkable. He met all the criteria of a master, far surpassing the capabilities of the tutor her father, Ouyang Tonghai, had arranged for her. Yet, with a hint of melancholy, she replied, I am truly delighted that you would consider me as your disciple. However, my talent is rather lacking. After so long in cultivation, I have only reached the third level of qi refinement. I fear that I might tarnish your esteemed reputation. Dugu Wanqing was not naive. Lin Chen, despite his youth, had already attained such cultivation, capable of effortlessly vanquishing opponents at the fifth level of true essence realm. Such ease still prevails. The future achievements are beyond her imagination. A person as worthless as herself would only bring shame to Lin Chen. Could an elemental celestial body truly be weak? Lin Chen nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, Dugu Wanqing is exceedingly modest. A glance reveals that Dugu Wanqing has yet to awaken her celestial body, which explains her thoughts. After all, in a place like Yin City, even though Dugu Tonghai holds the title of city lord, he cannot perceive such celestial bodies. Naturally, he remains unaware that such a physique can indeed awaken. He merely assumes that Dugu Wanqing possesses a lamentably poor aptitude for cultivation, hence his desire to find her a suitable match. Initially, Lin Chen was undoubtedly a fitting candidate, but his subsequent downfall led him to abandon that notion. Lin Chen looked at Dugu Wanqing, chuckling softly as he shook his head. Do not speak so foolishly. Your physique is far more powerful than you realize. Extend your arm, and I shall examine it for you. Upon hearing this, Dugu Wanqing paused momentarily, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she extended her arm. Lin Chen smiled gently as he placed his hand upon it. As his spiritual energy delved into Dugu Wanqing's body, clarity soon dawned upon him. Indeed, as he had surmised, her celestial body had yet to awaken. Moreover, the starry profound Yuan technique appeared to be specifically tailored for such an elemental celestial body. Releasing Dugu Wanqing's hand, Lin Chen smiled and said, Let me be honest with you. Your physique is the elemental immortal body, merely awaiting awakening. Once we find the time to facilitate this awakening, you will truly comprehend the immense power of this immortal physique. At that moment, your strength will surpass your wildest imagination. The system panel indicated a method for awakening the elemental immortal body, which necessitated a tranquil environment and certain medicinal herbs. It was not a process that could be completed hastily. Immortal body? Dugu Wanqing felt momentarily bewildered, as this was the first time she had encountered such a concept. Yet, without a doubt, any association with the immortal realm implied a formidable physique. Lin Shen had no reason to deceive her, and her heart swelled with joy at the revelation. Could my physique truly be so powerful? How is it possible that I remained oblivious to this? I had always considered myself worthless. How did Lin Shen come to know of this? Regardless, it mattered little. I trust that he would never wish me harm. Indeed, Dugu Wanqing felt a profound sense of security in Lin Shen, especially considering he had just saved her life. It was inconceivable that someone like him would wish to cause her any harm. On the side, Lin Hu also listened in confusion. Yet he sensed Lin Shen's admiration for this physique. He finally understood why Lin Shen had chosen to take Dugu Wanqing as his disciple. Now, do you wish to become my disciple? Lin Shen inquired once more. Dugu Wanqing, without further hesitation, solemnly nodded her head and, with hands clasped in respect, declared, Master, I humbly bow before you. With a respectful bow, the disciple paid homage. After speaking, Dugu Wanqing performed a formal apprenticeship ceremony before Lin Shen. He gently raised his hand to assist her in standing. Once completed, Dugu Wanqing felt a strange sensation. Despite Lin Shen's youth, she had become his apprentice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the apprenticeship task, successfully accepting the elemental immortal body as a disciple. Reward: 1 resurrection talisman. The system space was modest, comparable in size to a trunk for clothing. At that moment, a mysterious resurrection talisman quietly appeared within. Lin Shen's heart swelled with joy. This was akin to gaining an extra life, an invaluable treasure, surpassing any rare heavenly materials. After a glance, Lin Shen addressed Dugu Wanqing. There is no need for excessive formalities. Such ceremonious customs do not apply to us. From this moment onward, you are my disciple. I shall now impart a cultivation method to you. Practice it diligently, and when you find a tranquil place, I will assist you in awakening your immortal body. With that, Lin Shen transmitted the starry profound origin technique to Dugu Wanqing. Previously, she had been cultivating a top-tier Xian-level technique, one that belonged to Dugu Toghai. Its formidable nature was beyond dispute, which was precisely why Dugu Wanqing often felt inadequate. Despite practicing such a powerful technique, she had only reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, bringing disgrace to her father, Dugu Toghai. Initially, she felt reluctant about the technique being taught by Lin Shen. After all, the techniques of the Lin family surely pale in comparison to her own cultivation. However, having entered the sect, she naturally adhered to Lin Shen's guidance. She set aside her previous methods and began to practice the techniques taught by Lin Shen. Initially, she paid little heed to this change, but once she commenced her practice, she was utterly astonished, gazing at Lin Shen in disbelief. The techniques she had cultivated were already of the highest quality within the profound tier. Yet, she could distinctly sense that these new methods far surpassed those imparted to her by her father, Dugu Toghai. The difference in caliber and level was stark. Could it be that she was now practicing techniques of at least the earthly tier? Moreover, not merely of a low grade within that tier. Was it possible that she was cultivating techniques of superior quality within the earthly tier, or even beyond? Chapter 24. The News of the Blood Lotus. How fortunate I am. If my father were to discover that I have the privilege of cultivating such a remarkable technique, he would surely be unable to sleep from joy. As Dugu Wanqing contemplated this, exhilaration surged within her. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a torrent of power erupted within her body. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, she experienced a consecutive breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, her cultivation soared through 3 levels, reaching the 6th layer of qi refinement. She covered her mouth in disbelief. Being the daughter of the city lord, Dugu Wanqing had access to abundant cultivation resources and had begun her training long ago. Yet, after all these years, she had only attained the 3rd layer of qi refinement. However, through the technique imparted by Lin Shen, she had effortlessly ascended 3 tiers. Just how terrifying is this technique? Master, has my elemental immortal body awakened? Dugu Wanqing asked Lin Shen with excitement. The sudden change in address, however, left her feeling slightly unsettled. She sensed that the technique was one aspect, but perhaps it was also the awakening of the immortal body that Lin Shen had mentioned. Lin Chun observed Dugu Wanqing and shook his head. It is still too early. This hardly qualifies as the awakening of the immortal body. Once the immortal body awakens, there will be extraordinary phenomena in the world. What you have experienced is merely a slight activation of your constitution. The Starry Xian Yuan technique is inherently well-suited for Dugu Wanqing's elemental immortal body. Now, having practiced the Starry Xian Yuan technique bestowed by Lin Chun, thus, upon triggering certain seals of the celestial body, an instantaneous elevation of 3 tiers was achieved. The true awakening of the celestial body far surpassed the imagination of Dugu Wanqing. If this is merely a semblance of awakening, how terrifying must the actual awakening be? Dugu Wanqing inwardly clicked her tongue, finally grasping the meaning behind Lin Chun's earlier words. Her constitution likely exceeded her own expectations. Even Lin Hu, who observed silently from the side, was utterly astonished. The terror of this potential, even before awakening, hinted at the emergence of a prodigy upon actualization. Indeed, only prodigies could mingle with one another simultaneously. Lin Hu's heart was filled with awe. He discerned that the techniques Lin Chun imparted to Dugu Wanqing were not the same as those given to him and Lin Changfeng. He pondered, just how many of these advanced techniques does Chun possess? Could it be that they are all of his own creation? The mere thought made Lin Hu's heart tremble. What extraordinary fortune had the Lin family encountered to have Lin Chun, a being so extraordinary that he defied the norms of this world, in their midst? How many good deeds must they have performed in their past lives? Ultimately, Dugu Wanqing could no longer suppress her curiosity, turning to Lin Chun and inquiring, "By the way, Master, what level of technique did you impart to me? It feels immensely powerful, far surpassing the techniques my father bestowed upon me. My father's technique is of the highest Xian level." Lin Chun was momentarily taken aback by her question, for he truly did not know. After all, the cultivation methods are all self-created. He has never encountered the pinnacle techniques of this world, making it difficult to form a definitive judgment. Nevertheless, he harbors a rough conjecture, stating, "It is either of the earth grade or the heaven grade. I am uncertain, yet undeniably powerful. You need only focus on your cultivation without concern for safety." Heaven grade? Dongguo Wanqing murmured, lost in thought. What does it mean to possess a heaven grade technique? Surely, only those extraordinarily formidable factions could possess such knowledge, and it is utterly implausible for it to manifest in such a place. Moreover, her master is indeed peculiar, even unaware of the levels of cultivation techniques. However, she refrained from further inquiries, pondering that she had truly chosen the right master this time. Furthermore, this master is remarkably young, handsome, and tall, which greatly uplifted Dongguo Wanqing's spirits. At that moment, Lin Changfeng arrived with a sizable entourage from the Lin family. Upon reaching the scene, he was momentarily taken aback. Recognizing the city lord's daughter, Dongguo Wanqing, as well as the several corpses on the ground, unable to contain his astonishment, he inquired, "Have I missed something? What transpired here?" Lin Hu promptly explained the situation to Lin Changfeng, including the matter of Lin Chun accepting Dongguo Wanqing as his disciple. After hearing this, Lin Changfeng could not help but click his tongue in amazement. The events of just these 2 days felt as though they had spanned a century. The transformations within the Lin family, attributed to Lin Chun, were nothing short of revolutionary. Even the daughter of the city lord could be taken as a disciple, which signifies an extraordinary destiny ahead. However, upon learning that Lin Chun could effortlessly annihilate those at the 5th level of true origin realm, Lin Changfeng felt a swell of pride. It seemed as if he had ascended to the heights of Dugu Wanqing. To be a disciple of Lin Chun was indeed a rare fortune, and he harbored feelings akin to those of Lin Hu, filled with envy towards Dugu Wanqing for having such an opportunity. Without their connections to Lin Chun, they could only admire from afar. As Lin Changfeng gazed at the corpses of the crimson lotus spiders and the shining 7-star grass strewn across the ground, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. He had summoned others to assist him for the sole purpose of transporting these treasures back. This was indeed a bountiful trove. He promptly called to the Lin family members accompanying him, urging them to be swift and cautious, warning that any damage would incur severe consequences upon their return. The more intact the beast corpses remained, the greater their value. The worth of the 7-star grass went without saying. Each plant was akin to a treasure beyond measure. Any loss would be met with his unreserved reprimand. The Lin family members immediately complied, their voices ringing in agreement as they passed Lin Chun, their gazes filled with admiration. They had overheard the earlier conversation, and the shock they felt was palpable. Nevertheless, they dared not approach Lin Chun, fully aware that his status had drastically changed. They recognized that the rise of the Lin family was now intertwined with this remarkable young man before them. In the future, as long as they remain well within the Lin family, they are certain to ascend alongside the Fowl and Hounds. Even a mere sip of broth would be a blessing. The members of the Lin family busied themselves, while after her initial excitement, Dugu Wanqing gazed towards the distant woods, revealing a hint of anxious concern upon her countenance. Lin Chen, intrigued, inquired, "What troubles you? What do you see?" Upon hearing his words, Dugu Wanqing snapped back to attention and explained with evident worry. "I had secretly followed Uncle Fu here. He is the steward of our Lord's residence, sent by my father on a mission to seek the Blood Lotus in the Hidden Dragon Valley. Feeling bored, I persuaded him to bring me along. Little did I anticipate that although we found the Blood Lotus, we encountered a group of unknown individuals who sought to capture me upon our meeting." Uncle Fu intervened, urging me to escape while he would come after me later. However, it has been quite some time, and he has yet to return. I fear something may have befallen him. At this juncture, concern and sorrow etched across her face. Dugu Wanqing felt a deep sense of guilt, as she regarded Uncle Fu with the affection one might hold for a benevolent grandfather. The moment Lin Chun, along with Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng, heard her words, their eyes gleamed with newfound hope. Among the 3 types of herbs they sought, the Blood Lotus was indeed one of them. They had anticipated a prolonged search, likely spanning several days, yet here they were, receiving such news so swiftly. "Chinner, since you have now taken Miss Wanqing as your disciple, you ought to take some responsibility for her affairs. Moreover, we must also seek the Blood Lotus, which conveniently lies along our route," Lin Hu remarked at that moment. Lin Chongfeng silently nodded in agreement, and Lin Chen shared the same sentiment. He turned to Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng, saying, "Uncle Air, Uncle San, please gather these items and return with the others. I will accompany Wanqing in the search. The remains of the red lotus spider and the 7-star grass are exceedingly valuable. Without your company for protection, the journey may encounter unforeseen dangers. While I am indifferent to the corpses of the demon beasts, the 7-star grass must not be jeopardized." Chapter 25. The Quest for the Blood Lotus. Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng deeply understood this principle and did not hesitate further. After all, Lin Chen was remarkably strong and did not require their protection. Whether they accompanied him or not made little difference. They could assist with minor matters at a later time, and a brief delay held no consequence. Subsequently, Lin Chen ceased to concern himself with the 7-star grass and the corpses of the beasts, leading Dugu Wanqing away as they sought out Fu Bo and the elusive Blood Lotus. With Dugu Wanqing by his side, the pair advanced swiftly. Although Dugu Wanqing's pace was slightly slower, Lin Chen's guiding hand significantly quickened her speed. As they journeyed, Dugu Wanqing spoke. "Previously, Fu Bo and I encountered the Blood Lotus at a certain pond, and it was there that we parted ways. The distance is not great, and it is possible that Fu Bo, due to his injuries, is unable to seek me out." Dugu Wanqing hoped for the best, naturally wishing for Fu Bo's safety. As they conversed, it wasn't long before they reached the location of the pond. Lin Chun gazed into the water and noticed a plant's root stalk had been removed. Turning to Dugu Wanqing, he inquired, "Was the Blood Lotus taken by you all?" "Yes, it was Fu Bo who harvested the Blood Lotus. But shortly after he picked it, that group of people found him," Dugu Wanqing replied. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully and immediately closed his eyes. Harnessing the profound essence of the yin-yang rotational technique within his body, he began to attune himself to the sounds surrounding him. Each martial art possesses its unique strengths. The most formidable aspect of this yin-yang rotational technique lies in its ability to cultivate profound mastery, capable of distorting the balance of yin and yang and even reversing the cycle of day and night. Currently, due to limitations in his cultivation, he is unable to achieve such feats. However, through this technique, he can still sense the flow of energy. Every individual harbors the forces of yin and yang within, albeit at a considerable cost to one's cultivation. Fortunately, the distance was not too great. Soon, he opened his eyes, pointed in a direction, and declared, "Over there. Follow me." With that, he swiftly grasped the arm of his companion and departed. At this moment, the elderly Fu was in peril. "Hakaha, old fool, why not run? Let us see where you can escape to." Unexpectedly, fortune favored them this time, for they had stumbled upon 3 Blood Lotus flowers. "As long as they eliminate you, the Blood Lotus will also belong to us." The leader should have successfully captured Dugu Wanqing by now. In total, there are 2 individuals, both at the 4th level of True Essence, comparable to Fu's cultivation. 5 True Essence practitioners, along with 1 at the 5th level, were pursuing Dugu Wanqing, and they did not doubt their success. Fu, already advanced in age, was now confronted by two adversaries and had sustained considerable injuries. His face, lined with wrinkles and crowned with white hair, bore testament to his years. Yet, Fu, despite his age, stood resolute, gazing at the two with disdain as he remarked, "You insignificant wretches, unable to contend with our esteemed city lord, resorting to threatening his daughter. How shameless! Do not presume that your masked faces conceal your identities from me. You are undoubtedly members of the Thundercloud Fortress." Although both individuals were veiled, they were swiftly recognized by Uncle Fu, leaving them momentarily astonished. However, they soon grew indifferent to the need for secrecy and removed their masks. One of them chuckled, "We had no intention of hiding our identities. We merely feared you might be on guard. But now, it is too late for words. Your city lord's reluctance to surrender the remaining half of the low-grade, Earth-level martial arts manual has left us no choice but to resort to such measures. Once we acquire that final portion, our fortress leader shall undoubtedly transcend the true essence realm, and we shall reap the benefits, riding the rising tide." A single Earth-level manual possesses such formidable power and allure. Uncle Fu was well aware that their motives revolved around this very objective. He had previously been involved in the matter. Not long ago, he and City Lord Dugong Tonghai ventured forth to explore a relic left by a formidable being. The Thundercloud Fortress had also participated in that endeavor. Ultimately, Fortress Lord Ouyang Yunque and Dugong Tonghai each seized half of the Earth-level manual during their struggle. As it stands, neither can cultivate with the manual, which has prompted the current attempt to capture Dugong Wanqing. Everyone knows that Dugong Tonghai is particularly fond of his daughter. Upon discovering her capture, he is likely to trade that half of the Earth-level manual for her release. After all, the City Lord's residence is teeming with experts. Although Duga Tonghai was injured in this conflict and required the healing properties of the Blood Lotus, the Lord's mansion remained a perilous den of dragons and tigers. To seize it forcefully would undoubtedly result in significant losses. This method would considerably mitigate such risks. You may kill or torture as you please, but do not revel in your triumph. The Lord of the city will not spare you." Fu Bo snorted coldly, resolutely closing his eyes in a display of resignation to death, fully aware of the dire straits he found himself in. As he gazed at the 3 blood lotuses in his hand, his thoughts turned to Dugu Wanqing, filled with concern for her well-being. He inwardly chastised himself for bringing her along, which had led to the spies of Thundercloud Fortress receiving word and dispatching these captors. "Haha. I fear your lord of the city will have no such opportunity. As soon as our fortress master successfully cultivates the Earth-level technique, Duga Tonghai will be of no consequence. Die, you old fool." The two assailants lunged at Fu Bo simultaneously, yet it was they who met their demise. They could only emit a final scream and cast a bewildered, shocked glance at Lin Chun before collapsing to the ground. Fu Bo, too, opened his eyes in astonishment, staring at Lin Chun. Such youth. He annihilated 2 practitioners of the 4th level of True Yuan realm? How terrifying. Wait, why does this figure seem so familiar? Is he not Lin Chun? Fu Bo suddenly recalled this once promising young genius and, in an instant, connected numerous dots, concluding that Lin Chun was merely in disguise. At the same time, he noticed the presence of Dugu Wanqing beside Lin Chun, and his eyes lit up with joy, his heart racing with excitement. He had thought that Dugu Wanqing had fallen into the clutches of those from Thundercloud Fortress, yet here she was, safe and sound. "Uncle Fu!" Dugu Wanqing exclaimed, rushing over to support Uncle Fu. At that moment, Uncle Fu was bleeding from his abdomen, his injuries quite severe. However, possessing healing elixirs, he quickly took one, and the bleeding soon ceased. With a look of excitement, he gazed at Dugu Wanqing and exclaimed, "Miss, I am so relieved to see you safe. Your cultivation level." Uncle Fu's eyes widened in astonishment. After years of training, Dugu Wanqing had only reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Yet, after such a brief absence, she had ascended to the 6th level of True Essence realm. It was astonishing beyond belief. Dugu Wanqing also realized the gravity of the situation and offered a brief explanation. "Uncle Fu, it was my master who saved me and imparted a technique to me, at least of Earth rank. That is why I have progressed to the 6th level of Qi refinement so quickly." "Master?" The mention of a technique of at least Earth rank left Uncle Fu in a state of shock as he stared blankly at Lin Chun, struggling to process this overwhelming information. It was utterly astonishing. Their city lord had suffered significant injuries for merely half a volume of an inferior Earth rank technique. Yet, Lin Chun had casually bestowed an entire volume upon Dugu Wanqing? This sounds both infuriating and surreal. At this moment, Lin Chen paid no heed to Uncle Fu's astonishment. He picked up the blood lotus that Uncle Fu had temporarily placed on the ground for his healing and declared, "I shall take 2 of these blood lotuses. You may take the remaining 1 back with you, as a token of my gratitude for saving your life." The blood lotus, with its crimson hue, appeared strikingly enchanting. Chapter 26. The Lord's Mansion. The art of cultivation has been stolen. All right, all right. Old Fu quickly came to his senses and nodded vigorously. Although the blood lotus is a precious herb, a single specimen suffices for Dugu Tonghai's needs. More importantly, the revelation he received from Dugu Wanqing was utterly astonishing. The Lin Chen before him was no longer the Lin Chen he once knew. He could casually offer a terrestrial-level cultivation technique. Moreover, judging from Dugu Wanqing's words, it seemed that it was not merely an ordinary terrestrial-level technique, but rather one of superior quality. This was indeed remarkable. A superior terrestrial-level technique could be considered an invaluable treasure. If the Lord of Thundercloud Fortress were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly kneel before Lin Chen, pleading for such a technique. Yet, here they were, allowing the Lord's mansion to benefit without cost? Anyone in their position would feel as if they were floating in the clouds, let alone 2 mere blood lotuses. Even if Lin Chen requested his own old self to dedicate his life to him, he would do so without hesitation. Of course, he trusted that Lin Chen would not possess such peculiar inclinations. In truth, Lin Chen harbored no such tendencies. He nodded, casually fastening the blood lotus to his waist. At that moment, old Fu's injuries had nearly healed. After all, he had only sustained external wounds. For a cultivator, such superficial injuries were hardly worthy of concern. At this moment, he rose to his feet and hurriedly bowed in gratitude to Lin Chen, saying, "Thank you, young Master Lin Chen, for assisting my lady." Previously, she was pursued by 5 formidable practitioners of the true essence realm, and it was thanks to Uncle Fu paused, his eyes widening as he gazed at Lin Chen. Initially, he had not given it much thought, but upon reflection, he realized that Lin Chen was merely at the first level of the true essence realm, yet he had effortlessly eliminated 2 practitioners at the 4th level. Could it be that he had also vanquished the previous 5? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he turned to Dugu Wanqing, revealing a look of inquiry. Dugu Wanqing gently nodded. "Uncle Fu, Master swiftly dispatched those 5 individuals and saved me, which is why I have chosen to take him as my mentor." This, Uncle Fu was utterly stunned, his mind overwhelmed. He could hardly fathom the terrifying talent required to achieve such feats. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of inferiority wash over him. At his age, he had only reached the 4th level of the true essence realm, and he had previously struggled against a single practitioner at that level. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like a failure. However, he quickly composed himself, regarding Lin Chen with even greater caution. Leaning slightly forward, he stammered, "Young Master Lin Chen, your generosity is beyond words. As nightfall approaches, might we accompany you back to the City Lord's mansion, where the City Lord himself will surely extend his hospitality." Given Lin Chen's extraordinary prowess, his prodigious talent, and the favor of having rescued Dugu Wanqing, such an invitation was only fitting. Moreover, he effortlessly displayed the prowess of his esteemed martial arts. Even the formidable Dugu Tonghai felt compelled to curry favor. Fu Bo, who had been closely following Dugu Tonghai, naturally wished for his lord to seize this opportunity to ingratiate himself with Lin Chen, recognizing it as a chance for Dugu Tonghai to ascend further in his endeavors. After all, Dugu Tonghai was still in his prime, merely in middle age. Should he receive Lin Chen's assistance, he would undoubtedly rise to greater heights. Lin Chen glanced at the sky, noting that it was indeed getting late. Soon, the sun would begin its descent. Having acquired 2 types of medicinal herbs within a single day left him quite satisfied. Moreover, with the resurrection talisman in hand, Lin Yuanbai was not in any peril. Awakening the elemental immortal body required a serene environment, and according to the systems panel, numerous supplementary herbs were also necessary. It was fitting to allow Dugu Tonghai and his associates some time to prepare. He nodded affirmatively, saying, "Very well, let us proceed." Upon hearing Lin Chen's consent, Fu Bo's breath quickened with excitement. He had merely inquired out of curiosity, never expecting to receive a positive response. Clearly, Lin Chen's agreement stemmed from his connection with Dugu Wanqing, given their current mentor-student relationship. Dugu Wanqing was equally elated, surprised that Lin Chen would indeed agree to visit the Lord's residence. Without hesitation, she clasped Lin Chen's arm, exclaiming, "Then, Master, let us go together." As Dugu Wanqing grew more familiar with Lin Chen, she began to express herself with greater ease. It is evident that although Lin Chen displays a cold demeanor towards his adversaries, he remains gentle and kind towards his comrades. Seeing this, Uncle Fu felt a sense of joy. The stronger the bond between Dugu Wanqing and Lin Chen becomes, the more secure their standing in the Lord's Manor will be in the future. As they passed the vacant lot where they had previously acquired the 7-star grass, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng had already departed with their entourage, leaving the place completely emptied. Lin Chen paid little heed to this. The trio soon arrived at the entrance of the Lord's Manor. Upon witnessing Dugu Wanqing affectionately linking her arm with Lin Chen, and Uncle Fu bowing and nodding beside them, the guards could not help but rub their eyes in disbelief. Am I seeing things? Could that truly be our young lady? Why is Uncle Fu showing such deference to a young man? Moreover, there is something vaguely familiar about him, yet I cannot quite place it. Of course he looks familiar. That is Lin Chen of the Lin family. As someone recognized Lin Chen, a tumult of emotion surged within. This reputed wastrel of Yin City is being treated with such respect? How astonishing. How could this be? The guards were incredulous. What is impossible? Just a few days ago, I heard that young Master Lin Chen displayed remarkable prowess at Chunmanlu, and it seems his Dantian may be recovering, transforming him into a genius. Yet even so, Uncle Fu is a true Yuan realm expert. Must he really bow so low? Who can truly fathom the circumstances behind this? In any case, one should remain courteous when encountering Master Lin Chen in the future. Indeed, one must never offend him henceforth. The discussions among the guards were lost on Lin Chen, who, at this moment, was being guided into the depths of the City Lord's mansion by Dugu Wanqing and Uncle Fu. It must be said that the City Lord's mansion is truly vast, far surpassing the Lin family estate, even though the Lin family is considerable in size. When compared to the City Lord's mansion, it appears as a mere trifle. As they proceeded, many individuals who caught sight of Lin Chen and his companions displayed expressions of astonishment akin to those of the guards. Numerous onlookers recognized Lin Chen, for he had once been a prodigy, drawing crowds of admirers. Many had idolized him during his prime. However, following his fall from grace, the public's interest waned, and his brilliance dimmed. Yet now, that radiant luminosity had returned. After Lin Chen and his party passed, nearly the entirety of the City Lord's mansion buzzed with discussions about this turn of events. Several individuals, upon learning some basic details, discreetly made their way to the Lin family estate to forge connections with the household staff. If they could not cling to Lin Chen, they would settle for his family's favor. After all, any affiliation with such esteemed lineage was valuable. After a considerable passage of time, they arrived at the grand hall of the City Lord's mansion. Crack! The sound of a shattered cup echoed, accompanied by the furious roar of City Lord Dugu Tonghai. Who dares conduct a thorough investigation? Who has stolen that half of the Earth-level martial arts manual? Should no one be found, all who have entered my chamber shall meet their demise. Donggu Taohai did not anticipate that the half of the Earth-level technique he had nearly sacrificed his life to reclaim would be stolen from him. This revelation ignited a fierce rage within him. Meanwhile, the servants standing in the hall trembled in fear, especially those who had previously entered Donggu Tonghai's room, whose legs quaked uncontrollably. They feared the worst. Even if they were not the culprits, they could not escape culpability. Elder brother, please temper your anger. Rest assured, I shall thoroughly investigate this matter and ensure we uncover the perpetrator. Donggu Taohai nodded, prepared to respond, when a voice interjected, there is no need for an inquiry. I know who is responsible. Lin Chen spoke suddenly. He was privy to the original narrative and, although not directly involved, was aware of the unfolding events. Chapter 27, The Fall of the Ruthless Dugu Minglang. That fragment of the martial arts manual was stolen by none other than the one who just called out to Dugu Tonghai, Dugu Minglang, the younger brother of Dugu Tonghai. Although Lin Chen's original narrative had been altered by him, the fates of others remained unchanged. According to the typical progression of events, Dugu Minglang's theft of the martial arts manuscript went unnoticed. Consequently, Dugu Wanqing, unable to negotiate the exchange due to the absence of this fragment, ultimately fell victim to the wrath of the Lord of Thundercloud Fortress, who killed her in a fit of rage. Furthermore, Dugu Minglang would later incite Dugu Taohai to engage in a deadly conflict with the people of Thundercloud Fortress, which resulted in a catastrophic war between Yin City and Thundercloud Fortress, leaving both parties severely weakened. Dugu Minglang seized the opportunity to acquire the complete martial arts manual. His ambition knew no bounds, culminating in the murder of his own elder brother, Dugu Tonghai. It is fair to say he is a person devoid of morals and limits, inciting great disdain from Lin Chen, who found it abhorrent that he would not spare even his own kin. Such a wretch deserves to perish. Dugu Tonghai was taken aback. Upon realizing it was Lin Chen speaking, he momentarily froze. His shock intensified upon seeing his daughter embracing Lin Chen's arm, and particularly when he noticed Uncle Fu trailing behind Lin Chen, leaving him utterly bewildered. This scene was beyond his comprehension. At this moment, Lin Chen made no use of his cultivated powers, and others were too preoccupied to notice any discrepancies. Although Du Gutahai felt perplexed, he refrained from posing any questions initially. Instead, he became intrigued by Lin Chen's earlier assertion that he knew who had stolen the martial arts techniques. Just as he was about to inquire further, Du Minglang interjected. You know, who do you think you are? Just a mere waste from the Lin family. What gives you the right to come to my city lord's mansion? Wan Qing, your lack of decorum is becoming increasingly evident. How dare you bring someone in so casually and display such familiarity? Du Minglang was acutely aware that he was the one behind the matter at hand. Despite his confusion upon witnessing the actions of the group, upon seeing Lin Chen, he wore a look of utter disdain. He was eager to expel this individual swiftly to avoid any further complications. He believed that once this matter was entrusted to him for investigation, he would find a way to extricate himself from any entanglements. Who do I think I am? Allow me to enlighten you. With that, Lin Chen did not even move his body. He extended a single hand, and in the next moment, Du Minglang found himself thrust towards Lin Chen's palm. Gripped by the neck and lifted high, he writhed in the air, his face turning crimson. To his horror, he realized he was utterly incapable of mounting any form of counterattack. He was indeed at the 5th level of the True Essence realm, the same as Du Gutahai. Yet, before this young man, he was rendered defenseless. This was utterly terrifying. Equally alarming was the power of the yin-yang reversal technique, which could even siphon the cultivation of others. Although Lin Chen did not require it, the overwhelming force rendered Du Minglang utterly helpless, reduced to a mere chick before him. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, a resounding crash echoed, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. A piercing scream followed. Du Minglang spat blood, his breaths growing shallow. What are you doing? Du Gutahai, oblivious to his brother's treacherous ambitions, furiously pointed at Lin Chen. Though astonished by Lin Chen's terrifying prowess, he could not ignore the fact that this was his own younger brother. Little did he realize that had it not been for Lin Chen's consideration for Du Wanqing, Du Minglang would have already met his demise, left only with a breath for his family to manage. Father, no. Du Wanqing, coming to her senses, was unaware of Lin Chen's motives, but instinctively understood that there must be a reason behind his actions. She swiftly intervened to prevent Du Gutahai's wrath. She was acutely aware that while Lin Chen appeared to possess lesser cultivation, his power far surpassed theirs, placing him in an entirely different league. Should Du Gutahai provoke Lin Chen, the consequences could be dire. Simultaneously, Du Wanqing turned to Lin Chen, unable to restrain her curiosity. Master, what is the reason for this? Master? Du Gutahai stood in stunned disbelief. Bewildered and astonished, Du Wanqing gazed at Lin Chen. Could it be that her own daughter had taken Lin Chen as her master? This was utterly absurd. Yet, the prowess Lin Chen had just exhibited was undoubtedly superior to his own, a certainty he could not dismiss. At this moment, clarity began to dawn upon him. He understood that Lin Chen's actions were not without reason. Lin Chen, wearing a faint smile, remarked, "Did I not mention earlier? I know who pilfered that half of the earth-level technique. It was perpetrated by none other than your own brother." He gestured toward the brother. "You may search him. Evidence should still remain." Upon hearing this, Du Gutahai gazed in disbelief at his brother lying on the ground. He exchanged a glance with Uncle Fu, who promptly approached to conduct a thorough search. Ultimately, within the crevice of Du Minglang's clothing, they uncovered the technique. They tore open his garments, revealing the half of the inferior earth-level technique concealed within. At this juncture, everything became apparent. It was indeed Du Minglang who had orchestrated this affair. Lin Chen's actions found their rationale, yet the question lingered. How did Lin Chen possess such knowledge? Before anyone could voice their inquiries, Lin Chen continued. Do not ask how I came to know. I simply do. Moreover, in the near future, he will bring ruin upon you all. Since Wan Qing is now my disciple, her affairs are my concern. However, this remains your family matter, and I have granted him a reprieve, leaving the resolution in your hands. However, I had made it abundantly clear beforehand that he was not to be healed. Even if he were to survive, he must remain crippled. Lin Chen harbored no desire for these individuals to show mercy, for it could ultimately endanger Du Wanqing. There was even a possibility that this individual might seek revenge against the Lin family. He could not allow such a scenario to unfold. I trust you. Du Gutonghai scrutinized Lin Chen closely before finally nodding silently. He was not a man prone to indecision. He simply had never contemplated that his own younger brother could inflict harm upon him. Lin Chen was formidable. There was no need for him to fabricate lies. Moreover, the facts were glaringly evident. Yet, familial bonds lingered. Du Gutonghai cast a glance at Du Gu Minglang, a fleeting expression of reluctance crossing his features before he resumed his cold demeanor. Since his brother was so unyielding, he would dispense with any pretense of courtesy. He exchanged a knowing glance with Uncle Fu, who had often performed such tasks. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to act directly. No, no. Brother Du Gu Minglang managed to utter, terror and regret evident in his eyes. But it was too late. Uncle Fu had engaged in this sort of affair numerous times. In the Tianlong continent, the gravest sin was to exhibit weakness of heart, dragging Du Gu Minglang away. A cacophony ensued, eventually giving way to a calm silence. Uncle Fu entered, wiping his hands, and respectfully presented half a volume of cultivation techniques to Du Gutonghai. Lord City Master, the techniques. Du Gutonghai tilted his head back slightly, closing his eyes. Subsequently, upon receiving the martial arts manual, he could not help but shake his head at the sight of the incomplete text. Earth-level techniques are exceedingly precious. Even one's own brother might resort to treachery for them. Yet, this was also his opportunity for a breakthrough. Though it was merely half of a manual, it remained a priceless treasure. Just as he was about to put it away, Lin Chen's words nearly caused him to leap in disbelief. You desire such a worthless technique? Just discard it. The tone was flat, accompanied by a look of disdain. When the manual had been unearthed by Uncle Fu, he too had glimpsed this so-called earth-level technique. It was utterly subpar. It dawned upon him just how exceptional his own technique truly was. If there had been any lingering doubt, he could now assert with certainty that his technique was at least of heavenly grade. Remarkably, he possessed 4 such manuals. To label this mere half of an inferior earth-level technique as garbage was to elevate its status. Chapter 28. Heavenly-level techniques. Trash. Du Gutonghai was momentarily stunned. The guards and servants of the city lord's mansion were equally taken aback, questioning whether they had misheard. Earth-level techniques, even if merely a partial version, were invaluable treasures, fiercely contested by countless individuals. Yet here was Lin Chen, casually dismissing them as worthless trash, a remark that resonated with an extraordinary irony to those present. Your tone seems rather grand, Du Gutonghai began, but before he could finish, he was swiftly restrained by Fu Bo, who tugged at his sleeve. Fu Bo, having accompanied Du Gutonghai for many years, was perhaps the closest to him apart from Du Gu Wanqing. A mere glance was sufficient for Du Gutonghai to grasp the underlying message. His heart sank in astonishment. Could it be that Lin Chen was not merely boasting? Was it possible that the earth-level techniques were indeed worthless? At that moment, Du Gu Wanqing approached and whispered something to Du Gutonghai. Upon hearing her words, Du Gutonghai felt as though he had been struck by lightning. What did you say? Your master bestowed upon you at least a superior earth-level technique. His voice was raised, betraying the shock that coursed through him. Only after he spoke did he realize the gravity of his words, with so many people present. If this claim were true and word got out, it could spell disaster for the city lord's mansion. Half of the inferior grade techniques have incited a fierce struggle between the formidable Thundercloud Fortress and him. The superior grade techniques are sufficient to provoke envy among even more powerful factions. At that moment, Du Gutonghai addressed all the guards and servants, commanding, "You must all leave this place. Not a single word of what you have heard here must be revealed. Otherwise, not only shall you lose your lives, but your families shall also suffer dire consequences." The guards and servants had naturally overheard his earlier words. Upon hearing this, they shuddered, regretting their decision to have ears at all. If this matter were to leak and they were mistakenly harmed, it would be an unjust death. No one would dare question Du Gutonghai's words. He was a man of his word. Yes, yes, yes. With this thought in mind, the guards and servants nodded fervently and hastily exited the hall as if fleeing. Once everyone had departed, Du Gutonghai turned to his daughter and inquired, "Wanqing, this matter is of great significance. You must not speak carelessly." His expression was gravely serious. At this moment, Du Gutonghai was utterly bewildered. He was acutely aware of Lin Chen's circumstances, having even gone so far as to examine Lin Chen's body to ascertain the truth. He was certain that Lin Chen's dantian had been irreparably damaged. Such a condition could not possibly be restored. At least he had never heard of anyone whose dantian was destroyed and then healed. He had long since abandoned any hopes regarding Lin Chen's situation. However, now Lin Chen not only appeared to have restored his dantian, but his cultivation level astonishingly reached the first stage of the true essence realm. Even if his Dantian had not been damaged initially, achieving this level would still be remarkable. The fact that he had also taken his daughter as a disciple was even more perplexing. Upon hearing this, Du Gu Wanqing fell silent, as she understood how difficult it was for anyone to believe such a thing. She was at a loss for how to explain it adequately, and thus cast a pleading glance towards Lin Chun. Du Gu Tonghai followed suit, perhaps sensing that only Lin Chun could elucidate this matter. Lin Chun scoffed dismissively and remarked, "If I previously believed that the technique I provided to Wanqing was likely of superior grade or above, after seeing that inferior technique you were holding just now, I can assure you that what I imparted to Wanqing is at least a heavenly grade technique." "What? Heavenly grade technique?" In the room, apart from Lin Chun, the three others were shaken to their core. Even Fu Bo and Du Gu Wanqing, who had initially recognized the power of this technique, were left utterly stunned. What was the concept of a heavenly grade technique? If this were to leak out, it would surely bring calamity to the entire Yin City. Countless powerful factions would descend upon Yin City to eradicate it, and resistance would be utterly futile. Such was the might of a heavenly grade technique. Even a mere whisper of it could lead to such dire consequences. There was no surprise in this outcome. Du Gu Tonghai still found it hard to fully accept this revelation. However, soon, Lin Chen's words struck like a heavy bomb, compelling Du Gu Tonghai and the others to believe him. "I am merely at the first level of the true essence realm, yet I can effortlessly defeat Du Gu Minglang. And even you, the city lord. If I desire, I can make you witness your own brain matter within a breath's time." Lin Chen spoke these words with a calm demeanor. Nevertheless, they prompted everyone to recall the earlier events, understanding that Lin Chen harbored no hint of boasting. He had already substantiated his claims with his prowess. Du Gu Tonghai was acutely aware of this fact. The disparity in strength between his brother and himself was minimal. If Lin Chen could easily incapacitate Du Gu Minglang, he could just as easily eliminate any one of them. At this moment, Du Gu Tonghai finally grasped the reality that stood before him. Not merely an ordinary genius restoring his Dantian, but a genuine master whose abilities far surpassed his own. What could possibly achieve such feats aside from celestial-level techniques? Du Gu Tonghai dared not inquire further. He understood precisely what was required of him at this juncture. A smile spread across his face as he respectfully gestured to Lin Chun, saying, "Young Master Lin, please take your seat." Du Gu Tonghai refrained from directly addressing Lin Chun by name. The present circumstances were vastly different from the past. Lin Chun accepted without hesitation, striding forward to occupy the highest seat, crossing his legs with a firm tap. No one dared to voice any objections. Following this, Du Gu Tonghai and Uncle Fu were exceedingly cautious, scarcely daring to breathe. Only Du Gu Wanqing appeared relatively at ease. Lin Chun was regarded as a young master, for he was willing to impart even the celestial-level techniques to her, filling her heart with boundless joy. Such an act exemplified profound trust. Unbeknownst to Lin Chun, his standing in Du Gu Wanqing's heart deepened significantly. After inviting Lin Chun to take a seat, Du Gu Tonghai hastily inquired about the situation. Upon learning of the events that transpired, particularly that Lei Yun Fortress intended to abduct Du Gu Wanqing for exchange, a fierce killing intent gleamed in Du Gu Tonghai's eyes. The sympathy he once felt for Du Gu Minglang dissipated entirely. Had it not been for Lin Chen's timely intervention, Du Gu Wanqing might have truly met her demise at the hands of her brother. This brother deserved his fate. In tandem, Du Gu Tonghai's gratitude towards Lin Chen grew immensely, as he had essentially rescued the Lord's mansion twice. Coupled with the celestial-level techniques bestowed upon Du Gu Wanqing, this immense favor rendered him feeling utterly indebted. He also discerned that Du Gu Wanqing's cultivation had ascended to the 6th level of qi refining. Although surprised, this progression seemed natural in light of the celestial-level techniques. "Young Master Lin, your profound kindness is unforgettable. Henceforth, should you have any requests of me, Du Gu Tonghai, do not hesitate to voice them. I would gladly lay down my life." Du Gu Tonghai vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Lin Chen nodded. "There is no need for such formality, Lord. Since Wanqing is my disciple, we are akin to family, and I shall not stand on ceremony. I have numerous tasks at hand. Please fetch me some paper and a brush." Lin Chen naturally intended to document the auxiliary herbs required for awakening Du Gu Wanqing's celestial body to present to Du Gu Tonghai. This was, in fact, his purpose for coming here. Upon learning of this, Du Gu Wanqing felt a surge of joy and anticipation for the transformation that awaited her post-awakening. Such trivial matters did not warrant any inquiries from Du Gu Tonghai. He promptly procured paper and a brush for Lin Chun. Lin Chun, unreserved, wielded the brush with flourish, inscribing a comprehensive list of herbs, all of which Du Gutong Hai could procure. Upon completion, Lin Shun handed the list to Du Gutong Hai, stating, "Gather these herbs at your earliest convenience. I shall return tomorrow afternoon to personally assist Wan Qing in awakening her celestial body." Chapter 29. The Liu family kicks the door. Celestial body? Du Gutong Hai was momentarily bewildered. Despite his confusion, he refrained from probing further so as not to waste Lin Chen's time. He promptly nodded and said, "Rest assured, young Master Lin, I will send someone to gather the medicinal herbs overnight, ensuring everything is ready in the shortest possible time, so as not to delay you." Du Gutong Hai discerned that this must pertain to his daughter, undoubtedly signifying a significant opportunity. Moreover, at this moment, Lin Shun was not merely asking him to perform this simple task. He would unhesitatingly comply with any request. To him, Lin Shun had become a pillar of support. If he did not seize this moment, he would surely regret it in the future, having lost the dignity of a city lord. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Do remember what I mentioned," Lin Shun stated, rising to depart without any intention of lingering. "Please wait, young Master Lin. Allow me to escort you back." Du Gutong Hai interjected hastily. "Our city lord's residence has specialized carriages. Returning on foot would surely soil your shoes. Permit me to offer my humble assistance." Upon hearing this, Lin Shun did not refuse again and nodded in acquiescence. Subsequently, Du Gutong Hai summoned his attendants, and together with Du Gu Wanqing and Fu Bo, they accompanied Lin Shun. A grand procession emerged, comprising over 100 individuals, complete with 2 open-air palanquins, each carried by 10 bearers. There is no need for a horse. The space above is vast and exceedingly opulent. This represents the highest courtesy extended by the lord of the city. Typically, such grandeur is reserved solely for the esteemed Du Gutong Hai during his travels. Yet, in this instance, Du Gutong Hai perceives Lin Shun as somewhat unworthy of such honor. Nevertheless, this is the utmost he can offer, as he personally escorts Lin Shun into the palanquin. The onlookers from the lord's residence are left utterly astonished, bewildered by the unfolding events. The formidable lord of the city is humbling himself to serve the young master of the Lin family, Lin Shun, in such a demeaning manner. However, none dare to inquire further, nor do they even risk a prolonged glance. Once Lin Shun is settled in the palanquin, Du Gutong Hai hastily turns to Du Gu Wanqing and instructs, "Wanqing, hurry and join your master in the same palanquin. Strive to strengthen your bond with him." A flush of embarrassment colors Du Gu Wanqing's cheeks, yet she nods in delight, climbing into the palanquin beside Lin Shun and gently massaging his shoulders. This treatment leaves those from the lord's residence green with envy. Many of the younger scions of the lord's household would gladly wish to eliminate Lin Shun, consumed by jealousy at the extraordinary privilege he enjoys. Yet, they lack the audacity to act upon their feelings. Although the specifics of the situation remain elusive, even the simplest observer can discern Lin Shun's esteemed position in the eyes of the city lord. As Du Gutong Hai boards another palanquin, Uncle Fu waves his hand decisively, proclaiming, "Let us depart," to the Lin family. Thus, this grand procession, replete with magnificence, attracts considerable attention as it exits the lord's residence. Throughout the journey, a chorus of whispers filled the air. Good heavens! Is that not the young Master Lin Shun of the Lin family? He is riding in a palanquin of equal stature to that of the city lord, and he leads the procession. Am I blind? It is truly astounding. Just the other day, I heard that Lin Shun had exhibited extraordinary prowess at Chunman Tower. It appears he has indeed resumed his cultivation. Could it be that he has once again transformed into the brilliant prodigy of Yanqing? Yet, even for a genius, how could he dare to ride ahead of the city lord? And look who accompanies him. Gasp! Countless onlookers inhaled sharply. It is none other than Miss Wanqing, the daughter of the city lord, who is attending to Lin Shun with a shoulder massage. The audacity! Miss Wanqing is the object of my dreams. Everyone stood in a daze, rooted to the spot along the roadside, unable to approach the palanquin. The entourage was clearly there to shield Lin Shun from the throngs of curious onlookers. At this moment, Lin Shun couldn't help but marvel at the situation. Du Gutong Hai truly knows how to save her life, perched high in his palanquin, surveying the surrounding landscape like a monarch surveying his realm, evoking a sense of superiority. As the palanquin progressed, the crowd swelled, and the entire city buzzed with discussions about Lin Shun. The Lin family is on the rise. The city lord himself is so intimately acquainted with Lin Shun, it seems we must cultivate favorable relations with the Lin family henceforth. Many of the elite and prominent families of Yanqing were also engaged in fervent conversation. It is widely acknowledged that the Lin family's standing in Yin City is destined to undergo a transformation. By the way, previously, individuals from the Liu family sought trouble with the Lin family. It appears that misfortune awaits them. Chunman Building is an enterprise of the Liu family. According to the original narrative, Lin Chun had merely endured in silence after losing Xiao Zi, ultimately left with no recourse. However, on that fateful day, Lin Chun struck the madam of the establishment. Naturally, she rushed to the Liu family to lodge a complaint. The Liu family is also among the premier clans in Yin City and is even more formidable than the Wang family, which Lin Chun had previously vanquished. Within their ranks are two formidable practitioners at the fourth level of True Essence realm, the family head, Lu Qingyuan, and the second in command, Lu Qingshou. They are entities that the Lin family would not dare provoke in the past. Today, the second in command, Lu Qingshou, has come to the Lin family to demand accountability, and he is currently present at their estate. Lin Chun remains oblivious to this unfolding situation, but he will soon be enlightened. Shortly thereafter, a carriage arrived at the Lin family's entrance. As it came to a halt, a figure suddenly flew out, one of the Lin family members, who landed on the ground. Wailing in distress, Lin Chen's brow furrowed immediately, and he gracefully descended from the carriage. Du Tonghai, upon witnessing this, hastily followed suit. What has transpired? Lin Chen inquired, gazing at the Lin family member on the ground. Lin Chen, how wonderful. You have returned. Hasten to witness the commotion, for the Liu family has come to stir trouble, and the gates have been breached. Second master and third master are utterly outmatched. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen swiftly darted through the entrance of the Lin family estate, followed closely by Du Tonghai. Subsequently, Du Wanqing and Uncle Fu, accompanied by personnel from the city lord's mansion, also entered. The Lin family disciples, who had just been thrown out, trembled in astonishment. Was that not the esteemed city lord? Why was he accompanying Lin Chen? As the Lin family disciples pondered this, another throng of individuals approached, comprised of heads of various prominent families from Yin City, the leaders of the other two top-tier families in Yin City, along with many other notable family heads, arrived with a few companions in tow. They were not merely spectators. They sought to comprehend why City Lord Du Tonghai was treating Lin Chun in such a manner, as this would inform their future dealings with the Lin family. The ejected Lin family disciples could only stand in stunned silence as a steady stream of people entered the Lin residence, sensing that a significant event was about to unfold. Bang! Bang! The sound of two resounding impacts echoed through the air as Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng were struck down, coughing up blood. Lin Jintian's previously joyous expression abruptly froze. Earlier, when Lu Qingshou had come seeking trouble, Lin Jintian had felt a wave of concern. Yet, he soon found delight as Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng managed, against the odds, to withstand the onslaught of Lu Qingshou, a formidable adversary at the fourth tier of the True Essence realm. However, the situation took a sudden turn for the worse. Lu Qingshou directly signaled for Lu Qingyuan, the head of the Liu family who was nearby, to come over. Two formidable warriors at the fourth level of the True Essence realm were present. Even though Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng had been training in the techniques imparted by Lin Chun and could fight above their level, they were still unable to contend with these two. At this moment, they were severely injured. Lu Qingshou gazed at his astonished brother Lu Qingyuan and said, "Elder brother, did you see that? Do you understand why I summoned you? Just a day ago, I encountered these two when they were merely at the fifth level of body refinement. In just one day, they have ascended to the first level of the True Essence realm. Moreover, their combined strength is such that even I cannot prevail against them. If I am not mistaken, they must be practicing an exceptionally high-grade technique, at least of Earth grade. If we could obtain it." Haraha. Chapter 30. A Kick to Obliterate. Lu Qingshou erupted in a fit of triumphant laughter, as if this martial technique had already become his to command. How could he not feel elated? The matron belonged to their faction, and Chunmanlu was their enterprise. If a matron suffered an injustice, there was no need for him to confront the Lin family directly. He could simply dispatch someone to handle it. However, many were oblivious to the fact that the Liu family maintained a strong alliance with the Yuan family, effectively serving as their subordinate clan, a matter shrouded in secrecy and only known for the past 2 years. It was said that this connection stemmed from the Yuan family, primarily due to Jun Wuchen. It was unclear what fortuitous turn of events had allowed Yuan Rua to align herself with Jun Wuchen, but their fear of him compelled them to accept their subordinate status. Not long ago, they had received a pigeon post from the Yuan family, informing them of Lin Chen's situation and urging them to take action against him. The Yuan family would soon arrive. Upon learning of this, Lu Qingyuan deemed the Lin family insignificant, believing that the Yulan family was making too much ado over nothing. Nevertheless, he chose to extend a modicum of respect to the Yulan family by allowing Lu Qinshu to use the matron as a pretext to eliminate the Lin family. In doing so, they could continue to navigate the social currents of Yinchen without revealing their affiliation with the Yulan family. Little did he anticipate that the two individuals he regarded as insignificant, Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng, would prove to be far more formidable than he imagined. The notion that they could unite to confront him, a formidable practitioner at the fourth level of the true essence realm, seemed utterly preposterous. In an instant, he pondered and discerned the underlying connections, realizing that the two must have cultivated top-tier techniques, likely of the earth grade. Without hesitation, he promptly signaled for his elder brother, Lu Qingyuan, to join him, accompanied by numerous powerful practitioners from the Lu family within the true essence realm. It was imperative that they seize this earth-grade technique. At that moment, upon hearing Lu Qinshu's words, Lu Qingyuan comprehended the situation and his eyes sparkled with excitement and fervor. The earth-grade technique, which even the city lord of Yinqing, Duge Tonghai, lacked, would, if obtained by them, enable them to surpass Duge Tonghai in a short span. At that juncture, the position of city lord would undoubtedly belong to them. There was even a possibility of engaging in a contest of strength with Jun Wuqing, for they did not wish to remain perpetually subservient. Let us annihilate the Lin family. This information must not leak under any circumstances, and we shall extract the details of the technique from these two. Should they refuse to divulge, they will experience a fate far worse than death. Lu Qingyuan's gaze was imbued with avarice and cruelty. Their original intent was to obliterate the Lin family. Yet this opportunity afforded them the chance to conceal the truth of their acquisition of the earth-grade technique. They would train in secrecy and ultimately astonish everyone. At this moment, Lin Jintian also overheard the discussions between the brothers, his heart filled with profound shock. Earth-grade techniques? He found it difficult to fathom how Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng had acquired earth-level techniques. Did these two brothers lose their minds? Yet upon reflecting on their earlier demeanor, even he began to harbor doubts. Unable to restrain himself, he cast a glance toward Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng, eager to inquire about the situation. However, in the current circumstances, it was evidently not the appropriate moment for such questions. Observing Lu Qingyuan and Lu Qinshu, Lin Jintian realized that the Lin family was likely facing grave danger today. With Lin Chen still absent and uncertain of his return, he wore a steely expression of defiance and scoffed. Humph. Do they truly believe the Lin family is easy prey? Today, even if every member of the Lin family were to perish, we shall strip the Lu family of their skin. His laughter echoed mockingly. How absurd. Do you really think this will prove effective? With your meager strength, do you still harbor illusions of salvation? I cannot fathom why the Yulan family is so fearful of you. They appear nothing more than timid as mice. Lu Qingyuan retorted disdainfully. Yulan family? Lin Jintian paused, suddenly astonished, and inquired, are you referring to the Yulan family? What connection do you have with them? Did they send you here? Lu Qingyuan quickly realized he had let slip too much information. Yet, he was unconcerned, for after today, the Lin family would be erased from existence. What did it matter if a group of corpses learned of such matters? Lu Qingyuan nodded lightly. Indeed, we are merely a subordinate family of the Yulan clan. It was the Yulan family that instructed us to take action. I had not intended to disclose this, but revealing it to you is of no consequence. How could this be possible? How did the news escape? Lin Jintian's eyes reflected a flicker of panic. According to their plan, the Yulan family was not supposed to learn of this matter for quite some time. Moreover, he was certain that none of the Yulan family's representatives who came to the Lin household that day survived. How then had Lu Qingyuan been informed? He found himself at a loss. It seemed Lu Qingyuan had grown reckless, revealing everything to Lin Jintian. Yulan Ruo is not dead. She is alive and well. Furthermore, members of the Yulan family will arrive in the next couple of days. However, I feel it is unnecessary to wait for their arrival, as we will have already dealt with the bodies of your family by then. Instantly, Lin Jintian's body trembled violently. If it were only the Lu family, they could have held out until Lin Chen returned. Yet, with the Yulan family arriving imminently, there was no time for the Lin family to retreat. Moreover, any attempt to withdraw would undoubtedly draw attention, making it easy for the Yulan family to locate them. It was a trap designed to lead the Lin family to their doom. Damn it, Lin Jintian thought despairingly. If only he could grant Shin'er a bit more time. The Yulan clan would surely not pose a threat. Yet now, there was no path left for retreat. Despair engulfed him. However, upon glancing at the two brothers, Lu Chengyuan and Lu Chengshou, there was a slight restoration of composure. Setting aside the Yulan family for the moment, it was imperative to stall these two individuals. Observing Lu Chengyuan, Lin Zhentian continued to feign inquiry, asking, "What exactly did Yulan Rua convey to you?" She dispatched a message via carrier pigeon, stating, "The Lin family's Lin Shun has surprisingly managed to cultivate, exhibiting exceptional talent and formidable prowess, along with someone named Xiao Zi. Ensure they are eliminated without fail. You are merely stalling for time." Lu Chengyuan suddenly grasped the situation, realizing Lin Zhentian's deliberate delay. Upon being uncovered, Lin Zhentian's expression shifted. "Enough with the nonsense. Prepare to meet your end. First, I shall deal with you." He promptly gestured to his younger brother. Lu Chengshou, with a sinister grin, lunged at Lin Zhentian. If Lin Zhentian struggled against the third level of True Essence realm, how could he possibly contend with Lu Chengshou, who was at the fourth level? In an instant, Lin Zhentian found himself unable to retaliate, his vital energies completely sealed. Bang! Ah! A scream echoed, followed by a burst of crimson mist. Lu Chengshou was obliterated by a single kick from Lin Shun, reduced to a mist of blood. Donggu Tonghai, witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly astonished. He knew he could not achieve such a feat, yet instinctively positioned himself beside Lin Shun, casting a glance at the now wide-eyed Lu Chengyuan. "Why, you are Lin Shun. Moreover, the city lord." Lu Chengyuan was bewildered. He could not comprehend how the city lord could be associated with Lin Shun. Furthermore, how could Lin Shun, possessing only the cultivation of the first level of true essence, execute such a formidable attack? Lu Chengshou exhibited no resistance whatsoever. Lin Zhentian was equally astonished. Although he was aware of Lin Chen's prowess, he had not anticipated it to be to such an extent. To kick and shatter the fourth level of true essence? The difference was monumental, achievable only when the disparity in strength between two individuals was insurmountable. Lin Shun nonchalantly dusted off his shoes without casting a glance at Lu Chengyuan. Observing the grievous state of Lin Hu and Lin Chanfeng, he instructed the disciples of the Lin family, "First, assist my second uncle and third uncle." Chapter 31. The Lu family is thus excluded. Lin Zhentian had long given orders to all members of the Lin family. In the Lin family, Lin Chen's words held the same weight as his own. Although many were contemporaries of Lin Shun, none dared to compare their status with his. The mere sound of his commands instilled an undeniable sense of obligation. Immediately, several young members of the Lin family acted upon his directives, assisting Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng to their feet. Upon standing, both men beamed with delight at the sight of Lin Shun. Previously, despair had clouded their hearts, but now, with Lin Chen's return, all seemed resolvable. Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng wore expressions of exhilaration. They were acutely aware of Lin Chen's formidable prowess. The Lu family was inconsequential in comparison. The fifth realm of true essence was merely a trivial existence before Lin Chen. Reflecting on this, both men felt a sudden jolt of realization. As elders, they found an overwhelming sense of security in Lin Shun, causing a flush to rise to their cheeks. However, they quickly composed themselves. Lin Shun had now become the cornerstone of their Lin family. A myriad of emotions rippled through the gathering, all astonished by Lin Chen's arrival. "Second brother!" Lu Chengyuan cried out in despair, arms outstretched to the heavens, yet Lu Chengshou was nowhere to be seen. His gaze turned bloodshot as it fixed upon Lin Chen. With deliberate enunciation, he declared, "Lin Chen, I will fight you to the end." At this moment, Lu Chengyuan instinctively understood the situation. Given Lin Chen's formidable strength, it was hardly surprising that he had garnered the favor of the city lord. Regrettably, his own fate was sealed. He was filled with profound remorse for agreeing to assist the Yulan family, yet it was too late for regrets. They had mobilized their forces, injuring both Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, and had informed the Yulan family of the events, leaving the Lin family no choice but to seek retribution against him. He resolved to face his demise with a semblance of dignity. Indeed, he met his end with remarkable fortitude, requiring no intervention from Lin Shun. In a flash, the city lord, Donggu Tonghai, struck Lu Chengyuan with a palm to his forehead. The sound of impact echoed, followed by a splatter of blood. Lu Chengyuan was instantly slain by Donggu Tonghai's blow, prompting the remaining members of the Lu family to instinctively retreat a step. The brothel keeper, overwhelmed by terror, collapsed onto the ground. Lu Chengshou had intended to use the brothel keeper as a pretext to annihilate the Lin family, and she had accompanied him. Believing the task to be a mere formality, Lu Chengshou's support had filled her with unwarranted pride. Yet now, regret consumed her. She had never envisioned that the once ineffectual Lin Chun would ascend to such heights of power and invincibility. His prowess was nothing short of astonishing. The city lord, Dugatong Hai, had even intervened on his behalf. What a remarkable honor! The brothel keeper realized her downfall was inevitable. Such despicable individuals hardly warranted Lin Xiaoye's direct involvement. After Du Gutong Hai dealt with Lu Chengyuan, he slightly cupped his hands in respect towards Lin Chen. This scene was precisely witnessed by the heads of various prominent families who had just arrived. Even Lin Jintian was taken aback, his heart tumultuous with surprise. The dignified city lord, Du Gutong Hai, showed such deference to Lin Chun, bowing in a gesture of respect, clearly implying a subordinate status, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. What on earth had transpired? Just moments ago, it seemed the city lord had personally executed Lu Chengyuan. Moreover, his words evidently indicated that he was acting on Lin Chen's behalf. Why did Lin Chen command such reverence from the city lord? Amidst the collective confusion and astonishment, Du Gutong Hai continued to speak. From this day forth, the Lu family is to be expunged from Yin City. No one shall claim to be a member of the Lu family. A bombshell. Upon hearing this declaration, the heads of the various families in Yin City gasped in shock. One audacious family head could not help but cautiously inquire, "City Lord, may I ask the reason behind this? What has provoked your ire against the Lu family?" The Lu family is one of the 4 premier families in Yin City. Just prior, the discovery of the bodies of the Wang family's formidable warriors in Songlong Valley had already left people lamenting the loss of one of the 4 top families. And before they could grasp the situation, now another family, the Lu family, had been expelled from Yin City. These were esteemed families with a heritage spanning centuries. To witness 2 such illustrious families vanish in a single day was unfathomable. Anyone would feel as though the heavens were collapsing. Dong Gutong Hai did not conceal his thoughts, stating plainly, the Lu family, with their insidious ambitions, has colluded with the Yulan family to target the Lin family. Given my profound relationship with young Master Lin, I cannot remain indifferent. Young Master Lin has now become my daughter's mentor, and from this day forth, we shall regard each other as equals. Henceforth, I declare that any offense against the Lin family will be deemed an offense against me, Dong Gutong Hai. The assembly could easily discern that the connection with the Yulan family was merely secondary. The crux of the matter lay in the deep ties with Lin Chun. It was not just a close relationship, it had become almost subservient. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the illustrious daughter of the city lord had become Lin Chen's disciple. Their emotions could not be adequately described as merely thunderstruck. They were not foolish. They understood perfectly that this was not merely a shift for the Lin family, but a seismic upheaval for the entire Yin City. The future Lin family would undoubtedly surpass the city lord's estate and status. One could glean this from Dong Gutong Hai's demeanor. Meanwhile, the surviving members of the Lu family were now utterly terrified, their minds in disarray. They had initially thought this was merely a straightforward purge. In Yin City, aside from the 4 top families, there were countless others. The absence of one would be inconsequential. Yet, witnessing the current situation, they realized that if they did not take action, they might lose their very lives. At the forefront was Lu's leader, with the family's chief steward, Wu Zhengming, promptly interjecting. "I implore you, Lord of the city, to spare us. We are willing to submit to the Lin family and will henceforth look to them as our guiding star." It is noteworthy that not all individuals of the Lu family bore the surname Lu. Wu Zhengming, possessing considerable talent, had ascended to the 3rd tier of the true element realm, making him second only to Lu Qingyuan and Lu Qingshou. Thus, he had become a pivotal figure within the Lu family. In his eyes, the troubles caused by the Lu brothers were not his burden to bear. He had already committed numerous efforts to the Lu family over the years and felt no moral qualms about his potential betrayal. After speaking, he cautiously observed Du Gutong Hai, who, in turn, directed his gaze towards Lin Jintian. With a cordial smile, he inquired, "Elder Lin, what is your perspective on this matter?" Lin Jintian felt a tremor run through him. Once upon a time, he and the city lord Du Gutong Hai could hardly exchange a word. Yet now, due to Lin Chen's influence, the esteemed lord treated him with the courtesy one might extend to a younger neighbor. He had transformed into the elder brother in this dynamic. Nevertheless, Lin Jintian understood that he had earned such treatment, all thanks to Lin Chen. Lin Chen's prowess was extraordinary, compelling even the city lord Du Gutong Hai to seek his favor. Lin Jintian gradually acclimated to his new status, maintaining a humble demeanor. He smiled and nodded at Du Gutong Hai, stating, "There are many innocent individuals within the Lu family who may remain, but those bearing the surname Lu must meet their end." Lin Zhenxian would never allow lingering troubles for his family, nor would he dare to harbor members of the Lu family. Additionally, Lu Qingyuan had no intention of sparing the Lin clan this time. However, the loyalty of those unrelated by blood to the Lu family was not as steadfast. If these individuals were to be incorporated into the Lin family, they would undoubtedly become a tremendous asset in the future. Take Wu Zhengming, for instance. His cultivation at the third level of the true origin realm surpassed Lin's own strength. Upon hearing this, Dugu Tonghai instantly comprehended the situation. He cast a subtle glance at Uncle Fu, who immediately signaled the experts from the city lord's mansion to take decisive action. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the ranks of the Lu family as all members bearing the Lu surname were mercilessly slaughtered. After executing this grim task, Wu Zhengming trembled slightly. He was fortunate to have spoken, lest he too had met a similar fate. Meanwhile, the members of other families present remained silent, too intimidated to utter a word. Chapter 32, Wu Zhengming's Breakthrough. The decisiveness of his actions was astonishing. No one could have anticipated that the esteemed lord of the Dugu family, Donggu Tonghai, would go to such lengths. It was evidently an effort to cultivate a favorable relationship with Lin Chun, and the extent of this endeavor left many in disbelief. The prominent families were perplexed by his motives, yet this did not hinder their cautious reverence towards Lin Chun. It was clear to even the simplest minds that Lin Chun was extraordinary. Many had not witnessed the scene where Lin Chun had decisively shattered Lu Qingshou with a single kick. Now, they were quietly inquiring with the Lin family members present about the incident. The Lin family members, filled with pride, recounted the events, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the heads of the other families. How terrifying! What did it mean to obliterate a fourth-level true element realm practitioner with a mere kick? They understood all too well. At this moment, they finally comprehended the reason behind Donggu Tonghai's actions. Their gazes towards Lin Chun were infused with fervor, and thoughts of marrying off their most beautiful daughters to him began to circulate. As long as Lin Chun consented, any choice would suffice. Achieving such prowess at such a young age, he was destined for greatness in the Tianlong continent. This realization was shared by all. After a slight tremor, Wu Zhengming immediately knelt before Lin Chun, pledging his loyalty. He was not foolish. He recognized that Lin Chun was now the cornerstone of the Lin family, and his words held significant weight. After kneeling, Wu Zhengming proclaimed, "From this day forth, I, Wu Zhengming, vow to serve the Lin family with unwavering loyalty. Should I harbor any treachery, may the heavens strike me down." Lin Chun glanced at Wu Zhengming and nodded. "Indeed, since you are so astute, I shall enlighten you. Following the Lin family will be far more rewarding than aligning with the Lu family. Your cultivation technique appears to be flawed. Henceforth, you shall practice according to the method I provide, which will yield remarkable results." Upon finishing his words, Lin Chun began to guide Wu Zhengming with a series of precise gestures, outlining the path of his cultivation technique, mastering 4 extraordinary methods simultaneously. Lin Chun was unparalleled even among the most formidable beings of the Tianlong continent in matters of cultivation. He discerned the issues plaguing Wu Zhengming's technique. Wu Zhengming trembled, for he practiced a supreme method of the Xuanji tier, albeit a fragmented version. Despite his considerable innate talent, he had gradually ascended to the third level of the true essence realm. However, his body had suffered numerous ailments. Unlike others, he was incapable of altering his cultivation method without risking chaotic repercussions within his body, leading to a fate he could not even comprehend. This had long been a source of torment for him. As Lin Chun's fingers danced through the air, Wu Zhengming felt a surge of vibrations coursing through him, realizing that his moment of great fortune had arrived. Following Lin Chun's prescribed route, the flow of his energy became remarkably harmonious, igniting a warmth in his dantian. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy erupted, radiating outward and making the sensation palpable for all present. Surprise flickered in everyone's eyes. He is broken through. Wu Zhengming actually achieved this breakthrough merely due to Lin Chun's casual guidance. The 4th level of the true origin realm. This was utterly unexpected. Although all were aware of Lin Chun's extraordinary talent, capable even of battling beyond his rank, no one anticipated that he would be so remarkably gifted. Even the members of the Lin family were taken aback, with the exception of Lin Hu and Lin Chanfeng, who wore expressions of nonchalance. After all, they understood best that Lin Chun could create such formidable techniques as the Heavenly Sword Supreme Decision. To casually offer a few pointers to Wu Zhengming was indeed a trivial matter. Completing a technique was a minor feat. What was there to be astonished about? They had previously achieved breakthroughs in major realms. The disparity between these two types of breakthroughs was immense. Donggu Tonghai was equally astonished, a tremor coursing through his heart. Donggu Wanqing, too, was filled with joy, realizing that her master was truly beyond expectations and exceedingly powerful. The sparkle in her eyes intensified. My technique has been perfected? No, it has been upgraded. This is an Earth-level technique. I cannot believe my technique has ascended to the level of Earth. Wu Zhengming could never have imagined this. Not only had the issues with his technique been resolved, but he was also fortunate enough to cultivate an Earth-level technique in this lifetime. In a moment of astonishment, Wu Zhengming inadvertently voiced his thoughts, causing all who heard him to fixate upon him with intense, piercing gazes. It was as if they wished to strip him bare and subject him to countless humiliating encounters. Realizing the gravity of his words, Wu Zhengming's body tensed. After all, he was speaking of a terrestrial-level cultivation technique, one that could incite madness in many, prompting them to seize it by force. However, he quickly regained his composure. Standing tall and casting a disdainful glance at those surrounding him, now aligned with the Lin family and Lin Chen, did these individuals truly dare to threaten him? Even the city lord, Donggu Tonghai, was merely a lackey of Lin Chen. Given 100 opportunities, would they dare to act? The adage "a dog relies on its master" perfectly encapsulated Wu Zhengming's current reality, yet he felt no shame in it. Others aspired to such influence, yet it eluded them. Indeed, as Wu Zhengming had surmised, although these individuals were tempted, they dared not make a single move, merely gazing at him with envy. Their admiration for Lin Chen grew more fervent. This was no mere prodigy. He was nothing short of a divine being. They had heard of such supernatural entities who, with a mere gesture, could elevate one's cultivation techniques. This seemed to transcend the very essence of humanity. With a profound understanding of this, Wu Zhengming once again knelt before Lin Chen, bowing deeply in reverence. Young master, henceforth I, Wu Zhengming, shall be but a loyal hound at your side, ready to obey your every command. Lin Chen's assistance not only aided him, but effectively saved his life. The issues surrounding his cultivation had become increasingly dire. If left unresolved, his demise would be inevitable. This was something the Lu family had never provided him. At this moment, Wu Zhengming's loyalty was genuine and heartfelt. Lin Chen nodded gently. Very well, from now on, you shall be considered a member of the Lin family. Rise. Yes, young master. Wu Zhengming then stood, silently positioning himself beside Lin Chen, regaining the demeanor of a formidable warrior, casting disdainful glances at the members of the other prominent families. Henceforth, the Lin family would be his home. Lin Zhentian was also filled with elation, aware that the Lin family was truly on the verge of rising. With Wu Zhengming now firmly at the 4th level of true essence realm and fiercely loyal to the Lin family, who would dare to provoke them? Ha! Congratulations. From this moment forth, the Lin family shall stand as one of the premier families of Yanqing. Brother Zhentian, we must strengthen our ties. A hearty laughter resonated through the air. The patriarch of one of the 4 top families, Huang Wangfei, wore a congenial smile as he regarded Lin Zhentian, directly elevating the Lin family's status to that of a top family in Yanqing. At that moment, no one dared to voice dissent. All nodding in agreement, while inwardly cursing Huang Wangfei for his sycophantic behavior. He was indeed quick to respond, preemptively flattering them as they had wished. What should they flatter? Haha, well, it seems we ought to be more sociable in the future. Lin Zhentian also wore a hearty smile. In the past, Huang Wangfei would not even spare a glance at the Lin family. Lin Zhentian understood that it was all due to Lin Chen's influence. Observing Lin Chen, he felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. In such splendid circumstances and a vibrant atmosphere, why not host a banquet at the Lin residence to celebrate the return of the talented young master Lin Chen? I shall immediately arrange for the necessary provisions. Today, I shall be the host. Meanwhile, the head of the eminent Sima family from Yanqing, Sima Baichuan, was also thumping his chest, wearing a pleasing expression as he regarded the members of the Lin family. This suggestion was met with an immediate chorus of agreement. Indeed, with such a dashing young master Lin Chen, we ought to pay our utmost respect. I shall have my family send over some gifts as well, tonight. We shall not leave the Lin residence until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Such matters cannot be overlooked by my family. I too shall make arrangements. Chapter 33, acknowledged by all. I too shall join in, urging my kin to send offerings forth. I yearn to partake as well. At this moment, the heads of the prominent families in Yanqing have descended into a frenzy, eager to deliver their finest treasures to the Lin family, leaving them no opportunity for refusal. Each of them is acutely aware that should the Lin family host a celebratory banquet, the preparations would be extensive. If they wish to seize this opportunity to cultivate a favorable relationship with Lin Shun, the most effective approach is to present their own gifts. One individual voiced this sentiment, and the others quickly followed suit, unwilling to miss such a splendid opportunity. This collective effort has significantly alleviated the burden of preparation from the Lin family. Lin Jintian stood in a daze, observing the scene unfold. Just as the various family heads dispatched messages for their offerings, Dugong Tonghai approached Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng, holding a vial of medicinal elixir in his hand. "Esteemed brothers," he proclaimed, "this is the unique Shuachan pill from my city lord's mansion, renowned for its remarkable healing properties. I present it to you both for your recuperation." The two brothers gasped in astonishment, utterly taken aback. The city lord, who had previously regarded them with indifference, was now bestowing such a precious gift upon them. The Shuachan pill, a treasure of immense worth, could easily be exchanged for the allegiance of formidable true essence realm cultivators. The extraordinary nature of this gift was beyond compare, and they hurriedly accepted it, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. It is well understood that this situation arose due to Lin Chen's influence, alleviating any psychological burden. After all, anyone who can forge a good relationship with Lin Shun is deemed extraordinarily fortunate. This has become a source of admiration for many, and they share in this glory. At that moment, Uncle Fu approached with the brothel keeper and inquired, "My lord, Master Lin Shun, how shall we handle this individual?" The origin of this incident is inextricably linked to the brothel keeper. Uncle Fu is meticulous in his duties. Upon seeing the brothel keeper attempting to sneak away, he promptly apprehended her. Dugu Tonghai glanced at Lin Chen's expression and, noting his indifference, casually waved his hand, saying, "Handle it as you did with the Liu family." "Understood." Uncle Fu took the person away. Given that the Lin family was in a celebratory mood, they certainly could not allow any disruption to mar the occasion. The families that had promised to contribute to the banquet demonstrated remarkable efficiency in their efforts. In a mere short span, an array of exquisite delicacies and rare pastries from renowned establishments were presented. Even the treasured wines, painstakingly collected over the years, were generously brought forth without hesitation. The Lin family was treated as honored guests. Dugu Tonghai had initially intended to leave after seeing Lin Shun, but upon witnessing the other family's contributions, he hastily instructed Uncle Fu to retrieve his cherished tiger whip wine. In no time, the Lin family was bustling with activity, and the entire Yin city was abuzz with discussion about these events. However, those who were able to participate were none other than the heads of various prominent families. Ordinary individuals were utterly unable to gain entry. Lin Jintian found himself helpless. The sheer number of attendees was overwhelming. If everyone were to attend, the Lin family residents would be unable to accommodate them all. The banquet unfolded late into the evening, with Lin Chun at the center of attention, as everyone attempted to draw closer to him, which became quite irksome for Lin Chun. Thus, he discreetly informed Lin Jintian and took his leave with Xiaozi. Xiaozi had been present all along, but merely observed the dazzling Lin Chun in silence, fully aware of her young master's remarkable prowess. She felt that her role was simply to be a devoted admirer. As they walked, Xiaozi finally spoke. "Master, you are becoming increasingly formidable. You are now renowned throughout Yin City. I am truly proud of you." Upon hearing her words, Lin Chen smiled and replied, "Xiaozi, you are also exceptional. Do not compare yourself to me. We are different. With your talent, you too shall have your day in the sun, perhaps even more radiant than mine. Believe in yourself. The techniques I have bestowed upon you will empower you to stand tall over the Dragon Continent in the future." "Thank you, Master," Xiaozi exclaimed joyfully, nodding enthusiastically while skipping alongside Lin Chen. Meanwhile, after the conclusion of the banquet, the city lord, Dugu Tonghai, was not idle either. He promptly dispatched all personnel from the city lord's mansion to gather the various medicinal herbs that Lin Chen had previously documented. A resolute order was issued. Every apothecary must be searched, leaving not a single one overlooked. If none can be found in Yin City, one must venture to other towns. Regardless, all must be gathered by tomorrow afternoon. Otherwise, there will be dire consequences. Previously, Dugu Tonghai may not have been as anxious, but after attending the banquet, he has come to a profound realization. In Yin City, he is but a mere city lord. Should Lin Chen desire, he could easily cast him aside. It is imperative that he maintains a strong relationship with Lin Chen. The only means to achieve this lies in the master-disciple bond between Dugu Wanqing and Lin Chen. He has already taken a step ahead. inciting envy and resentment in countless others. There must not be the slightest error in the quest for medicinal herbs. Dugu Wanqing embodies the future of his lordship. Once all orders were given, Dugu Tonghai gazed at Dugu Wanqing with palpable excitement. After a moment's contemplation, he cautiously inquired, Wanqing, speak truthfully to your father. Is it true that your master's techniques are truly formidable, classified as celestial level? Dugu Tonghai still found it hard to believe. It was utterly daunting. Upon hearing this, Dugu Wanqing silently rolled her eyes. She nodded and replied, what my master says is beyond doubt. If he claims it, it is so. Furthermore, father, I must clarify that my master stated this technique is at least celestial level. The exact grade is unknown even to him. Dugu Wanqing distinctly recalled Lin Chen's previous words, now reminding Dugu Tonghai. How could this be? Dugu Tonghai found it difficult to fathom that there could exist a martial art even more terrifying than the celestial grade techniques. He could not help but shake his head, unwilling to entertain such a notion. The information he had already received was more than enough for him to comprehend and accept. After a moment, he glanced at Dugu Wanqing with a hint of reluctance and inquired, my dear daughter, please tell me, what transpired between you and your master? Be detailed. Previously, when Lin Chun was present, Dugu Tonghai had no opportunity to delve deeper into the matter. Now, his curiosity was overwhelming. Dugu Wanqing, however, did not conceal anything. She recounted every detail without reservation, as there was no need for secrecy. Dugu Tonghai's expression shifted to one of realization, coupled with a wave of embarrassment. He had been utterly oblivious to the fact that Dugu Wanqing possessed a celestial physique. In his heart, he felt an immense gratitude towards Lin Chun. This was a tremendous favor to his position as the city lord. After a brief moment of respite, Dugu Tonghai hesitantly asked, my dear daughter, is this martial art something I could practice? Would your master be upset? The allure of a celestial grade technique was irresistible. Dugu Tonghai, disregarding his age, felt no shame in asking. After all, she was his daughter. His only concern was whether Lin Chun would be displeased. Should this technique be one that he had imparted to Dugu Wanqing? Upon hearing her father's question, Dugu Wanqing took a moment to ponder thoughtfully. Then he shook his head and replied, it should not be the case. My master has already instructed you to discard that inferior earthly technique, indicating that he does not care about your cultivation of the methods he imparted to me. However, as I have only just begun my practice, it will take a considerable amount of time to fully transfer everything to you. There are many aspects I do not fully comprehend and will need to consult my master frequently. Upon hearing that cultivation was possible, Dugu Tonghai showed no concern for such matters. He nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains, exclaiming, no worries, no worries. From now on, you shall be my master, and I will heed your every word. Quickly, share this heavenly technique with me. Dugu Wanqing nodded with joy, feeling for the first time that she was truly useful within her home. Chapter 34. A breakthrough once again. By the way, Uncle Fu, you should join us to listen as well. As Uncle Fu was about to step out to avoid any awkwardness, Dongwu Wanqing suddenly interjected. Dongwu Wanqing's mother had passed away at an early age. In the Duke's residence, her father, Dongwu Tonghai, was often preoccupied with his duties. Thus, it was Uncle Fu, akin to a grandfather, who had consistently cared for her. How could Wanqing forget Uncle Fu when good fortune was at hand? Can I also participate? Uncle Fu stammered, a mix of excitement and disbelief evident in his voice. This was a celestial level technique, a superlative skill that many could only dream of. Now, it seemed from Wanqing's words that he too could partake in the cultivation. Afu, you have been in my Duke's residence for so long. Since Wanqing has invited you to stay and listen, do not hesitate. Come over quickly and do not waste time. Dongwu Tonghai shared his daughter's eagerness and could hardly contain his anticipation. Ah, certainly, certainly. Uncle Fu hurriedly approached with eagerness. Subsequently, Dongwu Wanqing did not hold back and disclosed the operational pathways of the technique to the two. They promptly discarded their previous methods and began to cultivate the new technique. Almost immediately, they felt the extraordinary power of the starry mystical essence formula. The techniques they had practiced before now seemed utterly trivial in comparison, akin to refuse among refuse. The disparity was nothing short of staggering. Although Dongwu Wanqing still had much to learn, particularly in the application of the technique's greater powers, she was resolute in her pursuit. However, she encountered no difficulties with this simplest exercise route. After all, she possessed the elemental celestial body, a talent beyond dispute. Boom, boom. Waves of powerful energy surged outward in rapid succession. In that fleeting moment, both individuals felt enveloped by an overwhelming force. To their astonishment, they both achieved breakthroughs. We've broken through. Du Gu Wanqing stared blankly at the scene before her, utterly astonished by the astonishing efficacy of this technique. It was unexpected that both individuals would ascend in such a manner. As for Uncle Fu, there was no need for elaboration. He had progressed from the 4th level of the True Yuan realm to the 5th level. His face appeared significantly more youthful. In the Tianlong continent, the mightier the cultivator, the longer their lifespan. Some ancient beings, having lived for millennia, still bore the appearance of youthful teenagers around 17 or 18 years of age. Given Uncle Fu's innate talent, he had never anticipated breaking through the 5th level of the True Yuan realm in this lifetime while practicing the original technique. Yet, thanks to Lin Chen's stellar profound Yuan art, he had undergone a profound transformation, with further advancements awaiting him in the future. He was experiencing a second spring in life. As for Du Gu Tonghai, there was even less to elaborate on. He had already reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of the True Yuan realm, a position of strength among the strong. Yet now, he had achieved yet another breakthrough. Lord City Master, could it be that you have surpassed the innate level? Uncle Fu's eyes sparkled with delight. Beyond the 3 postnatal realms lies the innate realm, a level coveted by countless individuals. Like a celestial being, he roams freely through the world. Should Du Gu Tonghai truly achieve a breakthrough, it would signify an utter transcendence beyond the realm of humanity. Du Gu Wanqing gazed at him in astonishment. Yet, Du Gu Tonghai shook his head, stating, "It is not innate, it is a half-step into the innate realm. I am still lacking in some aspects, though it shall not take much longer." Du Gu Tonghai was overwhelmed with excitement. The innate realm, this has been the pinnacle of his aspirations throughout his life, and now it seems so effortlessly attainable, merely due to his recent practice of this technique. If only he were granted a little more time, though not much, he would truly step into the innate. A joyful smile adorned his face as he earnestly looked at Du Gu Wanqing and said, "Dear daughter, do you realize the caliber of the master you have just taken on? It likely exceeds our imagination. While I cannot fathom why young Master Lin would act in such a manner, you must remember never to provoke your master as ire. It is simply terrifying." The thought alone sent shivers down Du Gu Tonghai's spine. He even entertained the notion that Lin Chen might have been possessed by an unparalleled powerhouse. He had heard whispers of such legends, yet he would never voice his speculations. Should they escape his lips, it could spell disaster. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Chen would merely chuckle at Du Gu Tonghai's wild imaginings if he were to learn of them. "Rest assured, father, I shall certainly heed your words. Moreover, with such a benevolent master, why would I ever wish to provoke his ire?" With that, Du Gu Wanqing joyfully turned and departed. It seemed she had unwittingly taken on an exceedingly formidable and unimaginable mentor. Du Gu Tonghai observed her retreating figure, smiling and shaking his head in amusement. The following morning, as Xiao Zi assisted Lin Chen in donning his attire, she noticed the remarkable advancement in his cultivation. "Ah, young master, you have made another breakthrough. This is astonishing." Xiao Zi gazed in disbelief at Lin Chen, who had now attained the 2nd level of the True Essence realm. Just the previous day, he had only achieved the 1st level, and now, after a single night's rest, he had ascended yet again. The rapidity of his progress was truly incomprehensible. Lin Chen chuckled lightly and replied, "Is it not commendable for the young master to be so formidable? Indeed, it is splendid. The more powerful you become, the better it is. However, should the old patriarch catch sight of this, I fear his eyes might pop out in astonishment." Xiaozi could easily envision the expression on Lin Jintian's face upon seeing Lin Chen. Unable to contain herself, she stifled a giggle. "Young master, I shall prepare breakfast now. Yesterday, the family members delivered an abundance of rare ingredients. I will make you bird's nest soup." With palpable excitement, Xiaozi dashed off. For someone who revels in cooking, those exquisite ingredients filled her with unrestrained joy. In truth, compared to the pursuit of becoming an unparalleled powerhouse, Xiaozi found greater delight in preparing meals and caring for Lin Chen. Even though her future was destined to become that of an unparalleled powerhouse, Lin Chen rose from his slumber and ventured into the courtyard to admire the flora. He reclined leisurely on a lounge chair, awaiting the passage of time. Once Xiaozi had prepared the bird's nest, they shared the delicacy together. Just as they finished their meal, Lin Jintian arrived, coming alone to check on the 2 precious gems of the Lin family. A single day without seeing them filled him with anxiety. Following the conclusion of the previous day's banquet, Lin Jintian felt as though he had been ensnared in a surreal experience. In Yin City, a gathering of such magnitude, with numerous prominent families extending their congratulations, was an achievement even the city lord's residents could scarcely attain. At the first opportunity, Lin Zhentian discerned Lin Chen's breakthrough in cultivation. Indeed, as Xiaozi had mentioned, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in astonishment. Gasping for breath, he pointed at Lin Chen, momentarily at a loss for words. After regaining his composure, he felt that his life was destined to be utterly overwhelmed by Lin Chen's extraordinary prowess. "Chener, have you achieved another breakthrough?" Lin Zhentian questioned, doubting whether he was merely imagining things. He had never heard of anyone in the Tianlong continent accomplishing such a feat of advancing a level in a single day. Yet Lin Chen had done so. What was even more astonishing was that Lin Chen had been preoccupied the entire day and had not practiced at all. Regardless of whether Lin Zhentian believed it, Lin Chen merely nodded in affirmation. "I have just attained the second level of the True Essence realm." "There is no cause for such astonishment," he remarked nonchalantly, displaying a remarkable indifference to the matter. The further one progresses, the more profound the shock experience becomes. For no matter the level of achievement, he shatters a barrier each day. In contrast, others may toil for centuries to surmount a single hurdle, while he accomplishes it in the span of a day. The awe it inspires will be truly staggering. Even those ancient beings who have lived for millennia will surely be left wide-eyed in astonishment. Yet, this is merely a glimpse into the near future. Lin Zhentian, of course, could not fathom such potential. He could only chuckle heartily and exclaim, "Excellent. Truly, my Lin family's promising scion deserves such pride. What is there to fault in a young man, a prodigy, exhibiting a touch of arrogance?" With these thoughts in mind, he chose to shift the conversation. Turning to Lin Chen, he inquired, "By the way, Chener, do you still intend to visit the Canglong Valley? I have heard you have already procured 2 types of medicinal herbs, with only the final one remaining." Lin Zhentian had received reports from Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, and he was aware that the Blood Lotus was currently resting in Lin Chen's abode. Lin Chen nodded. "Yes, I plan to stop by the City Lord's mansion this afternoon. I intend to utilize the morning hours to locate the last medicinal herb." Chapter 35. Such fierce powerhouses. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Lin Zhentian fell into contemplation. His brow furrowed, a hint of concern etched upon his face. Since the previous night, he had not slept well, preoccupied with the troubling matter. Noticing his father's unease, Lin Chen urged him to speak candidly. With a sigh, Lin Zhentian divulged his apprehensions. "You are aware that the Lu family came yesterday, and they were sent by the Yulan family. Moreover, a host of formidable experts from the Yulan family are advancing towards our Lin family. I dispatched a swift eagle to our scouts in Fengyan City last night. Given the distance, it is likely that the Yulan clan will arrive by tomorrow." Lin Chen, initially thinking the situation dire, was taken aback by Lin Zhentian's distress. He waved his hand dismissively. "It's of no consequence. Let them come. What is there to be troubled about? Is this truly worth such worry? This matter?" Lin Zhentian nearly choked on his words. While he acknowledged Lin Chen's prowess, indeed, he was capable of battling above his rank and his cultivation was advancing at an extraordinary pace, he felt his son underestimated the might of the Yuan family. A touch of pride can be beneficial, yet excessive arrogance may lead to misfortune. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. "Chener, you may not fully grasp the strength of the Yulan family. It far exceeds your imagination. In the realm of true essence, there are not merely one, but multiple formidable practitioners at the 5th level. Their lord from Fengyun City is well acquainted with these formidable individuals, and according to intelligence gathered, he too has decided to make an appearance this time. Coupled with the numerous experts from the Yulan clan, even the most powerful among us may find themselves outnumbered. No matter how strong a person may be, encountering such a multitude of skilled adversaries could lead to inevitable defeat. The Lin family's original strength is exceedingly meager, a fact that Lin Zhentian himself is acutely aware of. Were it not for Lin Chen, there would scarcely be anyone who would pay them any heed, let alone the lord of the city extending such courtesy. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, suggesting that they would discuss matters further once their adversaries arrived. He found little desire to elaborate. Should he divulge that dealing with innate masters poses no significant challenge for him now? Such a claim would sound fantastical even to him. Lin Zhentian would undoubtedly dismiss it as mere boasting. No one, regardless of their innate talent, would dare to utter such words. To defeat an innate master while only at the true essence 2nd level is a feat most would deem impossible. However, Lin Chen is different. He is simultaneously cultivating 4 supreme techniques of at least heavenly grade. Even innate masters no longer command his respect. After speaking, Lin Shan cast a glance at Xiao Zi and said, Xiao Zi, focus on your cultivation. I may return later than expected. Yes, young master. Please take care on your journey. Xiao Zi replied promptly with a smile. Child. Lin Zhentian felt that Lin Shun had become exceedingly arrogant. Only he understood the true terror of the Yuan family. He had even heard that the head of the Yuan family, who was originally merely at the 5th level of the true essence realm, had now possibly reached the brink of the innate realm. What a fearsome level that is. There was not a single such powerful figure in the entirety of Yinqing. Even if it were only a half step, just a touch would signify a leap in combat prowess. An existence beyond their comprehension. They were merely insignificant beings. Let them come, yet he feared they might not return. Lin Chun did not even turn his body, his domineering voice echoing into the ears of Lin Zhentian and Xiao Zi as he walked, his figure gradually receding, causing both to tremble. Xiao Zi felt nothing but admiration, while Lin Zhentian was equally astonished. It was overwhelmingly domineering. Lin Chen's arrogance had even left this elderly patriarch, who had lived for so many years, somewhat unnerved. Forget it. After all, my Lin family stands united with Chener. Lin Zhentian steeled himself. At this moment, even if he wished to flee, escape was out of the question. With such a vast family enterprise, it was impossible to abandon everyone for survival. Lin Zhentian was not capable of that. His entire life had been devoted to the flourishing of the Lin family. Even in death, he could not forsake it. At worst, it would be a fight to the death. Since Lin Chen was unconcerned, why should he be so troubled? In an instant, Lin Zhentian was also influenced by Lin Chen. Ceasing to ponder the matter any further, he murmured, This Chun is departing rather hastily. Both Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng are injured. I was considering sending a few more individuals to assist him. Lin Zhentian shook his head, realizing that he was unable to even put on a show. For Lin Chun, it mattered little whether he brought along 2 additional companions. Having more individuals would merely aid in dealing with lower-tier demonic beasts, which would not significantly contribute to his quest for the elusive Baiyu Lingji. In fact, they might become a burden. As Lin Chen was aware, the Baiyu Lingji lay deep within the Canglong Valley, a place fraught with peril, home to 4th-tier demonic beasts that rivaled innate realm practitioners, and even higher-tier beasts. It was not a location that ordinary individuals dared enter, were it not for the immense value of a resurrection talisman. Lin Chen would not be inclined to exert himself in such an endeavor. The residents of Yinqing typically avoided venturing too deeply, preferring to circumvent that treacherous area. With a series of swishes, a torrent of sword energy sliced through the air, and numerous single-horned ants fell to the ground. These single-horned ants were 2nd-tier demonic beasts, each comparable to those in the body-refining realm, appearing in swarms as they ventured deeper into the Canglong Valley. There were hundreds of them. Yet at this moment, Lin Chen dispatched them with the ease of chopping vegetables. Should this scene be witnessed by outsiders, it would surely leave them in shock. Even a natural-born powerhouse would likely be rendered speechless. Simultaneously cultivating 4 distinct techniques, Lin Chen, although merely at the 2nd level of the true essence realm, possesses a depth of mastery that far surpasses ordinary expectations. The harmonious interplay of these 4 techniques renders Lin Chen's cultivation nearly inexhaustible, a stark contrast to his earlier days in the body refinement stage. Now, the technique of 10,000 swords returning to one can be wielded with effortless ease, to the point where the vast quantity of recuperation pills he carries remain untouched. Ever since Lin Zhentian recognized Lin Chen as a prodigious genius worthy of full support, an abundance of resources has been funneled into his hands. He has so many recuperation pills that they could be mistaken for mere candies. Lin Zhentian is ever eager to fulfill Lin Chen's desires, often anticipating his needs without being asked, and is willing to procure more at great expense if necessary. Such is Lin Chen's esteemed position within the Lin family. As Lin Chen unleashed the technique of 10,000 swords returning to one, swarms of horned ants were swiftly annihilated. Unbeknownst to him, this scene was being observed by an elderly man clad in Taoist robes, soaring through the air. Despite his injuries, the old man was astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a formidable individual! I never imagined such a powerful being could exist in this humble region of Yen City. He appears quite youthful. Perhaps he is an ancient anomaly. It would be wise for me to maintain my distance, even at my peak. I might not stand a chance against him. Should I be discovered, I could very well face dire consequences." Zhang Qingdao, a formidable figure at the late stage of the innate realm, had traversed Yen City on multiple occasions, familiarizing himself with this quaint locale. The most powerful here barely reached the 5th level of the true essence realm. Thus, Upon encountering such a potent adversary, he felt an overwhelming urge to retreat. In the Dragon Heaven continent, the concept of martial ethics was virtually non-existent. It was customary to seize the opportunity to harm others. Given his current injuries, should he be discovered, he would likely face complete annihilation. While losing his possessions would be unfortunate, the true fear lay in the possibility that this formidable being might take his very life. As he contemplated his escape, a series of ominous sounds resonated within his body. His complexion shifted dramatically. This is bad. The severity of my injuries has caused my internal energy to become turbulent. If I continue to soar through the skies, I may very well perish here. Fortune has certainly abandoned me. How could I encounter such a powerful entity at this moment? Never mind, I shall descend for now. As long as I remain unseen by this strong man, I will be safe. Chapter 36. Forcing himself to kneel and acknowledge his master. Zhang Qingdao could no longer endure. He exerted every effort to control his body, retreating to a position unseen by Lin Shun. At that moment, Lin Shun was preoccupied with exterminating the single-horned ant and remained oblivious to Zhang Qingdao's presence. Zhang Qingdao settled behind a large tree not far from Lin Shun. As he drew closer, he could acutely sense Lin Chen's terrifying prowess. Witnessing Lin Chen effortlessly execute the formidable technique of 10,000 swords returning to the origin left him in awe of his strength. Zhang Qingdao lamented that he could never achieve such mastery. It was evident that this senior possessed at least the consummate cultivation of the innate realm. Otherwise, how could he accomplish such feats? I must recover some strength and depart swiftly. Zhang Qingdao resolved this in his mind and promptly seated himself on the ground to recuperate. However, his expression swiftly shifted, marred by resentment. That detestable scoundrel from the Shunghua sect, relying on some unknown mid-grade earth-level technique, has inflicted such grievous wounds upon me. Disrupting my cultivation, it seems salvation is beyond reach. Zhang Qingdao felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. After a moment of cultivating, he realized the extent of his injuries, hopelessly severe. He could only await his demise in silence. After a brief interval, Zhang Qingdao came to terms with his fate. Death is inevitable for all. Since evasion is futile, he turned his gaze towards Lin Shun, who was still engaged in battle, and could not help but exclaim, "No, my previous conjecture was incorrect. This senior has likely transcended the innate realm." Zhang Qingdao felt that he had previously misjudged the situation. Now, with the distance diminished, he could truly sense the terrifying prowess of Lin Shun. To unleash such formidable attacks without restraint is beyond the capabilities of mere innate realms. To witness such a formidable senior in action before facing death is, in a sense, a worthy end. Yet, he pondered the nature of the cultivation method employed by this elder, which exuded such dreadfulness. At this moment, Zhang Qingdao realized that Lin Chen's techniques transcended ordinary comprehension. The aura radiating from the display of the myriad swords returning to their source made him tremble with awe. The more he observed, the more entranced he became. Initially, he was merely captivated by admiration. Gradually, it felt as though he had entered a state of enlightenment, fully immersing himself in the techniques and movements executed by Lin Shun. Unbeknownst to him, the cultivation method within him was being rapidly stirred. His once chaotic energies began to align with remarkable order, becoming increasingly profound and powerful. The injuries within his meridians were swiftly mending, yet he remained oblivious to these changes. It was only after Lin Shun had vanquished all the unicorn ants and paused, with no beasts obstructing his path, that Zhang Qingdao finally came to his senses. He felt a lingering sense of desire for more, followed by an overwhelming shock and then elation. Could it be that my cultivation method has somehow upgraded? Who is this extraordinary elder? Merely by observing his techniques, I feel as if I have entered a realm of enlightenment, and my own methods have evolved. Originally, I practiced a low-grade earth-level cultivation technique, but now I have ascended to a high-grade earth level. Zhang Qingdao felt utterly numb. This was a situation he had never encountered in his lifetime. Merely observing Lin Shun wield his techniques with such formidable momentum, he realized that his own cultivation had unexpectedly progressed from a low-grade to a high-grade earth level. This could scarcely be described as an exaggeration. It was nothing short of a miracle, a grand opportunity. He exclaimed inwardly, "Who would have thought that as an injured wanderer, I would stumble upon such serendipity? This venerable figure must surely be a peerless powerhouse of the Tianlong continent, and by mere chance, I have crossed paths with him. From misfortune springs fortune." Zhang Qingdao's heart surged with wild elation. He even felt a twinge of gratitude towards the adversary who had previously inflicted grievous wounds upon him. Were it not for that injury, how could he have encountered such a fortuitous event? If that foe were to learn of this, they would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Merely possessing a mid-grade Earth-level technique had filled that opponent with such pride, while he himself had directly upgraded his original technique to a high-grade Earth level, without even needing to modify his practice. Moreover, the disparity between each level of techniques is immensely profound. Although it may seem like just a single level's difference, the enhancement in strength is nothing short of earth-shattering. Zhang Qingdao was elated beyond measure. However, he quickly regained his composure, for at that moment, Lin Shan, having dealt with the unicorn ant, was continuing onward. Zhang Qingdao was suddenly taken aback. He hurriedly soared into the air, exclaiming, "Senior, please wait." Such an extraordinary opportunity, such a venerable figure, who had even aided him. How could Zhang Qingdao let this chance for gratitude and camaraderie slip away? If he could forge a connection with such an esteemed elder, his future would undoubtedly flourish. Merely being in Lin Shan's presence, witnessing his battles, would enhance his own martial skills. To follow such a senior would be nothing short of a tremendous windfall. Zhang Qingdao was no fool. Lin Shan, momentarily startled by the commotion, turned gently, and upon seeing Zhang Qingdao approaching, felt a flicker of surprise. The ability to fly was a hallmark of innate masters, indicating that this individual possessed at least a foundational level of cultivation. Otherwise, he would not be capable of such feats. "Senior, is he addressing me?" Lin Shan murmured to himself. If he was not mistaken, there were no others around. It was highly probable that this elder was indeed calling for him. However, the term senior left him momentarily bewildered. As a young man, he found it amusing that this elder had no qualms about aging him prematurely. Moreover, he discerned that Zhang Qingdao harbored no ill intentions. Rather, he bore an expression of eagerness to please. Otherwise, he might have unleashed a torrent of swords upon him. With a resounding thud, Zhang Qingdao knelt before Lin Shan while still airborne, proclaiming, "Senior, the profound gratitude I, Zhang Qingdao, can never forget. I humbly request that you accept me as your disciple. From now on, I shall serve you diligently, working tirelessly for your benefit." Zhang Qingdao exclaimed passionately, his heart surging with emotion. "If I could have such a venerable elder as my master, my future would be secured." Lin Shan nearly choked on his own blood in disbelief. A person who was undoubtedly a congenital powerhouse had inexplicably knelt before him in gratitude, proclaiming his desire to be his disciple. The stark contrast in their ages left Lin Shan somewhat bewildered. He felt overwhelmed by the sheer age difference, and he had no inkling of what had transpired. It was all so bewildering. Anyone in his position would be equally perplexed. Upon closer inspection of Zhang Qingdao, Lin Shan noticed him nervously bowing his head, clearly anxious about being rejected. "Please wait a moment. Could you tell me who you are and why you are expressing such gratitude towards me?" Zhang Qingdao quickly regained his composure. In his excitement, he had forgotten to clarify an important matter. He had been secretly observing Lin Shan, who remained entirely unaware of this fact. Realizing this, Zhang Qingdao remained kneeling and proceeded to explain the events that had transpired. After finishing, he gazed at Lin Shan with hopeful eyes. Lin Shan, upon hearing the explanation, finally grasped the situation. Good heavens, it appeared he had been spied upon during the earlier battle. Hearing that Zhang Qingdao had advanced his martial arts due to observing his battles speaks volumes about the man's perceptive abilities. It is evident that there exists a certain affinity between them. However, considering the significant age difference, Lin Shan found it quite difficult to accept such an elderly individual as a disciple. He waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "I am merely in my early 20s. While you are of considerable age, do you truly believe it appropriate for me to take you as my apprentice?" Lin Shan was confident that this old master was undoubtedly older than Lin Zhentian, and indeed, he was correct. Zhang Qingdao had surpassed 2 centuries in age. As a natural-born powerhouse, he was destined to live longer, to the extent that he could be considered a grandfather to Lin Zhentian. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingdao was momentarily taken aback, incredulously gazing at Lin Shan. Instinctively, he chuckled, "In your early 20s? Surely you jest, esteemed elder. How could this be? Wait a moment. You are at the second level of the true origin realm." Suddenly, Zhang Qingdao comprehended the situation, the words catching in his throat. At that moment, he discerned Lin Shan's cultivation level, and if his eyes did not deceive him, Lin Shan was indeed at the second level of the true origin realm. Chapter 37. 3 Fourth-Order Beasts. Zhang Qingdao was momentarily taken aback, grappling with disbelief. How could this be possible? Just moments ago, Lin Shan had unleashed an extraordinarily powerful technique. one that had even bestowed upon him a glimpse of enlightenment. How could he be merely a young man in his early 20s? While achieving the true essence realm at such a tender age was indeed the hallmark of an exceptional talent, Zhang Qingdao had encountered such prodigies before. Yet, he firmly believed in the overwhelming force he had just witnessed and felt. Such might was beyond his own capabilities. This left him utterly perplexed. A futile endeavor to comprehend the extraordinary. Lin Xun, observing Zhang's reaction, chuckled and remarked, "As you can see, I am merely at the true essence realm. Far younger than you might imagine." He was acutely aware of the old man's misconceptions, likely envisioning him as some ancient monster. However, that was far from the truth. Although having a congenital expert as a disciple did carry a certain prestige, Lin Xun held no desire to deceive. "Predecessor, please do not jest. You must be intentionally concealing your true strength. Just moments ago, I witnessed every move you executed, each imbued with profound artistry and boundless power. Even as someone who has reached the late stage of the congenital realm, I humbly admit I could not replicate such feats. How could it possibly be as you claim?" Zhang Qingdao found it impossible to accept such a notion. It was simply too outrageous. In his early 20s, a mere practitioner at the second level of the true origin realm was indeed remarkable. Astonishingly, merely witnessing him execute his attacks allowed one to elevate their own abilities by 2 tiers. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, seeing Zhang Qingdao press to the ground and repeatedly rubbed against it, he would never have believed such a tale. Nevertheless, Lin Xun had no intention of elaborating further to Zhang Qingdao. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he declared, "Believe it or not, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Lin Xun turned to depart. Yet, in the next instant, Zhang Qingdao knelt before Lin Xun once more. "Please, young master, wait." Although doubt still lingered in his heart, he felt compelled to acquiesce to Lin Xun's words. After all, the opportunity to enhance one's skills merely by observing another was far too precious to forsake. Even if he could not become Lin Xun's disciple, he would willingly settle for the role of a servant. Gazing earnestly at Lin Xun, Zhang Qingdao stated, "Since you, young master, claim to be merely in your 20s, I am inclined to believe you. Should you refuse to accept me as your disciple, so be it. However, I still wish to follow you, and I hope you will grant me this favor." With that, he bowed deeply several times before Lin Xun, startling him. Lin Xun thought to himself that a formidable practitioner in the late innate stage should not be so insistent. Every individual possesses a degree of compassion, and the sight of this old fellow clinging on as though his life depended on it was quite vexing. Yet, there was indeed a certain affinity between the two. With a gentle gesture, Lin Xun lifted Zhang Qingdao from the ground, saying, "Enough of this kneeling. Since you wish to follow me, I assure you that you shall not suffer any indignities in my service. You may remain by my side as my steward. After all, you are a congenital powerhouse. It would be a slight to have you serve as a mere servant. Upon our return to the Lin family, I shall grant you a steward's position, which is only fitting." Upon hearing Lin Xun's affirmation, Zhang Qingdao was filled with ecstatic joy, nearly fainting from the thrill. He realized he had seized this remarkable opportunity. Regardless of whether Lin Xun was an ancient being or merely in his early 20s, the fact that he had elevated Zhang Qingdao's cultivation was enough for him to pledge his unwavering loyalty. Shaking his head, Zhang Qingdao replied, "Young master, you overstate my worth. To be able to follow you is a blessing in itself. I shall gladly serve as your humble attendant." Lin Xun, hearing this, chose not to dissuade him further. It mattered little, as long as he remained by his side. The future would hold no obstacles to greatness for them. Zhang Qingdao was indeed correct in his belief. Having a late-stage congenital powerhouse at his side would facilitate matters greatly, sparing him from unnecessary labor. However, Lin Xun had other matters to attend to and lacked the time to impart his techniques to Zhang Qingdao. In the afternoon, he was to visit the city lord's residence to assist Du Gu Wanqing in awakening her celestial body. Looking at Zhang Qingdao, Lin Xun said, "I must attend to certain affairs. If you have other matters to address, feel free to depart. You may find me later at the Lin family in Yin City." Lin Xun discerned that this Zhang Qingdao must originally belong to a certain faction, and there were undoubtedly many matters to attend to. Indeed, this was the case. Zhang Qingdao was originally the second master of the Qingyun sect, and now that he had ventured out, his senior brother would naturally become concerned if he did not return for an extended period. Initially, Zhang Qingdao felt somewhat hesitant to broach this subject, fearing it might displease Lin Xun. However, to his surprise, Lin Xun exhibited such an open-minded attitude. With gratitude evident in his eyes, he casually inquired, "Thank you for your understanding, young master. May I ask what urgent matter you have at hand?" The old servant indeed has some trivial matters to address, but I am not in such a hurry to return. If there is a need, I am willing to lend you a helping hand. Zhang Qingdao immediately adjusted his form of address, adapting to his newfound role. The esteemed second master of the Qinyan sect, regarded by countless as a terrestrial immortal, was now humbly serving as a subordinate to a young man. If word of this were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish many. Yet, Zhang Qingdao felt no discontent. Only he understood how much he stood to gain. Lin Chen did not conceal his intentions and stated directly, "I am searching for the Baiyu Lingxi, as I need to save someone. Do you have any leads?" He posed the question casually, harboring little expectation. However, to Lin Chen's astonishment, Zhang Qingdao's eyes sparkled with recognition as he nodded vigorously. "The old servant indeed knows. I once passed through the Canglong Valley and saw it there." Zhang Qingdao was also filled with joy. He had not anticipated that, so soon after following Lin Chen, he would prove his worth. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had not expected that the servant would not be in vain. Indeed, he possessed knowledge of the location of the White Jade Lingxi. Previously, Lin Shan had harbored concerns about being unable to find it today. Now, however, he had a guide. "Since you are aware of its whereabouts, lead the way," Lin Shan remarked. Zhang Qingdao nodded in agreement but cautioned, "Young master, I have seen the White Jade Lingxi before, but such rare treasures are typically guarded by fierce beasts. On one occasion, I passed by and observed 3 fourth-tier demonic beasts on watch, and they were not just ordinary fourth-tier beasts. They were high-tier 4th-grade demonic creatures. Even I could not contend with them. At that time, I thought that although the White Jade Lingxi was precious, it was not worth such a perilous risk. So I merely glanced and departed." Zhang Qingdao spoke candidly. Although the White Jade Lingxi was indeed valuable, the 3 high-tier 4th-grade demonic beasts each possessed strength comparable to that of a late-stage innate practitioner. Moreover, demonic creatures are inherently stronger than humans of the same level, making them exceedingly difficult to confront. Zhang Qingdao had not even dared to entertain thoughts of obtaining the White Jade Lingxi. Together, those 3 high-tier 4th-grade beasts could challenge a perfected innate practitioner. The pursuit of a single White Jade Lingxi would yield far more losses than gains. However, Zhang Qingdao swiftly added, "Of course, with the young master personally taking charge, these 3 4th-tier demonic beasts are merely insignificant insects. I am more than willing to guide the young master." Zhang Qingdao had previously witnessed Lin Chen's terrifying prowess. His earlier remarks were merely to inform Lin Chen of the situation. With Lin Chen present, those 3 4th-tier demonic beasts would surely meet their demise. "Well then, let us proceed," Lin Chen nodded. Subsequently, Zhang Qingdao led the way. To his astonishment, he soon realized that Lin Chen truly could not fly. Instead, he moved swiftly along the ground, akin to a practitioner of the true essence realm, yet his speed was hardly inferior to that of Zhang Qingdao, who was at the late stage of the innate realm. In fact, he seemed to surpass it subtly. Chapter 38, The Spatial Satchel. Zhang Qingdao felt utterly fatigued as he pursued in the air. Despite soaring through the skies, he found himself outpaced by Lin Chen, who ambled leisurely with his hands clasped behind his back. It was hard to believe that Lin Chen was merely at the true essence realm. This led Zhang Qingdao to suspect that Lin Chen was deliberately concealing his true cultivation level. Yet, what reason would Lin Chen have to deceive him? At that moment, Lin Chen maintained a relaxed posture, each step resembling a magical contraction of space. This was the result of the celestial flower divine art, a technique that harmonizes with nature. When mastered to a profound degree, it could even summon a plethora of plants from thin air, harnessing the very essence of the earth. Although he appeared to stroll effortlessly, he was, in fact, expending a significant amount of spiritual energy. However, his vigor was so robust that this expenditure was negligible compared to what a typical practitioner at the second level of the true essence realm would experience. To him, it was merely a drop in the ocean, an inconsequential matter. If he so desired, he could accelerate even further, leaving Zhang Qingdao in the dust. Yet, he intentionally slowed his pace, relishing the sight of Zhang Qingdao's exhaustion, granting him a moment to catch his breath. Zhang Qingdao, exerting every ounce of his strength to keep up in the air, was experiencing a terrifying drain of spiritual energy. After only a brief period, he felt on the brink of depletion, yet he could scarcely utter a word. The speed of a congenital master traversing the path was astonishing, especially when employing their full capabilities. The surrounding scenery swiftly whizzed by him. Should he pause even for a moment, An insurmountable distance would instantly open up between him and Lin Shan, rendering any effort to catch up exceedingly arduous. Without hesitation, Zhang Qingdao, while soaring through the air, produced a vial of elixir, promptly pouring its contents into his hand and consuming them voraciously. As a practitioner of innate strength, he possessed only the most precious spirit essence pills, far superior to the mere energy-replenishing pills favored by Lin Zhentian. It could be said that even prior to the Lin family's acquisition of the 7-star herb and the remains of third-tier beasts, they would have struggled to procure a single spirit essence pill, even if they were to deplete their entire fortune. In contrast, Zhang Qingdao had an abundance of such elixirs at his disposal. This exemplifies the resources possessed by a late-stage innate practitioner. The Qingyun sect, a formidable force, commanded great respect. Even in a city like Yinqing, there were hundreds of families that contributed offerings annually to the sect, all in hopes of securing a place for their progeny within its ranks, which could elevate their family's fortunes immensely. Although Zhang Qingdao appeared exceedingly humble before Lin Shan, in the eyes of someone like Dugu Tonghai, he was regarded as a celestial being, an otherworldly sage. He consumed the spirit essence pills without a second thought, solely to keep pace with Lin Shan, determined not to let him down. The prospect of being relegated to the status of a servant was one he could not bear to contemplate. Lin Shan, however, remained oblivious to these nuances and failed to recognize the significance of the spirit essence pills. At that moment, seeing Zhang Qingdao, exhausted yet persistently consuming medicine, he could not help but shake his head. Are the late-stage practitioners of innate abilities truly this fragile? Even at my sluggish pace, he struggles to keep up. Fortunately, Lin Shan's words were meant solely for his ears. Otherwise, Zhang Qingdao might have plummeted from the heavens in disbelief. So self-important as to disregard the feelings of others, is it? Thus, the two continued their rapid journey. They soon arrived at the entrance of a cave. Panting heavily, Zhang Qingdao landed beside Lin Shan and said, "Young master, this is the place. I was curious when I passed by last time, so I ventured inside, but upon encountering those 3 fourth-tier demon beasts, I promptly retreated." As he spoke, he struggled to catch his breath while marveling inwardly at his young master's remarkable prowess. Traveling at such speed for an extended period, Lin Shan appeared unfazed. His complexion unruffled, and his breathing steady. His hands had never left the position behind his back, as if he were merely taking a leisurely stroll. The disparity was disheartening. It rendered him, a late-stage practitioner, somewhat envious and questioning his own existence. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan gently nodded and replied, "Yes, take a moment to rest. Afterward, accompany me inside to take a look. The white jade spirit herb is finally within reach." Having arrived at their destination and with ample time remaining, Lin Shan felt no urgency, allowing Zhang Qingdao a moment to recuperate. Zhang Qingdao suddenly revealed a grateful look. He swiftly retrieved a bottle of spirit essence pills, pouring its contents into his mouth without hesitation. He dared not delay, aware of the importance of not wasting Lin Shan's time. Observing Zhang Qingdao's incessant consumption of the pills, Lin Shan, curious, inquired, "What kind of elixir is this? You seem to be consuming it in abundance. Is it truly of little value?" After hastily swallowing the last of the pills, Zhang Qingdao replied, "It is merely a basic spirit essence pill, truly unremarkable. I apologize for any embarrassment I may have caused you, young master. Your strength is unparalleled, and your speed far surpasses what this old servant can achieve," leaving me feeling quite ashamed. He spoke sincerely, a faint blush creeping onto his aged face. He genuinely felt inadequate, despite Lin Shan intentionally slowing down his pace. He struggled to keep up, perhaps consuming more spirit essence pills than he cared to count. However, upon hearing these words, Lin Shan felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand Zhang Qingdao. Although he had no need for such pills himself, he recognized their worth. The Lin family possessed not even a single one. While he did not require them, his disciple, Xiaozi, did. Moreover, after accepting Du Gu Wanqing as his apprentice, he felt a lack of substantial resources to offer her beyond just techniques. The system panel indicated that reaching a 100 affinity with his disciple would yield special rewards. Yet, witnessing the old man consume an entire bottle in one go was simply too extravagant. Had I known this would transpire, I would have taken my time and waited for him a bit longer. Such wastefulness is disgraceful. Gazing at Zhang Qingdao, Lin Shan spoke directly. "Since this elixir of yours is so valueless, why not bestow some upon me? I shall find it useful in the future. Once you complete your tasks, I shall impart a cultivation technique to you, after which you may discard your inferior methods." Lin Shan, of course, would not accept Zhang Qingdao's offerings without due cause. In comparison to his own methods, it was evident that Zhang Qingdao was the one profiting immensely. Given that he was now following Lin Chen, he felt no need for formality. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Qingdao was overwhelmed with joy and excitement. If anyone else had disparaged his cultivation technique as inferior, he might have scoffed and even taken offense. However, since it was Lin Chen who spoke, he harbored no doubts. What puzzled him was Lin Chen's request for these so-called worthless spirit elixirs, which held no significance in his possession. He had a plethora of superior elixirs. Even at Lin Chen's direct request, he felt a twinge of embarrassment in offering them. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Qingdao retrieved a spatial pouch from his waist and presented it to Lin Chen with both hands. Since the young master has spoken, what belongs to this old servant is naturally yours. This pouch contains some trifles, all of which I bestow upon you. Zhang Qingdao then envisioned a rather difficult scenario. Spirit techniques are a higher echelon of abilities compared to martial techniques. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the spatial pouch, and he was momentarily taken aback. Such an item is indeed a treasure. The system's capacity is rather limited, only able to accommodate items acquired through systematic tasks. Zhang Qingdao, after all, is a congenital powerhouse, and it is likely that his spatial pouch possesses ample dimensions. Indeed, he finds himself in dire need of such an item. Moreover, Zhang Qingdao possesses more than one spatial pouch. Lin Chen observed yet another at his waist. Noticing Lin Chen's gaze, Zhang Qingdao elucidated. This pouch contains the clothing my old servant uses for daily changes, so I would prefer not to display it in front of you, young master. Chapter 39. The Annihilation of the Three Demon Beasts. Lin Chen exhibited no interest in these matters. Accepting the spatial pouch, he nodded slightly and remarked, "Consider these items as a temporary loan from this young master. I shall repay you doubly in due time." Lin Chen had no intention of taking his servant's belongings without recompense. He simply found himself in need of such items at present. They would serve perfectly for Xiao Zi and Gu Du Wanqing. Upon opening the pouch, he was taken aback by the sheer wealth contained within Zhang Qingdao's possessions. It was no surprise that a powerful being who had lived for 200 years amassed such treasures. The wealth of various elixirs was abundant, alongside an assortment of talismans and weaponry. Each item, if displayed in Yan City, would incite fierce competition among the prominent families. Yet, here with Zhang Qingdao, they seemed to be as good as free. The spatial pouch boasted a capacity equivalent to a room, yet Zhang Qingdao remained anxiously attentive to Lin Chen, fearing that he might find the items unsatisfactory or of inferior quality. However, he truly had nothing more of value to present. Regarding the cultivation techniques Lin Chen promised to impart, he held unwavering faith, aware that they would undoubtedly be extraordinary, potentially rejuvenating his life for a second spring. With his remaining lifespan limited, perhaps 20 years at most, it seemed ample, yet for one of his stature, it signified the twilight of his years. In contrast to such fleeting time, his amassed wealth appeared to be mere trinkets of little consequence. Nervously gazing at Lin Chen, he finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing a smile grace Lin Chen's face. He had not anticipated the abundance of treasures at hand. Once he had sufficiently rested, they would proceed inside. Of course, young master. Zhang Qingdao had consumed a considerable number of spiritual essence pills, and in this brief moment, he had nearly restored his strength. He promptly straightened his posture and silently followed Lin Chen into the cavern. They initially traversed a dimly lit passage. However, given their cultivation levels, they could discern everything clearly. The passage was rather lengthy, and after walking for a while, it widened, accompanied by the sounds of a fierce battle and voices engaged in conversation. How dreadful! These 3 fourth-tier demonic beasts are truly formidable. Even with the combined efforts of a complete innate expert and 3 late innate stage practitioners, we struggle to gain the upper hand. My dear niece, maintain your distance and observe our battle closely. It will serve as a valuable experience for you. But remember, do not come too close, for we may not have the capacity to protect you. Yes, uncle, I understand, came the melodious reply of a young woman. At this moment, Lin Chen and Zhang Qingdao emerged from the passage into a spacious cavernous expanse. 3 fourth-tier demonic beasts of varying sizes loomed before them, each radiating an imposing presence strong enough to simultaneously hinder a complete innate expert and 3 late innate stage warriors. It was no wonder Zhang Qingdao had chosen to flee at the mere sight of them. At this moment, Zhang Qingdao was also filled with awe. The 3 fourth-tier magical beasts were truly formidable. Particularly, he noticed that one of the 4th-tier beasts had ascended, evolving into a peak 4th-tier magical beast. No wonder these individuals were unable to subdue it. Just as Zhang Qingdao finished his contemplation, his attention was swiftly drawn to the attire worn by these individuals. Adorned in white garments emblazoned with the image of an alchemical furnace, they were undoubtedly from the Medicine King Valley. Zhang Qingdao's expression instantly transformed into one of astonishment. The Medicine King Valley was no ordinary force. It far surpassed his Qingyun sect in both strength and uniqueness. Renowned for their mastery in alchemy, the Medicine King Valley held a position of great significance on the Tianlong continent, where the scarcity of medicinal pills, aside from martial techniques, rendered them exceedingly sought after. Consequently, the Medicine King Valley became a coveted entity, maintaining connections with various powerful factions. Even members of the Qingyun sect frequently sought to procure pills from them. On the Tianlong continent, there exists an unspoken rule: one should avoid offending any alchemical factions, for the consequences could involve not only the Medicine King Valley, but also a coalition of other formidable forces. Among the 4 innate powerhouses from the Medicine King Valley, there was even one who had achieved the pinnacle of innate mastery, surpassing Zhang Qingdao's own cultivation level. However, he was aware that this individual was not the Medicine King himself. From any perspective, it would be ill-advised to provoke such formidable figures. If Lin Shun were truly only at the second level of the True Origin realm, no matter how formidable his strength, he would still be no match for the esteemed Medicine King Valley. Contemplating this, Zhang Qingdao turned to Lin Shun and remarked, "Young master, these individuals hail from the Medicine King Valley. They must have also set their sights on that white jade spirit herb." He proceeded to elucidate the terrifying nature of the Medicine King Valley to Lin Shun. He continued, "The people from the Medicine King Valley are exceedingly fearsome. Is the person you seek truly of great importance? If time permits, perhaps we should explore other avenues. It would be prudent to avoid antagonizing the Medicine King Valley." At that moment, Lin Shun's gaze was fixed upon the white jade spirit herb, which resided atop a withered tree in a spacious corner. It emanated a shimmering white light. 3 fourth-tier demonic beasts were fervently absorbing the rich spiritual energy released by the herb for their cultivation, vigilantly guarding the area and preventing any intruders from approaching. Much to the chagrin of the Medicine King Valley's people, upon hearing Zhang Qingdao's words, Lin Shun waved his hand dismissively. "They are far too sluggish. That white jade spirit herb is mine for the taking. No one shall impede me." Lin Shun was resolute in his determination, unwilling to allow these individuals to hinder his pursuit. Observing their arduous struggle and battle, he felt no desire to wait for them to resolve their conflict. Even the time to reap the benefits of their efforts was too long to bear. With that, before Zhang Qingdao could continue his persuasion, Lin Shun had made his decision. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, a figure appeared beside the 3 fourth-tier beasts, hands clasped behind his back. It was astonishingly swift. Harnessing the power of 4 distinct techniques to achieve such speed was remarkable. Not even Murong Feng, a consummate expert from the Medicine King Valley, could discern the motion, his expression one of sheer shock. The 3 late-stage innate practitioners from the Medicine King Valley could only stare at Lin Shun in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost. Nearby, the daughter of the Medicine King, Shangguan Yuyan, who was spectating the battle, gasped in surprise, covering her mouth in shock. Unable to resist rubbing her eyes, she had been intently observing the fight, and Lin Shun's sudden appearance left her questioning her own vision. However, reality proved her sight was clear. Lin Shun stood effortlessly between the 3 fourth-tier beasts and the 4 formidable innate experts. Just as the members of the Medicine King Valley began to react and utter words, something even more astonishing transpired. Lin Shun launched an attack against the 3 fourth-tier beasts. They beheld countless sword energy swirling around his form, engulfing him entirely. In the next instant, all those sword energies surged towards the 3 beasts, overwhelming them in an instant. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Lin Shun executed the technique of 10,000 swords returning to the origin in rapid succession, appearing as though he had employed but a single move. In truth, he forcibly unleashed the formidable technique of 10,000 swords returning to the origin multiple times with astonishing speed, achieving effects that were remarkably explosive. The 4 innate powerhouses from the Medicine King Valley, including one who had reached the pinnacle of innate perfection, found themselves unable to subdue 3 fourth-tier demon beasts after a prolonged struggle. Yet, Lin Shun effortlessly reduced them to mere fragments. When the sword energy dissipated, there was not even a trace of bone left from the 3 fourth-tier beasts. The shock experienced by all present was beyond imagination. The young master claimed he was merely at the second level of the true essence realm, yet Zhang Qingdao began to doubt himself once more. Who would believe that such feats could be accomplished by one at the second level of the true essence realm? Not only he, but even the members of the Medicine King Valley were left utterly bewildered. Despite having entered the innate realm long ago and cultivated a remarkably stable mindset over the years, they found their bodies trembling in unison at this moment. It was simply terrifying. Chapter 40. A New Technique. The Dragon Flame Wave Technique. As for Shangwan Yunyan, her wide eyes and covered mouth spoke volumes of her disbelief as she witnessed this extraordinary scene. He appeared so youthful yet wielded such formidable power. This was the first time Shangwan Yunyan had encountered someone, other than her father, capable of such prowess. The 3 fourth-tier demon beasts, which had previously eluded her several masters, were effortlessly vanquished by Lin Chun, who would not be awestruck. Afterward, Lin Chun paid no mind to the astonished crowd trembling in shock and strode towards the white jade spirit herb. With a decisive motion, he plucked the herb from its place, thereby gathering the requisite 3 medicinal ingredients. Upon witnessing this, Morong Feng, a consummate expert at the peak of the innate realm, quickly responded. Despite his trepidation toward Lin Chun, he interjected, "Esteemed senior, we discovered this white jade spirit herb first. You may not be able to take it directly. I kindly ask you to consider the reputation of the Medicine King Valley." Morong Feng, unable to gauge Lin Chun's true strength, discerned from his youthful appearance that Lin Chun must have entered the innate realm at an early age, thus preserving his youthful visage. At this moment, having just unleashed multiple instances of the 10,000 swords returning to origin technique, Lin Chun was enveloped in swirling sword energy, obscuring his actual cultivation level and leading others to mistakenly perceive him as immensely powerful, shrouded in mystery. Although Morong Feng himself was perplexed, the Medicine King Valley had thrived for many years. Which force dares to show such disrespect? He seeks to leverage the prestige of the Medicine King Valley to acquire the white jade spirit mushroom. Are you threatening me? Lin Chun cast a sweeping glance at Morong Feng and the 3 other late-stage innate practitioners from the Medicine King Valley, causing them to tremble in fear. Morong Feng, equally intimidated, straightened his posture and hastily explained, "Senior, please do not misunderstand. It is merely that the white jade spirit mushroom holds great significance for my Medicine King Valley. One of my senior brothers has sustained severe injuries and is in dire need of this mushroom. If you would be willing to part with it, my Medicine King Valley is prepared to offer any price. These treasures from our possession can serve as a deposit for you, and whenever you find the time, we would be honored to host you at our Medicine King Valley, where we shall provide further compensation." As he spoke, Morong Feng quickly reached out to remove the spatial bags from his fellow disciples and, along with his own, presented them respectfully before Lin Chun. He feared that Lin Chun might misinterpret his intentions as dissatisfaction or an attempt to exert pressure from the Medicine King Valley. Such a formidable figure should not be recklessly offended, regardless of the Medicine King Valley's usual arrogance. He merely hoped to utilize the valley's reputation, coupled with their offerings, to obtain the white jade spirit mushroom, and even sought to forge a friendship. This would not only avert disaster, but could also lead to unforeseen blessings, garnering goodwill for the Medicine King Valley from a powerful ally. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chun's expression softened slightly. Should these individuals truly dare to threaten him, he would not hesitate to take action once more to obliterate them. He possesses needs, and it is only natural for others to have their own desires as well. These individuals likely believe that he is solely captivated by the exquisite white jade spirit mushroom, completely unaware that he is also intent on saving lives. Just as Lin Chun was about to respond to this matter, the system's notification suddenly rang out. Ding! Detected Flame Soul Immortal Body, Creating Technique, Dragon Flame Wave Technique. Ding! Hidden mission triggered. Accept the Flame Soul Immortal Body as a disciple. Upon success, you will receive Qinjianzi's brocade robe. Lin Chun was taken aback by this revelation. Subsequently, his body instinctively began to operate the Dragon Flame Wave technique. Unlike the previous 4 techniques, in an instant, Lin Chun felt an overwhelming warmth coursing through him. Streams of hot spiritual power flowed in an orderly manner within his body. If he so desired, he could unleash this spiritual power, generating effects akin to dragon flames. It was utterly terrifying. The moment the technique was created, he had already reached its maximum level, rendering him completely familiar with all its intricacies. As he simultaneously operated 5 techniques, Lin Chun's cultivation remained unchanged. However, his overall strength surged to a new echelon. Should he confront the 3 fourth-tier demon beasts again, It would be an effortless endeavor. The people surrounding him suddenly experienced a wave of trepidation, though unaware of the reason. Their instinct pointed to Lin Shun as the source of this unsettling sensation, sending shockwaves through their hearts. At this moment, Lin Shun found himself momentarily stunned. His gaze swept across the surroundings, swiftly landing on Shangguan Yunyun. There was no doubt that the possessor of the Yin Hun immortal body was none other than her. To his astonishment, he had encountered another immortal physique. Furthermore, the rewards for completing this task promised to be significantly different. Although he remained unaware of what the Kinjiunzi brocade attire entailed, he was certain that whatever the system provided would be of exceptional quality, likely at least on par with the resurrection talisman. There was no valid reason to refrain from completing this task. Noticing Lin Chen's unwavering stare, Shangguan Yunyun felt a jolt of alarm and quickly raised her hands to shield her body, retreating a few steps in a flurry. A sense of panic enveloped her. Her cultivation was merely at the second stage of body tempering, a considerable distance from the prowess of her seniors. Had it not been for her father's directive to accompany her seniors in search of the Baiyu Lingxi, she would never have dared to enter such a perilous place. Although the man before her was undeniably handsome and possessed formidable strength, they were meeting for the first time, and a lingering fear crept into her mind. Could he possibly intend to force himself upon her? Shangguan Yunyun was not alone in her apprehensions. Murong Feng and the others shared similar thoughts. After all, Shangguan Yunyun was the treasured daughter of the Medicine King Valley. Even if they encountered peril, ensuring her safety was paramount. Yet, Lin Chen's overwhelming strength loomed large in the situation. Murong Feng cautiously advised, "Senior, you may desire anything, but this young lady is the beloved daughter of our Medicine King. If you harbor any ill intentions, the Medicine King will not let it rest lightly." At this moment, Murong Feng could no longer hold back. Even if his words carried a hint of threat, he could not allow anything to happen to Shangguan Yunyun. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. He merely sought to take on a disciple, yet these individuals were imagining far too much, painting him as a lecherous villain. However, he was disinclined to provide any explanation. Instead, he turned to Shangguan Yunyun and asked, "Do you wish to become my disciple?" Shangguan Yunyun was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing as she finally comprehended the situation. It dawned on her that Lin Chen's gaze had been drawn to her due to her potential. But did she truly possess talent? Like Dugu Wanqing, Shangguan Yunyun was unaware of her celestial physique, the reason she had achieved such a high level of cultivation. Reaching the second stage of body refinement at her tender age was solely due to her father being the Medicine King. Growing up in the Medicine King's Valley, she had been nourished by various elixirs that others could only dream of, making her a quintessential second-generation alchemist. Yet, despite this privilege, she had only attained the second stage of body refinement. Under normal circumstances, anyone else would have reached a far more advanced stage of cultivation by now, at the very least attaining the true essence realm. Those endowed with greater talent have likely already attained the innate realm. Thus, Shangguan Yunyun has long been aware of her own inadequacies, entirely oblivious to the fact that the celestial body requires awakening. This leaves her perplexed, leading her to question whether Lin Chen's vision may be somewhat impaired, wondering how he could possibly choose her as a disciple. Upon scrutinizing Lin Chen closely, she noted that although he appeared somewhat youthful, her thoughts mirrored those of Murong Feng. She believed Lin Chen must have entered the innate realm at an early age, which would account for his youthful appearance. Nevertheless, Shangguan Yunyun resolved to speak candidly. "If you, esteemed senior, wish to accept this humble girl as your disciple, I am profoundly grateful. However, might you have misjudged? My talent is rather mediocre, and I fear you may come to regret this decision." Chapter 41, Apprenticeship. The esteemed daughter of the Medicine King Valley. Shangguan Yunyun spoke candidly. At that moment, Murong Feng and 3 other late-stage innate experts also realized the significance of her words, their eyes brightening with understanding. After all, Shangguan Yunyun was the daughter of the Medicine King, and thus, she had never required a master in the Medicine King Valley. She had always been under the care of her father and numerous uncles, making it easy for her to learn whatever she desired with just a word. Furthermore, there had never been a suitable individual to assume the role of her mentor. At this moment, Lin Chen, in terms of demeanor and strength, was exceptionally fitting. Should Shangguan Yunyun accept him as her disciple, it would forge a remarkably close relationship with the Medicine King Valley. Such an alliance with a formidable individual would undoubtedly be advantageous for the valley. Conversely, should Shangguan Yunyun decline, There was a genuine fear that the man before them might react with indignation and eliminate them all. The members of the Medicine King Valley were absent, and they deemed themselves incapable of standing against Lin Chen. Upon hearing Shangguan Yunyan's statement, Mo Rongfeng and the others became anxious, desperately signaling her with their eyes. Shangguan Yunyan noticed their concern and contemplated the situation. However, she felt that Lin Chen was not the type to act recklessly. Still, she cautiously inquired, "If I refuse, would you kill us?" Lin Chen nodded, indeed. Shangguan Yunyan was momentarily taken aback, having misjudged Lin Chen's intentions. Lin Chen gazed at her earnestly and continued, "Moreover, I cannot be mistaken. Your talent is remarkable. I sincerely hope you will become my disciple, for your future achievements will far surpass your wildest dreams." Shangguan Yunyan felt a sense of disbelief at his words, yet the sincerity in his demeanor compelled her to ponder deeply. If she were to decline Lin Chen's offer, it was highly likely that he would follow through with his intentions. She then noticed the old Taoist who had accompanied Lin Chen, casting her a look of envy. How could Zhang Qingdao not feel envious? Due to his age, he had knelt in supplication to Lin Chen, only to be refused. Now, Lin Chen was extending an invitation, and Shangguan Yunyan hesitated to accept. After scrutinizing Lin Chen once more, she began to see the merits of becoming his disciple. Nevertheless, the thought of leaving Yaowang Valley filled her with a tinge of reluctance. Yet, given the circumstances, she knew she could not afford to dwell on her feelings. Finally, she acquiesced, stating, "Very well, I agree to become your disciple, but you must provide us with the Baiyu Lingji to save our master uncle." Shangguan Yunyan also presented her condition. Lin Chen, however, shook his head and replied, "I cannot give you all of it, for I too have someone in need of salvation. How about this? I shall provide you with half." Upon hearing these words, Shangguan Yunyan also sighed in relief. Half was indeed sufficient. Moments ago, they had all been too anxious to consider this aspect. It turned out that Lin Chen's interest in the white jade spirit mushroom was not merely superficial. It served a purpose, to save someone. This made negotiations far more agreeable. "Master, I bow to you as your disciple. However, I must return to the Medicine King Valley to inform my father of the situation," Shangguan Yunyan said, bowing to Lin Chen. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting the Flame Soul Celestial Body as a disciple and receiving a task reward, Kinjianzi's brocade attire." As the system notification rang out, a set of garments appeared in Lin Chen's system space. It appeared to be a blue outfit adorned with enigmatic patterns. Lin Chen did not hasten to don it. Instead, turning to Shangguan Yunyan and responding to her inquiry with a nod, "Very well, you may return first, and then come to find me at the Lin residence in Yanqing." "Thank you, master." After her apprenticeship, Shangguan Yunyan no longer dwelled on her thoughts. Although she felt some reluctance at the prospect of parting from her family, she was genuinely curious about the experience of being a disciple. Lin Chen chose not to inform Shangguan Yunyan about the awakening of the celestial body just yet. He could assist her with that when she came to seek him out later. Meanwhile, Mo Rongfeng and his fellow disciples from the Medicine King Valley also breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes gleaming with joy. They had not only successfully obtained the white jade spirit mushroom, but Shangguan Yunyan had also secured a master who was undeniably formidable. It could be said that joy has come in pairs. However, soon, Mo Rongfeng and his fellow disciples were left dumbfounded, watching Lin Chen as he staggered back several steps, doubting whether their eyes were deceiving them. At that moment, the sword aura surrounding Lin Chen had completely dissipated, revealing his true cultivation level. They had previously overlooked his conversation with Shangguan Yunyan, but now, realizing this, they felt as if they had encountered a specter, having all come from the true essence realm. They were acutely aware of the vast chasm that lay between the true essence realm and the innate realm, let alone the power capable of annihilating someone at the pinnacle of the innate stage. It was an utterly implausible notion. Yet, Lin Chen's cultivation was now laid bare before them. Shangguan Yunyan had approached the group, taking the half-piece of white jade spirit fungus that Lin Chen had broken off. Noticing the expressions on Mo Rongfeng and the others' faces, she was utterly perplexed. Being only at the body refinement stage, she inherently found it challenging to perceive Lin Chen's true cultivation and was not particularly attentive to these matters, remaining blissfully unaware of the entire situation. However, her curiosity got the better of her, and she directly inquired of Mo Rongfeng and the others, "Masters, what troubles you? You seem as if you've seen a ghost. Did we not come to an agreement? Is my master truly capable of such malevolence?" "Yunyan." Mo Rongfeng gazed at Shangguan Yunyan, his expression a tapestry of complexity. uncertain of how to elucidate the matter at hand. Following the words of Shangguan Yunin, one might say, the situation of your master is likely more terrifying than cannibalism. Mo Rongfeng could discern no trace of concealed cultivation from Lin Shun. His knowledge surpassed even that of Zhang Qingdao. At this moment, he felt that Lin Shun might indeed be at the second level of the true essence realm, yet this was utterly perplexing. He cautiously inquired of Lin Shun, predecessor, "May I ask what your current cultivation level is?" The address felt somewhat awkward, and he spoke while attentively observing Lin Shun. "I am currently at the second level of the true essence realm," Lin Shun replied, showing no inclination to conceal the truth. Poof! It was indeed genuine. Mo Rongfeng and the others nearly leaped with astonishment, while Shangguan Yunin was utterly bewildered, staring at Lin Shun in disbelief. How is this possible? Zhang Qingdao, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of pride, recalling how he had once been in a similar situation. Mo Rongfeng was the first to regain his composure, his mind overwhelmed with shock. He had encountered numerous prodigies who traveled the world, engaging in battles that transcended their realms. Yet, at most, they would surpass 1 or 2 stages. And those truly exceptional geniuses might reach 3 or 4 stages. However, Lin Shun's case was beyond what could be described as terrifying genius. It defied expression. He could only reflect that there are always greater beings beyond oneself, and realms beyond realms. Meanwhile, Lin Shun was equally speechless, as these individuals seemed perpetually fixated on his cultivation level. He spoke directly, stating, "My circumstances are rather unique, and you may find them difficult to comprehend. Take the white jade Ganoderma and remember to return swiftly, my disciple." Upon hearing Lin Shun's words, Mo Rongfeng and the others ceased their speculations. Just as Lin Shun had mentioned, his situation was indeed exceptional. They departed with the still somewhat dazed Shangguan Yunyun. It was only upon reaching the cave passage that Shangguan Yunyun regained her composure. She called out to Lin Shun, "Master, I will come to find you as soon as possible." Lin Shun nodded in acknowledgement. After ensuring that the people from Yaowang Valley had completely left, Lin Shun then took out the Qinjianzi brocade robe he had just acquired. He donned it and waved to Zhang Qingdao, "Use your full strength to attack me." Chapter 42. Flight in the Sky. Zhang Qingdao had been silently observing from the side. Just as he was about to approach Lin Shun after the departure of the people from Yaowang Valley, he was taken aback upon hearing those words. To unleash his full strength against Lin Shun, a practitioner at the late innate stage, Zhang Qingdao certainly did not possess such audacity. He was acutely aware of the limitations of his own abilities. In a confrontation with Lin Shun, he firmly believed he would stand no chance of victory. Certain he would be swiftly reduced to nothingness by Lin Shun's prowess. However, the prospect of unleashing his full force while Lin Shun appeared completely unperturbed genuinely troubled him. He feared he might inadvertently harm Lin Shun. The introduction to the Qinjianzi robe was rather straightforward. It was a defensive garment. The system interface indicated that it possessed extraordinary defensive capabilities. With the system's endorsement, Lin Shun felt confident that even a full-force strike from a late innate practitioner would not inflict any harm. This presented a perfect opportunity to test the true strength of its defenses. A garment that could be likened to the miraculous resurrection talisman could hardly be deemed inferior. The resurrection talisman was exceptionally unique, with its description claiming it could restore life even if one's soul were to perish, a truly remarkable feat. Lin Shun harbored no doubts that the Qinjianzi robe would be equally formidable. Zhang Qingdao clicked his tongue in disbelief. "Young master, are you suggesting that I stand still while you unleash your full power upon me? Surely you jest." He was entirely daunted by the idea. Lin Shun, however, was not oblivious to his trepidation. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he reassured, "Do not worry about me. You cannot harm me. I merely wish to test this garment." Zhang Qingdao had just noticed that Lin Shun was wearing an additional layer of clothing, a seemingly delicate jacket that felt almost weightless. He even questioned whether such a garment might be damaged by a mere gust of wind. However, since Lin Shun had expressed his intentions, he felt compelled to comply. After a brief moment of contemplation, he launched an attack towards Lin Shun, deliberately refraining from exerting his full strength, as he did not wish to harm him. After all, Lin Shun was his young master, and it was imperative that no mishap occurred. Now that he was aware of Lin Shun's cultivation at the second level of the true element realm, he dared not act recklessly. Yet, to his astonishment, as his attack made contact with Lin Shun, a series of enigmatic runes suddenly manifested around Lin Shun's body, exuding an extraordinary aura. Once his attack dissipated, Lin Shun stood there unfazed, frowning slightly as he remarked, Didn't I tell you to use your full strength? Are you merely tickling me? Lin Chen's tone bore a hint of displeasure, yet he understood Zhang Qingdao's concerns for his safety, thus refraining from excessive reproach. Moreover, having witnessed this spectacle, it was likely that Zhang Qingdao would harbor no further reservations. Zhang Qingdao remarked, "The young master speaks with such authority." Zhang Qingdao found himself influenced by Lin Chen's commanding presence. He promptly responded with a bold exclamation, "Very well. Since the young master has spoken, I shall not hold back." As he spoke, Zhang Qingdao unsheathed his low-grade spiritual artifact, the Feather Duster, which was his most formidable weapon. Channeling his full power, he launched a swift attack towards Lin Chen. Although Zhang Qingdao was merely at the late stage of the innate realm, his cultivation technique had ascended to the high-grade earth level, enabling his attack power to rival that of a perfected innate practitioner with inferior techniques. At this moment, he unleashed his full strength without reservation. The expansive cavern trembled slightly under the force of his assault. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed throughout. Lin Chen's form was instantly engulfed by the overwhelming force. It took quite some time for the energy to dissipate. Gasping for breath, Zhang Qingdao instinctively reached for his waist, longing for a vial of spirit essence pills. This strike had drained him entirely of his strength. However, upon reaching, he suddenly recalled that he had given all his spirit essence pills to Lin Chen earlier. At this moment, Zhang Qingdao had no inclination to concern himself with the spirit essence pills. He staggered back a few steps and plopped down onto the ground, staring at Lin Chen with wide eyes, nearly bursting with disbelief. In his view, having exerted himself so fervently, he should have at least managed to soil Lin Chen's attire slightly. Yet, he had underestimated the situation. Lin Chen remarked that not only were his clothes slightly soiled, but his hairstyle remained unchanged, entirely reminiscent of his appearance before the attack. In fact, at this moment, he seemed even more radiant. It was unexpected that the Qinjianzi robe not only possessed formidable defensive capabilities, but also had the ability to absorb a portion of the opponent's strength to replenish its wearer. Although Lin Chen had anticipated the robe's power, he was pleasantly surprised by its extent, which exceeded his expectations. Indeed, as he had surmised, the robe's defensive prowess was beyond imagination. This capability implied that in future confrontations, he need not fear the depletion of his physical strength. He could effectively transform into a combat machine. As Lin Chen continued to explore the Qinjianzi robe, he paid no mind to the astonished Zhang Qingdao. He discovered that if he ceased to engage in battle, the previously absorbed strength would gradually dissipate. While it could not be preserved indefinitely, Lin Chen was nonetheless quite satisfied. It was sufficient for his needs. However, he soon found himself shaking his head. Despite Zhang Qingdao's powerful attacks, the true limits of the Qinjianzi robe's defense had yet to be tested. Clearly, its protective capabilities extended far beyond what had been revealed thus far. Before long, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with realization as he uncovered yet another formidable feature of the Qinjianzi robe. Without hesitation, he began to experiment with it. As the strength within him surged, two gossamer, translucent wings sprouted from his back. In the next moment, he lifted off the ground, soaring through the air. Zhang Qingdao, who had initially been struck with disbelief and rendered almost numb on the ground, could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. It is well known that one cannot fly beneath the innate realm. Yet, here was Lin Chen, accomplishing this feat at the second level of the true essence realm. It was simply otherworldly. No, wait. It must be the garment. What tier of spiritual artifact is this attire? It is exceedingly formidable. I have never witnessed such a powerful defensive artifact. At this moment, Zhang Qingdao recognized the garment's merit, speculating that it was indeed a spiritual artifact, albeit one of extraordinary strength, surpassing his wildest imagination. Not only was its defense invincible, but it also endowed the wearer with the ability to fly. If this were to become known, countless individuals would undoubtedly seek to seize it. Truly, it was the prowess of the Qinjianzi brocade garment. In this instant, Lin Chen experienced the exhilarating sensation of flying through the air for the first time. The earth lay beneath his feet, igniting a thrill within him. He deftly maneuvered his body in a swift circle before descending and retracting his wings, thoroughly satisfied with this newfound ability. The spiritual energy consumed by the Qinjianzi brocade garment during flight was immense. Were it not for Lin Chen's extraordinary aptitude in simultaneously cultivating 5 supreme techniques, he would not have been able to achieve such ease. As soon as he landed, Zhang Qingdao exclaimed in astonishment, "Young master possesses such a remarkable garment. It truly commands my admiration." After speaking, he felt an even greater joy within. The more powerful Lin Chen became, the more it confirmed that his decision had been wise. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, then recalled, "By the way, I still have a treasure map. Since there is ample time, why not take a look?" The last encounter with the Wang family had led to their demise, and in the aftermath, he had acquired several fragments of treasure maps. He had previously entrusted them to Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng, who had pieced them together and then returned them to Lin Shun, with plenty of time before the afternoon. And having found the outing remarkably smooth, Lin Chen felt that returning too early would be unproductive. Thus, he decided to seek out the treasure first. Speaking to himself, Lin Chen took out the treasure map and examined it, having not had the opportunity to do so before. Upon inspection, he was momentarily taken aback. Glancing around, he murmured to himself, "I never expected that by mere chance I would arrive at the treasure's location." Chapter 43, A Treasure Trove. What fortune! How fortuitous! It is astonishingly convenient that Lin Chen need not search elsewhere. The location of the white jade Ganoderma is precisely marked on the treasure map. However, the cavernous space is not the site of the treasure itself. Rather, it conceals a hidden realm. One must simply activate the switch that reveals this concealed space. The treasure map elucidates the location of this switch. Lin Chen scrutinizes the surroundings before embarking on a thorough search. At this moment, Zhang Qingdao, who has been listening intently, finds his eyes alight with excitement. Who does not cherish the idea of a treasure map? Observing Lin Chun's focused search, he inquires curiously, "Young master, what are you searching for?" Lin Chun, having nothing to conceal, promptly divulges the details to Zhang Qingdao. The latter, upon hearing the explanation, inwardly marvels at the serendipity of the situation. As Lin Chun continues his search, he adds, "Do assist me in locating a small red stone. It serves as the mechanism to unlock the treasure's hidden space." "Understood, young master." Zhang Qingdao responds enthusiastically. The two then commence their search within the vast cavern. Before long, Zhang Qingdao exclaims with delight, "Young master, I have found it, over here." At that moment, he stands amidst towering vegetation, where a modest red stone lies concealed. Resembling a button waiting to be pressed, Lin Chen immediately flashed and soared forward, his movements akin to an extension of his own will. Upon spotting the crimson stone, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. He hoped that this treasure would not disappoint him. With that thought, he stepped onto it. Instantly, a thunderous sound reverberated throughout the cavernous space. Subsequently, Lin Chen and Zhang Qingdao beheld the scene before them. The stone walls began to part like grand doors at the center of the cavern, creating an illusion that the entire cave was on the verge of collapse. However, once the stone walls fully opened, they returned to their original state, revealing a lengthy passageway. Both men's eyes brightened with excitement. Zhang Qingdao remarked, "Young master, it appears this treasure is quite extraordinary. I sense an exceptionally rich aura of spiritual energy within. There may be some remarkable artifacts inside." Lin Chen nodded, having sensed it as well. With a wave of his hand, he suggested, "Then let us venture inside and explore." Together, the two entered the passageway. Upon traversing its length, they were astonished to find themselves in what seemed to be a new world, filled with flourishing flowers and lush greenery, accompanied by numerous small creatures. However, the air here was unusually scorching. Upon their entrance, they both felt the intensity of the heat. If not for their formidable prowess, ordinary individuals would likely suffer burns. The creatures inhabiting this realm were all a striking crimson, appearing rather peculiar. Fortunately, there was no aggression, which prevented the two from resorting to violence. However, it wasn't long before Zhang Qingdao's eyes lit up, and his breath became rapid. As he surveyed the myriad of red crystals and the flourishing vegetation surrounding them, his face flushed with excitement. Lin Chen also took note of this scene. Despite his formidable strength, he found himself lacking in experience compared to this venerable elder who had lived for 2 centuries. With a hint of curiosity, he inquired, "Are these all valuable items?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's question, Zhang Qingdao regained his composure, gradually calming his racing heart, yet his excitement remained palpable. "Young master," he exclaimed, "not merely valuable, they are astonishingly precious. It seems we have stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure." He continued to lavish praise upon Lin Chen, marveling at his ability to acquire such a treasure map. Pointing to the abundant red crystals, he elaborated, "Young master, those are fire crystals, the finest material for refining weapons. Typically, even a single piece is a coveted treasure, fiercely contested by various factions. Yet here, they lie in heaps. If word of this place were to spread, every force and city within 1,000 miles would descend upon us, vying for this bounty." We have encountered an incredible stroke of fortune. Upon hearing these words, Lin Shan could not help but smile. He had an affinity for treasures, for who among us does not cherish them? Upon hearing Zhang Qingdao's words, Lin Shan came to understand the extraordinary value of these items. Young master, those are all exceedingly precious spiritual herbs, not in the slightest inferior to fire crystal stones. With such a substantial quantity, if we were to offer a mere token of appreciation to the Apothecary Valley for their assistance in refining them, we would never have to worry about medicinal pills in the future. As Zhang Qingdao spoke, his excitement surged, his eyes gleaming as they fixated on the multitude of high-grade spiritual herbs. The herbs were categorized into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and top tier. Here, the lowest grade of herbs was high grade, and there were even numerous top-tier herbs, which explained Zhang Qingdao's enthusiasm. Lin Shan nodded with a smile. Very well. Once we return and have the Apothecary Valley refine these into medicinal pills, I shall repay you double for the pills I took from you. He then declared, let us begin harvesting. Leave nothing behind, not a single root. Lin Shan had no intention of leaving any behind for future growth. The only sensible course was to take everything. Understood, young master, Zhang Qingdao exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. They promptly set to work. Lin Shan was equally industrious. Both possessed spatial bags, and together they worked diligently, soon clearing all the herbs from the area, causing many small creatures that inhabited this space to flee in panic. However, a rather awkward issue soon arose. There were simply too many herbs, although they had finished harvesting. However, the majority remained piled there. The spatial bags of both individuals had become filled to capacity. They had even discarded items from their previous bags that were deemed unnecessary, such as the change of clothes belonging to Zhang Qingdao. These items could be easily acquired in abundance elsewhere. Additionally, the low-grade elixirs previously given to Lin Shan from another spatial bag were also cast aside. Yet, despite these efforts, there was still insufficient space to accommodate more, let alone the larger and more space-consuming fire crystal, a treasure that rivaled those spiritual herbs. For the first time, the two found themselves distressed by an overabundance of valuable items that could not be contained. Zhang Qingdao's gaze turned contemplative, and he then addressed Lin Shan, saying, young master, many individuals within my Qingyun sect possess spatial bags. If you would not mind waiting here for a moment, I shall hasten back to retrieve additional bags, striving to secure all these items. This was the most prudent solution that Zhang Qingdao could conceive at that moment. He felt a twinge of regret for not having carried several spatial bags with him, which led to this awkward predicament. Gazing at the treasures with a sense of admiration, Lin Shan concurred that it seemed to be the only viable option. Just as he was about to agree, he suddenly pointed to a silver stone atop a red mound at a higher elevation and remarked, do you see that stone? Does it not resemble a spatial stone? Although Lin Shan was unfamiliar with the fire crystal and many herbs, he was intrigued. Primarily, the memories he has acquired pertain to the entirety of his existence. Until his demise, he never ascended to the status of an innate powerhouse. However, within his recollections, there exists a fragment concerning the spatial stone. It had made an appearance at an auction in Yin City. He recognized that such an item serves as the principal material for crafting spatial bags, which innate powerhouses can forge themselves. Zhang Qingdao followed the direction indicated by Lin Shan, his body jolting in surprise. Young master, it is indeed a spatial stone, and a remarkably large one at that. Zhang Qingdao was certain that this was the most substantial piece of spatial stone he had ever encountered in his lifetime. Typically, the emergence of spatial stones, even those the size of a fist, is quite extraordinary. Any larger specimens hold immense value for the Qingyun sect. After all, only a small quantity of powdered spatial stone is required for the creation of spatial bags. Yet this one is so vast that it could be embraced by 5 individuals. Chapter 44. Dragons truly exist. We have struck gold. My lord, we have struck gold. Zhang Qingdao's breath came in quick bursts. Those who possess innate strength can independently refine spatial bags. It is not an arduous task. Any adept of innate prowess can accomplish this feat. Upon successfully advancing to the innate realm, one's body can emit spiritual fire. Lin Shan nodded. Very well, let us proceed to investigate. The 2 figures swiftly vanished, arriving before the immense silver spatial stone. As they drew nearer, the awe intensified. The spatial stone was colossal. When they stood beside it, it towered over them. In their earlier observations, they had mistakenly perceived it as a mere embellishment of the mountainside. Zhang Qingdao hurriedly approached to conduct an inspection. Following his examination, He turned to Lin Chun, excitement evident in his nod. My lord. Indeed, it is pure spatial stone, devoid of any impurities. This piece, if taken back, could sustain a major power-S legacy for a millennium. Zhang Qingdao's statement was far from an exaggeration. Such a vast piece of spatial stone is exceedingly rare, sufficient to meet the consumption of a major force over a millennium. He had never anticipated that this treasure would be of such immense proportions, beyond his wildest imagination. Overcome with excitement, Lin Chun gently inclined his head. In that case, utilize this spatial stone to forge spatial bags directly. With so many treasures, we cannot afford to delay their transport. The absence of spatial bags would undoubtedly pose a significant inconvenience. Zhang Qingdao nodded, preparing to comply. He circled behind the space stone, reaching out to scrape some powder from it. Suddenly, his body froze, and he pointed downward, beckoning Lin Chun with urgency. Young master, come quickly and see what that is. Lin Chun, puzzled, approached Zhang Qingdao's side and followed the direction of his finger. He, too, was taken aback. Below the hill lay a vast pool of molten lava. Finally, Lin Chun understood the source of the intense heat in this area. However, it was not the lava pool that captured his attention, but rather the clusters of translucent grass flourishing around it. They appeared remarkably extraordinary. If Lin Chun's eyes did not deceive him, these resembled the legendary dragon saliva grass mentioned in ancient texts. He recalled its descriptions vividly. The dragon saliva grass was no ordinary herb. It was a rare and precious resource, surpassing even spiritual medicines. It was classified as a top-tier treasure. The hierarchy of medicinal herbs included low, medium, high, and supreme levels. And the dragon saliva grass was far beyond the previous spiritual herbs in quality. Moreover, the quantity was astonishing. Zhang Qingdao swallowed hard, realizing the implications. Young master, this must be the fabled dragon saliva grass. It is truly terrifying. What kind of place is this? At that moment, Zhang Qingdao suddenly recalled a significant detail, that rare materials and treasures were often guarded by fierce beasts. With such an abundance of treasures here, he wondered what might be lurking nearby. If it were so easily obtained, it would indeed feel profoundly unreal. Zhang Qingdao's inquiry undoubtedly stirred Lin Chun's curiosity. However, before he could ponder further, a thunderous sound resonated. A century had passed, precisely 100 years. At long last, two individuals had entered. The 98th and 99th had finally made their appearance, followed by a cacophony of raucous laughter that echoed throughout the space. The entire magma pool began to seethe. Then, an astonishing event occurred. Gradually, two dragon horns emerged from the magma pool. Both Zhang Qingdao and Lin Chun were momentarily stunned, recalling the legend of the hidden Dragon Valley. According to the tale, a divine dragon resided there. Could it be that the legend was true? A divine dragon is an immensely powerful creature, even in its juvenile stage. It could rival the pinnacle of innate perfection. The sound and the massive dragon horns certainly did not suggest a juvenile dragon. Moreover, the voice had indicated that they were the only ones to arrive here in a century. This implied that the dragon had likely been in this place for at least 100 years. How terrifying that would be. Zhang Qingdao immediately exclaimed, Young master, we must flee. This is a divine dragon. Although he had never encountered one, he had heard many tales of the divine dragon. In this moment, he cared little for any treasures. The preservation of one's life is of utmost importance. Moreover, they have already collected a substantial amount, rendering their journey worthwhile. Before Lin Chun could respond, a voice interjected, addressing Zhang Qingdao. Thinking of fleeing? Huh, can you truly escape? As the words echoed, a colossal creature revealed its entire form. Its head unmistakably belonged to a dragon, complete with claws, yet its physique deviated significantly from that of a divine dragon. It was broad and imposing, resembling a massive horse. Yet its body was adorned with dragon scales, exhibiting an overall hue of black and red. A dragon tail swayed behind it, confirming its nature as a hybrid dragon-like monstrosity. At that moment, its enormous eyes, akin to grinding discs, fixated on the two men, observing them as one might regard ants. Despite not being a complete divine dragon, Lin Chun and Zhang Qingdao discerned that this creature was undoubtedly related to the dragon lineage. We're doomed, Zhang Qingdao exclaimed in despair. How could they possibly fight? Merely sensing its aura rendered Zhang Qingdao's legs weak. He glanced at Lin Chun, only to find him standing there with an air of indifference. Devoid of any trace of fear, Lin Chun was meticulously examining the half-dragon creature, nodding in contemplation. He mused that if this creature were to be tamed as a pet for Xiao Zi, she would surely adore it. The half-dragon monstrosity wasted no time with idle chatter and immediately unleashed a breath of dragon fire towards the two men. Zhang Qingdao instinctively took a step back, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. After all, he was merely a servant to his master. While he himself wore the Qiyunzi brocade robe and felt immune to the dragon's breath, Zhang Qingdao could not withstand it. Lin Shun unleashed a palm strike towards Zhang Qingdao, propelling him to a safe distance, while he faced the onslaught of the dragon's breath alone. In an instant, he was engulfed by the searing heat of the dragon's breath. The half-dragon creature regarded him with disdain, bemused that this mere human dared to confront its dragon breath without flinching. Even Zhang Qingdao, who had just been saved by Lin Shen, began to entertain a similar notion. Did Lin Shen truly believe that the Qiyunzi brocade robe could shield him from such terrifying dragon breath? Zhang Qingdao felt this was utterly implausible. He had never heard of a defensive spiritual artifact capable of such a feat. Defensive artifacts typically serve only as a supplementary measure, minimizing the damage to the practitioner's body. Although he had been astonished previously, the idea that it could withstand dragon breath was simply too far-fetched. Lin Shen himself was uncertain whether the Qiyunzi brocade robe could indeed block the dragon's breath. However, his confidence stemmed not only from the robe but also from the newly devised technique he had just created, the Dragon Flame Wave technique. This technique was an ultimate Yang method, capable of summoning the supreme dragon flame upon cultivation, far surpassing the capabilities of a mere half-dragon's breath. Although Lin Shen's current cultivation level was too low to fully unleash its power, he remained undeterred. However, his supreme dragon flame possesses an absolute restraining effect against this dragon breath, capable of extinguishing it entirely. Lin Shen stood there, his hands still clasped behind his back. Yet his body emanated waves of golden supreme dragon flame, resembling a golden fire deity. When the dragon breath of the half-dragon creature collided with Lin Shen's form, it was as if it were absorbed, vanishing without a trace. In contrast, the golden flames of supreme dragon fire surrounding Lin Shen grew even more radiant. This spectacle left Zhang Qingdao utterly astounded. He had previously claimed to be merely at the second level of the true essence realm. Zhang Qingdao found himself questioning his existence once more, but this did not deter his continued skepticism. The half-dragon creature was equally stunned, its massive body trembling. From the golden flames enveloping Lin Shen, it sensed an immense pressure, as if Lin Shen were the true dragon itself. Chapter 45, The Dragon Bows. No, this is not right. During his time with the Dragon Clan, he had never witnessed such an imposing and terrifying dragon flame. It was as if it belonged to another realm entirely, an enigma that left him bewildered and hesitant to act recklessly. He could sense that Lin Shen was merely at the second level of the human true essence realm, yet he was increasingly convinced by the evidence before his eyes. This was undeniably beyond the capabilities of someone at the second level of the true essence realm. Even an innate perfection master among humans would find it impossible to withstand such a dragon's breath. Could it be that this human was concealing his true power? A superlative being among humans? If that were the case, I might very well meet my demise here. Long Xie pondered, a profound sense of trepidation swelling within him. For the first time, he felt fear, a sensation rarely experienced among the Dragon Clan. The power emanating from Lin Shen was overwhelmingly suppressive, akin to the flames that only a king among dragons could wield. Long Xie, a half-dragon creature, was bestowed with a name at birth, as all dragons are. He was no exception. However, he was a freak of nature, ostracized for being different from other divine dragons since birth. Long Xie scrutinized Lin Shen with apprehension, engaging in further conjecture. Could it be that he was a superlative being capable of transforming from the Dragon Clan, merely masquerading as a human at the second level of true essence realm to traverse the human world? As a senior member of the dragon lineage, once one attains a certain level of cultivation, they can transform into a human form, appearing indistinguishable from others of the human race. Given the current circumstances, there seems to be only one plausible explanation. This must be the case. In an instant, Long Xie comprehended everything. Apart from this single possibility, there could be no other. Lin Shen remained oblivious to how this half-dragon creature could engage in such extensive speculation. His confidence stemmed from the fact that he possessed other means to ensure this dragon would willingly accept a pet-like role, and it would find it difficult to refuse. This Dragon Flame Wave technique is not only cultivable by humans, it is, in fact, more suitable for the dragon lineage. Although it may not rival the flame soul immortal body of Shangguan Yunyan, it surpasses any other physique in cultivating this technique. As long as he uses this technique as an inducement, it is impossible for Longxia not to be intrigued. Just as Lin Shun was about to speak, Longxia took the initiative to address him first, his tone humble and respectful, as he knelt voluntarily, his head aligned with Lin Chen's level. Senior, I am Longxia. It was my ignorance that led to my earlier disrespect. I hope you can forgive my indiscretion. As Longxia spoke, he trembled with fear. He was genuinely terrified. If his assumptions were correct, such a senior could easily extinguish his life with a mere gesture. Lin Shun was taken aback, realizing the name of this half-dragon creature. Yet, he did not understand why Longxia would suddenly address him in such a manner. Am I truly so aged? When one encounters Lin Shun, they inevitably refer to him as senior. Previously, it was Zhang Qingdao, and now it is Longxia. This has left Lin Shun somewhat perplexed regarding his own age. As Lin Shun grapples with this confusion, Zhang Qingdao, upon witnessing the scene, experiences a moment of astonishment followed by a profound realization. He, too, harbors thoughts akin to those of Longxia, internally exclaiming, I understand. I comprehend. No wonder the young master is so formidable. He must be of the dragon lineage. If I am not mistaken, the flames emanating from him just now must be dragon fire. And with Longxia showing such deference towards the young master, it undoubtedly confirms my suspicions. Everything now falls into place. It's no wonder the young master has always claimed to be at the second level of true essence. He was referring to his human form as cultivation. No wonder Zhang Qingdao is overwhelmed with excitement, feeling a wave of relief wash over him for having unraveled this mystery. Otherwise, he would continue to feel a sense of dissonance while being by Lin Chen's side. He recalls the legends he once heard, believing wholeheartedly that the young master is likely concerned about potential enemies seeking revenge, which is why he has kept this information from him. Zhang Qingdao is now firmly convinced of this theory. As for Longxia, there is no need for further elaboration. This legend is indeed true and is no secret among their dragon kin. Typically, when a powerful dragon first transforms into human form, they enter a period of vulnerability, requiring a time of restraint and patience. In the realm of Tianlong, it is a common occurrence for both humans and dragons alike to harbor a few adversaries. Lin Shun remained oblivious to the thoughts of the two individuals, and he had yet to comprehend the origins of the title senior bestowed upon him. However, he was disinclined to ponder over it further. As long as it did not interfere with his plans, it sufficed. To acquire such a half-dragon was rather fitting. Bringing it back to the Lin family as a gift for Xiao Zi would not only serve to protect her, but could also establish it as the family's guardian beast, a veritable twofold advantage. Observing Longxia, Lin Shun waved his hand dismissively and remarked, I am not that old. The title senior does not suit me. You may simply refer to me as young master. Very well, young master. Longxia paid little heed to such formalities, for in the end, it was the one with power who dictated the terms. As a mere mutated half-dragon, it knew it was best to comply. It was entirely my fault before. Please do not hold it against me, young master. Longxia continued to express its apologies, its enormous dragon eyes cautiously fixed upon Lin Shun. Lin Shun waved his hand again, assuring, do not worry. I am not so petty. You are called Longxia, correct? What brings you here? Longxia dared not withhold the truth. Prompted by Lin Chen's inquiry, it began to recount its sorrowful tale, following a deep, resonant sigh. Without concealing anything from you, esteemed sir, I am of the dragon lineage. My father is a black dragon and my mother a fire dragon. After my birth, a peculiar transformation occurred within me, rendering my bloodline impure and resulting in my current form, a sight you have undoubtedly observed. The dragon sighed upon reflecting on his monstrous appearance, both dragon and yet not. He continued his tale. Consequently, I have been ostracized within the dragon clan, often subjected to bullying by my fellow kin. On one occasion, I inadvertently offended a descendant of a black dragon elder and was exiled to this desolate place, with the condition that I must accumulate 100 skulls of adventurers before I could return to my clan. At this moment, Zhang Daoqing approached Lin Chen, gazing at him with admiration and reverence, lost in his own conjectures. Lin Chen felt somewhat puzzled by Zhang Daoqing's intense scrutiny, unsure of what thoughts had taken root in his mind, and he chose not to dwell on it. As the two listened to the dragon's words, their attention was drawn to a small pile of skulls beside the bubbling magma. It was evident that these remnants belonged to previous adventurers who had met their demise at the hands of the dragon. In an instant, Lin Chen grasped the entire situation. Clearly, the descendant of the dragon elder was toying with the dragon, treating this place as a mere playground. The scattered treasure maps outside were likely not singular in number, designed to lure adventurers here, only to be slain by the dragon. It could be said that humanity had also become mere pawns in the games of that dragon elder's descendant. Long Chia continued to lament, "Young master, you must have discerned that the elder's descendant is deliberately toying with the juniors. Yet, due to the elder's esteemed position, I am powerless to resist. I have been here for over 200 years. The first century was relatively bearable, as many adventurers visited, allowing me to amass 97 skulls. However, for reasons unknown, no adventurers have come in the subsequent century. I dare not venture outside, for if that Dragon Clan elder's descendant were to learn of my presence, they would certainly slay me." Lin Chen had not anticipated that Long Chia was quite pitiable. In truth, Lin Chen understood the reason behind the absence of adventurers in the last 100 years. It was evident that the 3 fourth-tier beasts outside posed a formidable threat. Before any adventurers could access the treasure, they were already dealt with by those 4th-tier beasts, leaving them no chance to reach this place. Lin Chen gazed intently at Long Chia and stated directly, "I am offering you an opportunity. If you pledge your allegiance to me, I shall present you with a significant chance. Even in the future, that so-called descendant of the Dragon Clan will seem insignificant before you. Do you desire this?" Chapter 46. Filling 20 spatial bags. Opportunity? A grand opportunity. In an instant, Long Chia comprehended Lin Chen's intention. Undoubtedly, this esteemed elder of the Dragon Clan had taken a liking to it. What an honor that was. Among the dragons, those capable of transforming into human form were immensely powerful, typically at the elder level. Long Chia harbored no doubts regarding Lin Chen's words. After all, having been humiliated and toyed with by a junior of the Dragon Elders, it was impossible for Long Chia to be without resentment. However, it soon regained its composure and cautiously inquired of Lin Chen, "Young master, is this subservience everlasting?" While Long Chia had faith that Lin Chen would allow it the chance for vengeance in the future, the notion of eternal servitude as a slave gave it pause. Yet, this concern quickly dissipated. Lin Chen shook his head. "There is no need for such a long duration. Merely 1,000 years will suffice. A millennium is but a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of your dragon lineage, and I trust you have no objections. The lifespan of dragons is extensive. They emerge from birth with extraordinary strength, far surpassing that of humans. Having been sealed here for over 2 centuries, Long Chia, along with its original age, was scarcely 500 years old, still in its youth by dragon standards. A typical dragon could comfortably live for 2,000 to 3,000 years without any cultivation. Such terms were already exceedingly generous for Long Chia, and what Lin Chen offered was even more favorable. At present, the dragon, although still unaware of its potential, possesses a technique that could elevate it to a revered status among its kin in the future. This dragon, currently in a commendable state, is regarded by Lin Chen as a worthy protector for Shaozi. It won't be long before this dragon finds itself unable to seize the opportunity to serve as a mount. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the dragon was overwhelmed with joy. A millennium was entirely acceptable to it. As long as it could attain the opportunity Lin Chen spoke of, it would discern the truth for itself. If it were indeed genuine, it wouldn't hesitate to accept not just 1,000 years, but even an additional millennium. With this thought in mind, the dragon bowed its head fervently before Lin Chen, expressing its gratitude. "Thank you, young master. I earnestly need this chance. I implore you to grant this opportunity to the little dragon. In the future, I shall remain steadfastly loyal to your side, undeterred by any peril." The dragon understood that this was the moment to demonstrate its loyalty, and its words rang with conviction. Lin Chen nodded gently. "Very well. I shall now impart to you a cultivation technique suitable for your dragon lineage, known as the Dragon Flame Wave Technique. Remember it well." Subsequently, Lin Chen honored his promise and began to transmit the Dragon Flame Wave Technique to the dragon. However, midway through the transmission, the dragon, having attempted to cultivate the technique, trembled with excitement. "It's extraordinary. How can such a powerful technique exist in this world? A celestial level technique? No, it surpasses even that." The dragon, being of noble lineage, possessed a broad perspective. At this moment, it is impossible to ascertain the level of this technique. One can only imagine how terrifying it truly is. Despite having exhausted all his imagination and contemplating what kind of technique Lin Chen would impart to him, Long Chia still finds himself far beyond his expectations. In his heart, he exclaims, "Such a senior cannot possibly be an insignificant figure. Why have I never heard of him in my dragon clan? It seems I have indeed been woefully ignorant. Long Xie struggles to comprehend this, straightforwardly concluding that it is merely due to his limited experience. Once Lin Shun completes the transmission of the technique, Long Xie is overwhelmed with excitement, bowing in reverence before Lin Shun, a sight that fills Zhang Qingdao with envy, nearly causing him to salivate. How could he not feel envious? Lin Shun personally instructs and teaches the technique, while also aiding Long Xie in familiarizing himself with the flow of energy. Although he is unaware of the technique's rank, it is undoubtedly many times more powerful than his own. His current technique is already of the high-grade terrestrial level. One can only imagine the sheer terror of what this new technique entails. He dares not even contemplate it, fearing that his imagination might tarnish the technique's esteemed level. Lin Shun naturally notices this scene. After all, Zhang Qingdao had initially followed him. Having taken his belongings, Lin Shun is determined not to shortchange him. He looks at Zhang Qingdao and says, "There is no need for such envy. First, tidy up the items in this space. And I will also impart a technique to you. This technique is more suitable for Long Xie, and I will impart to you other methods. During this time, allow me to ponder which techniques to share with you." "What? Young master, you possess such a level of techniques." "Not just one." As Lin Shun's words fell, Zhang Qingdao leaped up, exclaiming in astonishment, "This is truly terrifying. Such formidable techniques, for an ordinary person, including the Dragon Clan and those superpowers. Possessing even one could be passed down for 100,000 years. Yet Lin Shun astonishingly holds more than one. Beside him, Long Xie, who had just received a technique and was brimming with excitement, trembled at this revelation. His shock was no less than that of Zhang Qingdao. Inside, he was exulting. What a fortune! What a tremendous windfall! The young master's prowess likely exceeds my imagination. Following a senior like the young master, combined with the techniques he imparts to me, soon the entire Dragon Clan shall tremble because of me. Long Xie envisioned that day, his dragon eyes gleaming with fervent ambition. Lin Shun was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Qingdao's sudden outburst. Waving his hand dismissively, he remarked, "What is there to be so astonished about? I possess 5 such techniques myself. I have already stated that as long as you follow me in the future, the Heavenly Dragon Continent will be your playground. Young master." Both Zhang Qingdao and Long Xie gazed at Lin Shun, their exhilaration palpable and needing no further elaboration. Zhang Qingdao was eager to commence his tasks without delay. He hurriedly set about handling the treasures within this space, intent on having Lin Shun impart his profound techniques, thus seizing this unparalleled opportunity. He granted Lin Shun the quietude necessary for contemplation. The pressing matter at hand was to meticulously package these items. With Lin Shun having subdued Long Xie, acquiring these treasures posed no challenge whatsoever. In fact, Long Xie lent his assistance in the endeavor. Zhang Qingdao was tasked with crafting spatial bags, while Long Xie took charge of gathering every last treasure within the confines of this realm, leaving no trace behind. These items were all procured by descendants of the Dragon Clan elders, intended to entice adventurers. Long Xie, emboldened by his newfound support, exhibited no reservations. Even if the descendants of the elder were to learn of Zhang's arrival, he would not be intimidated. Before long, Zhang Qingdao employed spatial stones along with materials he already possessed to forge over 100 spatial bags, consuming merely a fist-sized portion of the spatial stone. In the grand scheme of the massive spatial stone, this was inconsequential. He managed to store the fire crystal stones, various spiritual herbs, and dragon saliva grass within just 20 of the bags. Zhang Qingdao respectfully presented the empty spatial bags and those brimming with treasures to Lin Shun, stating, "Young master, all the items are here. These surplus spatial bags have been specially crafted for you by this old servant, for your convenience in the future." Zhang Qingdao provided exceptional service, even expressing concern that Lin Shun might require spatial bags in the future, thus preparing them in advance. Lin Shun was equally pleased with Zhang Qingdao's meticulousness. He casually handed each of them 2 spatial bags brimming with treasures, saying, "As you accompany me, it is only fair that you do not miss out on these splendid items. Take these. They will undoubtedly serve you well in the future. Should you exhaust their contents, simply inform me, and I shall replenish them." Instantly, both Long Xie and Zhang Qingdao were filled with excitement. Such treasures were undeniably thrilling for them. However, they dared not voice their desires. Zhang Qingdao gazed at the 2 spatial bags in his hands, recognizing that they far surpassed what he had previously given to Lin Shun. Bringing these back to the Qingyun sect would likely leave the entire sect in awe. Chapter 47. The Dragon's Roar Shakes the Heavens. However, Zhang Qingdao understood that these things were merely trivial compared to what Lin Shun was about to bestow upon him. Lin Shun had previously mentioned that he should contemplate which martial art to pass on during this time. This martial art, once brought back, would, with just a slight display of its aura, astound the entire Qingyun sect. While the two were tidying up, Lin Shun was indeed deep in thought. He possessed 5 martial arts. The Heavenly Flower Divine art was more suited for female practitioners. The Supreme Sword technique emphasized offense, imposing significant physical demands on its practitioners, making it unsuitable for Zhang Qingdao at his age. The Stellar Profound Yuan technique was overly esoteric, requiring exceptional talent and comprehension, thus only fitting for the likes of Dugu Wanqing. Zhang Qingdao's aptitude could only be deemed average, although he seemed impressive compared to the individuals from Yinqing. He appeared quite ordinary in Lin Shun's eyes. While he could still cultivate and achieve considerable success, his ultimate accomplishments would be constrained compared to other martial arts. The Dragon Flame Wave technique was more appropriate for Long Qie. Given the choice, Lin Shun naturally wished to provide the best. Thus, only the Yin-Yang Cycle Divine art remained, which required the least from its practitioners and would enable Zhang Qingdao to perform at his best. Upon contemplating this, Lin Shun gazed at the hopeful Zhang Qingdao and began to speak. Listen carefully and absorb this well. The technique I am about to impart to you is called the Yin-Yang Wheel Rotation Divine Art, which is by no means inferior to the Dragon Flame Wave technique I bestowed upon Long Qie. When cultivated to profound depths, it possesses the ability to reverse the chaos of yin and yang. As Lin Shun's words fell, Zhang Qingdao's face flushed with excitement, unable to contain himself. After a moment of calming his trembling heart, he bowed deeply to Lin Shun and expressed, "Thank you, young master, for imparting this skill. In the future, I will serve you unto death. In life, I am your servant, and in death, I shall be your ghost." Following this, Lin Shun said little more. Once Zhang Qingdao had discarded his previous techniques, he proceeded to teach him the Yin-Yang Wheel Rotation Divine Art. Boom. Innate great perfection. Upon the completion of Lin Shun's transmission, Zhang Qingdao activated the technique and instantly experienced a breakthrough, achieving the realm he had long yearned for but never attained. Moreover, the vigor within his body surpassed that of his fellow master, who also reached innate great perfection by several tens of times. This was a fundamental transformation. Such a technique exceeded his wildest imagination. Everything unfolded seamlessly, and he even sensed an impending breakthrough to an even higher realm. Remarkably, Zhang Qingdao appeared to have rejuvenated significantly, seeming to have shed decades in an instant. His once white hair now transformed to shades of black and gray. This breakthrough has granted him several decades more of life. It would not be an exaggeration to say it is a profound act of rejuvenation. Thud. Long live the young master. Zhang Qingdao knelt before Lin Shun. His emotions stirred and difficult to calm. Previously, he had sensed the immense power when Lin Shun transmitted his teachings to Long Qie, but now, through his own cultivation, he comprehended the true depth of that strength. "Rise, there is no need for such formality," Lin Shun said, gently raising his hand. Zhang Qingdao's body was lifted effortlessly into a standing position. Once he had regained his composure, he continued, "Young master, now that this matter is settled, I wish to return to the Qingyun sect to inform my fellow disciples of the situation, lest they worry." Lin Shun nodded lightly. "Very well, attend to your affairs. And then come to the Lin family in Yinqing to find me." "Understood, young master." Zhang Qingdao offered a deep bow before turning to return to the Qingyun sect, carrying with him the newly acquired supreme technique and 2 spatial bags filled with treasures. Once Zhang Qingdao departed, a booming voice resonated, "Young master, where shall we go next?" Dragon Qie, now entirely subservient to Lin Shun, inquired humbly about their next course of action. "Let us first return to the Lin family," Lin Shun replied. Immediately, Dragon Qie responded, "Please allow me to carry you on my back, young master. You may simply guide the way." Lin Shun accepted without hesitation. For Dragon Qie had completely submitted to him. He naturally preferred to conserve his energy for the journey and was disinclined to move. With a graceful leap, he landed upon the back of the dragon, which then soared into the sky, its massive form shattering the very fabric of space. The mountain erupted, splitting open a vast chasm. A resounding roar, piercing and profoundly resonant, echoed throughout the Songlong Valley, sending tremors through countless beasts that quivered and prostrated themselves as if a sovereign had emerged from the depths. The cacophony reverberated for an extended time, instilling fear in those traversing the valley, who looked up in astonishment towards the source of the sound. Was it truly the roar of a divine dragon? Could it be that Songlong Valley harbored such a creature? The sheer might was terrifying. Many were awestruck, yet dared not venture deeper into the valley. Instead, they hurriedly led their families away from its confines. After all, what manner of being was a dragon? A mere breath from such a creature could spell doom for countless souls. Curiosity was one thing, but one must not court death. Meanwhile, Lin Chun, on his part, smacked the dragon's head playfully and admonished, "Do tone it down. Are you trying to deafen me?" He was not genuinely irked. Yet the volume of the roar made his ears tingle, prompting him to rub them in mild discomfort. Long Chia suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Hee, you are right, young master. It is just that after being confined in that cramped space for too long, I found it difficult to restrain myself. Please, do not be angry." Long Chia had spent a full 200 years in that confined space, and naturally, he was bursting with pent-up emotions upon his sudden release. Lin Chun, understanding this sentiment, replied, "Do be mindful next time. Let us go. It is almost afternoon, and I have matters to attend to." "Yes, young master." Long Chia immediately unfurled his massive form, soaring high above the Songlong Valley, heading in the direction of Yin City. Although Long Chia was not in his dragon form, his physique exuded a presence even more imposing than that of the typical dragon clan. In fact, he appeared somewhat more fearsome. Merely casting a glance at him would send a shiver through one's soul. Long Chia flew prominently in the sky, causing all nearby demonic beasts to cower, too intimidated to raise their heads. Passers-by were equally astonished, staring in disbelief at this spectacle, exclaiming, "Heavens! What is that creature? It resembles a divine dragon. Yet it is distinctly different, appearing even more terrifying." In truth, Long Chia's original aura was not as fearsome as it seemed. It only appeared more daunting than that of a divine dragon due to the dragon flame wave technique bestowed upon him by Lin Chun. At that moment, dark golden flames with a hint of crimson enveloped his body, making him resemble an unparalleled ferocious beast. The dragon flame wave, however, is not solely composed of flames of pure gold. Due to Lin Chun's human nature, the golden dragon flames possess an unparalleled purity. In the future, Shangguan Yuyin's cultivation will undoubtedly reflect the same. The dragon, however, is different, being a member of the dragon clan, and a hybrid of both the black dragon and the fire dragon. Its cultivation of the dragon flame wave yields flames of a distinct hue. Yet, there is no doubt about its formidable power. The dragon soared swiftly towards Yinqing, covering the distance to the vacant area between Yinqing and the Songlong Valley in no time. After instructing the dragon to halt, Lin Chun remarked, "We are almost at Yinqing. Could you possibly shrink in size? One might think I am about to lay siege." It was already afternoon, and Lin Chun intended to proceed directly to the city lord's mansion. The dragon's imposing appearance was far too intimidating, creating a commotion that could hinder his ability to peacefully assist Dugu Wanqing in awakening her celestial body. Upon hearing this, the dragon nodded in agreement. "Very well, master. Of course I can." It then swiftly diminished in size, transforming into a form akin to that of a horse, yet its aura remained undeniably potent, an undeniable spectacle. Chapter 48. The Beast Speaks. Long Chia lowered his head, feeling that his appearance was excessively resplendent. He promptly retracted the dragon flames enveloping his form. Yet he still exuded an air of majestic grandeur. The innate aura and demeanor of the dragon race were impossible for Long Chia to conceal. "I have done my utmost," he thought. Lin Chun, perceptive as ever, nodded and said, "Very well, let us proceed." Onward, into the city, Long Chia affirmed, carrying Lin Chun toward the city gates. The distance to Yin City's entrance was minimal, and before long, they arrived. Their arrival instantly captured the attention of countless onlookers. Long Chia's appearance was irresistibly captivating, resembling a true dragon. If one were to disregard his hindquarters, he would undoubtedly embody the characteristics of a divine dragon. As they approached the city gates, many passers-by paused to admire the spectacle. It wasn't until Lin Chun mounted Long Chia and entered the city that they gathered the courage to engage in hushed discussions. "That individual looks remarkably familiar. Could it be the esteemed Lin Chun of the Lin family? I have seen young Master Lin Chun. It is indeed him." "You are not mistaken. My goodness, I have heard tales of young Master Lin Chun's extraordinary prowess. Even the city lord holds him in high regard, and the city lord's daughter, Dugu Wanqing, is his disciple. How is it possible that young Master Lin Chun, who was once deemed a worthless recluse, has suddenly become so formidable? Who can truly say?" I surmise that some extraordinary fortune has befallen him. Such occurrences cannot simply be envied. What manner of mythical beast was Master Lin Shun riding just now? It bears an uncanny resemblance to the legendary dragon. Strangely enough, I too perceive a striking similarity. Yet dragons are typically colossal in stature and do not resemble this creature. It is likely a mutated beast. Indeed, I am inclined to agree. It is improbable for a dragon to be of such a lesser breed. While I acknowledge Master Lin Shen's formidable prowess, it is unfathomable that he could ride a member of the dragon lineage. The crowd collectively shook their heads, merely regarding the creature as an aberrant beast. No one entertained the notion that this was, in fact, a member of the dragon race, merely a mutated dragon. Had it not been ostracized by its kin and unrecognized by the dragon lineage, it could indeed be considered a dragon. As they traversed the city atop the dragon, many onlookers began to speculate, uniformly concluding that it was simply an aberrant beast, for the very mention of dragons inspires dread. Upon reaching the city lord's residence, the guards were momentarily taken aback at the sight of Lin Shen and his dragon. Anyone would be startled upon first encountering such a creature, mistaking it for a dragon. Yet, they quickly regained their composure, arriving at the same conjecture as the others. Recognizing Lin Shen, they recalled the prior instructions from Duke Donggu, which mandated the utmost respect in their reception. The two guards from the city lord's residence promptly approached. Before Lin Shen, an attendant suddenly knelt down, respectfully exclaiming, "Young Master Lin, the lord of the city has already instructed that your arrival does not require prior notice. You may proceed directly. Allow me to escort you." Lin Shen nodded, foregoing any pretense of politeness. "Very well, lead the way. I wish to meet Du Gutong Hai." The two guards were taken aback. In all of Yin City, it seemed that only Lin Shen possessed the audacity to directly address the lord of the city by name. Yet, he had the confidence and strength to justify such familiarity. Lin Shen's exploits had become the talk of the town, and no one remained indifferent to his rising prominence within the Lin family and Yin City. After a moment of astonishment, one guard resumed his post at the city lord's gate, while the other guided Lin Shen. In the past, no one was permitted to ride into the city lord's estate. However, Lin Shen was an exception, and the guards dared not voice any objections. It was likely that even Du Gutong Hai would not comment upon his arrival. Just as Lin Shen and the guard began their journey, the remaining guard released a homing pigeon. As Lin Shen rode the dragon steed into the heart of the city lord's estate, Du Gutong Hai emerged, accompanied by Uncle Fu and numerous officials of the city lord's residence, ready to welcome him with great ceremony. Dugu Wanqing was also present, visibly excited upon seeing Lin Shen. Du Gutong Hai, observing Lin Shen mounted upon his steed, expressed no concern. Rather, he was utterly astonished by the dragon steed itself. However, one had not considered the possibility of Long Chia evolving towards the divine dragon. The astonishment arose solely from the undeniable prowess of Lin Shen, who, in just a day's absence, had managed to acquire such a magnificent beast as a mount. While the exact strength of this creature remained unknown, it was reasonable to assume that being chosen by Lin Shen meant it was formidable. Du Gutong Hai let out a hearty laugh and remarked, "Ah, young Master Lin, this mount is truly extraordinary, perfectly befitting your noble stature." He continued, "I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. The herbs you requested have all been gathered and are ready for your use. However, as you have just arrived, there is no need to rush. Please, let us take a moment to settle in." Du Gutong Hai could not suppress his delight, his face aglow with excitement. Last night, he had diligently practiced the starry mystical yuan technique that Lin Shen had imparted to Dugu Wanqing. Though the technique was exceedingly profound and required intense focus to navigate its myriad complexities, the results exceeded all expectations. In just one night, he not only stabilized his half-step innate cultivation, but also significantly deepened his prowess. A breakthrough to the innate realm in the near future seemed all but assured. In truth, Du Gutong Hai had always possessed considerable talent. It was merely the inadequacy of his techniques and limited experience that hindered his path to greatness. Otherwise, he would not have had an extraordinary individual like Dugu Wanqing as his descendant. The elemental physique was exceptionally powerful, capable of communing with all elements of the world upon awakening, truly a formidable force. In conjunction with the celestial essence technique, should one's cultivation reach a sufficient level in the future, one might even wield the power of the stars. Du Gutong Hai approached with a smile, extending his hand in an attempt to personally lead Lin Shen's steed. Upon noticing the absence of a tether, he reached out to grasp the dragon's horn of Long Chia. Instantly, Long Xie's body quivered slightly, sending a jolt of numbness through Du Gutong Hai's palm, akin to an electric shock. Long Xie regarded Du Gutong Hai with disdain, had it not been for the acquaintance he shared with Lin Shun. The audacity to touch its horn would have resulted in the man being incinerated by its dragon flames. Even Zhang Qingdao, a consummate master of innate perfection, appeared insignificant before Long Xie, let alone the mere Du Gutong Hai. At this moment, the astonishment within Du Gutong Hai surged like a tempest. He was a half-step innate cultivator, yet he had been repelled by a mere beast. Undoubtedly, this creature was of a high grade. However, upon remembering that it was Lin Chen's mount, Du Gutong Hai found some solace. After all, the extent of Lin Chen's power remained an enigma to him. "Father, what is the matter?" Du Guanqing approached, her curiosity piqued by her father's unusual demeanor. Only Fu Bo discerned a hint of the truth, yet he refrained from elaborating. After all, Du Gutong Hai was the city lord and had to maintain a semblance of dignity. It would be rather unbecoming to admit that he had been shaken by a mount. At this moment, his palm still throbbed with pain. He merely waved his hand with a smile, saying, "It's nothing. I am merely astonished by Master Lin's magnificent steed. Please, Master Lin, do come in. Wanqing, stay by my side." Du Gutong Hai dared not approach Long Xie, and he was even reluctant to let Du Guanqing draw near, fearing for the safety of his own daughter. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Shen lightly tapped Long Xie's head and murmured, "Behave yourself." He then dismounted and instructed Long Xie, "Go, wait over there." Having arrived at Du Guanqing's residence, Lin Shen chose not to continue riding Long Xie and intended to walk alongside Du Gutong Hai and the others. "Yes, master," Long Xie suddenly spoke, startling everyone. Du Gutong Hai instinctively pulled Du Guanqing back several steps. A beast spoke. No one had anticipated this, and they stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at Long Xie. It was utterly astonishing. Chapter 49. The Resurrection Symbol Reacquired. It is widely acknowledged that in the Dragon Continent, even fifth-tier demonic beasts lack the ability to articulate human speech. Only the Beast Kings, those formidable creatures surpassing the fifth tier, possess the capability to learn human languages. Yet, the beast before them, resembling a divine dragon, spoke with eloquence. This revelation resonated in the ears of the onlookers like a thunderous bombshell. The Beast King represents an echelon of power capable of obliterating Yin City with a mere flick of its wrist. For a city like Yin City, whether it could withstand even a trivial breeze from a Beast King remains uncertain. If this creature were indeed a Beast King, its terrifying nature would far exceed their wildest imaginations. However, what cultivation level does Lin Shen possess? Merely the second stage of the true essence realm. Although prodigies can defy the odds in battle beyond their ranks, defeating a fifth-stage true essence realm practitioner is already astonishing. Even if one were to stretch the truth and claim the ability to vanquish innate strongmen, the disparity with a Beast King is akin to comparing the vast ocean to mere grains of sand, entirely incongruous. All of them, including Du Gutong Hai, were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with terror as they glanced at Long Ke and then back at Lin Shen. Lin Shen, taken aback for a moment, comprehended their thoughts. He reassured them, stating, "It is not a Beast King, merely something rather unique." Though Lin Shen refrained from inquiring about Long Ke's specific combat prowess, he recognized that a Dragon Clan member could hardly be classified as a Beast King. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly on par with a Beast King. Lin Shen also understood that revealing this truth might instill fear in these individuals, so he opted to withhold it, allowing them to dismiss their apprehensions. Avoid asking too many questions, as it might delay his awakening of the elemental immortal body for Du Guanqing. Indeed, as soon as Lin Shen uttered these words, Du Gutong Hai and the others suddenly understood, simultaneously exhaling a sigh of relief. If Lin Shen had truly been riding a Beast King, they would have been at a loss as to how to face him in the future, perhaps even too intimidated to speak. Lin Shen's statement naturally led them to consider that the Dragon Continent is filled with wonders, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility for some peculiar magical beasts to possess the ability to communicate in human language ahead of time. Nevertheless, Du Gutong Hai was acutely aware that Lin Shen's mount was likely beyond their imagination and strength. However, as long as it was not a Beast King, it remained within an acceptable range for him and the others. Du Gutong Hai swiftly adjusted his demeanor, once again displaying a welcoming smile and gesturing for Lin Shen to proceed. Lin Shen, unreserved, took the lead. Long Ke obediently found a spot to settle down. The servants of the city lord were quite perceptive, promptly bringing forth an abundance of exquisite spiritual fruits for Long Ke to enjoy. Naturally, Lin Chen's mount received preferential treatment, the very best. Long Ke comfortably lay there, indulging in the feast. Under Dugu Tonghai's guidance, they soon arrived at the hall of the city lord's mansion. Dugu Tonghai dismissed everyone else, leaving only Dugu Wanqing and Uncle Fu to enter the conference chamber together. After inviting Lin Shun to take the esteemed seat, Dugu Tonghai pointed to the numerous boxes below and remarked, "Young Master Lin, these are all the medicinal materials you sought, and we have gathered them all, ready for your use. However, since you are new here, let us first enjoy a cup of tea and reminisce." Dugu Tonghai personally poured tea for Lin Chen. Given such courtesy, Lin Chen felt it inappropriate to decline, and besides, he had no objection to a brief pause. After gently sipping the tea and setting the cup down on the table, he stated, "Let us refrain from trivial chatter. I trust that Wanqing has already informed you of my purpose for coming." Lin Chen had not concealed the matter of awakening the celestial body from Dugu Wanqing, and Dugu Tonghai was indeed aware of it. As expected, Dugu Tonghai nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he addressed Lin Chen. "Wanqing has shared with me that you have come to assist her in awakening her celestial body. I am immensely grateful for your kindness, young Master Lin. I, Dugu Tonghai, shall undoubtedly repay this great favor to Wanqing with my very life. Yet, I do have a question. Is the elemental celestial body truly as formidable as you claim?" Lin Chen affirmed, "Not only is it formidable, it surpasses your wildest imaginations. Once the celestial body is awakened, Wanqing's cultivation will significantly advance, at the very least reaching the true essence realm. After awakening the celestial body, she will be bestowed with the gifts of the heavenly Tao. At that point, her cultivation will soar to unprecedented heights." Lin Chen was certain that the true essence realm was merely the minimum. What? Dugu Tonghai and Uncle Fu beside him both trembled slightly, while Dugu Wanqing was equally incredulous. Although she was aware that her awakening to the celestial body would set her apart from the ordinary, this was quite an exaggeration. Dugu Tonghai found it rather extravagant as well. However, upon reflection, had there not been numerous extraordinary events surrounding Lin Chen? Strangely compelled, he chose to believe it, and a wave of excitement surged within him. "Thank you, young Master Lin. Were it not for the considerations of status and Dugu Wanqing's presence, Dugu Tonghai would have knelt before Lin Chen." Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Enough with the idle chatter. Find a quiet room, prepare a large wooden barrel, and brew these medicinal herbs for an hour before transferring them into the barrel. Let us arrange these matters first, then we can settle down for a discussion." Upon hearing this, Dugu Tonghai hesitated not for a moment. He immediately dispatched someone to carry out the tasks. Subsequently, he refilled Lin Chen's teacup and remarked, "Young Master Lin, everything has been arranged, though it will require some time. Perhaps you could offer some guidance to Wanqing and us in the meantime?" Lin Chen, upon hearing this, glanced at Dugu Tonghai and Uncle Fu, realizing that they too had likely practiced the starry mysterious art. Nonetheless, he paid it no mind and nodded, "Very well. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. After all, we still have some time before the medicinal herbs are ready." Lin Chen did not mind offering guidance to them, particularly to Dugu Wanqing. Mentoring her in her cultivation would undoubtedly enhance their rapport. Dugu Tonghai and Uncle Fu were instantly filled with excitement, for Dugu Wanqing had just acquired a new cultivation technique. Despite her commendable talent and understanding, she still paled in comparison to Lin Chen. Even Dugu Wanqing was filled with joy and soon began to pose a series of questions regarding her practice. Lin Chen offered casual yet insightful advice, greatly benefiting all three of them. Furthermore, Dugu Wanqing's affinity, which had previously stood at 35, surged to an impressive 60. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving an affinity of 60 with the disciple possessing the elemental immortal body, thus earning a phase reward, 1 resurrection talisman. Lin Shan was taken aback. He had not anticipated receiving a reward before reaching an affinity of 100. Moreover, the reward was a resurrection talisman. He mused that if he were to reach 100, the reward might be even more formidable. This realization filled him with exhilaration. Indeed, fostering a deeper connection with his disciple proved to be the right course of action. In just one short hour, Dugu Wanqing's admiration for Lin Shun had only intensified. Previously, she regarded him merely as a peer, and even found it strange to consider him her master. However, that notion had vanished. Her master now seemed omnipotent, and the profound depth of his understanding of the cultivation technique elicited her utmost reverence. "Is there anything else you do not comprehend? Wanqing, if you have any questions, feel free to ask." Upon hearing this, Dugu Wanqing shook her head gently. Master, I indeed have many uncertainties. However, there is so much that you have imparted to me that I have yet to fully comprehend. To grasp too much at once would be to choke on it. Once I have internalized what I have learned today, I shall return to you with my inquiries. Despite her remarkable abilities, Dugu Wanqing is ultimately but a single individual, unable to compare to Lin Chen, whose mere guidance is sufficient for her to contemplate for an extended period. To accept even more information would only serve to muddle her thoughts. If Dugu Wanqing finds it challenging, one can only imagine the struggles of Dugu Tahai and Uncle Fu, who both shook their heads in agreement. Dugu Tahai remarked, Young Master Lin is indeed extraordinary. Our comprehension pales in comparison to Wanqing's. If even she finds it difficult, it would be best for us to seek her guidance in the future. Chapter 50. Awakening of the Elemental Celestial Body. Lin Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to gather sufficient affinity in one go. However, upon reflection, it was indeed commendable that Dugu Wanqing could retain the teachings after such an extended period of guidance. Just moments ago, Dugu Tonghai and Fu Bo appeared rather bewildered, their minds likely in disarray. The starry profound Yuan technique was inherently more intricate than other martial arts. Lin Chen recognized the importance of patience. At that moment, someone arrived to deliver news. Report to the city lord. The medicinal ingredients have been fully prepared and placed into the wooden barrel. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dugu Tonghai and Fu Bo, still pondering over the cultivation techniques Lin Chen had imparted, snapped back to reality. Dugu Tonghai promptly regained his authoritative demeanor as the city lord, nodding slightly. He said, Good, I understand. You may leave now. Yes, city lord. After the messenger departed, Dugu Tonghai turned to Lin Chen. Young Master Lin, everything is ready. The barrel is in Wanqing's room, where it is quite serene. He then addressed Dugu Wanqing. Wanqing, please escort your master there. We shall continue to delve into the matters your master previously discussed. It is likely that the awakening of the celestial body will require a considerable amount of time. Dugu Wanqing nodded and smiled at Lin Chen, saying, Master, let us proceed. I will guide you there. Indeed. Lin Chen nodded slightly and departed with Dugu Wanqing. They soon arrived at her residence, a quaint and serene little courtyard. Although there were originally numerous attendants to serve her, they had all been discreetly dismissed by Dugu Tonghai in advance, recalling Lin Chen's request for tranquility. Upon arriving, Dugu Wanqing did not pause, leading Lin Chen directly to her chamber. Inside, the air was thick with steam, and the boiling water infused with medicinal herbs shimmered a deep azure. Dugu Wanqing gently closed the door and turned to Lin Chen, inquiring, Master, should I immerse myself directly? Lin Chen shook his head. You must first remove your outer garments. Otherwise, the herbs will not be absorbed effectively. At these words, Dugu Wanqing's face flushed crimson, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, she recognized the truth in Lin Chen's statement. Having perused several texts on pharmacology, she understood that excessive clothing could indeed hinder absorption. After a moment's hesitation, she looked at Lin Chen and said, Then, Master, please turn around. Lin Chen, initially puzzled, soon realized it was a modest request. He gently turned away, saying, Very well, you may begin. Once he had turned his back, Dugu Wanqing swiftly shed her outer garments, revealing a white garment embroidered with flowers. After casting a glance at Lin Chen, she hurriedly submerged herself into the wooden tub. As soon as she submerged herself within, a wave of intense heat enveloped her entire being. A unique force began to penetrate into her body. At this moment, Lin Chen heard a voice and turned his head. He saw Dugu Wanqing, her head peeking out from the wooden tub, saying, Do not panic. The sensation of heat in your body is entirely normal. You are awakening your celestial physique, and there is no danger. Rest assured, I, your master, am right here beside you, capable of rescuing you should any peril arise. Now, commence the operation of the starry profound essence technique to accelerate the absorption of the medicinal properties within the tub. However, remember not to rush, progress gradually. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Dugu Wanqing felt a sudden clarity and a wave of reassurance washed over her. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing affinity with the elemental celestial body by 10. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded, and the original affinity with Dugu Wanqing, which stood at 60, rose to 70. Lin Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that comforting Dugu Wanqing would yield such an increase in affinity. Recognizing its significance, Lin Chen felt no harm in speaking further. He promptly fetched a stool and sat beside the wooden tub, engaging in conversation. His words were filled with comfort and light-hearted jokes, aimed at helping Du Gu Wanqing relax as much as possible. Remarkably, it proved effective before long. The affinity escalated to 80. Just as Lin Shun continued his discourse, intricate and mystical runes of light suddenly appeared upon Du Gu Wanqing's body. Intertwined, a radiant spectrum of colors began to emanate. Lin Shun immediately fell silent, understanding that the elemental celestial body was commencing its complete awakening. At this moment, it was imperative not to disturb Du Gu Wanqing. She, too, felt the shift within her. Quietly, she activated the starry mysterious Yuan technique, keeping Lin Shun's words firmly in mind, proceeding steadily and unhurriedly. She sensed something within her, previously suppressed, being gradually unveiled. This sensation filled her with an exhilarating sense of liberation, as if this was her true self. The unimpeded flow of overcoming each barrier brought a rosy glow to her complexion. The power within her surged rapidly, her cultivation skyrocketing. Initially at the 6th level of Qi refinement, she ascended to the 7th level, then the 8th, bypassing the 9th level entirely to reach the 10th level. Boom. The 1st level of body refinement. The 2nd level of body refinement. She continued to rise ceaselessly, akin to a rocket, her cultivation soaring ever higher. Even Du Gu Wanqing herself could hardly believe her capabilities. The sensation of this rapid cultivation enhancement was exhilarating to the point of ecstasy, as she realized her innate talent. Master, Du Gu Wanqing gazed at Lin Shun, wishing to express her gratitude, yet he interrupted her, saying, "Focus on awakening your elemental celestial body. We can speak later." Du Gu Wanqing nodded earnestly, feeling the weight of Lin Chen's efforts on her behalf. Immediately, she devoted herself to the cultivation of the starry mystical essence technique, closing her eyes to fully immerse herself in a state of singular focus. Suddenly, the system notification chimed, indicating an increase of 10 in the affinity with the elemental celestial body. This unexpected prompt brought a slight smile to Lin Chen's face. He had not anticipated such a rapid enhancement in affinity, leaving just 10 more points to achieve the desired result. While Du Gu Wanqing joyfully awakened her elemental celestial body, Lin Chen observed her with unwavering attention, oblivious to the fact that chaos had erupted in the outside world. The awakening of a celestial body would undoubtedly give rise to extraordinary phenomena. At that very moment, the skies above Yin City were illuminated by flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder. Colorful clouds drifted towards the city lord's mansion, capturing the attention of the entire populace. Heavens! What has transpired? Is the end of the world upon us? Such celestial occurrences had never graced Yin City before. What could possibly be happening? Could it be that a formidable force seeks to annihilate our city? But surely not. Look at those colorful clouds, all heading towards the city lord's mansion. Indeed, what could be taking place there? Could it be that rare treasures of heaven and earth are manifesting? It is not impossible. Such auspicious signs must herald the emergence of a supreme treasure. Might the city lord's mansion truly be a land of fortune? Whispers of speculation filled the air. Yet none could fathom that this spectacle was merely the awakening of Du Gu Wanqing's celestial body, and that this extraordinary phenomenon was only just beginning. The onlookers near the Lord's mansion experienced the spectacle with greater clarity and profound astonishment. The radiant hues of the dawn were distinctly visible as they drifted toward the Lord's estate, evoking exclamations of wonder from the crowd. However, the area surrounding the mansion was heavily guarded by the formidable forces of Dugu Tonghai, leaving the spectators with no choice but to watch from a distance. Too intimidated to approach, Dugu Tonghai had been forewarned, having learned from Du Gu Wanqing that the awakening of the elemental celestial body might give rise to extraordinary phenomena. He had taken early precautions, effectively preventing any prying eyes from intruding upon this momentous event. Chapter 51. The Awakening of the Elemental Celestial Body 2 within the confines of the city lord's mansion, Longxia. Reclining on the ground while basking in the sun and savoring spiritual fruits, suddenly sat up. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed towards the direction where the colorful clouds converged. Goodness, is this truly the legendary awakening of the celestial body? The young master is indeed formidable, capable of taking a celestial body as a disciple and even assisting others in their awakening. On the way here, Longxia had been curious and had inquired Lin Chen about his intentions. Lin Chen, disinterested in concealing the truth, directly revealed the matter regarding the celestial body. Although Longxia was a member of the dragon lineage, he was considered insignificant among his kin, merely a small fry. Nevertheless, he was still part of the Divine Dragon clan and possessed a broad perspective. He had heard of the existence of celestial bodies and understood that such physiques were exceedingly rare, appearing only once in a millennium. Even more astonishingly, the methods to awaken a celestial body had nearly been lost to time, with very few individuals possessing such knowledge. Most celestial bodies appear indistinguishable from ordinary people, making them incredibly difficult to identify. Only those with extraordinary fortunes might awaken their celestial bodies through unforeseen circumstances. To locate a celestial body and possess the means for its awakening is, one might argue, nearly an impossible feat, requiring a confluence of favorable timing, location, and personal destiny. The rarity of celestial bodies throughout the entire Tianlong continent is akin to spotting a phoenix among crows, and the extraordinary phenomena surrounding them are beyond imagination. For Long Jie, this was his first encounter with such marvels, truly a broadening of his horizons. As he expelled the unfinished celestial fruit from his mouth, he rose and murmured, "This is the awakening of the celestial body, a phenomenon that may not occur even once in 10,000 years. I must take a look." It is said that the awakening of the celestial body communicates with the laws of the heavens, which might prove beneficial to my cultivation. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. After all, as the young master's disciple, I, Long Jie, am essentially the young master of the Long clan. It would be prudent to observe without hesitation. In a flash, Long Jie darted towards the secluded residence of the ethereal Wanqing. He yearned to witness the awakening of the celestial body up close. Meanwhile, the servant who had come to deliver the celestial fruit only caught a glimpse of a shadow zip by, causing him to plummet onto the ground in fright. Once Long Jie vanished, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, finally comprehending the situation. The ferocity of this beast was truly terrifying. At that moment, Dugu Tonghai and Uncle Fu were also drawn by the extraordinary phenomenon, having arrived outside Dugu Wanqing's residence. Both recalled Lin Chen's words, Dugu Wanqing needed tranquility. Thus, they refrained from entering, choosing instead to observe from the outside, preventing anyone else from intruding to avert any unforeseen events. They eagerly watched the enchanting and vibrant hues of the sky swirling above Dugu Wanqing's chamber. It appeared extraordinarily resplendent. Is this truly the celestial body of my daughter? How could I have been so blind, having believed all along that her talent was lacking? What foolishness! Dugu Tonghai shook his head in shame, feeling a deep sense of regret towards Dugu Wanqing. Were it not for Lin Chen's arrival, Dugu Wanqing's life would likely have been obscured. His gratitude towards Lin Chen has reached its zenith. He turned to Fu Bo and declared, "Ah Fu, Wanqing's awakening of the immortal body is still ongoing. We must steadfastly guard this place and allow no one to intrude." "Indeed, my lord," Fu Bo responded, standing tall alongside Dugu Tonghai, both assuming the role of vigilant protectors. The celestial phenomena continued to unfold, becoming increasingly resplendent, as the entire sky above the Lord's mansion was enveloped in vibrant hues, captivating the gaze of all in Yen City. Above the radiant clouds, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, as if celebrating the awakening of the immortal body. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly resonated above the courtyard. "Dugu Tonghai, I never expected your daughter to awaken the immortal body. It seems my arrival is quite timely." As the words fell, dark figures descended before Dugu Tonghai and Fu Bo. The leader, clad in a long black robe with a sinister countenance, was none other than Ouyang Yunhua, the master of Thundercloud Fortress. He had initially come to seize the half portion of an inferior earth-level technique previously obtained by Dugu Tonghai, but instead, he stumbled upon this chilling revelation. The immortal body. Ouyang Yunhua had once chanced upon the legends surrounding the immortal body and understood the rarity of its birth and the formidable power it possessed. Every celestial being ultimately ascends to become the pinnacle of the Tianlong continent, a level of existence beyond the comprehension of those as insignificant as the inhabitants of Yanqing. Fortunately, he has arrived today. Otherwise, once Dugu Wanqing awakens her celestial body, her rapid advancement would soon render him inconsequential. No matter how formidable the Thundercloud Fortress may be, it cannot be compared to a celestial being. Having previously vied for martial arts with Dugu Tonghai, he knows that Dugu Wanqing would not spare him. Rather than waiting to be obliterated, why not extinguish a celestial being first? Dugu Tonghai squinted, surprised by Ouyang Yunhua's unexpected arrival, especially since he had overheard the earlier conversation with Uncle Fu and learned of Dugu Wanqing's celestial body. However, in the past, Dugu Tonghai had never feared the people from Thundercloud Fortress. Now, as he stands at the threshold of innate mastery, having cultivated at least a heavenly-level technique. The likes of Ouyang Yunque appear as mere refuse in his eyes. Hearing Ouyang Yunque's words, Donggu Tonghai disdainfully retorted, "Your timing is indeed impeccable. Today, my daughter Wanqing awakens her celestial body, and I shall use your blood to celebrate." As for Ouyang Yunque, Donggu Tonghai would not let this opportunity slip by. Haha. Today is unlike any other. Since I have dared to come, I possess the confidence to match. Ouyang Yunque laughed heartily, showcasing a carefree demeanor. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, and his body began to ascend slowly into the air. He was soaring through the skies. This was a feat achievable only by those of the innate realm. The formidable experts from Thundercloud Fortress, who had accompanied Ouyang Yunque, now cast mocking glances at Donggu Tonghai and Uncle Fu. Donggu Tonghai was indeed astonished. Just a short while ago, Ouyang Yunque, who shared the same cultivation level of the fifth realm of true essence as him, had sustained considerable injuries. Yet, in the brief span of a few days, he had transformed into an innate powerhouse? Donggu Tonghai, who had only reached half a step into the innate realm through the cultivation of the starry celestial essence technique, found himself utterly perplexed. However, he harbored no fear within. Although he was merely half a step into the innate realm, the technique bestowed upon him by Lin Shan, the starry celestial essence technique, had already endowed him with the capability to contend against opponents of higher levels. What harm would it do to allow Ouyang Yunque to revel in his momentary triumph? Ouyang Yunque, still basking in his self-satisfaction, proceeded to elaborate on how he had achieved such a level of cultivation in such a short time. Donggu Tonghai, you would never have guessed. But I stumbled upon a cave yesterday and encountered an opportunity that granted me a precious elixir. Not only did it heal my injuries, but it also propelled me directly into the early innate realm. You, in my presence, are nothing more than a mere chicken among dogs. Today, not only will your daughter fail to awaken her celestial physique, but you shall also meet your demise. I advise you to obediently surrender the remaining half of the earth-level technique. Perhaps I might leave you with a complete corpse. Despite Ouyang Yunque's elevation to the early innate realm, the tension in the air was palpable. However, due to the reliance on the precious elixir, the cultivation technique remained the same as before. Naturally, he was still immensely envious of this earthly-level technique. Donggu Tonghai realized this. In the Tianlong continent, it is indeed the case that an ordinary novice might unexpectedly acquire miraculous pills, instantly elevating their cultivation to levels that would typically take others decades or even centuries to achieve. Ouyang Yunque was clearly a person favored by fortune. Unfortunately, in comparison to himself, he paled in significance. What kind of opportunity could possibly surpass the chance encounter with Lin Shan? Ouyang Yunque would never comprehend such notions. Upon hearing this, Donggu Tonghai casually produced the half-completed earthly grade inferior technique from his bosom and tossed it to Ouyang Yunque, as if tossing a coin to a beggar. If you desire this worthless technique, then take it. Chapter 52. The Awakening of the Elemental Celestial Body. Consider this your burial offering. Taking such a worthless low-grade technique to your grave seems quite fitting for you, remarked Donggu Tonghai with a tone of indifference, his eyes brimming with disdain. Ouyang Yunque felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity, as if he were not a congenital powerhouse but rather a beggar on the street. Those accompanying him suddenly experienced a similar, surreal sensation. The half-completed low-grade technique, which Donggu Tonghai had nearly sacrificed his life to obtain, was cherished beyond measure. Despite having secured an opportunity for cultivation from Lin Shan for Dugong Wanqing, a lingering sense of reluctance and unease compelled him to keep it close. However, upon practicing the starry mystical origin technique, he came to realize the sheer worthlessness of this low-grade method. It was nothing more than a pile of refuse. The technique he had previously cultivated could hardly be deemed worthy. It was inferior even to excrement. Such trivialities now held no significance for Donggu Tonghai, who could easily discard them without a second thought. To him, even a complete low-grade technique was no more than scrap paper. This newfound confidence stemmed from Lin Shan's starry mystical origin technique. Unbeknownst to Ouyang Yunque, he instinctively shook his head and reached out to grasp the half-completed low-grade technique. He meticulously scrutinized the situation, naturally harboring doubts about Donggu Tonghai, fearing deception. Subsequently, he compared the half-complete technique he possessed with the one before him, only to ascertain its authenticity. A wave of unrestrained joy washed over his face. After all, this was a low-grade, earth-level technique, one that countless individuals would eagerly pursue. The technique was undeniably genuine, and at this moment, Ouyang Yunque was utterly convinced. However, the words spoken by Donggu Tonghai were far from pleasing to him. Casting an unsatisfied glance at Donggu Tonghai and Uncle Fu, Ouyang Yunque expressed his disdain. Donggu Tonghai, have you lost your senses? I truly cannot fathom how. As a fifth-level true essence realm practitioner, you presume to speak before me, the master of this fortress. Before me, you are but an insignificant insect. Ouyang Yunque harbored intentions not only of murder, but also of psychological torment, for he felt an unsettling disquiet within. Oh, is that so? Then let me demonstrate whether my cultivation is truly that of the fifth level of the true essence realm. Donggu Tonghai's face bore a mocking expression as a torrent of overwhelming energy erupted from him, revealing his true cultivation level, half-step innate. Ouyang Yunque and the others from Thundercloud Fortress were genuinely astonished. Even Ouyang Yunque, knowing that without an extraordinary stroke of fortune he would never hope to break through to the innate level in this lifetime, was taken aback. Yet, Donggu Tonghai had managed to step halfway into that realm. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Had he come later, by the time Donggu Tonghai fully entered the innate realm, Ouyang Yunque's cultivation, achieved through medicinal means, would likely have rendered him no match for Donggu Tonghai. Upon this realization, Ouyang Yunque ceased his hesitations and decisively launched an attack towards Donggu Tonghai. He exclaimed, "What a remarkable Donggu Tonghai! Truly a prodigy, were I to grant you more time. I fear I would ultimately fall into your grasp. Alas, today shall be your demise." Yet, before he could finish his ominous proclamation, a piercing scream escaped his lips as he found himself forcefully pinned to the ground by Donggu Tonghai's foot, blood gushing from his mouth. With just a single maneuver, Donggu Tonghai effortlessly vanquished Ouyang Yunque, who was at the innate realm. This display left the members of Thundercloud Fortress trembling in terror. The notion of ascending to combat against a superior foe struck them like a heavy hammer to their hearts, prompting them to retreat a step, their expressions filled with dread. Ouyang Yunque, too, trembled, engulfed by a wave of regret. Though he could not comprehend how Donggu Tonghai accomplished such a feat, fear gripped him. The specter of death loomed perilously close. Donggu Tonghai cast a dismissive glance at Ouyang Yunque and remarked, "Do you know? Had you arrived just 2 days earlier, I might have succumbed to your challenge. Unfortunately for you, it is precisely in these 2 days that I have attained opportunities beyond your wildest imagination. Might you enlighten me as to what these opportunities entail?" Ouyang Yunque inquired, fully aware that his chances of survival were dwindling. Heavenly tier techniques, Donggu Tonghai readily disclosed. Having been at odds with Thundercloud Fortress for many years, intending to grant his old adversary a dignified end, Ouyang Yunque was taken by surprise. "What?" he exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock just before Donggu Tonghai shattered his heart vein with a single blow. Thus fell the leader of Thundercloud Fortress. The members of Thundercloud Fortress stood in stunned silence. The news of a celestial-grade martial art was catastrophic. They understood the implications. There was no escaping such a fate. Flee. Every member of Thundercloud Fortress recognized the significance of a celestial-grade technique. It represented the pinnacle of martial arts across the entire Tianlong continent. Donggu Tonghai would never allow them to divulge this information. In an instant, they scrambled to escape, their feet barely touching the ground. At this moment, Fu Bo wore a sinister smile. "My lord, leave these individuals to me." Although Fu Bo was at the 5th level of the true element realm, he had also cultivated the celestial star essence art, with guidance from Lin Shan. Even without the ability to fly, he was more than capable of contending with ordinary innate warriors. However, dealing with these individuals was more than sufficient. A cacophony of screams filled the air. It did not take long. Indeed, the ease with which it was accomplished was almost unsettling. Every member of Thundercloud Fortress was annihilated. Fu Bo looked at his hands in disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend the immense power he now possessed. Among those present, there were certainly individuals of the same realm, the 5th level of true origin. Yet they were effortlessly vanquished by him. The technique imparted by Lin Shan was exceptionally formidable, so potent that even a pig could soar if it were to cultivate it. How much more so for them? After completing this task, Uncle Fu skillfully gathered the corpses, piling them to one side to spare Lin Shan the sight of this ominous scene upon his return. Meanwhile, in the chamber of Donggu Wanqing, Lin Shan quietly awaited by her side. Boom. The 1st level of true origin. In mere moments, with the awakening of Donggu Wanqing's celestial body, she broke through to the 1st level of true origin, her cultivation rapidly ascending. After all, This was his inaugural experience aiding someone in awakening their celestial body, and he remained uncertain of the ultimate level she could achieve. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that once her celestial body was awakened, Dugu Wanqing's cultivation would surge at an astonishing pace, reaching unparalleled heights in a remarkably short span of time. This exemplifies the extraordinary power of a celestial body. In comparison to what lay ahead, the current enhancement of her cultivation seemed trivial as advancement in realms becomes increasingly arduous. Understanding this, Lin Chen was not overly astonished by the unfolding scene. He simply observed in silence. A sudden thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, reminiscent of the sound of fireworks, yet this was no mere firecracker, but a colossal explosion, heralding the birth of a celestial body. Within the confines of the room, Lin Chen could not help but lift his gaze. At that moment, Dugu Wanqing had completely entered a meditative state, awakening her celestial body, and was utterly oblivious to her surroundings. Lin Chen chose not to venture outside, fully aware that the phenomenon was a manifestation of the celestial body as connection to the heavens. He understood the necessity of remaining steadfast by Dugu Wanqing's side, ensuring that no unforeseen events transpired. Though the celestial phenomenon could facilitate a communion with the laws of the universe, it held little significance for him, and he had no desire to witness it firsthand. Yet, outside, the world was in a state of upheaval. The spectacle extended beyond just the grounds of the city lord's estate. A vibrant array of colorful clouds enveloped the entirety of Yin City. Various elemental forces coalesced in the sky, forming torrents that radiated resplendent light. The elemental celestial body was remarkably attuned to all elements of this world, an extraordinary manifestation unique to it. The onlookers, though unaware of its significance, stood in stunned silence, captivated by the breathtaking display. Meanwhile, surrounding the torrents, ethereal laws of the universe swirled, appearing profoundly mysterious, enchanting even those who lacked understanding. Chapter 53. The Awakening of the Elemental Celestial Body for many individuals of higher comprehension, although unable to fully grasp the situation, felt an undeniable resonance and experienced an immediate breakthrough in their cultivation. This remarkable scene swiftly spread throughout the entirety of Yin City, leaving its inhabitants in awe. Heavens, what a tremendous opportunity! Gratitude to the city lord. Though the circumstances remain unclear, having been stagnated at the first level of the true Yuan realm for many years, I have unexpectedly advanced. I, too, have broken through. Such an opportunity must not be missed. Let us hasten our cultivation. In an instant, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded across Yin City. Numerous individuals spontaneously settled on the streets, assuming meditative postures to cultivate. Naturally, the members of various clans wasted no time in notifying their kin to commence their training on the spot. Dugu Tonghai and Uncle Fu were no exceptions. They, too, were profoundly moved by the celestial laws and immediately began their cultivation. The myriad aspects previously incomprehensible in Lin Chen's teachings now became clear. The operation of the starry mysterious origin technique flowed more smoothly than ever. Boom. Dugu Tonghai was merely a step away from the innate realm. In no time, he experienced a breakthrough, officially entering the innate state. His entire being underwent a sublime transformation, elevating his power to a new echelon. Dugu Tonghai was filled with elation, never having anticipated that he would one day bask in the radiance of his daughter's achievements. Upon arriving at the outer courtyard, Long Xie, who had hurried all the way, came to a halt, muttering in silence. I never realized that the scope of the heavenly Tao's principles was so vast. Had I known, I would not have come. I wasted half a day's effort. Since I am here, I shall directly engage in comprehension and cultivation. Such celestial principles are a rare and precious opportunity, not only for ordinary individuals, but even for the Dragon Clan and the countless supreme beings on the Dragon Continent. The stronger one is, the greater the benefits they reap. Long Xie undoubtedly stands as the most formidable being in the entirety of Yin City, and he would not let this opportunity slip by. He promptly laid down on the ground to delve into cultivation and understanding. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, undisturbed by any external interruptions. Suddenly, a profound silence enveloped Yin City. Unbeknownst to them, the scene in Yin City was visible to all within a 1,000-mile radius. The inhabitants of nearby cities were naturally aware, albeit unable to see the details as clearly. Yet, as it was the manifestation of the heavenly Tao, its disappearance was uncertain, prompting many to begin their own cultivation and comprehension, regardless of the diminished effectiveness. Meanwhile, The powerful figures long supported by various cities also opened their eyes. On Bayan Mountain, an elderly man with white hair and beard, clad in simple garments, sat quietly atop the peak. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Bayan Mountain sect leader Bai Zizai stared in astonishment at the direction of Yin City, exclaiming, "What is this?" Such celestial phenomena, reminiscent of the immortal beings emerging from ancient tomes. The extent of this extraordinary manifestation appears to cover a radius of 1,000 miles, within which my Bayan Mountain stands as a formidable power. If I could seize the opportunity to invite this immortal entity to join Bayan Mountain, then surely we would ascend to prominence, potentially becoming a superpower in the Tianlong continent. A grand opportunity indeed. I must set forth without delay. With this resolution, Bai Zizai notified no one and immediately ascended into the air. His feet resting upon his most prized top-tier spiritual sword, swiftly making his way towards Yinqing. Meanwhile, in the Black Sand Valley, the Valley Lord, Hong Tianxi, clad in a magnificent python robe, also cast his gaze towards Yinqing, his expression filled with fervor. Heavens! If I could take this immortal being as my disciple, Black Sand Valley would surely roar across the Tianlong continent. Time is of the essence. I must depart at once. At that very moment, various prominent factions within a 1,000-mile radius were hastening towards Yinqing. A tempest of ambition converged as the leaders of these powerful sects rushed forth. Their speed was beyond imagination, utilizing their spiritual artifacts to accelerate their journey. Within less than half an hour, they began to arrive in Yinqing. At this moment, the celestial laws and phenomena continued to manifest, yet many had already come to a halt. After all, most individuals possess only ordinary talents. The more formidable one has abilities. The longer they can contemplate the principles of the universe, otherwise, they risk being harmed by the laws of nature, potentially falling into madness. When nearly everyone paused, they beheld a stunning spectacle. Above the entirety of Yin City, streams of luminous light soared swiftly, as if one had entered a mythical realm. Some stood upon celestial swords. Others perched atop gourds, while many soared effortlessly through the air. Each individual radiated an aura akin to that of deities, instilling a sense of awe in those who beheld them. Innate powerhouses. A resident of Yin City trembled as they uttered these words. Who besides these innate beings could achieve flight? Their intentions were unmistakable as they hurried towards the city lord's mansion, provoking concern among numerous onlookers. Alas, these formidable beings must be after the treasures of the city lord's estate. It seems the mansion is destined for misfortune. Sigh. May the city lord emerge unscathed. He is, after all, a commendable individual. As the city lord of Yin City, Dugu Tonghai has managed the city with remarkable fairness, allowing its inhabitants to live in relative peace and earning their goodwill. At this moment, Dugu Tonghai and Uncle Fu also sensed the shift. They too could no longer grasp the principles of the universe. Nevertheless, Dugu Tonghai was quite content with his understanding thus far. Not only has he formally entered the realm of innate talent, but he has also achieved a profound stability within it. Master Fu has likewise ascended to the level of half-step innate, and it is merely a matter of time before he becomes a true powerhouse. Only Long Ke remains, continuing his deep contemplation. Owing to his unparalleled strength, his period of enlightenment is protracted. With closed eyes, he immerses himself in quiet reflection and cultivation, exhibiting remarkable focus. Both Dugu Tonghai and Master Fu, witnessing this scene, are filled with astonishment. This clearly indicates that Long Ke's cultivation prowess far surpasses their own. Just as with formidable beasts, the more powerful one is, the longer they can meditate on the principles of the heavenly path. However, after their initial shock, Dugu Tonghai and Master Fu direct their gazes towards the sky, their brows furrowing with concern. Their greatest fears have indeed materialized. The awakening of Dugu Wanqing's celestial body has taken longer than anticipated, and the commotion it has caused is significant. It has drawn the attention of formidable forces they typically never encounter. Dugu Tonghai remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Yet he is resolute that should these individuals seek to interfere with his daughter, he would risk his very life to prevent it. Swish, swish. Swish, streams of radiant light arrive at the estate, coming to a halt. Gazing at the tightly shut door of Dugu Wanqing's chamber, their eyes blaze with fervor. They are acutely aware that the celestial body resides within, and they can already sense the ethereal aura and might emanating from it. They have also taken note of the celestial principles manifesting in the sky. Although they are tempted, none dare to engage in cultivation at this critical moment. They are acutely aware that, in comparison, the celestial body is the greatest treasure of all. Whoever manages to acquire the celestial body will, in the future, find themselves with one foot firmly planted on the pinnacle of the heavenly dragon continent. As long as they can take possession of the celestial body and forge a profound bond with it, even if they choose to seclude themselves in the mountains, they shall eventually bask in its radiance as it flourishes. Everyone comprehends this truth and thus remains vigilant, casting wary glances at one another. No one is willing to concede. Du Gutong Hai had previously resolved with unwavering determination, yet upon sensing the terrifying auras emanating from these individuals, a wave of trepidation washed over him. The weakest among them surpassed his own cultivation by a significant margin, with at least a dozen reaching the pinnacle of innate perfection. Such formidable beings were numerous, and who could not feel fear in their presence? Particularly, 3 individuals exuded an aura that seemed to transcend the innate realm, causing one to feel as though their eyes were pricked by needles at just a glance. Chapter 54. The awakening of the elemental immortal body. He had just recently broken through to the innate level. Even though he could engage in combat beyond his rank by wielding the starry profound origin technique, he still found himself outmatched by these individuals. Despite being aware of their intentions, Du Gutong Hai suppressed the fear surging within him and respectfully inquired of the assembly. "Might I ask what brings esteemed seniors to my lordship's residence?" Instantly, all eyes turned towards Du Gutong Hai. Bai Zizai of Baiyun Mountain regarded him with a calm demeanor and asked, "Are you the lord of this city?" Du Gutong Hai dared not withhold his answer. The man before him was one of the 3 most formidable figures present. "Indeed, I am the lord of Yin City," he replied. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with interest. They had arrived in response to the unusual phenomenon, and now that they were in the lord's residence, it was undoubtedly connected to him. If they could negotiate with the lord, they might very well acquire the immortal body directly. With this thought in mind, Bai Zizai took the lead and continued his inquiry. "What is your connection to the individuals in this room?" A wave of bitterness washed over Du Gutong Hai. As expected, these individuals were indeed after his daughter, Donggu Wanqing. He made an effort to maintain a facade of composure and replied, "She is my daughter." At once, the eyes of the others sparkled with even greater intensity. Before Bai Zizai could continue speaking, the lord of Haisha Valley, Hong Tianxi, could no longer contain his impatience. "If that is the case, would you be willing to allow your daughter to join my Haisha Valley? I shall provide her with the finest cultivation resources, and in return, you and I shall forge an everlasting alliance between your esteemed self and my city lord's mansion." Du Gutong Hai was utterly astonished. Haisha Valley, what a formidable power that was. He was fully aware of its significance. It was rumored that the valley's lord had attained the formidable realm of half-step Qi. No wonder he sensed an aura far surpassing that of the innate realm emanating from him. Following the completion of the innate full circle, one would enter the Qi realm. However, most cultivators would first traverse the half-step Qi stage, with some even remaining ensnared in that phase for a lifetime. Achieving the half-step Qi realm was already an extraordinary feat. 10 innate full-circle practitioners might not even be a match for a single half-step Qi expert. It could be said that the disparity was fundamentally qualitative. Du Gutong Hai had not anticipated that even the lord of Haisha Valley would personally arrive, which caused considerable trepidation among the weaker factions. To arrive here with such swiftness, one would have to possess at least the status of a sect leader at the innate full-circle level. Yet, in the eyes of Hong Tianxi and Bai Zizai, these individuals were merely inconsequential. At that moment, upon hearing Hong Tianxi's words, no one dared to interject. However, Bai Zizai was not inclined to indulge him and immediately expressed his anxious thoughts. "I, Baiyun Mountain, am equally resolute. As long as you agree to let your esteemed daughter become my disciple and join Baiyun Mountain, I shall grant you anything you desire in the future." Bai Zizai had invested significantly in pursuit of the celestial body. Yet, scarcely had his words fallen when a voice laced with disdain echoed, "This Yin City lies within my jurisdiction. Have you too overstepped your bounds?" Xie Dongdian, the master of Feiyun Pavilion, could not allow the celestial body to slip into another's grasp. Upon hearing this, Du Gutong Hai felt a pang of apprehension. He had seen Xie Dongdian before, yet had never truly looked him in the eye. Xie Dongdian had long since ascended to the realm of half-step Qi and was notoriously elusive, a dragon rarely glimpsed. His statement held truth. Yin City indeed belonged to Xie Dongdian's domain. Feiyun Pavilion commanded hundreds of subordinate cities, each facing assaults from them. Yin City was but a trivial outskirt, insignificant in the grand scheme. Were it not for the critical nature of the celestial body, Xie Dongtian would scarcely deign to step foot in such a desolate place, lest he soil his shoes. Nonetheless, he regarded Dugu Tonghai with utmost courtesy, smiling as he said, "If I recall correctly, your name is Dugu Tonghai, is it not? We have met before, and I consider us old acquaintances. Let us dispense with formalities. As long as your daughter becomes my disciple, I can provide you with everything they can offer, and I shall grant you an additional 100 cities for your governance and command. From this moment forth, your status shall be on par with mine. Should anyone dare to defy this, I shall be the first to extinguish them." It must be said that the terms offered by Xie Dongtian are exceedingly generous. However, Dugu Tonghai is hesitant to acquiesce. In times past, he would have eagerly accepted, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a grand opportunity bestowed by his ancestors. Yet, the present circumstances are vastly different. Dugu Wanqing is now a disciple of Lin Chen, who remains shrouded in enigma. He cannot, and dares not, agree to such terms. Yet, Lin Chen currently possesses only the cultivation of the second realm of true essence, which leaves Dugu Tonghai feeling somewhat vexed. While he is astonished by Lin Chen's rapid advancement, he also recognizes that such progress requires time. How could he possibly contend with these formidable individuals? Just as he wrestles with his thoughts, Bai Zizai, disregarding his status, scoffs disdainfully, "Xie Dongtian, cease your bluster. Although this Yin city falls under your dominion, we shall not be swayed by such trivialities. The celestial body will undoubtedly be mine." Hong Tianqi, too, expresses his contempt, stating, "We are all cunning foxes here. Let us dispense with the pretense. Let us settle this matter with our own strength. The victor shall claim the celestial body." After their declarations, the three appear poised for conflict, entirely indifferent to Dugu Tonghai's perspective. Unable to contain himself any longer, Dugu Tonghai finally speaks up, "Esteemed seniors, I beseech you to lend me your ear." In an instant, not only the three, but the gazes of all present turned towards Dugu Tonghai. Under the scrutiny of such powerful figures, Dugu Tonghai finds his breath quickening. However, she forcefully composed herself and spoke in a solemn tone. "I must not hide it from you, esteemed seniors. My daughter has already taken on a master, who is currently assisting her in awakening her celestial body. It appears that she is fated to have no connection with you." "What?" The three individuals gasped, their eyes widening in shock as they glared at Dugu Tonghai with a palpable aura of hostility. Were it not for the consideration that the celestial body belonged to his daughter, they might have pierced him through with their gazes. Dugu Tonghai could sense the intensity of their stares. His legs trembled slightly, and his heart raced with fervor. He lowered his head once more and implored, "I kindly ask you, esteemed seniors, to take your leave. My daughter shares no fateful bond with you." Dugu Tonghai himself was bewildered by the courage he found to utter such words. Yet, after speaking, he raised his gaze to meet the eyes of these formidable beings. Aside from Bai Zizai, Hong Tianqi, and Xie Dongtian, the others were evidently elated. They had initially hoped to seize an opportunity for themselves. Should they acquire the celestial body, their lives would soar to unprecedented heights. However, with the arrival of these three, they were left to merely witness the splendor of the celestial body from afar. Upon hearing this revelation, they speculated that the master of the celestial body must also be a figure of great strength. Otherwise, how could one attain the role of a master to such a being? The three half-step Qi-Si realm powerhouses gradually regained their composure as they began to consider this possibility, suppressing their impulsive desires. Bai Zizai remarked, "Since your esteemed daughter has already taken a master, let us wait and observe what kind of individual this master of the celestial body truly is." Indeed, it is essential to take a moment to admire the spectacle. Hong Tianqi then spoke, "Certainly, having traveled such a long distance, we cannot simply depart without witnessing who possesses such remarkable abilities." Just as Xie Dongtian was about to respond, a sudden voice broke the silence, commanding the attention of all present. "My abilities may not be vast, but they are sufficient to deal with you pitiful lot. Do not provoke me." Lin Chen stepped out, casually pushing the door with his foot, hands clasped behind his back. Had it not been for his desire to observe the awakening of Dugu Wanqing's celestial physique, he would have emerged much sooner to confront these raucous individuals. Now that Dugu Wanqing's awakening was complete, he felt compelled to address the commotion caused by these noisy guests. At that moment, the celestial phenomena in the sky began to gradually fade. Dugu Wanqing stood beside Lin Chen, radiating a resplendent aura. Various elements intertwined around her, presenting her as a celestial being. Her elevated cultivation had also stabilized at the initial stage of innate perfection. Chapter 55. The Might of the Celestial Body. The awakening of the celestial body surpassed Lin Chen's expectations, propelling him directly from the true Yuan realm to the early stage of the innate realm. This was not merely a half-step into innate, it was a genuine entry. At this moment, Dugu Wanqing gazed at herself in disbelief, overwhelmed by her newfound strength, so formidable that she scarcely recognized herself. She had never imagined that one day she could attain such power. In the span of a single day, she had awakened her celestial body, achieving what typically takes decades for prodigies to accomplish. This illustrates the extraordinary prowess of the celestial body. Otherwise, Bai Zizai and the others would not have forsaken their comprehension of the heavenly Tao solely to attain the celestial body. For in subsequent cultivation, the celestial body inherently facilitates the understanding of the heavenly Tao. Such a sacrifice of lesser pursuits for greater gains was not a course they would take. Once the celestial body is acquired, all desires can be fulfilled in due time. Dugu Tonghai trembled with excitement, reflecting on the years he had toiled to reach the early stage of the innate realm. Without Lin Chen's starry profound Yuan technique, he might have lost all hope in this lifetime. Yet, Dugu Wanqing achieved it in just one day. This only solidified Dugu Tonghai's resolve to support Lin Chen. He could not allow anyone to take Dugu Wanqing away. At that moment, upon hearing such arrogant declarations, all eyes turned toward Lin Chen, wondering who possessed such audacity. However, when they beheld that Lin Chen's cultivation was merely at the second level of the true Yuan realm, they fell into a state of stunned silence. Lo and behold, am I seeing this correctly? This individual appears to be merely in the second realm of true origin. What has emboldened him? I thought my vision was impaired, but it seems otherwise. Who is this person? Standing so close to the celestial body, could he possibly be its master? That cannot be, with such cultivation. He is even inferior to the celestial body itself. 3 half-step Qi realm cultivators remain in a daze, while a group of innate perfection sect masters begins their discourse. Ultimately, everyone confirms this fact through the words of Dongwu Wanqing. Dongwu Wanqing, gazing at Lin Chen with astonishment, inquires, "Master, who are these individuals?" Just moments prior to her complete awakening of the celestial body, she had entered a profound state of meditation, unaware that these individuals were on the verge of conflict over her. Gasp! At Dongwu Wanqing's utterance, all present collectively inhaled sharply. It is utterly incomprehensible that the master of a celestial body could be a mere second-realm true origin cultivator. Bai Zizai, Hong Tianqi, and Ske Dongtian felt particularly insulted. Had Lin Chen possessed even slightly greater cultivation, they might have exchanged pleasantries and departed. But with such meager prowess, the notion that they would relinquish the celestial body is akin to a fantasy. Hong Tianqi could not contain his disdain, bursting into laughter, infused with arrogance and contempt. Ha ha ha. A mere second-realm true origin cultivator dares to speak to us in such a manner? To audaciously claim to be the master of the celestial body today. I am truly enlightened. Young man, be gone. I cannot even be bothered to raise my hand against you. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen did not hastily retort. Instead, he first addressed the question posed by Dugu Wanqing. They have come to seize you, wishing to take you as their disciple. What? Dugu Wanqing exclaimed in astonishment, immediately grasping Lin Chen's arm and declaring, "Master, I shall bow to no one but you." This scene evoked immense envy among the assembly of formidable figures. They were baffled by Lin Chen's abilities, for with such meager cultivation, he had managed to earn the unwavering loyalty of an ethereal being. They could not fathom it. Nevertheless, their thoughts remained fixed on one singular desire, to eliminate Lin Chen. Anyone could claim this celestial being, but they would not tolerate this individual as her master. It was an affront to their dignity. Lin Chen paid no heed to their thoughts. Casting a casual glance at Hong Tianqi, "Do you truly believe I would lower myself to deal with a scoundrel like you?" Hong Tianqi nearly spat blood in disbelief. A mere second-level true essence realm cultivator dared to speak thus to him, a half-step Qi realm expert. His face darkened with fury. "Very well. If that is the case, then you shall meet your demise." Without hesitation, Hong Tianqi launched his attack. The strength of a half-step Qi realm cultivator was formidable, far surpassing that of a perfected innate. In an instant, he struck towards Lin Chen. Yet, Lin Chen remained motionless, hands clasped behind his back. Conversely, Dugu Wanqing sprang into action, meeting Hong Tianqi's furious strike with her own palm. Boom! Crash! A powerful shockwave radiated outward, causing Hong Tianqi to tumble backward in an instant. Dugu Wanqing also took 2 steps back, but quickly regained her composure. The elemental celestial body, once awakened, was already extraordinary, and with the starry profound origin technique bestowed by Lin Chen, She was now capable of contending against a half-step Qi realm opponent, surpassing her own boundaries. This spectacle left everyone trembling in awe. Wan Qing, the astonishment of Du Gutonghai far exceeded that of the others. He was currently at the early innate stage and had also practiced the starry profound origin technique, yet he could only match a mid-innate stage practitioner at best. However, Du Wan Qing was simply terrifying. She stood her ground against a half-step Qi realm opponent without faltering, which was utterly remarkable. What would this mean for the future? Du Gutonghai envisioned himself basking in her glory, standing atop the Tianlong continent, revered by countless powerful figures. The others were similarly affected, their hearts feeling as though they had been hammered repeatedly. For those who were not at least innate strong practitioners, their hearts could scarcely withstand the pressure. Hong Tianxi's face flushed crimson as he gazed at Du Wan Qing with a hint of trepidation. Is this the might of the celestial body? The legends were indeed true. Each generation of celestial bodies suppresses the figures of their era. Bai Zizai watched from the sidelines, his astonishment beyond expression. He had initially thought that with the celestial body just awakening, she should not pose a threat to them and would make for an excellent disciple. Yet now this scene unfolds. They no longer possess the qualifications to take her as a disciple. It won't be long before the celestial body surpasses them. And it need not ascend to their level, even achieving merely the mid-stage of the innate realm. The combined strength of the three half-step Qi cultivators would not stand a chance against Du Wan Qing. Bai Zizai secretly conveyed, Brother Hong, Brother Xie, why not join forces to eliminate the celestial body? It seems unlikely that she will ever become our apprentice, but she has only just awakened. If the three of us collaborate, we shall surely defeat her. I have read in ancient texts that consuming the blood of a celestial body can enhance an ordinary person's physique and talent several-fold. In that case, we could share the spoils equally and achieve remarkable feats in the future. If we allow this celestial body to grow unchecked, she will surely not tolerate our presence, and we will inevitably face misfortune. Bai Zizai's reasoning was not without merit. Du Wan Qing resides within this sphere of influence. Once the celestial body matures, they would have no choice but to bow in submission, and they would be the first to suffer the consequences. Bai Zizai's thought process was straightforward. If they could not possess it, then they must destroy it while they still had the chance. Obtaining the blood of the celestial body would also be advantageous. As for Lin Shun, he regarded him as a mere weakling, scarcely worth his attention, having merely been fortunate enough to take him as a disciple before the celestial body awakened. Others shared similar sentiments. Upon hearing Bai Zizai's words, both Hong Tianxi and Xie Dongtian fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, Du Wan Qing, who had just forced Hong Tianxi back with a single strike, was equally bewildered. She stared at her own hands in disbelief. The formidable aura emanating from the three of them was palpable, indicating that they far surpassed the innate realm. Yet, she had emerged victorious. Just moments ago, upon witnessing an attack aimed at Lin Shun, her instinct had driven her to shield him from harm. Lin Shun, however, was not surprised. He had not anticipated that Du Wan Qing would act so suddenly. Even if she had chosen not to intervene, he felt confident in his own abilities. Fortified by the Qinjianzi's splendid attire and the simultaneous operation of 5 superlative techniques, rendering any action on his part unnecessary. Chapter 56, Multiple Blessings. Master, why am I so extraordinary? Du Wan Qing was filled with excitement. Her power felt immense, as if she could conquer anything. She sensed a profound harmony with the surrounding elements, particularly when she practiced the starry essence technique, a sensation that intensified remarkably. The sudden surge of such formidable strength would exhilarate anyone. Lin Shun smiled and waved his hand, saying, What is this? This is merely the beginning. Your celestial body will grow increasingly powerful with your training, far surpassing other physiques. Coupled with the techniques I have imparted to you, it won't be long before you become one of the most exceptional beings in the Dragon Continent. Du Wan Qing's face flushed with joy and anticipation. At that moment, the others, hearing his words, naturally did not doubt him. However, Lin Shun's declaration led to derision among them. A mere second-level True Essence Realm practitioner was perceived as boasting. Bai Zizai and Hong Tianxi seized the opportunity of their conversation to approach Du Wan Qing. If they could capture her celestial body and consume her blood, even if they could not ascend to the pinnacle of the Dragon Continent, they would still stand among the second tier. That would suffice. Xie Dongtian hesitated, feeling that such actions might offend the heavens. If possible, he preferred to take the celestial body as his disciple. As he lingered in doubt, numerous leaders of the innate great perfection sects are trailing behind the past. The blood of a celestial body, even a single drop, is worth its weight in gold. One might even gain a taste of its essence. Such a grand opportunity must not be squandered. Nearly half of the crowd followed Bai Zizai and Hong Tianqi, all eager to partake in the spoils, for not everyone possesses a moral compass. The allure of celestial blood is far too potent for them. Yet, this also seals their fate. At this moment, Lin Chun discerned the movements of these individuals and surmised their intentions. However, he remained indifferent, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. I have declared. I shall not lower myself to deal with you insignificant beings. Long Jie, Lin Chun called out softly. Long Jie is here. A deep, resonant voice erupted in response. Eliminate them, Lin Chun commanded with a casual tone. Yes, young master. In an instant, a formidable wave of power surged forth, accompanied by a searing heat that left all in attendance momentarily paralyzed. Those who charged toward Lin Chun and Du Gu Wanqing abruptly halted, turning to behold a scene that struck terror into their hearts. A colossal creature loomed above the entire courtyard, its eyes as large as barrels, engulfed in swirling black and crimson flames. The ferocious and brutal aura emanating from it caused those who dared to glance at it to tremble uncontrollably. Moments prior, Long Jie had been silently comprehending the principles of the heavenly Tao from the sidelines. Blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment, it attracted no attention whatsoever. At this moment, upon hearing Lin Chun's command, it transformed back into its original form, soaring through the air. Its colossal physique and formidable aura were perceptible even to those outside the Lord's mansion. Astonishment gripped onlookers as they beheld the massive, black and red fire beast looming above the Lord's residence. I can't believe I've returned from the Songlong Valley and still witnessed this. Many who had previously ventured to the Songlong Valley recognized Long Quebec. They were astonished that this fearsome creature had made its way into Yen City. No one knew what had transpired, for they were utterly unable to enter the Lord's mansion. Meanwhile, Bai Zizai and Hong Tianqi stood on the ground, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The aura of the dragon was palpable. It is a divine dragon. No, it was different from a divine dragon. Yet, the essence was unmistakable. It was at least comparable to a beast king-level divine dragon. How could this be possible? Bai Zizai and Hong Tianqi's eyes widened in disbelief. Their pride as semi-strong Qi-Si realm cultivators completely shattered. All that remained was an overwhelming sense of fear and horror. However, Long Ke paid no heed to their thoughts. The moment Lin Chun called out to it, it understood its purpose. Not utilizing its dragon breath, as it was within the Lord's mansion, it relied on its inherent strength, further enhanced by the dragon flame wave technique that Lin Chun had bestowed upon it. It was fair to say that its confidence swelled immensely, fully aware of its own formidable power. With a single breath of dragon fire, it is likely that the entire Lord's mansion would be reduced to ashes. Moreover, the might of the dragon race extends far beyond their fiery breath. It encompasses their formidable physique and primal ferocity. If the dragons are to be considered beasts, they indeed reign as the true kings of all beasts. Thus, an astonishing scene unfolded. With mere swipes of its claws, the dragon effortlessly seized and crushed several individuals, including the two half-step Qi-Si experts, Bai Zizai and Hong Tianqi, along with a dozen or so perfected innate practitioners, devouring and extinguishing their lives without encountering any resistance. It was as simple as a human extinguishing a few ants. The psychological trauma inflicted by this spectacle would forever haunt the survivors, etching an indelible memory of the dragon race's overwhelming power. Could it be that they truly beheld a divine dragon? Perhaps it was merely a dragon that appeared somewhat different? Such an overwhelming aura could not possibly belong to mere demonic beasts. De Gu Tanghai heard the final words of Bai Zizai and Hong Tianqi, and a torrent of mixed emotions surged within him. He could not help but glance at Lin Chun, who stood there with an unflappable demeanor. Who exactly is he? Is he truly the Lin Chun I know? A divine dragon, and it is his mount. Du Gu Tanghai found his breath somewhat constricted, yet joy soon followed. The more formidable Lin Chun becomes, the better it bodes for Du Gu Wanqing. The well-being of his daughter directly reflects upon him as a father, allowing him to bask in her glory. However, he is acutely aware that he must exercise greater caution in his dealings with Lin Chun moving forward. Among the living remains Xie Dongdian of Fei Yin Pavilion, who was internally exulting. What a stroke of luck! What a stroke of luck! I am so relieved I did not approach earlier. Had I done so, I would have met the same fate. The few remaining leaders of the innate perfection sects also share a moment of joy, secretly thankful for their survival. Had it not been for their internal turmoil, they would have faced a demise akin to that of Bai Zizai and Hong Tianqi. Yet, they remain bewildered and astonished. A creature of such terrifying magnitude, likely a beast of the Dragon Clan, dares to address Lin Shen, a mere young master of the second tier of the True Essence realm? They are utterly confounded. Akin to a young cow on a grand bed, leaving them in a state of perplexity. Though they may not comprehend the situation, they are not foolish. They understand that the creature's current inaction does not guarantee their safety. Almost simultaneously, led by Xie Dongtian, the others follow suit. Thud, thud, thud. A series of resounding impacts reverberate as they kneel before Lin Shen, lowering their heads in reverence. Senior, spare our lives. It is we who have been blinded by ignorance, unworthy to harbor thoughts towards your celestial form. Please, Senior, grant us mercy. Xie Dongtian bows with the utmost fervor. Fearing that their efforts might not suffice and that they could be easily vanquished by the dragon's casual swipe, the others shared similar sentiments. They continued to bow incessantly, as if partaking in a competition, their movements echoing in a rhythmic succession. Lin Shen observed the scene with a sense of bemusement and remarked, "It seems you possessed a modicum of conscience earlier, for you were not swayed by the allure of the blood of the celestial body. Very well. Considering your relative honesty compared to others, I shall spare you this time. Depart." Upon hearing this, Xie Dongtian and the others exhaled in relief, finally halting their actions. Yet, they remained prostrate, their foreheads swollen and reddened, the ground beneath them cracked. One can only imagine the depth of their fear, given their cultivation levels. Some were preparing to flee hastily from the area, but a single utterance from Xie Dongtian caused them to pause momentarily. "Senior, I am grateful for your mercy. This humble one is willing to submit to you, following you for eternity, and serving you faithfully." Chapter 57, Kneeling in Submission. Xie Dongtian was not a fool. Although this situation presented a tremendous crisis, if navigated astutely, it could transform into a remarkable opportunity. On the surface, Lin Shen appeared to be merely at the second level of the true origin realm, yet possessing such an obedient dragon mount. It was evident even to the dimmest mind that appearances could be deceiving. Lin Shen was either the scion of a formidable power or deliberately concealing his true cultivation level. Regardless of which scenario it was, he was undoubtedly a figure of great stature, unattainable for one like Xie Dongtian. If he could align himself with Lin Shen, perhaps he could finally break through the stagnation he had faced for years in the half-step Qi-Si realm. Xie Dongtian was not willing to let this opportunity slip away. With a newfound composure, he resolved to pledge his allegiance first and foremost. Those who had considered leaving were momentarily taken aback by Xie Dongtian's declaration, but soon realized the gravity of the situation. One by one, they fell to their knees beside Xie Dongtian, bowing repeatedly before Lin Shen. "We are willing to follow you, esteemed elder, through thick and thin. Just say the word, and we would brave the flames and blades without hesitation. Please accept us." This scene was nothing short of astonishing. Both Dugu Tonghai and Uncle Fu stood in a daze, witnessing a half-step Qi-Si realm cultivator and a multitude of innate perfection experts kneeling before Lin Shen, the young man of the true origin realm, imploring him to accept their service. If they do not comply, it seems as if they are destined to bow down to the ground in despair. Who would not be astounded by such a spectacle? However, Dugu Tonghai perceived it as merely a matter of course. He possessed a deeper understanding of Lin Shen than others did. Aware that these individuals had made the most prudent decision, as long as they followed Lin Shen, even if it were merely to partake in a bowl of soup, they would eventually secure a place for themselves in the Tianlong continent. They would feel grateful for their choice today. Had it not been for his connection with Dugu Wanqing, Dugu Tonghai might have found himself in the same predicament as those around him. No, he would have been even more audacious, clinging to Lin Shen's leg, insisting that Lin Shen accept him. Even if Lin Shen were to humiliate him repeatedly, he would never relent. He merely considered himself fortunate, having been blessed with a remarkable daughter. Contemplating this, Dugu Tonghai cast a glance at Dugu Wanqing, his face radiating with pride and exhilaration. Perhaps the most fortunate event of his life was the birth of such a precious daughter. A wave of gratitude surged within him for Dugu Wanqing. Meanwhile, she remained unaware, slightly taken aback by the scene before her. Yet, she quickly grasped the situation, feeling a swell of pride for having such a master. Xie Dongtian also observed the surrounding crowd with a sidelong glance. Internally cursing, this group of individuals is quick to follow the trend, nothing but a bunch of fickle-minded people. Subsequently, he too could only strive to demonstrate greater enthusiasm, repeatedly bowing in reverence to Lin Shen. The ground beneath them trembled slightly, producing a sound that made Lin Shen's head throb. However, it also prompted contemplation. The individuals before him possessed formidable strength, representing the pinnacle of power in the vicinity of Yin City, which lay in a rather remote area on the fringes of the territories governed by Xie Dongtian. Consequently, these forces bordered on Yin City. In truth, the collective might of their subordinate cities and factions could encompass a radius of 5,000 miles surrounding Yin City, an undeniably formidable force. With such powers allied with the Lin family, Lin Shen would wield significant influence in the region, facilitating his movements considerably. Thus, he found no reason to decline their overtures. Since they expressed intent, he would not be remiss in accepting their allegiance. After all, as long as he offered them certain benefits, it was only fitting that they followed him. Reflecting on this, Lin Shen slightly raised his hand and declared, "Enough of the bowing, it's quite deafening. I accept your allegiance." Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, Xie Dongtian and the others were momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming surge of elation. They understood that they had latched onto a powerful ally, with the potential to have a subordinate comparable to the Beast King-level dragon race. Lin Shen, regardless of his current strength, represented a figure they could scarcely hope to rival throughout their lives. However, Lin Shen added, "In the future, do not refer to me as senior. It makes me feel quite aged. Just call me young master instead." He continued, feeling somewhat older each time he was addressed as a senior. Xie Dongtian and his companions were indifferent to such titles. It was evident that whatever Lin Shen dictated was the absolute truth. They nodded in unison like chicks pecking at grain, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, young master." They prepared once again to bow in reverence, only to be halted by Lin Shen's intervention. "There's no need for kneeling. Rise. Since you have chosen to follow me, I shall bestow upon you certain benefits. Your only obligation is to remain steadfast in your loyalty. Should any of you entertain even the slightest notion of treachery, I shall ensure you comprehend the meaning of retribution." His words were a blend of benevolence and authority. Lin Shen had made his stance abundantly clear. Any act of betrayal would be met with severe consequences. Without needing further persuasion from Lin Shen, they dared not harbor such thoughts. As long as Lin Shen drew breath, they would not possess the audacity to entertain defiance. They nodded in agreement, their bodies trembling with exhilaration at the prospect of the benefits Lin Shen promised, which they suspected would far exceed their wildest imaginations. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation as they turned towards him. Lin Shen, unreserved, surveyed the group before finally fixing his gaze on Xie Dongtian. "You shall be the first. Stand still." Xie Dongtian promptly complied, standing at attention. Suddenly, Jiang Feiyuan's figure flickered, appearing before Xie Dongtian in a flash, leaving him astounded. The speed he had witnessed was far beyond that of a mere practitioner of the second level of the True Essence realm. He could scarcely comprehend what had transpired. Afterward, Lin Shen began to lightly tap on his body, simultaneously instructing him, "Channel your own martial arts." Xie Dongtian immediately complied. Before long, Lin Shen ceased his actions. Xie Dongtian gazed at Lin Shen in astonishment, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Just moments ago, Lin Shen had directly modified the pathway of his martial arts cultivation. Originally, he was practicing a low-grade Earth-level technique. Yet now he had been elevated to a superior Earth-level technique. Indeed, his proficiency had soared by 2 tiers in the blink of an eye. In the Tianlong continent, the most precious treasures are undoubtedly martial arts techniques. Even innate masters predominantly cultivate low-grade Earth-level techniques, with many even resorting to mere profound-level techniques. A superior Earth-level technique is sufficient to incite countless formidable factions to vie for it, often leading to fierce and bloody confrontations. Xie Dongtian was bewildered by how Lin Shen had accomplished this, yet he recognized that he had made the right choice this time, indeed, the most prudent decision of his life. Had he chosen to walk away just moments ago, he would have irrevocably forfeited this tremendous opportunity. "Thank you, young master. I, Xie Dongtian, am forever in your debt. I shall serve you devotedly, willing to toil tirelessly for you throughout my life. Direct me east, and I shall not waver west. Command me to eat filth, and I shall not utter a word of complaint." Lin Shen was taken aback by such fervor. Hearing these words, he hastily interjected, "Enough of this nonsense. Just stand aside for now." Lin Shen could not help but shake his head. If he so desired, he could directly elevate Xie Dongtian's cultivation level to the celestial rank. Since acquiring the 5th volume of the cultivation technique, his mastery has deepened significantly, granting him profound insights. However, Lin Shen refrained from taking such action. The Earth-level high tier was already sufficient. These individuals had merely sought his protection temporarily, and their future loyalty remained uncertain. Thus, He did not fully trust them and would naturally withhold his own techniques from them. Nonetheless, this opportunity was an unparalleled boon for them, one that could inspire dreams of joy. The innate perfection-level sect leaders and masters behind Xie Dongtian trembled with excitement as they gazed at Lin Chun. Although they were unaware of the specifics, they could distinctly sense the substantial increase in Xie Dongtian's aura. Chapter 58. He said it is. It was an extraordinarily significant enhancement, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Although he still remained at the half-step Qi realm, there was an undeniable aura of strength that elevated him to an entirely superior tier. Just as they were still immersed in their excitement, a sudden rumble occurred. In an instant, Xie Dongtian's cultivation surged to the initial stage of the Qi realm, fully entering this new domain. This advancement had taken him nearly a century of diligent practice, and he had once despaired of ever achieving it in this lifetime. Yet today, thanks to Lin Chun upgrading his martial arts technique, he had bypassed countless years of arduous effort. Xie Dongtian had managed to cultivate from a low-grade earth-level technique to the half-step Qi realm, showcasing his exceptional innate talent. In his youth, he was indeed a prodigious genius, with his only shortcoming being the lack of a suitable technique. However, acquiring a complete earth-level technique was an extraordinarily challenging feat, often resulting in bloodshed. Even he had faced insurmountable obstacles. It was no wonder he had been so overwhelmed with excitement earlier, and now, that enthusiasm had only intensified. Were it not for Lin Chen urging him to refrain from unnecessary chatter, he would have clung to Lin Chen's leg, speaking for an entire day and night. Nevertheless, his fervor was uncontrollable. The powerful aura radiating from him provoked profound envy among the masters of the innate great perfection realm. They longed to share in the experience. After all, this was the Qi realm. Countless individuals have longed for the innate realm they have now achieved, right before their very eyes. Xie Dongtian felt a surge of pride within, standing tall and casting a disdainful glance at those around him, which ignited a simmering resentment among them. Yet, they dared not voice their displeasure and instead directed their fervent gazes towards Lin Chen. Young master, the intensity of their stares sent shivers down Lin Chen's spine. He promptly raised his hand and declared, one at a time, the benefits shall be yours. Upon hearing these words, the leaders of the innate perfect realms felt a wave of relief wash over them as they anxiously queued up. Lin Chen worked swiftly, effortlessly elevating their cultivation techniques. In a matter of moments, he had advanced each of their skills to the superior tier of the earth level. It was evident that their future paths in cultivation would be remarkably smooth, and it wouldn't be long before they would break through to the Qi realm. Those with exceptional talent even found themselves directly advancing to the half-step Qi realm, wearing expressions akin to that of Xie Dongtian. They cast a disdainful look at their former peers, now filled with profound contempt. At this moment, all present, including Xie Dongtian, silently rejoiced, relieved that they had not genuinely believed Lin Chen to be merely a second-level true essence realm cultivator, following Bai Zizai and others into chaos. Otherwise, there would have been no need for Long Xie to utter a word. Lin Chen was capable of handling them all with ease. How formidable! Assisting others in upgrading their cultivation techniques was a feat beyond imagination. Bowing in gratitude, they swore oaths of lifelong servitude to Lin Chen. He raised his hand, signaling for them to pause. Since I have just aided you in enhancing your techniques, let us first solidify your newfound skills. Indeed, master, they responded in unison, including Xie Dongtian. They promptly sat cross-legged upon the ground, commencing the operation of their upgraded techniques, thoroughly familiarizing themselves with the enhancements. Meanwhile, Dugu Tanhai and the others stood by, utterly astounded. Although they had previously witnessed Lin Chen assisting Wu Zhongming in upgrading his cultivation, Wu Zhongming's prowess was merely at the true essence realm, a far cry from the distinguished status of these masters, who were all at the pinnacle of their innate abilities. The shock they experienced was beyond comprehension. They had refrained from disturbing Lin Chen until now, but upon observing him pause, Dugu Tanghai silently gazed at the now doused flames surrounding Long Ke, who had reverted to his appearance from their first encounter, and swallowed hard. Eventually, he turned to Lin Chen and proclaimed, "Young Master Lin, I, Dugu Tanghai, shall henceforth follow in your footsteps." These eminent figures, including his superior Xie Dongtian, had become Lin Chen's subordinates. What was Dugu Tanghai in comparison? Even with the esteemed identity of Dugu Wanqing, he still dared not act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen shook his head and said, "There is no need for such formality. Wanqing is my disciple, and we are, in essence, family." Indeed, What young Master Lin says is true. However, my words shall remain unchanged. From this moment forth, whatever young Master Lin commands, Tong Hai shall endeavor with all his might to fulfill, Dugu Tong Hai exclaimed with fervor. Lin Chen's words were a clear indication to others that he and Lin Chen stood on equal footing as family. Even those stronger than him would likely approach him with utmost respect in the future. This was indeed the case. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Xie Dongtian and the others solidified their cultivation while casting envious glances at Dugu Tong Hai. He would be the elder brother from now on. Although they might not have the opportunity to interact with Lin Chen in the future, Dugu Tong Hai would undoubtedly remain at the city lord's residence. Establishing a good rapport with Dugu Tong Hai would not only endear them to Lin Chen but also to the celestial being, Dugu Wanqing. They all understood what was required of them. Master, is your steed truly a divine dragon? Dugu Wanqing inquired with curiosity. Lin Chen glanced at Long Xie. Although it had mutated and was not recognized by the dragon clan, it could still be considered as such, perhaps, even if it were not acknowledged now. Lin Chen would ensure it would be in the future. Since it had chosen to follow him and had performed commendably, Lin Chen naturally felt inclined to protect Long Xie. Contemplating this, Lin Chen gently nodded. Indeed, it is the divine dragon. Hiss. Upon hearing Lin Chen's admission, everyone collectively gasped in astonishment. Although this divine dragon appeared somewhat peculiar, exuding an aura of fierce savagery, Lin Chen's word rendered it undeniable. Even Long Xie trembled, casting a glance at Lin Chen, his eyes shimmering with emotion. After all these years, Lin Chen was the first individual, aside from its parents, to acknowledge its identity as a divine dragon. This further solidified Long Xie's resolve to faithfully accompany Lin Chen from this moment forth. Dugu Wanqing, too, was taken aback, covering her mouth in astonishment. Master, you are truly remarkable. Her admiration for Lin Chen intensified. Lin Chen, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, he had previously resolved to have Long Xie accompany Xiaozi for her protection, hence he refrained from suggesting that Long Xie remain behind. Moreover, he could always procure a couple more dragons for Dugu Wanqing in the future. Not to mention, he had prepared an abundance of splendid gifts for her as well. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chen reached towards his waist, casually retrieving 2 items from a plethora of spatial bags and presented them to Dugu Wanqing. She instantly displayed a perplexed expression, hesitating to accept them at first, and inquired curiously, Master, what are these? Why have you given me 2 bags? Nearby, Dugu Tong Hai and Uncle Fu shared her confusion. However, soon, Dugu Tong Hai's body trembled violently. Pointing in astonishment at the space bags at Lin Chen's waist, he inquired, Young Master Lin, could it be that all of these are spatial bags? Dugu Tong Hai was certainly aware of the existence of spatial bags. Yet he had never encountered such an abundance. Even he himself did not possess one. After all, his ascension to the innate realm had only occurred in recent days. Previously, he had never had the opportunity to come into contact with such exquisite treasures. These items are typically the standard for those at the innate realm and above. With some innate warriors lacking even a single spatial bag, he had toiled for half his life without acquiring one. Yet here was Lin Chen, casually producing 2. And they appeared to be far from empty. What was even more alarming was that it seemed as if there were numerous bags at Lin Chen's waist. If this were indeed the case, Dugu Tong Hai felt as though he might lose his mind. The total number of spatial bags Lin Chen possessed could easily exceed 100. Little did he know, in comparison to the treasures contained within, these spatial bags were nothing more than mere refuse. Chapter 59. The 9 Dragons' Mysterious Yellow Furnace. Dugu Tong Hai remained blissfully unaware of his own limited perspective. Upon hearing his words, both Dugu Wanqing and Uncle Fu turned to Lin Chen in astonishment, eager for his response. It was only when Lin Chen nodded gently that the 3 felt their entire worldview shatter in an instant. Just how many spatial bags were there? Lin Chen's waist could hardly accommodate them all. Even Xie Dongtian, who had just solidified his cultivation, along with the myriad of innate grandmasters and sect leaders, gazed in disbelief at the scene before them. While they too possessed spatial bags, the sheer number required for a single sect was staggering. Each elder typically needed 1. And it was considered quite extravagant for a sect leader to possess more than 3. Unless in exceptional circumstances, collecting the spatial bags of other elders was rare. Altogether, a sect might only amass a dozen or so, perhaps 20 at most. Spatial stones were incredibly precious. Even a small amount could fetch an exorbitant price. Were it not for the sect's substantial resources and the annual tributes from countless cities, acquiring spatial bags would be nearly impossible. One could only imagine the extent of Lin Chen's collection. which left everyone unable to suppress their salivating envy. Observing their glances, Lin Chen recognized their thoughts all too clearly. He possessed an abundance of spatial stones. The entire block of spatial stone has now been placed in his spatial pouch. Since these individuals have chosen to accompany him, Lin Chen is more than generous. Regardless, a mere fragment would suffice for them to utilize for several hundred or even 1,000 years. Without hesitation, he casually cast forth the substantial piece of spatial stone. Boom! In an instant, a thunderous roar resonated, causing the very ground to tremble. The immense mass of the spatial stone rendered it extraordinarily heavy, distinguishing it entirely from ordinary stones. Despite its current size, it weighed several dozen times more than a typical stone, rivaling that of a small mountain. Undoubtedly, as everyone beheld the colossal spatial stone before them, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence for a few seconds, followed by a chorus of gasps. Could it truly be composed entirely of spatial stone? Drawing upon years of experience, the old man mused that it indeed seemed so. Truly, the young master is a celestial being. We are fortunate to follow the right person. Such a treasure is so casually presented. Henceforth, if the young master commands me to head east, I shall not venture west. Cough, cough. Lin Chen nearly choked. Casting a glance at the elderly sect leader, whose beard was flecked with white, he shook his head and said, "Feel free to carve out as much as you desire. Consider it my gift to you all as a token of our first meeting." "This, thank you, young master," Xie Dongtian exclaimed, his excitement palpable. In the presence of the esteemed masters of the primordial perfection sect, their excitement was palpable, akin to that of children, as they danced with exuberance. The magnitude of this moment is beyond description. Even a mere fragment could be cherished for millennia. They eagerly approached to begin the meticulous task of carving the spatial stones. Although Lin Chen had granted them the liberty to cut at will, each was judicious, choosing pieces of considerable size, sufficient for their sect's needs for a millennium or two. Subsequently, they took great care to secure their treasures. With these spatial stones in hand, Xie Dongtian and the others gazed at Lin Chen's spatial pouch with newfound understanding. It seemed the young master had chosen to remain modest. Those stones were merely playthings for him. At that moment, they felt no envy towards Lin Chen's pouch. The stones they had acquired could be effortlessly refined, and in due course, each elder would receive 10 as a gesture of grandeur. Even the ever-composed Dugu Taohai could not suppress his desire, swallowing hard as he rubbed his hands together, his face flushed with embarrassment, yet he mustered the courage to ask, "Young Master Lin, may I cut a piece?" Dugu Taohai was undeniably tempted. He had long dreamed of possessing a spatial pouch. Previously, his strength and circumstances had barred him from such aspirations, but now, having allied himself with a formidable figure, he felt it was an opportunity too good to pass up. He believed Lin Chen would not be overly concerned, yet the weight of the favor he had already received made Dugu Taohai slightly hesitant. Lin Chen, oblivious to Dugu Taohai's internal conflict, wondered what the matter could be. Upon witnessing the intricate expression of Dugu Taohai, Lin Chen nonchalantly fashioned a blade with his hand, making a gentle incision. A piece of space stone, as large as a grinding wheel, was deftly severed and tossed to Dugu Taohai, who was informed, "You may keep this. It should serve you well for at least 5,000 years. "Thank you, young Master Lin," Dugu Taohai responded, fully aware that this was no exaggeration. Possessing such a piece of space stone could indeed attract numerous innate powerhouses. Many of these formidable beings, hesitant to join the sects, found acquiring spatial bags exceedingly challenging. Lin Chen casually threw Dugu Taohai an empty spatial bag. Dugu Taohai expressed his gratitude once more, hastily securing the sizable piece of space stone, fearful of potential theft. Just as he had stowed the stone away, Xie Dongtian and several other masters of innate perfection simultaneously pondered a question, a realization dawning even on Dugu Taohai. They all turned their gazes towards Dugu Wangking, intrigued. The items Lin Chen casually bestowed upon them were of such remarkable quality. Surely, the spatial bag given to his esteemed disciple, Dugu Wangking, was far from empty. What treasures might it contain? With eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation, everyone fixated on Dugu Wangking, who felt a tad bashful under their scrutiny. It was Dugu Taohai who broke the silence, whispering, "Wangking, do take a look at what your master has gifted you. Allow your father to behold it as well." Dugu Taohai was equally intrigued. "All right, father. I shall take a look," Dugu Wangking replied, her own curiosity piqued. It is certain that what Lin Chen bestowed upon her would be nothing of inferior quality. With a delicate motion, she opened a spatial pouch and began to extract various items. "What is this stone?" Its hue is a striking red. The aura emanating from it is remarkably rich. Could these be spiritual herbs? In this seemingly ordinary grass, is it also a spiritual herb? As Dugu Wanqing continued to unveil the contents, she spoke animatedly. Prior to the awakening of her celestial body, Dugu Wanqing was merely a novice in qi refinement, having spent a considerable amount of time within the city lord's residence. Given her youth, she naturally lacked the extensive knowledge of others. Unbeknownst to her, each utterance sent a jolt of excitement through Xie Dongtian and the others, as if their hearts were pierced by her words. Am I not mistaken? Is that truly a top-tier refining material, fire crystal? My heavens! So many spiritual herbs, all of superior grade, with a significant number being top-tier. Has she plundered a den of spiritual herbs? Dragon spit grass. It is indeed dragon spit grass. Goodness! Such a thing truly exists in this world. They could hardly contain their drool at the sight. This encapsulates the sentiments of Xie Dongtian and his companions. In stark contrast to the small fragment of spatial stone in their possession, what Lin Chen presented to Dugu Wanqing was truly remarkable. Clutching the precious spatial stone, they felt akin to beggars, destitute and rattling with emptiness. Dugu Tonghai, too, found his mind momentarily halted, utterly bewildered. Everyone gazed at the abundantly filled spatial pouches belonging to Lin Chen. Could it be that they were right all along? Indeed, their guesses proved accurate. However, Lin Chen found no inclination to clarify the matter. Meanwhile, Dugu Tonghai, observing his daughter's ignorance of such things while she incessantly provoked Xie Dongtian and the others, offered a quiet explanation. Upon hearing this, Dugu Wanqing was left in a state of astonishment, coupled with a surge of emotion. Lin Chen had truly given her an abundance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for an increase of 10 in affinity with the elemental celestial body. Chapter 60. The Arrival of Lin Zhentian. Suddenly, a system notification echoed, audible only to Lin Chen. A wave of joy surged within him as he realized that his affinity had reached a perfect score of 100, unlocking the rewards. He promptly examined the system panel, gaining insight into the extraordinary capabilities of the Nine Dragons' profound yellow furnace. Undoubtedly, this furnace was designed for alchemical purposes, yet its functions extended far beyond that singular role. Nine Dragons' profound yellow furnace, capable of absorbing all exotic flames from the world and storing them within. It can also be employed for offensive maneuvers, featuring an automatic alchemy function that activates intricate formations to amplify the quality of elixirs by 1,000-fold. This implies that the Nine Dragons' profound yellow furnace can not only absorb every flame, but also creates a unique space within for storage, theoretically without any limits on the quantity of flames it can hold. Furthermore, these flames can be utilized for direct attacks. Even more astonishing is the furnace's ability to enhance the quality of elixirs 1,000 times during the alchemical process. In essence, an individual utterly ignorant of alchemical knowledge need only possess hands and follow the recipe by tossing in the herbs, and the Nine Dragons' profound yellow furnace would autonomously concoct the elixirs, elevating their quality exponentially. This remarkable tool is incredibly useful and extraordinarily powerful. With the acquisition of such a Nine Dragons' profound yellow furnace, one effectively wields the prowess of thousands, if not tens of thousands, of elite alchemists. Moreover, it offers both offensive and defensive capabilities, embodying a flawless artifact of the highest caliber. Even Lin Chen, upon obtaining such a treasure, found himself overwhelmed with elation. Indeed, it is truly deserving of the affinity reward, and it is undeniably terrifying. At this moment, Dugu Wanqing felt a profound sense of gratitude within her heart. Lin Chen had been exceedingly generous towards her, bestowing upon her an abundance of precious gifts, leaving her at a loss as to how to reciprocate. Master, you are truly wonderful, she shyly articulated at last. She then noticed a small furnace resting in Lin Chen's palm, adorned with 9 swirling dragon patterns, exuding an aura of ancient elegance. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, yet anything held by Lin Chen could never be mundane. Others around them took note as well, sharing the same sentiment. After all, everything Lin Chen had revealed thus far had stirred monumental events, igniting fierce competition among countless powerful factions. This notion seemed to have become a shared understanding. Lin Chen did not indulge in ostentatiously displaying his furnace. Instead, he casually stored it within his system space. He realized that the remarkable items bestowed by the system might possess a level of rarity too great for ordinary spatial bags to accommodate, which explained why he had initially held it in his hand. Moreover, the Nine Dragon Xianwang furnace inherently possessed an expansive capacity, conflicting with the limitations of standard spatial bags. Thus, he securely stored away the 9-dragon Xianwang furnace. Observing the graceful figure of Dugu Wanqing, Lin Chen smiled and said, "Take these items with peace of mind." Does a master need a reason to show kindness to his disciple? Simply use them well for your cultivation. Thank you, master. Dugu Wanqing exclaimed with joy, fastening the 2 spatial bags to her waist. The expressions of Xie Dongtian and the other supreme masters of the innate realm were filled with envy. Had it not been for Lin Chen being her mentor and her status as a celestial body, they would have been tempted to seize the bags for themselves. Lin Chen found the scene amusing. However, he had already bestowed upon them a considerable amount. It was sufficient for a lifetime. He had no intention of providing further gifts. Yet, he remarked, "I possess an abundance of these treasures. Should you perform well in the future, I could easily bestow upon you a great many more. In my hands, these are merely trifles, for I have far superior items at my disposal." Upon hearing this, Xie Dongtian and the others were utterly awestruck. With Lin Chen as their guide, they felt assured that they could dominate the Tianlong continent. "Master is formidable," they cried in unison, as their cheers echoed. A guard from the city lord's mansion hurriedly approached to convey a message. Initially taken aback by the sight before him, he sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Xie Dongtian and the others, causing his body to tremble slightly, bewildered by the events unfolding in this place. However, he quickly regained his composure, kneeling on one knee before Du Gutong Hai and proclaiming loudly, "My lord, the esteemed Lin Zhentian, head of the Lin family, is on his way and has sent me to inform you." Upon hearing this, Du Gutong Hai was immediately taken aback, his body trembling with surprise. He had previously held Lin Zhentian in high regard, even lowering his own status in deference. Yet, after today's events, he understood how to treat the members of the Lin family moving forward, especially Lin Zhentian, who was not only the head of the Lin family, but also the grandfather of Lin Chen. With this thought in mind, Du Gutong Hai solemnly stated, "Quickly, let us go to welcome him." Then, recalling something, he turned to Lin Chen and added, "Young Master Lin need not trouble himself. This minor affair shall be handled by me. Wanqing, please stay and keep your master company." Dugu Wanqing nodded in agreement. Thereafter, Du Gutong Hai hurriedly took Fu Bo and the guards to greet Lin Zhentian. Meanwhile, Xie Dongtian and the other sect leaders became acutely aware of certain implications. Lin Chen bore the Lin surname, and Du Gutong Hai's eagerness to welcome the man named Lin Zhentian, coupled with his acknowledgement of Lin Chen, made it clear, even to the dullest mind, that this so-called Lin Zhentian must have an undeniable connection to Lin Chen. After all, they were no fools. Thus, Xie Dongtian seized the opportunity to grasp Du Gutong Hai's arm, a smile of flattery gracing his face as he inquired, "Brother Tong Hai, what is the relationship between Lin Zhentian and the young master? Pray, share with us the tale of a formidable figure, now a master of the Qi-Si realm, who converses with remarkable courtesy." Du Gutong Hai, once incapable of even imagining such a scenario, recognizes that it is due to his daughter's connection with Lin Chen that he has adjusted to his current standing. Nodding thoughtfully, he remarks, "The venerable Lin Zhentian is none other than the grandfather of young Master Lin. If you wish to make a favorable impression, follow me promptly to extend our greetings. Winning the old patriarch's favor will undoubtedly yield benefits for you in the future." Upon hearing these words, Xie Dongtian and the others trembled in astonishment. How extraordinary! The grandfather of young Master Lin must be an unparalleled powerhouse. The mere thought was daunting. They realized their previous misconceptions. Yet it did not deter them from eagerly nodding and accompanying Du Gutong Hai to the auxiliary courtyard. As they arrived at the entrance, Lin Zhentian's hearty laughter resonated. "Ah, Tong Hai, my dear brother, what commotion has transpired today? The stir is quite remarkable, and my curiosity has compelled me to come and see." Given the magnitude of the events in the city, Lin Zhentian had indeed taken notice. Considering the relationship between Dugu Wanqing and Lin Chen, he felt a tinge of concern and decided to investigate. In times past, he would have been halted at the gates of the city lord's manor, as today's orders prohibited any entry. However, the guards were not oblivious, after all. Lin Zhentian was the esteemed patriarch of the Lin family. The identity of Lin Chen prompted them to invite Lin Zhentian in without delay. Lin Zhentian, smiling as he spoke, suddenly shuddered, gazing in disbelief at Xie Dongtian and the others. Initially, he had not paid much attention to these individuals trailing behind Du Gutong Hai. However, upon closer inspection, he realized they were none other than the formidable beings who had flown over Yin City earlier that day. The proximity of their formidable aura was overwhelming. Merely catching a glimpse caused a sharp pain in his eyes. Yet, astonishingly, These powerful figures were following Du Gutonghai, assuming a demeanor akin to that of subordinates, which left him perplexed. When had Du Gutonghai become so formidable? Lin Jintian was astonished, and Xie Dongtian and the others were equally taken aback. They recognized Lin Jintian's cultivation level clearly. It was merely at the first stage of the true essence realm, even lower than that of Lin Shen, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Was it possible that the young master's family consisted of seemingly lowly cultivators who were, in truth, terrifyingly powerful monsters? Chapter 61. The Ascendancy of the Lin Family. Upon contemplating this, a wave of confusion washed over the crowd. They had never before encountered such a prominent family, where the lower the cultivation, the more formidable the individual appeared. This revelation truly opened their eyes. Unable to contain their curiosity, they all turned to Du Gutonghai, seeking clarification. Du Gutonghai, fully aware of their thoughts, could not help but offer a wry smile. Yet, he understood their confusion was not unfounded. He promptly whispered an explanation. This esteemed elder, Lin Jintian, is indeed of such cultivation, and he hails from a family in Yin City. Do not overthink it. It is not as you presume. In truth, it is young Master Lin who is remarkable, yet do not underestimate this elder, for he is indeed the paternal grandfather of young Master Lin. Du Gutonghai felt it imperative to elucidate. Should these individuals belittle Lin Jintian due to such misconceptions and subsequently displease Lin Shen, he might also face repercussions. Xie Dongtian and the others, fully cognizant of the situation, began to strategize within their minds. Instantly, radiant, flattering smiles adorned their faces. Approaching the equally astonished Lin Jintian, Xie Dongtian and his companions gathered around him like stars orbiting the moon. Aha! It is truly an honor to have you. Elder Lin, grace us with your presence. Xie Dongtian exclaimed. Indeed, I see that Elder Lin is remarkably vigorous. Such resilience is truly admirable. Please, come inside. Young master awaits you within. No need to linger here. The group exhibited none of the arrogance typically possessed by the leaders of their respective factions. One by one, they stood before him like subservients, leaving Lin Jintian utterly astonished. How could he not sense the formidable presence of these individuals? He had even caught a distant glimpse of Xie Dongtian once, aware of this prestigious figure's identity as the master of Fei Yin Pavilion. The entire Yin City lay beneath his dominion. Once upon a time, such a notable personage would not even spare him a glance. A mere passing would likely elicit a disdainful spit and a dismissal as worthless. Yet now, they treated him with reverence akin to venerating an ancestor. Young master? Could it be that Chun'er was here as well? Lin Jintian was taken aback, turning his gaze towards a distant corner. And indeed he spotted Lin Chun and Du Gu Wanqing standing together, which filled him with joy. Previously, when Lin Chun ventured to Songlong Valley in search of the last medicinal herb, the white jade Ganoderma, he had harbored some concerns. Now that Lin Chun was at the city lord's mansion, though uncertain if he had successfully acquired the herb, it was evident that he was safe. This assurance brought Lin Jintian peace of mind. As long as Lin Chun remained unharmed, the Lin family would not face utter ruin. His confidence and fighting spirit thrived with Lin Chen's presence. Yet, he found himself perplexed. Why did these illustrious figures extend such profound respect, nay, even humility, toward Lin Chun? Had he underestimated Lin Chen's significance? Lost in contemplation, he soon realized that these esteemed individuals, whom he had always looked up to, were now gazing at him with eager anticipation. It dawned on him that he had yet to grasp the full extent of the situation. With a somewhat restrained smile and a cupped fist salute, he said, "Esteemed seniors, you are too kind. I am merely a humble figure here in Yin City." Lin Jintian was indeed not mistaken. Although some among them appeared younger, they could easily be considered his elders. This sudden realization left him somewhat taken aback and overwhelmed. However, upon hearing Lin Jintian's words, Xie Dongtian and the others were equally astonished. This man was the grandfather of Lin Chun, which made him their grandfather as well. Naturally, they could not afford to show any disrespect. Xie Dongtian and the others hurriedly gestured. "Master Lin, you are too modest. Please, come inside. We dare not refer to ourselves as seniors in your presence." "Very well, let us enter," Lin Jintian replied, still somewhat bewildered by the situation. He figured he could inquire about it later with Lin Chen. Lin Chen was equally surprised by Lin Jintian's swift arrival and approached him with a smile. Observing Lin Chen's increasing vigor and confidence, Lin Jintian felt an immense sense of pride for the Lin family. "Chun'er, what brings you here? What is happening? Why are these esteemed seniors so?" Lin Jintian hesitated to express that they seemed overly humble, feeling it might be inappropriate given their presence. Lin Chen readily understood his grandfather's unspoken thoughts and proceeded to elucidate the previous events. The awakening of the immortal body was a matter Lin Chen had yet to discuss with Lin Jintian. Reflecting upon it, he deemed it not particularly significant. However, the commotion had unexpectedly drawn Lin Jintian's attention. After hearing Lin Chen's explanation, Lin Jintian couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. Though he was unfamiliar with the concept of an immortal body, he could discern its formidable nature from the envious glances exchanged among Xie Dongtian and his associates. Subsequently, Lin Chen waved his hand and declared, "From this day forth, Xie Dongtian and his companions shall be subordinates of the Lin family, subject to our command." Lin Jintian's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he gazed at Lin Chen, then at Xie Dongtian and the others. Xie Dongtian and the esteemed masters of innate perfection showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, they wore expressions of pride, fully aware of Lin Jintian's astonishment. It became evident to Lin Jintian that Lin Chen's power likely exceeded his wildest imaginings. He finally comprehended why Lin Chen had been so nonchalant upon hearing of the Yulan family's impending visit. Although Lin Chen had glossed over many matters in his discourse, it was impossible for Lin Jintian to miss the extent of Lin Chen's prowess. Particularly striking was Dugu Wanqing, who, upon merely awakening her immortal body, had already attained the early stage of innate perfection, while Lin Jintian himself was still at the first level of the true essence realm. Moreover, Dugu Tonghai had also reached the innate realm. It was evident that their rapid progress over the past 2 days was directly attributable to their association with Lin Chen. One could easily surmise the sheer terror that Lin Chen embodied. Even Lin Jintian felt that even if the people from the Yulan family arrived, what difference would it make? They were merely a band of insignificant miscreants. He turned his gaze back to Xie Dongtian and the others, left speechless once more. It was astonishing that such formidable individuals would one day find themselves under the command of a mere junior master at the first level of true essence. A scene that had never even graced his dreams was now unfolding before his eyes. Lin Chen's intentions were crystal clear. These individuals were to become subordinates of the Lin family, and he was to be the master of the Lin household. They had no choice but to heed his commands. And yet they wore expressions of having struck a great bargain, all thanks to Lin Chen's influence. The Lin family had suddenly ascended to the ranks of a top-tier power. This newfound strength was sufficient to encompass a radius of 5,000 miles. In other words, the Lin family had not only acquired these formidable warriors but also a vast expanse of territory, just as Lin Jintian was still marveling at these developments. Xie Dongtian spoke again. "Young master speaks the truth. We have only just joined, and already the young master has assisted us in enhancing our techniques and gifted us a substantial piece of spatial stone. From now on, we shall follow the Lin family without question. And should the elder master have any requests, we are at your service." Enhanced techniques? Spatial stone? Lin Jintian was once again taken aback. What outrageous claims were these? He stood there, utterly bewildered. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. It was not surprising for astonishing events to occur in the presence of Lin Chen. Even as he gazed upon the spatial stone presented by Xie Dongtian, Lin Jintian could not help but salivate. How could he have never heard of such a remarkable treasure? Yet, in this moment, he felt a twinge of regret. He pondered the immense fortune Lin Chen must have encountered to possess such a gem. Was Lin Chen perhaps a bit of a spendthrift, to freely bestow such a spatial stone upon others? With this thought in mind, Lin Jintian approached Lin Chen and whispered, "My dear Chen, such a precious artifact as this spatial stone should not be given away so casually." He spoke softly, wary of being overheard by Xie Dongtian and the others. Lin Chen, however, misunderstood his concern, casually gesturing towards the enormous spatial stone that had yet to be collected. He remarked, "We have plenty of these. Giving them a few should not be seen as stingy." Following Lin Chen's finger, Lin Jintian's body trembled in astonishment. This was indeed an abundance. Chapter 62, Bringing the Mighty Ones Back to the Lin Family. Lin Jintian gazed at Lin Chen in astonishment, as if encountering him anew for the very first time. Each passing day felt like a rediscovery of his character. After a moment of dazed reflection, Lin Jintian grew accustomed to this sensation, realizing he must gradually acclimatize to Lin Chen's presence. The initial shock began to wane. Yet Lin Chen's subsequent words made Lin Jintian's heart race once more, nearly compelling him to kneel before Lin Chen. Pointing at the invaluable treasures that Dugu Wanqing had yet to reclaim, Lin Chen remarked, "I possess even finer items than these spatial stones. I shall store some in the warehouse upon our return." As he patted the bulging spatial pouch at his waist, Lin Jintian's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought to himself, Could it be that all these treasures are contained within that pouch? Just how many could there be? Regaining his composure, Lin Jintian swallowed hard and nodded vigorously. Excellent, excellent. Lin Shen, do you have any other matters to attend to here? If not, let us return. He was eager to witness these treasures being placed in the warehouse, imagining the extraordinary spectacle they would create. Such priceless items. He considered himself somewhat knowledgeable, at least recognizing the dragon's saliva grass. Treasures of this caliber, when brought back to the Lin family, would undoubtedly astonish everyone. With that thought in mind, Lin Jintian looked at Lin Chun with eager anticipation. Had it not been for the multitude present, there was a strong desire to simply whisk Lin Chun away. Lin Chun glanced at Dugu Wanqing, whose celestial body had now fully awakened. With no particular business to attend to, he nodded and addressed her. Wanqing, having just awakened your celestial body and transcended to the innate realm, diligently cultivate the starry profound Yuan technique I imparted to you. Firm up your foundation, and before long, you shall experience further elevation. Understood, master. I shall remember, Dugu Wanqing replied with a smile and a nod. Subsequently, Lin Shen tucked away the enormous spatial stone and took his leave. Xiedong Tian and the esteemed leaders of the innate grand completion sects naturally followed closely behind. They had now essentially become a subsidiary force of the Lin family, eager to observe the family of their young master, while also remaining ready to heed any commands. Dugu Tonghai even felt a tinge of envy towards the Lin family. Although Xiedong Tian and his companions held great respect for him due to Lin Shen's relationship with Dugu Wanqing, they ultimately belonged to the Lin family and would only heed the commands of its members. As Lin Shen prepared to depart, Dugu Tonghai promptly accompanied Fu Bo and several individuals from the city lord's office to see them off. Young Master Lin, along with the esteemed patriarch and others, allow me to escort you. Exiting the city lord's office, Dugu Tonghai personally accompanied them to the threshold, watching as Lin Shen and his entourage departed. Outside, a crowd had gathered, eagerly awaiting the scene, and they began to murmur among themselves. Good heavens! Were those not the formidable beings who previously soared above the skies of Yanqing? At the very least, they were innate powerhouses. How terrifying! Just a glance sent shivers through my soul, undeniably surpassing our wildest imaginations. Young Master Lin Shun was present as well, leading the procession. What on earth transpired? Everyone was left bewildered, unable to fathom why so many powerful figures followed behind Lin Shun, akin to loyal subordinates. No one could comprehend it. While it was known that Lin Shen had restored his Dantian and could cultivate again, no one anticipated that he would rise to such a level that these numerous mighty beings would willingly submit to him. They watched Lin Shen and his entourage depart, aware that the Lin Shen of yore had likely undergone profound, unfathomable transformations unknown to them. As they walked, Lin Jintian, filled with curiosity, inquired, Chen'er, did you have any luck finding the white jade spirit herb? He had been quite worried about his son, Lin Yuanbai, over the past few days. Yet he understood that the white jade spirit herb was not easily found. He could accept failure. However, when Lin Shun presented the white jade spirit herb for him to see, a wave of excitement washed over him, and his eyes sparkled with hope. Wonderful! Yuanbai is saved. We have now gathered these 3 herbs. He will soon recover. Chen'er, you truly are the chosen one, blessed with fortune. Lin Jintian could not help but marvel at the astonishing transformation Lin Shen had undergone. Lin Shen smiled, choosing to say little more. What a remarkable stroke of fortune has graced him. Whoever possesses such luck is undeniably formidable, relying solely on sheer strength. Before long, the group returned to the Lin family estate. Upon their arrival, Xiedong Tian and his companions were momentarily rendered speechless at the sight of the Lin family members. The humble locale paled in comparison to the vast territories held by their own forces, and the disparity in strength was strikingly disheartening. The number of cultivators at the qi refinement stage was overwhelming, while those at the body refinement stage were a rare sight indeed. It became evident that the words of Dugu Tonghai were indeed accurate. Lin Jintian's prowess was genuine and substantial. It was likely due to the emergence of Lin Shen within the family that they had not been reduced to a mere minor clan. Even so, they dared not underestimate them, for Lin Shen was a formidable presence within the Lin family. Regardless of the shortcomings of the Lin family members, they knew they must approach the situation with utmost seriousness and caution, leaving no room for error. This evoked a profound envy among them. Why had their own sect not produced such an extraordinary individual? Xiedong Tian and his companions were taken aback by the Lin family members, who were equally astonished. A group exuding such overwhelming presence and evident strength had returned alongside Lin Shun and Lin Jintian, who would not be left bewildered by such a sight. Many disciples of the Lin family found themselves instinctively retreating in response. Observing this, Xie Dongtian and his companions consciously subdued their own imposing aura and the faintly radiating power of their cultivation, striving to present themselves as approachable, ordinary individuals. However, these individuals dominate their domain, and regardless of how well they conceal themselves, the inherent aura they exude cannot be entirely masked. They can only follow behind with a sense of helplessness. Lin Jintian wore a broad smile. Although Xie Dongtian and his companions nominally submitted to the Lin family, Lin Jintian understood that their allegiance was solely to Lin Shun. Naturally, he would not allow himself to become complacent. With unwavering politeness, he remarked, "Your presence here elevates the Lin family's stature. My son is gravely injured and has been in search of medicinal herbs. Now that the herbs have been gathered, he requires urgent treatment, and I regret that I am unable to host you properly at this moment. I kindly ask that you take some time to rest in the lounge." Upon finishing, Lin Jintian turned to his third uncle, Lin Changfeng, who had just emerged. "Changfeng, please escort our esteemed guests to the lounge without delay." The seriousness in Lin Jintian's voice made Lin Changfeng's body tremble slightly. Being of a higher cultivation than the others in the Lin family, he could discern the extraordinary nature of these individuals and was astonished by the presence of so many formidable figures at the Lin residence. He recognized that this was not the time for inquiries and promptly led the guests. "Please, follow me. Let us take a moment to rest." With a courteous gesture, Lin Changfeng invited them. Lin Jintian nodded in satisfaction, relieved that it was not the reckless Lin who had been assigned this task. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to let him manage the reception. Lin Changfeng's approach to matters is undoubtedly far more prudent. The esteemed leaders of the innate Great Perfection sect promptly offered their respectful gestures and prepared to depart. However, Xie Dongtian remained unmoved and remarked, "Since someone has sustained serious injuries, I, Xie, though lacking in prowess, possess considerable insight into healing. Might I accompany you to take a look?" Lin Jintian paused abruptly. He had already learned of Xie Dongtian's identity during their journey. The distinguished master of the Feiyun Pavilion is a formidable figure indeed. Furthermore, he was aware that the Feiyun Pavilion specializes in herbal cultivation and possesses profound knowledge regarding the properties of medicinal plants. Xie Dongtian, as the pavilion's master, is also well versed in pharmacology. Having him along would certainly provide a greater sense of security. Chapter 63, Awakening. With this thought, Lin Jintian did not refuse. He nodded and said, "Then I shall trouble you to join me." Xie Dongtian smiled, clearly aware that the individual in need of rescue must be a significant figure from the Lin family. He had previously witnessed Lin Shen procuring the white jade spirit mushroom. The fact that Lin Shen himself sought the herbs indicated that the person in peril could not possibly be an ordinary individual. If he could assist Lin Shen, he might even receive a reward from him, which undoubtedly represented a splendid opportunity for Xie Dongtian. Opportunities are reserved for the prepared, and he had evidently made ample preparations. He typically ventured out equipped with his medical supplies and various herbs, believing they could provide some auxiliary benefit. Contemplating this, Xie Dongtian turned to Lin Shen with a questioning expression. Without Lin Shen's approval, he naturally dared not proceed recklessly. Lin Shen gently nodded, saying, "Then you may accompany us." "Very well," Xie Dongtian replied with a pleased nod. The three of them then made their way to Lin Yuanbai's room. The other two medicinal herbs had already been placed there in advance. Now, only Lin Shen's final herb remained, which would enable them to assist Lin Yuanbai. The seven-star grass, blood lotus, and white jade spirit mushroom were all ethereal medicines, with the white jade spirit mushroom being particularly exceptional. Together, these three miraculous herbs possessed remarkable healing properties, capable of restoring even those on the brink of death. Xie Dongtian was naturally aware of these matters. Upon seeing the three types of herbs, he was slightly taken aback, astonished that Lin Shen had managed to locate all of them within such a brief span of time. It was indeed quite impressive. The three of them turned their gazes toward Lin Yuanbai, who lay there motionless, his complexion somewhat pallid. A servant was in the process of gently wiping Lin Yuanbai's body. Observing this, Lin Jintian instructed, "All right, you may step outside now." "Yes." The servant nodded respectfully and exited the room. Once the servant had departed, Lin Jintian spoke again. "With these three herbs, we should be able to revive Yuanbai. Chinner, please hand me the white jade spirit mushroom." Lin Shen did not hesitate, for he was not adept in the art of healing. Lin Jintian evidently possessed some knowledge in this area, as he took the white jade spirit mushroom. He tore off a portion and also extracted some of the other two herbs, the 7-star grass and blood lotus, placing them into a jar. He then began to grind them together. While performing this task, he addressed Xie Dongtian, esteemed guest, should I err in any way, please do not hesitate to advise me. Xie Dongtian promptly smiled and waved his hand, saying, Old Patriarch, you are too humble. You are proceeding correctly. Grind these 3 herbs, then extract their essence, allowing the juice to flow through the jar's opening. Afterward, administer it to the unconscious individual, and it should facilitate his recovery. Xie Dongtian was indeed quite approving of Lin Jintian's method. However, he swiftly changed the subject. Nevertheless, even if the injured party recovers, they will inevitably enter a prolonged period of frailty, possibly resulting in lingering aftereffects. Upon hearing this, both Lin Jintian and Lin Shun were momentarily taken aback. Lin Jintian had discovered this method from ancient texts of the Lin family and, after diligent study over the past few days, was aware of such after-effects. Yet, in comparison, is it not the most favorable outcome to simply be alive? At this moment, Lin Jintian's eyes brightened as he discerned the implication in Xie Dongtian's words and eagerly inquired, Are you suggesting that these after-effects can be avoided? Xie Dongtian chuckled softly and nodded. Indeed, I possess a unique acupuncture technique. After a session of acupuncture followed by herbal remedies, these after-effects will naturally dissipate. Upon hearing this, Lin Jintian was filled with elation. He had no doubt regarding Xie Dongtian's claims. Even Lin Shen revealed a subtle smile. Although he possessed 2 resurrection talismans, such items were exceedingly precious and truly miraculous. Their future applications would be even more significant, thus it was undoubtedly the best outcome to avoid their use. Since you have stated it so, I shall trouble you with this matter while I continue to prepare the medicine, Lin Jintian replied, his hands remaining industrious. Xie Dongtian nodded and retrieved a set of silver acupuncture needles from his spatial pouch, their surface gleaming with a bright sheen. Afterward, he smiled at Lin Shen and began administering acupuncture to Lin Yuanbai. It was not long before everything was completed. He then turned to Lin Jintian, who had finished grinding the medicine and prepared a multitude of potions, and said, Please, old patriarch, administer the medicine. Lin Jintian nodded, proceeded to press on Lin Yuanbai's acupoints. And then Lin Yuanbai's mouth opened as he poured the medicine inside. Instantly, a radiant glow enveloped Lin Yuanbai's entire body. In a short while, he began to tremble. And then he fully opened his eyes. The efficacy of the medicine was indeed remarkable. Coupled with Xie Dongtian's unique acupuncture technique, Lin Yuanbai miraculously recovered, appearing quite spirited, albeit still somewhat bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Eventually, his gaze settled on Lin Shen and Lin Jintian within the room. Shenner, what happened to me? Lin Yuanbai inquired. His memory muddled. He vaguely recalled the banquet that day, where he had been struck by Yulan Rua. Now, it felt as though he had lived through it all anew, leaving him in a state of disconnection from reality. Observing this, Lin Jintian felt a surge of excitement and proceeded to explain the events. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuanbai couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief, astonished that he had sustained such severe injuries. Looking at Lin Shen, his eyes sparkled with emotion. And he finally uttered softly, Thank you, Chinner. Lin Shen waved his hand dismissively and replied, No need for thanks, it is enough that you are alive. Indeed. Following this, Lin Yuanbai turned to Xie Dongtian, who was also sitting up, and solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, I am deeply thankful for your life-saving grace, Senior. Xie Dongtian was taken aback, hastily stepping back a pace. How could he dare accept such gratitude from Lin Yuanbai? Having already learned of the identities of Lin Yuanbai and Lin Shun, he wouldn't have the audacity to be so presumptuous even with 100 times the courage. He quickly waved his hands in protest, saying, Mr. Lin, you are far too courteous. I am now but a subordinate of the young master, and henceforth, I shall also be your subordinate. Please feel free to give any orders. There is no need for gratitude over such trivial matters. Lin Yuanbai couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. He could naturally sense the formidable presence of Xie Dongtian, and from Lin Jintian's earlier words, he had learned of Xie Dongtian's identity as the master of the Feiyun Pavilion. Such a prominent figure had actually become a subordinate to Lin Shen. What on earth had transpired during his unconsciousness? The thought was beyond his comprehension. Simultaneously, he understood from Xie Dongtian's demeanor that if he continued to speak, he might frighten this esteemed master. Thus, he refrained from further commentary. Seeing Lin Yuanbai's swift recovery, Lin Shen nodded in satisfaction. He casually tossed a spatial pouch to Xie Dongtian, saying, Thank you for your efforts. You have done well. This is your reward. Xie Dongtian was momentarily rendered speechless. Cautiously opening the spatial pouch, a mere glance caused his breath to quicken. He realized that accompanying them this time had been a fortuitous decision. Otherwise, how could he have stumbled upon such an opportunity? When Lin Chen initially gathered these treasures, he instructed Zhang Qingdao to place a selection of valuable items into each one, facilitating their gift-giving. After all, he seldom utilized them himself. Lin Jintian felt a pang of regret, yet upon observing the numerous spatial bags hanging from Lin Chen's waist, he deemed this a mere drop in the ocean for Lin Chen. Subsequently, gazing at the rejuvenated Lin Yuanbai, his heart swelled with joy, for he was, after all, his own flesh and blood. Simultaneously, a wave of guilt washed over him. He had previously paid little attention to Lin Yuanbai and Lin Chun. Now, the rise of the Lin family relied heavily on Lin Chun, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Looking at Lin Yuanbai, Lin Jintian remarked, "Yuanbai, you have a splendid son. In the past, it was I who fell short as a father. From now on, in the Lin family, aside from Chun and me, your word shall hold the utmost authority." Chapter 64. The Strength of the Lin Family. The position of the next family head is destined for you. Lin Jintian understood that without Lin Chen, the current glory of the Lin family would not exist. Lin Yuanbai played an indispensable role in this success. By designating Lin Yuanbai as the heir to the family leadership, Lin Chen would inevitably be linked to the Lin family in the future. Lin Jintian was well aware that Lin Chun was not a mere fish in a pond. One day, he would soar to great heights. He could not remain within the Lin family indefinitely. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuanbai was taken aback, suddenly feeling both honored and astonished. There was a time when Lin Jintian was solely devoted to the growth and prosperity of the family, paying little heed to him. He realized this was all due to Lin Chen's influence, and a wave of reflection washed over him. He had indeed misjudged Lin Chen in the past. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Father, you are too kind. I am unworthy, and it is best to continue as before." Lin Yuanbai was acutely aware of his own limitations and was content with merely assisting the family with mundane matters. However, the implication of Lin Jintian's words was that he was to take the reins of the Lin family, which filled him with considerable pressure, prompting him to decline hastily. Lin Jintian waved his hand dismissively. "Yuanbai, there is no need for you to refuse. It is already decided. No one else's opinion matters, and I trust that others will have no objections." Lin Yuanbai had always been obedient to Lin Jintian. In that moment, he fell silent, choosing not to argue further to avoid inciting Lin Jintian's ire. "At worst, I can find a way to refuse later. Yuanbai, please take a good rest. There is nothing for you to worry about now. Your awakening has brought joy to the entire Lin family." Lin Jintian personally assisted Lin Yuanbai in lying down. A heavy burden in his heart finally lifted. He then stood up and said, "Chinner and Mr. Xie, let us step outside. Allow Yuanbai to rest peacefully." Upon hearing this, both nodded in agreement. Once outside, Lin Jintian turned to Xie Dongtian and said, "From now on, I shall address you as Mr. Xie. Please accompany me to the lounge, where we can discuss certain matters." Lin Jintian rubbed his hands together. From this moment forth, such formidable individuals would belong to the Lin family, which filled him with excitement and enhanced his confidence. Considering the time, the members of the Yulan family would arrive shortly. He naturally needed to make preparations. With the addition of Xie Dongtian and his companions, the Yulan family seemed insignificant in his eyes. His previous worries dissipated, leaving him immensely relaxed. Xie Dongtian smiled and nodded, saying, "There is no need for such formality, old patriarch. You may simply call me by my name. Now, let us proceed." Lin Jintian glanced at Lin Chen, who shook his head and replied, "You all go ahead and discuss. It is getting late, and I shall return first. I do not wish to cause Xiao Zi unnecessary concern after my prolonged absence. Moreover, I have never regarded the Yulan family with any seriousness. These items can be stored in the warehouse." Lin Chun casually tossed out 5 fully packed space bags, sufficient to fill the Lin family's storage. The remainder he carried on his person was ample. "Well, Chinner, you may go ahead. Such trivial matters can be entrusted to me," Lin Jintian said with a warm smile as he bid farewell to Lin Chun. Long Chia promptly followed suit. Before long, they returned to their residence, which remained as verdant as ever, adorned with flourishing flowers and greenery. Xiao Zi sat cross-legged, quietly cultivating her practice. Her cultivation had stabilized and advanced, and she appeared increasingly radiant, shedding any semblance of her former maid-like demeanor, now exuding an ethereal charm. Upon hearing a noise, Xiaozi opened her eyes in surprise, gazing at Lin Chun with delight. She then rushed over to envelop him in a warm embrace. "Young master, you have returned, and everything went smoothly?" Lin Chun nodded, affirming. Of course, it went smoothly. He proceeded to explain that Lin Yuanbai had awakened. Xiaozi's joy was palpable. "Wonderful. The master has finally awakened. It is nearly dark. Young master, please sit, and I will prepare a meal for you." "All right," Lin Chun replied softly, asking Long Jie to wait in the courtyard for a moment. Before long, Xiaozi finished cooking, and after Lin Chun had dined, they both took a moment to rest. The following morning dawned bright and clear. Lin Chun had successfully broken through to the third level of the True Essence realm while still embracing Xiaozi in slumber. Today, the Lin family is exceptionally lively. Streams of radiant figures continuously converge upon Yin City, subsequently arriving at the Lin residence, drawing a considerable crowd around it. Fortunately, the personnel from the independent Dugutan High City Lord's mansion are stationed nearby. Otherwise, the Lin family alone would struggle to manage the influx. Many are astonished and curious as to why so many formidable individuals have gathered at the Lin family estate. These visitors are primarily from Xie Dongtian's Feiyun Pavilion, along with representatives from various sects led by innate grandmasters. The least among them possesses innate capabilities, as none below this threshold were permitted to attend. Yesterday, Lin Jintian briefly shared the circumstances surrounding the Yulan family with Xie Dongtian and his associates, who promptly grasped the situation. They immediately dispatched messages, summoning their members to convene, treating it as their own affair. Nearly all innate strongholds from within a 5,000-mile radius were mobilized, amassing over 200 individuals. At this moment, they gather at the modest Lin residence, illuminating the faces of the Lin family members with undeniable radiance. Previously, they feared that the arrival of the Yulan family would spell disaster for the Lin clan. But now, in retrospect, the Yulan family appears trivial, a mere collection of insignificant entities. This newfound confidence, this is the Lin family's current strength. Lin Jintian gazes upon this scene, feeling as though he is in a dream, truly experiencing what it means to have 1,000 voices respond to a single call. He merely made a casual remark, unaware that such formidable forces would exert themselves so vigorously, almost exhausting their resources in the process. What does it signify to have over 200 innate powerhouses? It seemed as though, at intervals, there were individuals soaring overhead throughout the Lin family's domain, leaving the entire city of Yin in a state of bewilderment. It was clear that this was likely connected to Lin Chun. Many were oblivious to the fact that members of the Yulan family would be arriving today. Thus they had no inkling as to the purpose of these visitors. Nonetheless, they comprehended the sheer terror that the Lin family now instilled. They yearned to establish connections with the Lin family servants, hoping that perhaps they might secure a position within the family, which could lead to extraordinary opportunities should they catch the attention of any innate powerhouse in the future. Numerous young ladies from various families were particularly direct in their aspirations, fantasizing about the prospect of becoming Lin Chen's foot servant, believing that such an association could elevate their fortunes exponentially. Today, it was indisputable that the Lin family would be the focal point of Yin City. Everyone was acutely aware of this fact. Lin Zhentian murmured, "The members of the Yuan family have yet to arrive, and with such an abundance of strong individuals present, what significance does the Yuan family hold? Chen is likely still resting. I shall refrain from disturbing him over such trivial matters." The Lin family members were almost unanimously celebrating. However, two individuals stood apart, their faces paling in dismay. The arrival of each innate powerhouse dealt a psychological blow to them, inflicting deep wounds. Lin Chen's uncle, Lin Jingrong, and his son, Lin Xiaoguang, found their bodies trembling slightly in response to the overwhelming presence surrounding them. Just yesterday, upon witnessing the arrival of Xie Dongtian and his companions, Lin Jingrong discreetly communicated with the members of the Yulan family to apprise them of the current situation. In truth, he had long been in collusion with the Yulan family. However, the swift demise of their members during the last encounter had necessitated his silence. Moreover, while tending to Lin Yuanbai's wounds yesterday, he had eavesdropped on Lin Jintian's conversation. To his astonishment, Lin Jintian intended to bequeath the position of family head to the inept Lin Yuanbai. This was utterly intolerable to him. As the direct heir to the Lin family's leadership, he found it unfathomable that Lin Jintian would so readily relinquish this role in favor of Lin Yuanbai. All due to Lin Chen's influence. The depth of his envy was beyond measure, eclipsed only by a profound sense of resentment. Chapter 65. The Confidence of Jun Wuchen. He envied Lin Yuanbai for having such an exceptional son, while simultaneously harboring resentment towards Lin Yuanbai for bringing forth such a formidable offspring. Despite his efforts to secretly cripple Lin Chen's Dantian, the young man had remarkably risen again, reclaiming his status as a genius, and even surpassing it. His strength had grown to a point that instilled fear and left one breathless. Indeed, it was he who orchestrated the downfall of Lin Chen's Dantian, a secret known only to him. He had employed an agent to administer a slow-acting poison in Lin Chen's meals, one that would gradually damage his Dantian meridians, rendering him incapable of cultivation. During that time, Lin Chen shone with brilliance, and he understood that if left unchecked, Lin Chen would inevitably pose a threat to both himself and his son. Thus, he could not allow such a scenario to unfold. Yet, who could have anticipated that despite his numerous machinations, Lin Chen would still rise to prominence, becoming someone beyond reach? What sort of individuals were gathering? All were innate powerhouses. Such a sight was utterly terrifying. Lin Jingrong envisioned the moment his true nature would be exposed, picturing the harrowing consequences that would ensue. This was the extent of Lin Chen's current might. He could summon an abundance of innate warriors without even needing to make an appearance himself. At this moment, Lin Jingrong was engulfed in worry, fearing that the Yulan clan would prove incapable of contending with the Lin family. He had already conferred with the members of the Yulan clan regarding their strategy. As long as they assist in eliminating Lin Shun and Lin Jintian, along with their direct associates, he will ascend to the position of the Lin family patriarch. From that moment on, he would wield control over the Lin family, eliminating any threats to the Yulan family. The Yulan family had also acquiesced to this plan. He had even envisioned himself, brimming with confidence, seated as the head of the Lin family in the future. Unfortunately, everything now appeared so distant and unattainable. Lin Xiaowang was even less hopeful. He was acutely aware of the situation. After being humiliated by a slap from Lin Shun, he harbored a deep-seated grudge. Initially, he had anticipated witnessing Lin Shen being ruthlessly punished by the Yulan family, but the current scene left him utterly bewildered. Unable to contain his trembling voice, he stammered, "Father, will the Yulan family succeed? I am so frightened." Lin Jingrong shook his head in confusion. "I do not know, Xiaowang. Please do not ask me. I truly do not know." Lin Jingrong had lost all confidence to respond to such inquiries and was already contemplating whether to flee for his life. Just as Lin Jingrong was lost in thought, Lin Jintian's voice suddenly boomed, startling him greatly, nearly causing him to lose control. "Jingrong, Xiaowang, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up and attend to the guests. You truly have no sense of urgency." Lin Jintian was visibly irritated. After all, these were innate powerhouses, and they had come to assist. At the very least, the most basic courtesies should be extended to them. Yet the two individuals remained in a daze. "Oh, all right. We shall come over shortly." Lin Jingrong felt a surge of fear and trepidation, silently hoping that the members of the Yulan family possessed formidable strength. It seemed there was still a glimmer of hope. He was privy to more information than others, aware of the bond between Jun Wuqing and the Yulan family. He also knew that Jun Wuqing had dispatched an elder from the Xiaoyao tomb for this occasion. Perhaps they could vanquish these adversaries and proceed according to the original plan. Jun Wuqing, the biological son of the head of Xiaoyao tomb, was exceptionally gifted and shared a close relationship with Yulan Ruo. Although he did not attend this time, he had sent 2 elders in his stead. While Lin Jingrong was uncertain of the elders' capabilities, he could only wish for their strength to be formidable. He shook off these thoughts, nudging his son Lin Xiaowang with his foot, saying, "Come, do not show any signs of defeat. We are not yet guaranteed to lose." "All right," Lin Xiaowang replied, his voice still quavering, but after uttering those 2 words, he seemed to have found a measure of confidence. He straightened his posture, striving to suppress his fear as he joined Lin Jingrong in welcoming the innate powerhouses. Meanwhile, within the Yulan residence, Jun Wuqing, clad in white, possessed a visage as sharp as a blade and an ethereal demeanor. He looked at the somewhat troubled Yulan Ruo and said with a smile, "Little Ruo, do not furrow your brow any longer. Is it merely the Lin family? They can be effortlessly extinguished. If you remain dissatisfied, I shall instruct them to eradicate Yin City as well. This time, I made a special trip to reassure you and to alleviate your worries. I dispatched 2 elders from the Carefree tomb to follow closely behind. Furthermore, nearly all the experts from the Yulan family have mobilized, including your father, who has personally gone to the scene, so you need not fret." After speaking, Jun Wuqing could not help but shake his head in resignation. He was well aware of the engagement between Yulan Ruo and Lin Shun. The fact that Yulan Ruo was willing to annul her engagement for his sake filled him with joy. Not only is Yulan Ruo gifted, but she is also strikingly beautiful. Although the Yulan family is somewhat lacking, Jun Wuchen still holds a fondness for her. He even utilized the resources of the Carefree Tomb to aid the Yulan family significantly, resulting in a substantial leap in their overall strength, enabling them to be more worthy of him, Jun Wuchen. While he was uncertain about what provoked Yulan Ruo's actions towards the Lin family, he knew that a mere small city like Yin City could be extinguished at a whim by the Carefree Tomb, let alone a mere family within it. Naturally, Yulan Ruo understood this. Just a few days had passed. No matter how talented Lin Chen might be, in the presence of the two elders from the Carefree Tomb, he was merely an inconsequential figure. Yet, she could not shake an unsettling feeling. She was unsure of the reason behind it, still haunted by the events of that day. For Lin Chen's display had been utterly terrifying. At this moment, hearing Jun Wuchen's comforting words provided a slight alleviation. However, she continued, "Wuchen, you cannot fathom the gravity of the situation. If it weren't for the life-saving pill you bestowed upon me, I might not have returned at all. Moreover, the Lin family has produced two extraordinary individuals. One named Xiao Zi is truly terrifying, but Lin Chun is beyond comprehension. His talent likely surpasses your own." Despite knowing that Jun Wuchen would be displeased by her words, Yulan Ruo felt compelled to speak out. She sensed the severity of the situation and dared not conceal any details. Should Lin Chen survive, the implications would be dire. It would not only spell misfortune for the Yulan family, but the realm of the Carefree Tomb where Jun Wuchen resided would also be ensnared in calamity. What? As expected, Jun Wuchen's brow furrowed at her revelation, and a sense of displeasure brewed within him. He had always taken pride in his exceptional talent, having broken through to the True Yuan realm at the tender age of 16. By the time he reached the 5th level of the True Yuan realm, he was already capable of contending with ordinary, innate experts. Such prodigious talent was indeed rare, and all within the Carefree Tomb held high hopes for him. Now, having reached the threshold of the Qi Si realm, a breakthrough was merely a matter of time. Yet, here was Yulan Ruo claiming that his talent paled in comparison to that of a mere scion from the Lin family? How could he possibly accept such a notion? Nevertheless, upon observing Yulan Ruo's haggard expression, Jun Wuchen suppressed his displeasure. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he remarked, "I believe you are overthinking this, Xiao Ruo. You may not fully comprehend my innate talent, not to mention a mere Lin Chen, even within a radius of 100,000 miles. It would be arduous to find a genius capable of rivaling me." Jun Wuchen's eyes gleamed with confidence. Although Yulan Ruo was reluctant to diminish his spirits, she ultimately mustered the courage to speak. "Lin Chen, at the 5th level of body refinement, defeated my uncle Yulan Qiming, who was at the 3rd level of True Essence realm, and he did so with remarkable swiftness." Chapter 66, the 5th Elder of the Carefree Tomb. What? How could this be possible? Jun Wuchen found it hard to believe this reality, his face displaying astonishment. Or rather, he outright dismissed the words of Yulan Ruo. Defeating a 3rd-level True Essence realm cultivator while being at the 5th stage of the body refinement realm? Even when Jun Wuchen himself was at the 5th stage of body refinement, he questioned whether he could achieve such a feat. It was utterly terrifying. Even now, as he stood at the brink of the Qi Si realm, having once battled against 5th-level True Essence realm and innate experts without faltering, what of it? He merely managed to hold his ground. Defeating an ordinary innate expert was a formidable challenge. He could only compare himself to them. What else more? The notion of swiftly vanquishing an opponent across 3 realms was simply inconceivable. Jun Wuchen felt this was nothing short of a fantasy. Looking at Yulan Ruo, he disregarded her feelings in that moment. "Xiao Ruo, it seems the shock you've received from the Lin family has been too severe, causing you to speak such nonsense. Do you even comprehend what you were saying?" Rather than being unwilling to believe, what he truly struggled to accept was the idea that a mere small city like Yin City could harbor a talent more formidable than he. If it were true, he could not come to terms with it. Having been a prodigy since childhood, he simply refused to entertain such a possibility. Yulan Ruo understood this sentiment all too well. However, if she did not clarify the situation for Jun Wuchen, allowing him to underestimate Lin Chen could lead to dire consequences. Should Lin Chen escape this time and subsequently grow stronger, that would be exceedingly terrifying. For the Yulan family, it would spell utter catastrophe. Moreover, for the Xiaoyao tomb, it could potentially lead to a great calamity as well. If Yulan knew that her interests were irrevocably entwined with Jun Wuchen's, she could not allow such events to transpire. Taking a deep breath, she spoke earnestly. "Wuchen, I understand that saying this may undermine your confidence, but the truth remains. I have no reason to deceive you. Lin Shun and that little Z must perish. If either of them escapes, we shall inevitably face dire consequences in the future. Of that I am certain. Yulan was profoundly convinced of this. Only those who experienced it firsthand could comprehend just how formidable Lin Shun and Xiao Zi truly were. As long as these two lived, Yulan could not find peace in her slumber. It would not be long before they grew to an exceedingly terrifying extent. And at that juncture, our chances would be entirely obliterated. At this moment, Jun Wuchen gazed at the earnest Yulan and began to grasp the gravity of the situation. He pondered briefly before replying. The two elders we dispatched are both at the initial stage of the Qi Si realm, even stronger than I am. Logically, they should be sufficient to deal with a member of the Lin family. However, after hearing your words, if they hold any truth, we certainly cannot allow these two to remain. Furthermore, within 100,000 miles of this vicinity, I will not permit any existence more gifted than myself. For the first time, Jun Wuchen experienced a pang of jealousy. This is a sensation he has never experienced before. Even at the 5th level of the true essence realm, he could not achieve such terrifying genius. Why is it that others can accomplish this? Contemplating this, Jun Wuchen gently placed his hand on Yulan Rua's shoulder and said, Xiao Rua, thank you for sharing this information with me. Please take care of yourself. I shall handle the rest. Yulan Rua nodded softly, feeling a sense of relief. Her greatest fear was that Jun Wuchen would underestimate Lin Shun. After assuring Yulan Rua, he turned to leave. Although he did not believe that the Lin family could withstand the arrival of two early-stage Qi Si realm practitioners from the Shiyou tomb, he deemed it prudent to dispatch another individual for safety. As he stepped outside, he encountered an elderly man standing quietly, eyes closed in meditation. With his disheveled, graying hair, anyone would perceive him as an ordinary old man. However, Jun Wuchen recognized the terror hidden within this elder, who was actually in the mid-stage of the Qi Si realm, Murong Baichuan, the 5th elder of Shiyou tomb. Following his father's orders, he was tasked with accompanying and protecting Jun Wuchen. As the biological son of the Shiyou tomb's leader and a prodigy seldom seen in hundreds of years, Jun Wuchen was afforded the utmost protection, despite his own formidable abilities. Looking at Murong Baichuan, Jun Wuchen said, Elder, please awaken. Suddenly, Murong Baichuan's eyes flew open, sharp as a blade. He swiftly turned towards Jun Wuchen and respectfully clasped his hands in greeting, inquiring, Young master, what are your instructions? Murong Baichuan held a deep respect for Jun Wuchen, who was merely in his late 20s. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed him, as he represented the future of the Xiaoao tomb. Although he was currently only at the initial stage of the Qi Si realm, he was already capable of contending with early-stage Qi Si realm experts. His mission was to ensure Jun Wuchen's safety, a task he willingly embraced. He understood that Jun Wuchen's sudden call was undoubtedly for a matter of great significance, for he rarely summoned him otherwise. Jun Wuchen nodded slightly. Elder Wu, I request you to undertake a crucial task. Please, young master, go on. Elder Wu Murong Baichuan responded attentively. The situation is as follows. I need you to travel to Yen City and assist the two preceding elders in completely annihilating the Lin clan, leaving not a single survivor. Jun Wuchen declared gravely. What? Immediately upon hearing Jun Wuchen's words, Murong Baichuan could not suppress his astonishment. Previously, he had harbored some reservations when Jun Wuchen dispatched two elders from the Xiaoyao tomb to eliminate a minor clan in the insignificant Yen City. It was quite astonishing that esteemed elders of the Xiaoyao tomb would be sent to deal with such an obscure family. He felt somewhat underutilized, even questioning whether Jun Wuchen was being irrational, going to such lengths for a woman. Had it not been for his understanding of Jun Wuchen's usual composure, he would have thought that anyone else would have slapped him across the face by now. How could Jun Wuchen be unaware of Murong Baichuan's intentions? Nevertheless, he patiently explained. Elder Wu, do not underestimate this matter. I learned from Rua that the Lin family has produced two prodigies whose talents far exceed my own. There is no need for further inquiries at this moment. We shall discuss it in detail upon our return. However, we must hasten there immediately and ensure that our actions are meticulous. This is a transmission talisman given to me by my father. I am entrusting both of these to you, Elder Wu. After completing your task, please report back to me swiftly. The 1,000-mile transmission talisman. Murong Baichuan could not help but exclaim. This talisman is extraordinarily precious, scarce even within the Xiaoyao tomb. Only Jun Wuchen, with near total support from the Xiaoyao tomb, could enjoy such resources. Otherwise, such a treasure would be but a fleeting thought for anyone at the half-step Chi-Si realm. After his astonishment, Morong Baichuan grasped the significance of the task at hand. He nodded earnestly, "Rest assured, young master. I will handle this matter with utmost care and ensure that I do not disappoint your trust." Subsequently, Morong Baichuan took the 2,000-mile transmission talismans, stowing one away while activating the other on the spot. Lin Chen stretched and rose from his slumber. Upon realizing that Xiao Zi was not by his side and the sun had already risen high in the sky, he gently sat up. At that moment, Xiao Zi entered, carrying a tray of food. She said, "Young master, you have finally awakened. Seeing you in such deep slumber, I refrained from disturbing you. I thought it was about time for you to rise, so I prepared the meal in advance. Please, young master, come and eat." Lin Chen nodded and got up. After simply donning his clothes and settling at the dining table, Xiao Zi continued, "Young master, today the Lin family is bustling with activity. Many formidable individuals have arrived, capable of soaring through the skies. Numerous people are waiting outside, eager to have an audience with you." Chapter 67. The Market's Strongmen. Having dispatched scouts to investigate, it was known that the members of the Yulan family would take some time to arrive. Many innate masters had already heard their respective sect leaders recount the exploits of Lin Chun. Initially, they were astonished that the Lin family's overall strength was rather lackluster, with their highest member merely at the true origin realm, and that was only the family head at the first level. Their sect leaders had summoned them from afar. Yet upon learning of Lin Chen's deeds, they began to understand that the invitation was indeed extended in deference to this young master. In fact, their sect leaders had accompanied them personally, not only to observe but also to remind them to extend the utmost courtesy to Lin Chen, treating him as one would a servant, without the slightest hint of disrespect. They were warned that should they manage to please Lin Chen, even a modest gift from him would suffice to sustain them for a lifetime. Although they felt their sect leaders' words were somewhat exaggerated, as mere elders of their sect, they naturally complied. They had been waiting outside Lin Chen's courtyard, not daring to enter, fearful of disturbing him. Xiao Zi, witnessing this scene, was equally taken aback. At that moment, she informed Lin Chen. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. Peering through the door to glance outside, he then rose and remarked, "Let us go take a look. It is quite impossible to enjoy a meal with so many eyes upon us." At this moment, those individuals were gazing intently at Lin Chen, their eyes reflecting a blend of curiosity and reverence. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's emergence, Xiao Zi hastened to follow suit. The crowd, upon seeing Lin Chen, erupted into a flurry of excitement. Over 200 innate experts, along with the leaders of various factions, stood there like mere spectators, akin to bystanders munching on snacks. Were it to be revealed that these were all innate masters, it would surely leave onlookers astounded. Xie Dongdian was also present, accompanied by several innate experts from the Feiyun Pavilion, who silently trailed behind him, their expressions filled with tension as they observed Lin Chen. They had already learned of Lin Chen's formidable prowess through Xie Dongtian and had reaped significant benefits. The spatial pouch Lin Chen had gifted to Xie Dongtian was brimming with an abundance of fire crystal stones, various spiritual herbs, and dragon pickles, treasures of immense worth. Even a handful of these would sustain them for decades. Additionally, spatial bags crafted from spatial stones had been casually distributed, with each receiving 2. When had they ever enjoyed such lavish treatment? It was nothing short of opulence. Beyond the members of Feiyun Pavilion, few could assert unwavering confidence in Lin Chen's might. The leaders of other factions remained oblivious to these revelations, yet their masters were fully aware. At this moment, one of them promptly approached Lin Chen, saying, "Young master, please dine at ease. We shall remain here, ensuring we do not disturb you." The elders of the various factions could only watch in silent astonishment at this scene. Never did he imagine that their esteemed leader would one day appear so humble before a young man. The crowd promptly bowed and exclaimed, "Greetings, young master." Lin Chen casually waved his hand, saying, "Enough, the Lin family is vast. If you have nothing pressing, feel free to wander about. No need to come here specifically." Xie Dongdian, the most skilled among them and the one in charge, immediately stepped forward with a smile and declared, "Young master, you flatter us. These individuals hold you in the highest regard, which is why they came to pay their respects upon their first encounter. We shall take full responsibility for the matters concerning the Yuan family today. We assure you that their members will not return. This trifling matter need not trouble you. Young master, you may rest assured." Many had never laid eyes on Lin Chen. Naturally, Xie Dongdian and the other leaders wished their elders to make an appearance. if only to become familiar with Lin Chen. Who knows, perhaps one among them might earn Lin Chen's favor, thus presenting an opportunity for their respective factions. Such fortuity was not something anyone wished to miss. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen nodded gently. Very well, since you are here, I shall not be stingy. Allow me to present you with a token of our meeting. He then tossed a spatial pouch toward them. Take this and distribute its contents. And then feel free to explore other areas of the Lin family estate. I wish to dine in peace, devoid of prying eyes. With that, Lin Chen removed a spatial pouch from his waist and tossed it away. Xie Dongtian promptly caught it. A surge of ecstasy coursed through his heart. He was acutely aware of the significance of these items. The other sect leaders and masters gazed enviously, having long coveted such treasures. Even if each of them were to receive but a fraction from this spatial pouch, it would constitute an extraordinary opportunity. As the most accomplished among them, Xie Dongtian naturally assumed the role of distributor. Having previously acquired a spatial pouch himself, he felt no desire for greed and intended to divide the contents equally among them. However, he also wished to secure a share for himself. Concerned about disturbing Lin Chen, he promptly suggested, "Let us not intrude upon the young master. We shall take this to a more secluded area for distribution." Thus, Xie Dongtian led the assembly of innate experts to a location slightly distant from Lin Chen's courtyard, where they commenced to unveil the contents of the spatial pouch. In no time, a small mountain of treasures began to form. Heavens! So many fire crystal stones, and an abundance of exquisite spiritual herbs, including the coveted dragon saliva grass. Gasps of astonishment erupted around them. Only Xie Dongtian and the other sect leaders maintained their composure. Having already been taken aback once before, they could not help but feel a sense of pride at the astonished reactions of the onlookers. Do not snatch. These fire crystal stones are mine. I demand a portion of the dragon saliva grass. It is a supreme medicinal treasure. The scene resembled a bustling marketplace, as the innate experts clamored in disarray, some nearly coming to blows. Were it not for Xie Dongtian's initial stage of the Sea of Qi realm, the situation might have escalated further. I fear that trouble may indeed arise. Lin Chen merely cast a glance before shaking his head and returning to his meal. Xiaozi observed in silent astonishment, momentarily taken aback before hastily following Lin Chen. At this moment, Long Ke lay languidly within the room. Xiaozi had noticed this yesterday, and Lin Chen had informed her that Long Ke would accompany her henceforth for her protection. Unbeknownst to Xiaozi, she was in the presence of a divine dragon. She merely perceived it as a formidable beast. Observing Long Ke's listless demeanor, she couldn't help but inquire, "Young master, what ails this beast you have bestowed upon me? It appears quite lethargic and refuses to eat the food I provide." This was Xiaozi's first encounter with a divine dragon, and she was entirely unaware that it differed significantly from ordinary beasts. Even a more formidable beast would at least be a fourth-tier creature to disdain such common fare. They required daily sustenance composed of a substantial quantity of spiritually infused fruits and herbs. Long Ke, wary of startling Xiaozi, refrained from speaking. It was evident to Long Ke that Xiaozi held greater significance than the other members of the Lin family, and it dared not offend her. The very fact that it was assigned to protect this woman spoke volumes of her status in Lin Chen's eyes. Hearing Xiaozi's words, Long Ke cast a pitiful glance at Lin Chen. "Enough, do not look at me with such woeful eyes, simply speak your mind." Long Xia suddenly revealed a human-like smile. Startling Xiaozi, he then explained, "Master, I belong to the dragon clan, and I am considered a divine dragon. Consuming these ordinary foods feels akin to eating excrement." "Huh? A divine dragon?" Xiaozi exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth. Throughout the entire Tianlong continent, who hasn't heard the legends of divine dragons? Most people might never encounter one in their lifetime. To meet one is regarded as an extraordinary blessing. Yet, here was a divine dragon addressing her as its master. She couldn't help but glance at Lin Chen, stammering, "A master, could what it said possibly be true?" Chapter 68. The Arrival of the Yulan Family. Little Purple stared at Lin Chen in astonishment. This revelation was utterly staggering. She had glimpsed the divine dragon before, and it was evidently distinct from the typical dragons. Moreover, the fact that it could speak was beyond the capabilities of ordinary beasts. The scene before her left her somewhat dazed. In truth, Little Purple had begun to believe. For this was brought back by Lin Chen, and he surely would not deceive her. She merely needed to seek confirmation from him. After all, it was Little Purple who had prepared the meal, and although the dragon had reluctantly consumed some, it was decidedly unpalatable for a creature of its lineage. Most of its sustenance had consisted of the rare treasures Lin Chen had previously provided. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen nodded gently. Indeed, Long Xie is a mutated divine dragon. It shall remain by your side to protect you, and you may instruct it to fulfill any request you have. Being a divine dragon, it cannot subsist on ordinary food. It requires celestial fruits and rare herbs. By the way, Little Purple, I forgot to give you these yesterday. Here, take them. He tossed her 5 space bags brimming with treasures. Alongside those he had already gifted, he still possessed a considerable amount. He felt no regret, for despite the swift consumption, he believed that in due time, he would acquire even more. There were still some elixirs previously bestowed by Zhang Qingdao, which Lin Shen generously presented to Xiaozi. She was in dire need of these resources. Lin Shen aimed to transform Xiaozi into an unparalleled powerhouse capable of safeguarding herself in the shortest possible time. Xiaozi, momentarily taken aback, accepted the offerings, her heart swelling with profound emotion as she grasped their significance. Upon opening the spatial pouch, she was immediately astounded. Previously, she had merely been a maid, having never even heard of such an artifact as a spatial pouch. However, upon peering inside, she was met with a vast expanse brimming with an assortment of treasures radiating potent spiritual energy. Even someone as naive as Xiaozi could discern that these were invaluable items, akin to those Lin Shen had previously awarded to others. Such treasures, capable of inciting fierce competition among innate warriors, were undoubtedly of the highest caliber. That Lin Shen had presented her with 5 fully stocked spatial pouches would surely drive others outside into a frenzy of envy. This revelation filled Xiaozi with joy. Sweetly, she expressed, "Thank you, young master. Please, enjoy your meal." She hurriedly served Lin Shen soup and dishes while also remembering to offer some spiritual herbs to Long Xie. Gradually, she began to accept the reality of having a divine dragon as her pet, silently reflecting, "The young master is truly remarkable. He even managed to bring back a dragon. Yet, why does this dragon appear so small?" Little did Xiaozi know that this was not Long Xie's true form. When she finally sees it, she will undoubtedly be quite startled. Soon, dinner was over. Lin Shen spent some time guiding Xiaozi in her training, while Xie Dongtian and the others had long since departed, for they had not forgotten their mission for the day to eliminate the members of the Yulan family. After finishing his instruction with Xiaozi, Lin Shen suddenly heard a commotion. Turning his gaze skyward, he noticed a colossal spirit vessel soaring above Yin City, heading in the direction of the Lin family. Clearly, the Yulan family had arrived. The spirit vessel was a unique spiritual artifact capable of carrying individuals through the skies, exceedingly rare in nature. Lin Shen was slightly astonished that the Yuan family possessed such a treasure. However, he was unaware that this vessel belonged to the Xianyou tomb, and its occupants were intent on his demise. Looking at Xiaozi, Lin Shen said, "Xiaozi, cease your training for now. Let us go and see. It seems the Yulan family has come." Upon hearing this, Xiaozi was momentarily taken aback, having also heard the news of the Yulan family's arrival. She gazed upwards in awe but felt an increased confidence in Lin Shen, smiling as she nodded, "Yes, I will follow your lead, young master. Let us go." Meanwhile, the entire populace of Yin City had also taken notice of this spectacle, erupting in astonished exclamations. Heavens! Could this be the legendary spirit vessel? Who are those people aboard? What is happening in Yin City today? Never before have I witnessed such formidable beings, whose mere presence inspires awe. It seems that a transformation is imminent in Yin City. Those who possess spirit vessels belong to the pinnacle of power. Could it be that they are heading toward the Lin family? The Lin family has indeed become a formidable force. Are they truly defying the heavens? Merely sensing the aura emanating from the figures above sends shivers down my spine. Is it possible that members of the Yulan family are among them? I have encountered them before, yet when did they become so powerful? Many remain oblivious to the enmity between the Yulan and Lin families, mistakenly believing they have come to curry favor with the latter. Consequently, numerous individuals flock toward the Lin family, eager to witness the unfolding drama and inquire about the situation. Meanwhile, aboard the spirit vessel, Yulan Jianhong, the head of the Yulan family, radiates vitality and exuberance. He never imagined he would one day share a spirit vessel with those of the Qi realm. In truth, he had never anticipated having the opportunity to board such a vessel again. This fortunate turn of events is attributed to his remarkable daughter, who has forged connections with a great power like the Xiaoyao tomb, perhaps even leading to a future alliance through marriage. With the assistance of Jun Wuqing over the past few years, the Yulan family has risen to unprecedented heights, significantly enhancing their overall strength. His own prowess has ascended to the innate level. Although he is merely at the early stage of this realm, he has already joined the ranks of the powerful. The Lord of Windcloud City is merely at the 5th level of the True Essence realm. Even he, the nominal Lord of Windcloud City, currently trails behind the Yulan family like a subordinate. Throughout the entirety of Windcloud City, although he does not hold the title of Lord, his influence has indeed surpassed it. This time, in dealing with the Lin family, he remains utterly indifferent. To him, the Lin family is nothing more than a mere trifle, easily extinguished by the Yulan family with a mere flick of the wrist. However, who would have thought that Jun Wuqing would place such importance on his daughter? Sending 2 elders to assist? These are masters of the Oceanic Sea realm. Before these 2 elders, he feels as insignificant as a grasshopper, utterly contemptible. Yet, these elders show him considerable respect, all for the sake of his daughter, Yulan Ruoh. Standing side by side with the 2 elders from the Carefree Tomb, the members of the Yulan family survey the scene below with an air of superiority, their faces adorned with pride and their eyes gleaming with utmost disdain. Under the leadership of Yulan Ruoh, the Yulan family is destined to grow ever stronger, and establishing a formidable power based on Windcloud City is merely a matter of time. When that day comes, which nearby city would dare to defy them? This insignificant Yin city has long since ceased to command their attention. It is but a speck on the map. Such a grand mobilization only serves to suggest that many have overestimated the Lin family. With a modest smile, Yulan Jianhong addressed the 2 elders of the Xiaoao tomb, saying, "Esteemed elders, there is no need for you to concern yourselves with such trifles. I am truly grateful for Lord Wuqing's affection towards my daughter." Although his words appeared humble, the underlying tone of pride was unmistakable. Nonetheless, the 2 elders of Xiaoao tomb paid no heed to this nuance. Had it not been for Jun Wuqing, such insignificant matters would scarcely have warranted their attention. However, the Yulan family was indeed fortunate to have birthed such a remarkable daughter as Yulan Ruoh, whose extraordinary talents would undoubtedly serve as an asset to Xiaoao tomb in the future, albeit she was still in her youth. In response, one of the Xiaoao tomb elders chuckled and remarked, "Yulan family head, you are too kind. Since it is our young master's command, we shall certainly endeavor to fulfill it with utmost dedication. Even when hunting a mere rabbit, one must employ their full strength." It seems the Lin family is not to be underestimated. Did not your spies convey messages regarding the arrival of numerous enigmatic strongmen from the Lin family? It is prudent to remain cautious. Chapter 69. The Meeting. Upon hearing the words, Yulan Jianhong immediately understood. The spies mentioned by the elder were none other than Lin Jingrong and his son Lin Xiaoguang. These 2 ambitious individuals were held in great disdain by him. Yet he recognized their utility. Moreover, he paid little heed to their reports, believing that Lin Jingrong's conveyed information was nothing but exaggeration. What mysterious powerhouses! Yulan Jianhong was well aware of the Lin family's situation. If they truly possessed such formidable strength, the Yulan family would not have considered calling off the engagement. As for Lin Shun and Xiao Zi, Yulan Jianhong regarded them with even less concern. Although he had heard from Yulan Ruoh about their extraordinary talents, he knew that an unproven genius was ultimately inconsequential. Eliminating them would pose no challenge for the Yulan family. In just a few short days, could they possibly turn the tide? With the 2 elder experts from the Xiaoao tomb accompanying him, he felt even less apprehensive. He merely wished to seize this opportunity to cultivate a closer relationship with these esteemed elders, finding this endeavor far more significant than vanquishing the Lin family. With this thought, a smile graced Yulan Jianhong's face. "Ah, esteemed elders, please do not linger here. I have arranged for some exquisite tea to be brought for our enjoyment. Kindly join me for a cup before we proceed to the Lin residence." The 2 elders of the Xiaoao tomb did not genuinely regard the Lin family with much seriousness. Rather, they felt that Yulan Jianhong had become overly arrogant. Thus, they chose to admonish him, preventing any future disrespectful behavior towards the Xiaoao tomb. Upon hearing this, he did not refuse but nodded lightly, accompanying Yulan Jianhong for tea. Meanwhile, the others remained steadfastly on the spirit vessel, observing the scene below with growing disdain. This time, the Yulan family had nearly mobilized their entire force, boasting 5 innate experts, including Yulan Jianhong, along with dozens of True Essence realm masters. It was no wonder they had become so conceited. Before long, the spirit vessel arrived above the Lin family, just as everyone in Yinqing had anticipated. However, contrary to what many had expected, a loud and contemptuous voice erupted from the vessel as soon as they arrived. "What a bold Lin family! You dare to slay a member of the Yulan family? Today, I shall ensure that your Lin family vanishes from Yinqing." The voice was grand and commanding, unmistakably belonging to a powerful individual, Yulan Jianhong himself. Having arrived, he naturally sought to showcase the might of the Yuan family. Many were taken aback, initially. They presumed these individuals were akin to the previous innate experts who came to forge alliances with the Lin family, only to discover they had come seeking confrontation. The residents of Yinqing encircling the Lin family, many of whom were perched upon the walls, witnessed the spirit vessel gracefully descend upon the Lin estate. Subsequently, the members of the Yuan family descended from their spiritual vessel, causing many to be momentarily taken aback. Is this all they have? The fact that only 5 innate experts dared to confront the Lin family was astonishing. Who granted them such audacity? Were they unaware of the Lin family's current formidable status? Those who previously regarded Yuan Jianhong as an imposing figure now perceived him as a fool. Yet, Yuan Jianhong remained oblivious to this perception. Upon disembarking, he beheld Lin Jintian standing there with a multitude of followers, as if he had been waiting for quite some time. This realization momentarily stunned Yuan Jianhong. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. The Yuan family's mobilization for such a significant matter would certainly attract attention, and they had not concealed their intentions. They sought to demonstrate the consequences of offending the Yuan family. Addressing Lin Jintian, Yuan Jianhong sneered, "Lin Jintian, you truly possess remarkable courage, daring to await us here with merely this handful of individuals. I was previously concerned you might flee." Indeed, Yuan Jianhong had harbored such worries. If the Lin family members had escaped, tracking them down would have required considerable effort. However, it now appeared that his concerns were unfounded. Upon hearing these words, Lin Jintian glanced at the Yuan family members and felt a wave of relief wash over him, nearly laughing aloud at the sight of just a few innate experts attempting to display their might. The Yuan family, in their desire to assert their clan's prestige, had unwittingly made themselves the subject of ridicule. At this moment, Yuan Jianhong and the innate powerhouses were radiating their formidable prowess, resembling glowing bulbs. Lin Jintian, however, failed to discern the strength of the 2 elders from the Xiaoyao tomb, as they had not yet revealed their true capabilities. Appearing just as ordinary as Xie Dongtian and the others beside him. "Flee. Does your Yuan family even have the right?" Lin Jintian retorted boldly, his eyes brimming with disdain. If the Yuan family consisted solely of these few innate powerhouses, Lin Jintian felt that the Lin family was making an unnecessary show of force. With hundreds of innate warriors stationed, it almost felt like an act of bullying. Yuan Jianhong was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Lin Jintian's unwavering confidence. Just as he was about to speak, one of the elders from Xiaoyao tomb intervened, his face betraying a grave expression. "Yuan family head, perhaps it would be prudent to hold your tongue for now. The Lin family appears to be far stronger than we had anticipated." Another elder from Xiaoyao tomb stepped forward, stating to have so many innate powerhouses gathered here, and one who is at the initial stage of the Qi Si realm, along with several who are on the verge of that realm. Such a force is indeed capable of dominating a region. It is astonishing that a mere Yin city can attract such a multitude of strong individuals. Truly terrifying, it is beyond comprehension how the Lin family has achieved this. Yet, it seems we have indeed come at the right time. As their words hung in the air, Yuan Jianhong stood in a daze, utterly bewildered. Behind Lin Jintian, a multitude of innate powerhouses unleashed their formidable prowess, causing the entire Lin family to tremble momentarily. The overwhelming might generated by such a congregation of innate experts was truly terrifying. In an instant, both Yuan Jianhong and the members of the Yuan family were thrown into disarray. How could this be possible? Yuan Jianhong gazed incredulously at the scene before him. Over 200 innate powerhouses, what an astonishing concept. The mere spittle of each could obliterate the Yuan family. The saliva of these innate beings was more than sufficient. Among them, many were in the later stages of innate mastery or had achieved complete perfection, with even a few existing at the threshold of the Qi Si realm. The sheer number made Yuan Jianhong tremble, filled with dread at his previous thoughts. Had it not been for the 2 elders of the Xiaoyao tomb trailing behind, had the Yuan family ventured forth alone, they would have likely been dealt with the moment they set foot inside, now lifeless corpses upon the ground. A cold sweat drenched his back as he realized how close he had come to disaster. Fortunately, he had refrained from uttering any foolish remarks to the elders about not following. At this moment, Yuan Jianhong could not help but curse inwardly. What a schemer Lin Jingrong was, failing to inform him of such crucial information, clearly pretending all along to ensnare him. Now, Yuan Jianhong felt not only that Lin Jingrong had exaggerated, but that he had been grievously deceived. It was indeed to ensnare the Yuan family. However, this time, Lin Jingrong was truly misunderstood. At this moment, Lin Jingrong could not help but silently curse Yuan Jianhong. with such limited strength. Although two elders from the Xiaoao tomb were present, the outcome remained uncertain. He was on the verge of tears. Lin Jintian also sensed that these two elders from the Xiaoyao tomb were extraordinary, though he could not discern their cultivation levels. The ability to silence Yulan Jianong was certainly a mark of exceptional individuals. He turned to his companion, Xie Dongdian, and inquired, Mr. Xie, can you perceive the depth of these two individuals? In response to Lin Jintian's question, Xie Dongdian readily answered, nodding, I can perceive it, like myself. They are both at the initial stage of the Qi Si realm. Chapter 70. Do you deserve it what? Lin Jintian's body quivered suddenly. The two formidable warriors at the Qi Si realm, though merely at the initial stage, were immensely terrifying. The transition from the Qi Si realm to the innate realm signified a monumental transformation. It may seem like the addition of just one more. Yet even with numerous innate warriors, victory was not guaranteed. The outcome remained uncertain. A half-step into the Qi Si realm could still potentially be defeated by a sufficient number of innate warriors surrounding them. However, the Qi Si realm represented a qualitative difference that could not be compensated for merely by numbers. Nevertheless, as Lin Jintian observed several sect leaders already at the half-step Qi Si realm, a sense of reassurance washed over him. Previously, Lin Chun had assisted them in enhancing their martial arts, elevating some of the sect leaders to this advanced stage. Although it was merely a half-step difference, with the addition of so many innate warriors and the presence of Xie Dongtian at the Qi Si realm, Lin Jintian felt a significant chance of victory. On Lin Jintian's last visit, Long Ke had already consumed those individuals, leaving him unaware of Long Ke's formidable strength. Had he known, such worries would not have plagued him now. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Jintian inquired of Xie Dongtian, Mr. Xie, what do you believe our chances of victory are this time? Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Dongtian raised two fingers in a decisive gesture, proclaiming, 100%. Lin Jintian was taken aback, perplexed by the source of Xie Dongtian's unwavering confidence. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, has Mr. Xie miscalculated? Such a statement seemed rather audacious. Lin Jintian's words were already quite tactful. He nearly expressed that Xie Dongtian had indeed overstated his prowess. Yet, Xie Dongtian had not spoken boastfully at all. With Lin Chen's enhancement of his cultivation technique, he had already attained the pinnacle of the earth level. Coupled with the rare treasures bestowed upon him by Lin Chen, his realm had been swiftly and solidly fortified, rendering his strength significantly superior to that of an average practitioner at the early stage of the Qi Si. Although as one progressed, battles against higher realms became increasingly arduous, the level of his technique spoke volumes, making it difficult to feel anything but confidence. Even if they were to face defeat, the worst-case scenario remained bearable, as Lin Chun would provide support. After all, he had a divine dragon as his mount. These individuals were merely insignificant. Just as Xie Dongtian was about to elucidate, Lin Chun arrived, accompanied by Xiaozi and Long Qie. He casually stated he is not boasting. They are nothing but trash. Lin Chen's declaration could hardly be deemed modest. Lin Jintian felt a jolt, questioning whether this proclamation was indeed excessive. Not to mention the two elders from the Xiaoao tomb, whose gazes immediately turned towards Lin Chen. Upon noticing that Lin Chen's cultivation was merely at the third level of the true Yuan realm, one elder disdainfully remarked, is there truly no one left in your Lin family? A mere boy at the third level dares to interject with such audacity. The third level of the true essence realm. Lin Jintian and the members of the Lin family could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Even Xie Dongdian and his companions were left utterly dumbfounded. In just a single night, Lin Chen had remarkably ascended a level in his cultivation. Such a prodigious talent was simply beyond comprehension. Lin Chen's ability to advance a full realm in a day was indeed perplexing and somewhat eerie. Lin Jintian felt a tumult of emotions within him. Upon hearing this news, he decisively responded, in my Lin family, Chener holds the utmost authority. Even I must heed his words. Do you have any objections? Lin Chen not only surpassed him in cultivation, but commanded the respect of numerous formidable beings. Lin Jintian understood that his position as the head of the family was merely a title. Even if Lin Yuanbai were to inherit the position in the future, this fact would remain unchanged. It was Lin Chun who had brought the Lin family to its present glory. What? Could it be that you are Lin Chen? The two elders of the Carefree tomb narrowed their eyes, quickly deducing Lin Chen's identity. They were not foolish. They immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the individual before them. If their memories served them correctly, according to the information they had received, just a few days prior, Lin Chun had only been at the 5th level of body refinement. This meant that within this brief span, Lin Chun had ascended to the 3rd level of the true essence realm. Such innate talent far surpassed that of Jun Wuchan. This enviable talent is truly astonishing, and it is no wonder that Yulan Rua appeared so fearful before. Such an extraordinary genius is rarely seen. Even within the illustrious Xianyu tomb, one has never heard of such a formidable individual. All of this suddenly fell into place. The members of the Yulan family stared wide-eyed at Lin Chun, and Yulan Jianhong, in particular, felt a twinge of regret. He sensed that if Lin Chun were to flourish, he might become even more fearsome than Jun Wuchan. However, having already crossed paths in conflict, retreat was not an option. The only course left was to eliminate Lin Chun, ensuring their peace of mind, for otherwise, they would find no solace in sleep. Just as Yulan Jianhong reached this conclusion, 2 elders, resolute and swift, launched an attack on Lin Chun. The might of the Qi-Si realm is unmatched in speed. Before others could even react, they had already closed the distance to Lin Chun. Yet, Lin Chun merely stood there, hands clasped behind his back, observing the two without flinching. With a resounding crash, the 2 elders from the Qi-Si realm were sent reeling backward. Xie Dongtian positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Chun, maintaining a stance as if ready to strike. With a tone of disdain, he declared, "Do you think you are worthy to provoke my young master? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess." The 2 elders of the Xianyao tomb were left in turmoil, astonished by Xie Dongtian's formidable strength. Although the 2 individuals did not exert their full strength, one person alone managed to withstand the efforts of 2, and this remarkable prowess drew attention. Even more astonishing was Xie Dongtian's respectful address of Lin Chun as young master. How could a formidable figure in the early stages of the Qi-Si realm exhibit such deference? Was this not a tale spun from the fabric of fantasy? This perplexity was shared by everyone from the Yuan family. Yet, they soon ceased their contemplation, for there was no time to ponder further. Xie Dongtian had already surged forward. They had to eliminate Xie Dongtian, especially Lin Chun. This young man was terrifying. Not only did he possess extraordinary innate talent, but he also commanded a formidable subordinate in the Qi-Si realm. It was likely that within a few years, the Xiaoao tomb would find itself bowing before this man in submission. However, little did they realize how gravely they underestimated Lin Chun. Within a month, the Xiaoao tomb would be reduced to mere insignificance in his presence. Lin Chun observed the unfolding scene with indifference. There was no need for him to intervene. When the 2 elders of the Xiaoyao tomb had made their move, he had discerned that their cultivation was merely of the mid-tier earth-level techniques. He had upgraded Xie Dongtian's skills with a method tailored specifically for him, and although it was only a single tier higher, it was more than sufficient to contend with these 2 elders. Indeed, the outcome aligned perfectly with Lin Chun's expectations, though to onlookers, it appeared utterly shocking. Xie Dongtian had become a figure of unparalleled might. With a sudden surge of formidable power, one individual managed to subdue 2 elders of the Xiaoyao tomb with astonishing efficacy. In that moment, they appeared utterly distressed, as if they could be slain by Xie Dongtian at any given moment, surrounded by peril. The sight caused Yulan Jianhong and the members of the Yulan family to tremble in fear. It was a dire situation. A sense of impending doom also gripped Lin Jing'er of the Lin family, who internally screamed in panic. The Yulan family was evidently on the brink of defeat. Should they falter, it was highly likely that his own treachery as an insider would be exposed. All the previous deeds he had committed would come to light, and he would face a gruesome fate at the hands of Lin Jintian. Contemplating this, while Xie Dongtian was engaged in combat with the 2 elders, he turned to his son Lin Xiaoguang and whispered urgently, "Let us leave. We must depart swiftly." Chapter 71. Speak of killing, and it shall be done. Lin Xiaoguang's face turned pale as he nodded repeatedly. Initially, he believed it to be a trivial matter, one that would soon see the Lin family firmly in their grasp. However, it now seemed that merely preserving their lives was a lofty aspiration. The 2 discreetly slipped away while others were distracted, yet they were soon spotted by Lin Yuanbai, who inquired with curiosity, "Elder brother, where are you and Xiaoguang heading?" Lin Jingrong's body trembled at the unexpected revelation. He had not anticipated being discovered, and by Lin Yuanbai, the father of Lin Chun no less. The acupuncture administered by Xie Dongtian had indeed yielded remarkable results, and Lin Yuanbai was recovering swiftly. Lin Jingrong's expression turned bitter, but he quickly composed himself and explained, "Xiaoguang and I are experiencing sudden stomach pains, likely due to something we ate this morning. We must take our leave now." Having uttered these words, he attempted to pull Lin Xiaoguang away hastily, eager to escape this place fraught with peril. However, they were abruptly halted by a formidable innate expert. One from Xie Dongtian's subordinate, Fei Yun Pavilion, who was in the latter stage of innate mastery. With a smile, the expert addressed them. Ah, so it is merely a stomach ailment. Our Fei Yun Pavilion excels in pharmacology. Such minor ailments need not necessitate departure. I possess remedies that will alleviate your discomfort immediately. As he spoke, the innate expert produced 2 packets of medicinal powder, uniquely formulated to treat stomach issues, feeling a surge of delight within. After receiving the generous gifts from Lin Shan, my admiration for him has reached an unparalleled height. These individuals are direct members of the Lin family, and cultivating a favorable relationship with them promises bountiful rewards in the future. However, at this moment, Lin Jingrong only wishes to deliver a resounding slap to Lin Shun. Were it not for the fact that he could not overpower him, he would not truly be experiencing stomach pains. He merely seeks to escape. Lin Yuanbai, standing nearby, interjected. Elder brother, why have you not accepted the medicine offered by this esteemed senior? Lin Jingrong, left with no alternative, realized that refusing would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. He reluctantly accepted the medicine, feigning a swift recovery after consuming it. This medicine is truly remarkable. We feel revitalized almost instantly. He expressed his gratitude profusely. The late-stage innate expert waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need for such formalities. Just call me Xiao Tang. He felt hesitant to refer to himself as a senior in the presence of the Lin family's direct descendants, yet was pleased to assist Lin Jingrong. Jingrong, Yuanbai, Xiaoguang. Come over here. This is a battle in the Qi-Si realm. Observing closely will yield immense benefits. Lin Jintian's voice suddenly boomed. Opportunities to witness Qi-Si battles are rare, and it is imperative that family members do not miss this chance. Realizing he could not evade the situation, Lin Jingrong resigned himself to join Lin Jintian and observe the unfolding events. Meanwhile, at that moment, as Yulan Jianhong turned his attention to Lin Jingrong, a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes. He realized that if the battle continued in this manner, none of them would emerge unscathed. To provide the 2 elders of the Xiaoyao tomb with a moment's respite, Yulan Jianhong swiftly conceived a plan. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha. Your Lin family truly has produced a remarkable individual. Not only does he betray his own nephew, but he also conspires with my Yulan family to usurp the title of head of the Lin family. His words echoed through the previously silent battlefield, momentarily startling Xie Dongtian, who faltered in his actions, granting the 2 elders of the Xiaoyao tomb a brief reprieve. Although they remained under pressure, the situation had improved significantly. Everyone discerned the implications behind Yulan Jianhong's remarks. Lin Jintian's expression shifted dramatically as he pointed an accusatory finger at Yulan Jianhong, shouting, what nonsense are you spouting? Must you disrupt the harmony of my Lin family, even in the face of death? Ha ha ha, nonsense you say? Then why not inquire of your esteemed son, Lin Jingrong, whether I speak falsely? Yulan Jianhong was well aware of the disgraceful deeds committed by Lin Jingrong. These were the very incriminating details Lin Jingrong had conveyed during their collaboration, intended to assure the Yulan family of his reliability by revealing how he had wronged Lin Chen. With a smile, Yulan Jianhong produced a letter and, enveloped in his innate power, hurled it towards Lin Jintian. Lin Jingrong's heart sank at that moment. A sense of dread enveloped him. At this moment, he found himself surrounded by innate powerhouses, rendering him too fearful to even contemplate escape. Lin Jintian clutched the letter in his hand, his palm trembling slightly. Nevertheless, he tore it open, and with each word he read, his body quaked increasingly. With a resounding clap, he struck Lin Jingrong and Lin Xiaoguang across the face, sending them crashing to the ground, their terror so profound that they lost control of their bladders. Lin Yuanbai, taken aback, hurriedly inquired, Father, what does it say? Why did you strike eldest brother? Lin Jintian cast a complex gaze upon Lin Yuanbai and Lin Chen, before finally exhaling heavily and handing the letter to them. You may read for yourselves. Lin Jintian was filled with both rage and sorrow. Lin Jingrong had not only harmed Lin Shun, destroying his Dantian, but had also plotted to sell the direct lineage of their family, including himself, to the Yuan family. Yet, he grappled with the fact that this was, after all, his own flesh and blood. Thus, he hesitated, ultimately bestowing the choice upon Lin Shun and Lin Yuanbai. Curiosity piqued, Lin Shun leaned in to read, his expression hardening as he turned to Lin Jingrong and Lin Xiaoguang. He had not anticipated that these 2 would turn traitorous. This revelation had not surfaced in his previous memories, evidently a consequence of his own alterations to the timeline, leading them to harbor such treacherous thoughts. It was clear that those who had plotted against him were these 2. Lin Chen's heart now brimmed with murderous intent. Lin Yuanbo was also taken aback, staring in disbelief at the two individuals. At this moment, Lin Jingrong and Lin Xiaowang finally came to their senses. They hastily knelt before Lin Chen. Lin Jingrong, in a state of terror, repeatedly implored, "Chun'er, allow me to explain, my dear nephew. It was my fault. It is entirely my fault. Please spare us, father and son. We shall never dare again, and we will work tirelessly to repay all of you." Witnessing this scene, those around them turned their attention and quickly grasped the situation, casting disdainful glances at the two. Such treachery was shocking. Lin Jintian then addressed Lin Chen, saying, "Chun'er, these two wretches harmed you back then. You may deal with them as you see fit, and I shall not hold it against you." Lin Chen nodded gently, casting a brief glance at the two before uttering a calm, yet chilling statement. "Strive to be a better person in your next life." With a thunderous crash, Lin Chen, still with his hands clasped behind his back, unleashed two powerful forces that cleaved the two in half. They barely had time to emit a scream before being utterly annihilated by Lin Chen. He could not afford to show them mercy. A dog cannot change its nature. Lin Chen was even more convinced of this truth. Offering others a chance merely creates difficulties for oneself. No one anticipated Lin Chen's resolute decisiveness. When it came to execution, he acted without hesitation, speaking not a single superfluous word. Although Lin Chen appeared to possess merely the cultivation of the third realm of true essence, he instilled a profound tremor within the hearts of the surrounding formidable beings. Just as everyone remained in a state of shock, two thunderous sounds captured their collective attention. Boom! Two elders from the Carefree Tomb were sent flying, shattering the ornamental rockery and collapsing to the ground, spewing forth blood in a violent manner. They had sustained grave injuries. Their eyes filled with bitterness as they pointed at Xie Dongtian. Despite sharing the same level of cultivation, the combined strength of the two had still succumbed to Xie Dongtian, undeniably delivering a crushing blow to their spirits. What instilled even greater terror within them was the sight of Xie Dongtian approaching them. Under the fearful gazes of all members of the Yuan family, he advanced towards the two. Some could not help but shut their eyes, knowing that after the demise of the two elders from the Carefree Tomb, their turn would inevitably follow. Bang! Suddenly, an elderly figure materialized before the two, repelling Xie Dongtian with a single palm strike. Chapter 72. Stand still, and allow me 3 moves. Murong Baichuan arrived, having utilized a long-distance teleportation talisman. He swiftly caught up with the members of the Yuan family and the 2 elders from the Xiaoao Tomb. Upon reaching Yinqing, he immediately made his way to the Lin family. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Otherwise, losing 2 elders at the Qi Si realm would have been a tremendous blow to the Xiaoao Tomb. Moreover, he was acquainted with these 2 individuals, having forged a commendable friendship over many years of collaboration. Upon seeing Murong Baichuan, the 2 Xiaoao Tomb elders were initially taken aback, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. They exclaimed excitedly, "Elder Murong, thank you. What brings you here?" Just moments ago, they had been engulfed in despair. They were of equal cultivation level to Xie Dongtian, yet found themselves overwhelmed by him, which incited their fury. Had Murong Baichuan arrived even a moment later, they would have surely become 2 lifeless corpses. Yet, they were also filled with confusion. Murong Baichuan had always been by Jun Wuchen's side, providing protection. Although Jun Wuchen was inherently powerful, rivaling the Qi Si realm, the fact that Murong Baichuan could arrive at such a critical moment left them perplexed. In response, Murong Baichuan offered a faint smile and produced the remaining long-distance teleportation talisman, stating, "It was my young master who summoned me and provided me with this talisman. Truly, my young master possesses remarkable foresight. Had I not come, the Xiaoao Tomb would have suffered the loss of 2 elders." At this moment, Murong Baichuan felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, Jun Wuchen had insisted he come. Initially, he had underestimated the Lin family, but now he realized he had completely misjudged them. Gazing at the more than 208 experts, Murong Baichuan couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The number of innate warriors was nearly comparable to that of the Xiaoao Tomb. Although the top combatants of the Xiaoao Tomb were significantly stronger, innate warriors were far from commonplace, even in such a formidable place. This realization further convinced Murong Baichuan that his presence here was indeed fortuitous. Just a few days had passed. If the Lin family were allowed to continue their unchecked growth, what would the Xiaoao Tomb amount to in the future? Yuan Jianhong and the members of the Yuan family were momentarily stunned, only to be soon overwhelmed with joy. Another elder from the Xiaoao Tomb had arrived. Although he could not discern the elder's cultivation level, he could tell that at the very least, The elder was at the mid-stage of the Qi realm, and it was evident that the Lin family member was no match for him. Splendid. It seemed that the Yuan family was safe this time. Yuan Jianong exhaled deeply, feeling relieved about his earlier decision to sell Lin Jingrong. Otherwise, they would not have had the opportunity to summon such a powerful ally. Lowering his head, he then noticed that his legs were trembling uncontrollably. He had truly been frightened just moments ago. Xie Dongtian was also slightly taken aback. Now retreating to the side of the Lin family, he felt a tingling in his hands and observed the newcomer with caution. He was capable of contending against two opponents of the same level in the early Qi realm without losing ground. Simultaneously, there exists a suppression. The disparities within each stage of the Qi realm are exceedingly vast. The individual before him is evidently at the mid-stage of the Qi realm, on the verge of breaking through to the later stage. The cultivation technique he practices is likely of superior earthly grade, rendering his power formidable and boundless. With the practice of techniques of the same rank, coupled with a higher level of cultivation, Xie Dongtian deemed himself no match for this individual. In this moment, he refrained from any rash actions and instead turned his gaze towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen also took note of Murong Baichuan. Upon overhearing their prior exchange, he casually bit his finger and remarked, "Your presence here is futile. Moreover, it is not merely two elders that the Xiaoyao tomb is about to lose, but three." Given that the individuals from Xiaoyao tomb dare to assist the Yuan family, Lin Shen naturally intended to ensure their return was thwarted. Lin Shen's words were audacious to the extreme, while Xie Dongtian and his companions perceived this as a matter of course. Even many from the Lin family felt Lin Shen's arrogance was excessive. A cultivator at the third level of the true essence realm daring to challenge someone at the mid-stage of the Qi realm? Such a fantastical notion would be met with disbelief by anyone. Lin Jintian was equally taken aback, promptly whispering, "Chinner, temper your words." He had long believed that Xie Dongtian and others were so subservient due to a miscalculation of Lin Chen's status. Thinking that his remarkable talent must stem from a formidable master, compounded by his possession of numerous treasures and his generosity, which had led them to behave as they did. A mere true essence realm practitioner facing off against a mid-Qi realm opponent? Lin Jintian pondered endlessly, feeling utterly devoid of hope for victory. Even those from the Lin family, who were unfamiliar with Lin Shen, shared this sentiment. How much more so the members of the Yuan family and the three elders of the Xiaoyao tomb, who gazed at Lin Shen in utter astonishment, questioning whether he had lost his senses. Murong Baichuan, too, was momentarily taken aback. After a brief contemplation, he turned to Lin Shen and inquired, "You must be Lin Shen, the one my lord spoke of. He mentioned your extraordinary talent, surpassing even his own. Indeed, I must acknowledge that your rapid progression after recovering from the devastation of your Dantian is astonishing, yet your arrogance may well lead to your downfall." Murong Baichuan found it incomprehensible. What audacity did a mere third true essence realm practitioner possess? Lin Shen, however, felt no inclination to elucidate his position. With a subtle motion of his finger, he beckoned, stating, "You shall soon discover whether I am indeed arrogant. From this moment forth, I grant you 3 moves. Stand here and unleash your attacks upon me. Should you manage to harm even a single hair on my body or force me to step back, I shall submit to your will." If Lin Shen's earlier words were regarded as brash and overconfident, this proclamation left the onlookers awestruck, as though the very heavens were about to echo his bravado. A third true essence realm practitioner inviting a mid-Qi realm opponent to attack at will? This audacity left Xie Dongtian and the other sect leaders in a state of shock. Their unwavering confidence in Lin Shen stemmed from their knowledge of his formidable companion, a dragon of at least the Beast King level. Dealing with someone at the Qi realm is naturally a trivial matter. However, upon hearing Lin Shen's words, their hearts raced as if they were being squeezed. They felt certain that Lin Shen had lost his mind. Only Long Jie regarded the disdainful expression on Murong Baichuan's face with indifference. How extraordinary was his young master! Although Long Jie had harbored doubts about Lin Shen's identity since arriving at the Lin family, upon further reflection, he considered that Lin Shen might merely be temporarily leveraging the identity of a Lin family member. Deep down, he still believed Lin Shen to be a formidable powerhouse of the Dragon Clan. Murong Baichuan, at merely the mid-stage of the Qi realm, was nothing more than a triviality before Lin Shen, a mere nuisance easily crushed. "Kid, this is what you said. Let me show you today that I can reduce you to dust." Murong Baichuan was incensed. He could not recall the last time he had been so openly disdained. Those individuals from various factions treated him with utmost courtesy whenever they encountered him. Yet today, he was provocatively challenged by a mere junior at the True Essence realm. He unleashed his full power with a single palm aimed at Lin Chen's chest, moving with astonishing speed. Even Skedongdian, standing beside Lin Chen, failed to react in time. By the moment he did, Murong Baichuan's palm had already struck within an inch of Lin Chen's chest, yet it could not penetrate further. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left in a state of shock, their souls seemingly trembling. Gazing upon Lin Chen's figure was akin to beholding a terrifying monster. No, it was far more dreadful than any beast. They had encountered numerous monsters and ferocious beasts, having slain hundreds, if not thousands. Yet none could compare to the sheer horror emanating from Lin Chen at that moment. Murong Baichuan's initially furious countenance transformed into a mask of astonishment, followed by shock and confusion, ultimately giving way to sheer terror. What manner of prodigy was this? Murong Baichuan was almost certain that Lin Chen before him was indeed at the third level of the True Essence realm. Yet, he himself was firmly in the mid-stage of the Qi-Si realm. To his utter disbelief, Lin Chen effortlessly deflected a full-powered strike from him without so much as a scratch. Indeed, it seemed as if Lin Chen had not even stirred. Suddenly, before Murong Baichuan could contemplate further, a powerful rebounding force erupted from Lin Chen's body, sending him hurtling backward. Chapter 73. He is indeed a divine being. Despite retreating a considerable distance, it was only through the combined efforts of the two other elders of the Xiaoyao tomb that they were able to halt Murong Baichuan's continued withdrawal. Nevertheless, he appeared quite disheveled, his hair cascading wildly as if in a frenzy, and his complexion flushed with exertion. A palpable sense of unease coursed through him. Raising his gaze towards Lin Chen, he was still gripped by lingering trepidation, his eyes betraying a profound wariness. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he would have found it incredulous that a mere cultivator at the third level of True Essence could withstand a full-force strike from him. Moreover, it seemed he had done so with such effortless grace. The other two elders of Xiaoyao tomb and the members of the Yulan family were equally speechless. An oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere, instilling a fear so intense it felt as though it could shatter. Swallowing hard, they cast anxious glances at the composed Lin Chen. How terrifying he was. A voice of despair broke the tension. Panic swiftly spread among the Yulan clan. What can we do? He is not even human. No, I must leave. Bang. Just as this thought crossed the minds of a few fleeing members of the Yulan family, they were swiftly cut down by several energy blades unleashed by Murong Baichuan. The others were also met with a fierce glare from him. Stand firm. What is all this fuss about? I have yet to employ my spiritual artifacts. He must be donning some form of defensive treasure. At this moment, Murong Baichuan reflected on the events that had transpired when his attack had met Lin Chen. A formidable force obstructed him. Lin Chen must be adorned with some formidable defensive spiritual attire, perhaps even an artifact that transcends ordinary spiritual implements. It must be acknowledged that Murong Baichuan's conjecture was indeed accurate. Lin Chen was clad in the exquisite Qiyunzi brocade. For Murong Baichuan to inflict harm upon Lin Chen was an arduous endeavor. His mere cultivation at the Qi-Si realm could hardly breach the defenses of the Qiyunzi brocade. Once Murong Baichuan uttered these words, the previously agitated members of the Yulan family fell into a hushed silence. The Lin family members, including Xie Dantian, found themselves enlightened by this revelation. The notion of a defensive artifact seemed somewhat more palatable, suggesting that it was not as fearsome as they had initially imagined. Yet, even so, it remained exceedingly formidable. What caliber of artifact could withstand assaults from a mid-stage Qi-Si realm practitioner? Even so, this was merely a facet of Lin Chen's prowess, for not everyone could acquire such treasures. However, Lin Chen's family could not suppress their growing concern for him. Although a defensive artifact was indeed powerful, Murong Baichuan could still potentially breach it with a spiritual implement, for the augmentation provided by such tools was indeed terrifying. Should he succeed in overcoming Lin Chen's defenses, peril would surely follow. They all secretly reflected on how Lin Chen's earlier bravado had been rather excessive. Lin Chen, on the other hand, remained unfazed, offering a disdainful smile upon hearing Murong Baichuan's remarks. If you believe it's merely due to the garments of the azure cloud, I shall grant you another opportunity. This time, I shall remove it, and you may give it a try, Lin Chen remarked casually before indeed shedding the azure cloud attire. Instantly, all present beheld the true nature of the garment, which turned out to be nothing more than a delicate layer akin to a mere cloak. After removing it, Lin Chen nonchalantly handed the azure cloud attire to the nearby Xiao Zi, saying, "Xiao Zi, please hold on to this for me." "Of course, young master," Xiao Zi responded. hurrying over to accept the garment, her heart secretly astonished. Lin Shen seemed to grow increasingly formidable, being the one who understood him best. Xiaozi knew he was not merely boasting. In contrast, the others stood in dumbfounded disbelief. Lin Shen had audaciously stripped off his defensive treasure robe. Such an act could be considered a severe provocation. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder if this reckless move might lead to his own demise. You. Murong Baichuan stammered, pointing at Lin Shen, nearly overcome with indignation. His frustration was palpable. He had just asserted that the situation was due to the protective robe, and Lin Shen's actions felt like an outright slap in the face. He recognized that Lin Shen must possess considerable skill, otherwise, such audacity would be unfathomable. This left him in a quandary, realizing that even utilizing spiritual artifacts might not inflict harm upon Lin Shen. The extent of Lin Shen's terror was beyond his imagination. Even he would feel an unparalleled sense of shame. Nevertheless, he took out his treasured spiritual artifact, a longsword, classified as a medium-grade spiritual weapon. He had always regarded it as a precious possession. Despite being merely a medium-grade artifact, it was exceedingly difficult to acquire. Typically, innate strong practitioners possess at most a low-grade spiritual weapon, with some not possessing any at all. With his own strength combined with this medium-grade artifact, Lin Shen's audacity was unparalleled. He could not fathom that Lin Shen was truly human, capable of standing still and blocking his assault. Such a notion was utterly implausible. Murong Baichuan gazed at Lin Shen with a sinister expression and declared, "You will pay the price for your foolishness." Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the medium-grade spiritual weapon towards Lin Shen with great speed. All onlookers watched in tense anticipation. Clang! A crisp sound resonated, followed by an even more shocking spectacle. Surrounding Lin Shen were swirling currents of sword energy entwined with golden flames, presenting him as a celestial being, seemingly not of this world. That terrifying aura caused every observer to tremble within. Simultaneously, Lin Shen's calm voice echoed, "Is that so? I may be a foolish individual, but isn't it sufficient to deal with you?" With that, Murong Baichuan could no longer withstand the pressure. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth, hurtling directly towards Lin Shen's face. Before Lin Shen could approach, he was consumed entirely by golden flames. Simultaneously, a more terrifying event unfolded. Murong Baichuan discovered that the spiritual weapon in his hand began to melt rapidly, the flames threatening to engulf his hand. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, discarding the weapon and retreating in a state of disarray. His spiritual weapon had been melted. What kind of flame was this? Why was it so fearsome? The crowd stood in stunned silence. It is essential to understand that spiritual weapons are forged through countless trials, tempered by extraordinary fires, and are inherently purified of impurities. Enhanced by spiritual patterns, they are nearly impervious to melting. They may sustain damage only over an extended period, ultimately losing their spiritual patterns and beginning to decay, a process that spans an extensive time frame. Yet, now, this astonishing phenomenon was unfolding right before their eyes. Everyone was rendered mute, utterly shocked, unsure how to convey their feelings in this moment. If previously Lin Shen's prowess could be attributed to the protective power of his armor, what could this be considered now? A prodigy? A genius? No, none of these terms sufficed. At this moment, Lin Shen seemed akin to a deity, shattering everyone's worldview into fragments. It was unfathomable that in their lifetime, they could witness such a divine being. It was utterly terrifying. He is merely at the third level of the true origin realm. Truly, he is a master, and it seems I have indeed chosen the right person to follow. The young master is destined to reign over the heavenly dragon continent. To accompany such an individual, I have no regrets in this lifetime. Lin Shen paid no heed to these praises. He regarded Murong Baichuan as one with an ant. You have one final chance. After this, there will be no more opportunities. Unleash every technique you have yet to demonstrate. Murong Baichuan's complexion turned pale. What techniques could he possibly have left? He had exhausted all his strength. And even his mid-grade spirit weapon lay in ruins. The spirit weapon was linked to him, and now he was gravely injured. At this moment, he was utterly terrified of Lin Shen. His only thought was to hastily return and report everything that had transpired at the Immortal's tomb, urging them to flee as far as possible, never to encounter this man again. Simultaneously, he harbored a deep resentment towards Yulan Ruo, cursing Jun Wuchen in silence. Why must he be infatuated with such a woman, bringing forth such a formidable enemy for the Immortal's tomb? Chapter 74. The Reversal of the 1,000-Mile Teleportation Talisman. Murong Baichuan never anticipated that he would encounter someone like Lin Shen in his lifetime. All of his misfortunes seemed to culminate in this moment. Up to now, Lin Shan had yet to make a move. He still had one last opportunity to strike Lin Shan while he stood motionless. But did he dare? He did not dare. At this moment, he was utterly consumed by fear of Lin Shan. Even if he mustered the courage to attack Lin Shan again, he knew it would be futile. With this thought in mind, he cast a furtive glance at the members of the Yulan family and the two elders from the Xiaoyao tomb, and silently uttered, "Forgive me." The next instant, Murong Baichuan acted decisively. His target was not Lin Shan, but rather he seized the two elders from the Xiaoyao tomb, one in each hand. They were already gravely wounded, and in Murong Baichuan's grasp, they were as helpless as fledglings. Murong Baichuan's cultivation method was rather unique, allowing him to draw upon the latent powers within those significantly weaker than himself, thereby unleashing formidable explosive strength. He intended to use the lives of these two elders as a means to facilitate his escape. Only by fleeing and subsequently informing the Xiaoyao tomb of the events here could he hope to avert its destruction. He feared death as well. For the first time, he felt the ominous approach of mortality. Sometimes, necessary sacrifices are inevitable, he consoled himself. Besides, it was possible that he could injure Lin Shan severely in the process. In such circumstances, if one were to swiftly return with the individuals from the Carefree tomb to eliminate Lin Shan, then their sanctuary would remain unscathed. He might even emerge as a great benefactor as a result. My sincerest apologies, esteemed elders. For your demise shall serve to rescue the Carefree tomb from the brink of calamity. Murong Baichuan whispered this final remark to the two elders. The elders' faces were etched with terror, fully aware of the peculiarities of Murong Baichuan's techniques. At that moment, they felt their inner strength boiling, as if on the verge of exploding. They understood that it was Murong Baichuan's doing. This scoundrel intended to sacrifice their lives for his own salvation. Hatred surged within them as they fixed their gaze upon Murong Baichuan, yet their bodies moved uncontrollably towards Lin Shan's direction. Boom, boom. Two resounding explosions erupted, instantly stirring up chaos. The terrifying force unleashed by the two early-stage Qi practitioners was overwhelming. Despite Xie Dongtian and all the innate experts attempting to counteract with their combined strength, it took but a moment for their protective barriers to shatter, leaving the Lin family members in despair. No one had anticipated that Murong Baichuan possessed such a hidden card. While Lin Shan and Xie Dongtian might emerge relatively unscathed, suffering only minor injuries, what of the others? At that very moment, a deafening dragon's roar pierced the air, and all present beheld the ominous visage of a colossal, malevolent dragon's head suspended aloft. He effortlessly absorbed that astonishing explosive energy, subsequently letting out a gentle belch, akin to breathing in fresh air. Xiaozi gazed at Long Jie in astonishment. The creature that had moments ago appeared beside her like a diminutive beast had suddenly transformed into such a colossal entity. Its overwhelming presence resembled that of a sovereign descending upon the earth, radiating flames that made the surrounding air seem as though it were on the verge of combustion. It was then that she comprehended the significance of Long Jie's earlier words. She had never anticipated that she would possess such a pet. Even more unsettling was the fact that Long Jie was highly obedient to Lin Shan. What manner of creature was this? A divine dragon? The expressions of everyone from the Lin family were frozen in disbelief as they witnessed this spectacle. Indeed, Long Jie bore some resemblance to a divine dragon, leading many to be misled. Lin Zhentian trembled with excitement, casting fervent glances at Lin Shan. What kind of prodigy had emerged from the Lin family? From the moment Lin Shan effortlessly thwarted Murong Baichuan's attacks on 2 occasions, Lin Zhentian had begun to question whether he was ensnared in a dream. Now, witnessing the unfolding scene before him, he pinched himself hard, confirming that this was no mere illusion. He was nearly overcome with joy. He had clearly observed that this fearsome beast, strikingly reminiscent of a divine dragon, had returned with Lin Shan the previous day, a detail he had initially overlooked. It was now evident that Lin Shan harbored far too many secrets, far more powerful than he had ever imagined. If until now, everyone had merely regarded Lin Shan as an unfulfilled genius, then now, Lin Shan had transformed into an unequivocal powerhouse, a formidable being capable of standing toe-to-toe with the supreme force of the Xiaoyao tomb, which spanned a vast expanse of 100,000 miles. The Yulan family was inconsequential, a mere swarm of frantically hopping grasshoppers. As for Lin Yuanbai, there was no need to elaborate. At this moment, he pondered whether he had merely been unconscious for a few days. Was this still the world he once knew? It was utterly insane. Murong Baichuan, too, was left in a daze. As a member of the Xiaoyao tomb, he possessed a broader perspective than Lin Zhentian and the others. How could he fail to recognize the unmistakable aura of a divine dragon? Once, the Xiaoyao tomb had ventured into a secret realm alongside other great forces, a domain left behind by a Dragon Clan powerhouse. He had personally experienced the overwhelming presence of that dragon's bones. No one understood that aura better than he did. It was undoubtedly that of a divine dragon. However, what filled him with dread was that the divine dragon, evidently Lin Chen's pet, radiated an aura and dragon flames even more potent than what he had encountered in the secret realm. This exceeded the boundaries of his comprehension. Yet, he soon breathed a sigh of relief, for he had activated the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. Once initiated, the talisman would swiftly transport him 1,000 miles away. In due course, these individuals would find themselves utterly powerless against him. He then returned to relay the entire situation, prompting the Xianyao tomb to make a hasty retreat to a considerable distance, perhaps even 10,000 or 100,000 miles away, to re-establish themselves far from this man. At this moment, Murong Baichuan radiated an array of enigmatic runes. The brilliance of the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman in his hand gradually dimmed. With a sense of relaxation, he turned to Lin Shun and remarked, "I concede. You are formidable and impressive, a truly extraordinary genius unlike any I have ever encountered. Alas, you likely do not possess a treasure like the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. I must take my leave now, and I hope we shall never cross paths again in this lifetime. It is indeed unfortunate for the members of the Yulan clan to provoke you, but they have brought this upon themselves." At this moment, the members of the Yulan clan appeared ashen-faced, and Yulan Jianhong was enveloped in despair. The 1,000-mile teleportation talisman could only transport a single individual, and it was clear that Murong Baichuan had no intention of rescuing them, nor did he possess the ability to do so. Remaining here would jeopardize his own safety. Lin Shun, encountering the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman for the first time, unleashed a surge of sword energy from his palm directed at Murong Baichuan. Yet, it dissipated into nothingness in an instant. Murong Baichuan, witnessing this, could not contain his delight, explaining with a smile, "The 1,000-mile teleportation talisman channels the power of space. Your attack, even if it strikes my form, is futile, for it has already transcended into the realm of space. Any further efforts would be in vain. You can no longer stop me. Is that so?" Lin Chen's voice echoed softly, and in the next moment, he suddenly appeared before Murong Baichuan, leaving him momentarily stunned. A vague sense of foreboding creeping in. As anticipated, in the following instant, Lin Chen's palm emanated a series of enigmatic and inscrutable forces directed at him. The Yin-Yang rotation divine art, when cultivated to its profound depths, possesses the ability to reverse all things in this world. Although Lin Chen did not yet wield such formidable power, reversing a mere 1,000-mile teleportation talisman posed no significant challenge. As Lin Chen activated the Yin-Yang rotation divine art, everyone watched in astonishment as the intricate runes surrounding Murong Baichuan began to gradually fade away. It was as if the very essence of the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman was returning. The previously dim talisman now radiating a brilliant light, shimmering with renewed vitality. Yet, in just a fleeting moment, the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman reverted to its unactivated state. Murong Baichuan stood before Lin Chen, terror-stricken, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 75, Zhang Qingdao returns to the sect. The scene before him once again transcended his comprehension. The teleportation talisman, previously expended, astonishingly reverted to its original form. What sorcery is this? Murong Baichuan was certain he had never encountered such a phenomenon in his lifetime. Recalling his earlier smug demeanor, he felt a strong urge to slap himself. While Murong Baichuan remained in a daze, Lin Chen seized the teleportation talisman from his hand and scrutinized it. Lin Chen did not possess such an item, and thus he would not let this opportunity slip away. After reversing its state, the talisman was completely restored. It would serve him well in the future. He then cast a casual glance at Murong Baichuan. Just that fleeting look nearly caused Murong Baichuan's soul to escape his body. With a thud, Murong Baichuan could no longer bear the weight of the pressure and collapsed before Lin Chen, prostrating himself fervently and pleading for mercy. "Young Master Lin, spare me. It is all the fault of a petty man. Please forgive me." The onlookers stared with wide eyes, utterly astonished. A mid-stage Qi Si realm cultivator was actually kneeling before a third-stage True Essence realm practitioner, begging for leniency? What an absurdity. Yet, this surreal event unfolded right before their eyes, simply because the individual in question was Lin Shun. Lin Shun regarded Murong Baichuan and shook his head, saying, "Do you truly believe I would spare you? Having assisted the Yulan clan and made an unwise choice, one must be prepared to bear the consequences. With a faint sound, as Lin Chen's words fell, a sword Qi delicately sliced through Murong Baichuan's head, leaving it rolling on the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness. The fifth elder of the legendary Xiaoyao tomb, a mid-stage Qi Si realm expert, thus perished at the hands of the Lin family. The scene felt utterly surreal. The members of the Yulan clan were engulfed in despair at that moment, a wave of fear spreading among them. Meanwhile, Xie Dongtian and over 208 experts had them firmly encircled. Not to mention fleeing, they dared not even move. Such trivial matters were naturally of no concern to Lin Chen. Lin Zhentian immediately issued a command: leave not a single member of the Yulan clan alive. Returning to Zhang Qingdao's side, after separating from Lin Chen and traveling for more than a day, he finally arrived back near the Qingyan sect. The journey had not originally required such an extensive duration, but he encountered the people of Shanghuiyao along the way, who were in pursuit of the disciples of the Qingyan sect. Although they were not the same individuals who had injured him previously, the accumulation of old and new grievances compelled Zhang Qingdao to decisively strike down Shanghuiyao's men. In the process, he also found the scattered disciples of the Qingyan sect. At this moment, several disciples, both male and female, were accompanying Zhang Qingdao. With reverence and admiration, they gazed at Zhang Qingdao. Their previous understanding of him was limited to his status as a late-stage innate practitioner, far from the formidable prowess he now exhibited. Remarkably, in just a few days away, he returned as a consummate innate master, surpassing the capabilities of ordinary masters of the same level by an unfathomable margin. This time, accompanying him were several disciples from the Qingyan sect, among whom was a junior brother who now looked up to Zhang Qingdao with the same admiration. Among the group led by Shenghuiyao, there were two formidable late-stage innate practitioners. Even they were no match for Zhang Qingdao. Upon his arrival, with just a single move, he effortlessly vanquished both opponents. Achieving such a feat, even as a fellow consummate innate master, would be extraordinarily difficult. This left the junior brother pondering the extraordinary experiences Zhang Qingdao must have undergone during his absence, leading to such a remarkable transformation. Unable to contain his curiosity, the junior brother inquired, "Senior brother Zhang, what has prompted such a rapid advancement in your cultivation? For some reason, I perceive you as unfathomable as an abyss." Zhang Qingdao, basking in the warmth of his accomplishments, felt a surge of pride. How long had it been since he had felt this way? Those elders who once held equal stature with him now appeared as inconsequential as mere commoners in his presence, easily dispatched with minimal effort. Just as if he had crushed two grasshoppers, it was indeed Lin Chen who bestowed this upon him. Had he not been so desperately tenacious at that time? How could he have procured such an opportunity? Zhang Qingdao felt a sense of gratitude for his earlier decision. At this moment, upon hearing his junior's words, the young disciples gazed at Zhang Qingdao with eager anticipation. After all, being young, they were naturally intrigued by such fortuitous encounters and hoped that one day they might experience something similar. Sensing the intensity of their attention, Zhang Qingdao stroked his beard and nodded gently, affirming, "Indeed, this journey has truly granted me an extraordinary fortune. I was fortunate enough to be injured by the brilliant Su Yunqi, which unexpectedly turned out to be a boon for me." At this moment, Zhang Qingdao found himself feeling somewhat grateful towards Su Yunqi. He imagined that when he next encountered Su Yunqi, the latter's expression would surely be quite amusing. With Zhang Qingdao's confirmation, his junior and the other young disciples displayed expressions of envy. It was obvious that Zhang Qingdao had acquired opportunities beyond their wildest imaginings. The junior inquired further, "May I ask, brother, what kind of fortune have you obtained this time? Could you enlighten us, your juniors, and the young disciples?" At this, Zhang Qingdao was momentarily taken aback. However, he soon shook his head. Despite his deep trust in the members of his Qingyan sect, what he had obtained was a celestial-level technique. What could that possibly signify? As soon as even a whisper escapes from anyone's lips, it would not take a day for the entire Qingyan sect to be exposed. The very ground would be stripped bare, layer by layer. Such a significant matter, Zhang Qingdao would undoubtedly keep secret. The fewer people who are aware, the better. Sometimes, withholding information is a means of safeguarding them. Although he is resolved to leave the Qingyan sect in search of Lin Chen, he could never gamble the deep-rooted ties he has cultivated over the years with the sect. However, recalling the two ample spatial bags of treasures Lin Chen had bestowed upon him, the sheer quantity is astonishing. While these treasures are indeed exceedingly precious, taking a small portion would not jeopardize the foundation of the Qingyan sect. Observing the eager gazes of his junior brothers and the young disciples, Zhang Qingdao, contemplating his imminent departure, decided to be generous. He promptly produced a spatial bag and poured out a small heap of its contents. Instantly, his junior brothers and the young disciples gasped, their eyes wide with astonishment. The younger disciples, lacking extensive experience, may not fully comprehend. Yet they could undoubtedly sense the rich spiritual energy emanating from the treasures, incomparable to anything possessed by the Qingyun sect. The sheer quantity here was staggering. As for Zhang Qingdao's junior brothers, it was even more evident. They immediately recognized the items. Top-tier refining materials, fiery crystal stones, and an abundance of rare spiritual herbs. All exquisite, dragon spittle grass. My heavens! Brother, have you looted a superpower? The junior brother was on the verge of losing his composure. Little did he realize the profound impact each name he announced had on the hearts of the young disciples. Soon after, nearly everyone regained their senses, gazing at Zhang Qingdao with palpable excitement. The junior brother trembled as he inquired, "Senior brother, you wouldn't possibly be presenting us with that, would you?" Zhang Qingdao could not help but chuckle and shook his head in response, "Of course. Consider it a welcoming gift from me to you. Feel free to choose whatever you like. I have plenty to spare." He patted the two still bulging space bags at his side, his expression nonchalant, exuding the air of a wealthy landlord. The junior brother and the young disciples were utterly enraptured by his demeanor. "Thank you, senior brother. From now on, whatever you ask of me, I shall comply wholeheartedly. If you send me up the mountain, I will not hesitate. I shall be your loyal little brother." The junior brother vowed, thumping his chest in earnest. Chapter 76, A Kick to Near Death. It was utterly astonishing that his senior brother had acquired such an incredible opportunity, one that was beyond his comprehension. The junior disciple understood that Zhang Qingdao must be concealing certain truths. Nevertheless, he prudently refrained from inquiring further. He felt immense satisfaction with what he had received, not to mention the younger disciples. Upon realizing the extraordinary nature of these treasures, they all knelt before Zhang Qingdao in profound reverence. "Thank you, Uncle Master, for bestowing upon us such a grand opportunity." Zhang Qingdao could sense the sincerity emanating from these individuals. With a gentle nod and a raised hand, he urged, "Rise, for as disciples of the Qingyun sect, we must not allow ourselves to be looked down upon. With these possessions, devote yourselves to diligent cultivation. Do not tarnish the name of our Qingyun sect." "Yes, rest assured, Uncle Master," responded the young disciples with uncontainable excitement. Zhang Qingdao then observed as they divided the modest pile of treasures. Though it was a small collection, it was sufficient for them to benefit throughout their lives. "Very well, we have arrived at Qingyun sect. Let us proceed swiftly, as I have pressing matters to discuss with my senior brother." Zhang Qingdao had come to bid farewell, feeling a tinge of reluctance in his heart. Yet, following Lin Chun, he was certain that he would ascend to great heights. The humble Qingyun sect was not his ultimate destination. "Understood, Uncle Master," the group exclaimed joyously, clutching their newfound possessions as they followed Zhang Qingdao through the gates of Qingyun sect. However, soon everyone's expression shifted dramatically. Just as they reached the foot of the mountain, they discovered several corpses, all clad in the garb of the Qingyun sect disciples. A sense of dread enveloped Zhang Qingdao's heart. Trouble had befallen the Qingyun sect. His turbulent emotions rippled through him, causing the surrounding rocks to shatter under the weight of his aura. This scene left his junior disciples and the other young members utterly astonished as they pondered the extent of Zhang Qingdao's strength. "Master Uncle, let us hasten to investigate. There must be villains attacking our Qingyun sect." Zhang Qingdao shared this suspicion. Without delay, the group made their way towards the summit, where the Qingyun sect's headquarters resided. The Qingyun sect was vast, one of the most formidable forces within a radius of several thousand miles, rivaling Xie Dongtian's Feiyun Pavilion. However, it was situated some distance from Yinqing, and interactions with Feiyun Pavilion were infrequent. Yet, for innate experts, the journey would not consume much time. As Zhang Qingdao and his companions ascended the mountain, they soon stumbled upon more bodies of Qingyun sect disciples. Additionally, they recognized the corpses of members from other factions, Xingmen, Tiang Xuanzong, Feng Huanggu, and those of Xinghua Yao. They were besieging the Qingyun sect. In an instant, Zhang Qingdao's countenance shifted once more. Among these factions, aside from Xinghua Yao, which was of equal renown to the Qingyun sect, the others surpassed it in power. In ordinary times, social interactions were scarce. Yet, unexpectedly, they found themselves gathered at the Qingyun sect. At this moment, the presence of numerous corpses from various factions indicated that the Qingyun sect was under siege. Although the reasons eluded him, Zhang Qingdao felt a sudden tremor in his heart. Confronting such a formidable coalition of powers, the Qingyan sect faced an arduous challenge. Aware of this, Zhang Qingdao hesitated no longer and urged his junior disciples to follow, declaring, "Junior brother, lead these disciples and stay close behind. I shall hasten ahead to assess the situation." With that, he accelerated abruptly, channeling the yin-yang will transformation technique bestowed upon him by Lin Chen. In an instant, his speed became so astonishing that he vanished from sight before the others. The terror of the yin-yang wheel transformation technique endowed Zhang Qingdao with an incredible augmentation. Both the intensity of his energy and his velocity reached their zenith. His actions astonished his junior brother and the young disciples accompanying them. Unable to restrain himself, the junior brother shook his head. "Brother Zhang has changed. It seems he will soon depart from our Qingyan sect." Though Zhang Qingdao did not voice it, he had clearly surpassed the current sect master. Remaining within the Qingyan sect would only lead to irreconcilable discord. He envisioned the future and felt a sense of happiness for Zhang Qingdao. "Mo Yunting, you are now at your wit's end. Quickly surrender the purple gold stone, and perhaps you may be spared your life." Mo Yunting was the sect master of Qingyan. In recent days, I have just transcended to the threshold of the half-step Qi realm. However, confronted by the onslaught of the four great factions, I find myself devoid of any means to resist. At this moment, I am grievously wounded. The speaker is none other than He Datong, the esteemed leader of the Xinghua Yao sect, who has also attained the half-step Qi realm. Even he alone poses a formidable challenge for Mo Yunting. Furthermore, there are other factions which have long surpassed the Qingyan sect. The leader of the Phoenix Valley has been in the half-step Qi realm for many years, and the head of the Tianxian sect is also an established master of that level. The most terrifying of all is Qiu Wanjing, the master of the Xiang sect, who has officially entered the Qi realm. It is indeed a cause for great alarm. Mo Yunting cannot withstand even a single move from him. In fact, Qiu Wanjing need not lift a finger. All of this turmoil stems from a single piece of purple gold stone, an exquisite material for crafting high-grade spiritual weapons. The information regarding Mo Yunting's possession of this stone has been leaked and is now known to He Datong's followers. He Datong, who has always held animosity towards the Qingyan sect, realizes that he cannot subdue them alone. Thus, he is allied with several other factions, particularly with Qiu Wanjing, to mount pressure on Qingyan Mountain. Mo Yunting understands that regardless of whether he surrenders the stone or not, death is inevitable. These adversaries will not allow any potential threats to linger. Resolutely, he retrieves a large purple stone from his spatial pouch, the very purple gold stone in question. With a disdainful remark, he declared, "The purple gold stone lies firmly in my grasp. Should you desire it, you must tread over my lifeless body." Upon beholding the purple gold stone, the leaders of several factions instantly brightened with intrigue. An exquisite high-grade spiritual artifact was sufficient to double their prowess. Indeed, many at the Qi realm had never even laid eyes on such a superior item, rendering them unable to suppress their envy. Except for Qiu Wanjian. The others understood that they could only hope for minor gains. However, even that would suffice for them, as crafting a few smaller spiritual artifacts would prove immensely beneficial. Upon hearing this, an elder from the Xinghua Yao stepped forward and proclaimed, "Esteemed colleagues, allow me to intervene. Mo Yunting is already at the end of his rope. Let me put an end to him, sparing your hands from the filth." Hua Xiaodian, the Grand Elder of Xinghua Yao, a practitioner at the late stage of the innate realm, had recently acquired a mid-grade earth-level technique and was the one who had previously gravely injured Zhang Qingdao. Now, as the situation drew to a close, he naturally intended to seize the opportunity to showcase his prowess, perhaps even garnering a share of the spoils. After all, at this juncture, Mo Yunting was but a lamb awaiting slaughter. Upon hearing his words, Qiu Wanjian and the others nodded in agreement. Hua Xiaodian then advanced towards Mo Yunting, stating, "Previously, Zhang Qingdao fell victim to my palm. Although he managed to escape, he is likely nothing more than a corpse now. Today, I shall personally slay you. Mo Yunting, remember this, it was I, Hua Xiaodian, who obliterated your Qingyan sect." The crowd regarded Hua Xiaodian's boastful proclamations with disdain, choosing not to engage. However, Mo Yunting felt a jolt within him. He had been perplexed by Zhang Qingdao's failure to return at the appointed time over the past few days, only to discover that Hua Xiaodian was behind it all. This revelation deepened his animosity towards Sheng Huoyao, filling his heart with sorrow. Yet, he soon found solace in the thought that he would still be able to meet Zhang Qingdao underground. After finishing his remarks, Hua Xiaodian refrained from further conversation and struck out at Mo Yunting. The elders, equally wounded, displayed expressions of despair and grief. Mo Yunting summoned his remaining strength, determined to retaliate fiercely, vowing to inflict some harm on Hua Xiaotian even at the cost of his own life. Suddenly, a flash caught his eye. With a resounding crash, Hua Xiaotian was sent flying by a kick, crashing to the ground and spitting blood, suffering irreversible injuries. In that moment, Zhang Qingdao's figure materialized before the crowd. Chapter 77. Do not pick up such rubbish. Junior brother, senior brother, Mo Yunting and the members of Qingyun's sect's eyes lit up, for Zhang Qingdao was indeed alive. Initially taken aback, their surprise soon transformed into joy. However, Mo Yunting let out a sigh, saying, Junior brother, why have you returned? Alas, the situation of Qingyun's sect is evidently dire. With so many powerful adversaries present, neither I nor the entire sect can withstand their might. What can a single Zhang Qingdao accomplish? Understanding his junior brother well, Mo Yunting realized that Zhang Qingdao's return could only signify a second demise. The other disciples shared similar sentiments, their initial elation giving way to concern. Yet, Zhang Qingdao seemed unfazed. Although he had only followed Lin Shen for a brief period, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Turning to Mo Yunting and the gathered disciples, he declared, Rest assured, with me, Zhang Qingdao, here today, no one shall harm Qingyun's sect. His words exuded an impressive vigor. This was the sentiment shared by the members of Qingyun's sect. In the past, Zhang Qingdao had often appeared as a weary elder. But now he not only looked significantly younger, but his eyes sparkled with the fierce determination reminiscent of his youth. Wait, how could the junior brother have grown younger? It was his cultivation. Mo Yunting quickly realized that Zhang Qingdao had now surpassed the pinnacle of innate perfection. Other disciples also recognized this fact. Naturally, they felt happy for Zhang Qingdao, but what use was that? They once again fell into a state of despondency and concern. At that moment, Qiu Wanjian and the others were equally stunned. They never expected that the person who was supposed to perish at the hands of Hua Xiaotian had actually returned. But what of it? Qiu Wanjian and the others merely cast a glance and quickly dismissed it. Only the Grandmaster He Datong of the Sheng Huiyao sect and Hua Xiaotian were filled with the greatest fury. At this moment, Hua Xiaotian was more exasperated than anything. Yet he still had enough breath to fixate on Zhang Qingdao, his eyes brimming with disbelief and resentment. Hua Xiaotian had struck Zhang Qingdao with a powerful blow, and he knew that under such grievous injuries, survival was nearly impossible. What he resented most was how Zhang Qingdao had embarrassed him in front of so many witnesses by launching a sneak attack. Everyone assumed that Zhang Qingdao had suddenly appeared to strike from the shadows, completely unaware of the terrifying extent of his power. He Datong then shouted angrily, Zhang Qingdao, how dare you ambush one of my Sheng Huiyao disciples? Today, I shall dismember you limb from limb. With that, he leaped into action, directing his attack at Zhang Qingdao. His cultivation at the half-step Qi Si realm left the surrounding spectators with no intention of intervening. They could already envision the grim fate awaiting Zhang Qingdao. After all, the gap between the innate perfection and the half-step Qi Si realm was insurmountably vast. Yet, Zhang Qingdao merely regarded He Datong's advance with indifference. He was utterly unconcerned. Just a moment ago, he had easily delivered a kick that could have obliterated Hua Xiaotian. Yet he did not. Was this not the same individual who previously flaunted his prowess gained from a mid-tier martial art before me? Let him bear witness to how I acquire an even more formidable technique and eliminate these people. Boom. Zhang Qingdao merely unleashed a palm strike against the oncoming He Datong. In an instant, He Datong let out no scream. He was obliterated into a cloud of crimson mist. The scene was exceptionally shocking and gruesome, leaving the others momentarily paralyzed. Hua Xiaotian trembled uncontrollably, spewing forth more blood, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. Qiu Wanjing could not help but take a step back. The battle at a higher echelon. Qiu Wanjing and the leaders of several other factions were utterly taken aback. From that single display, Qiu Wanjing felt he might not even be capable of such a feat. He realized that the Zhang Qingdao before him was likely not inferior to himself. Though he could not comprehend it, his astonishment remained unimpeded. After a moment of contemplation, he regarded Zhang Qingdao and spoke. Well, I did not expect that Qingyun's sect harbored such a figure as you. How about this? We will settle for half of the purple gold stone, and thereafter withdraw from Qingyun's sect? Qiu Wanjing felt a twinge of trepidation, sensing he lacked absolute certainty of victory. Being a cautious individual, He now hoped to reconcile with Zhang Qingdao, but did not wish to leave empty-handed. He sought half of the purple gold stone in hopes of forging an alliance. He was confident that Zhang Qingdao would understand how to make the right choice. After all, he is truly at the initial stage of the Qi realm, unmatched by others. Zhang Qingdao was momentarily taken aback by these words. He then turned to gaze at the still-dazed Mo Yunting and the elders of the Qingyun sect. "Brother, may I have a look at the purple gold stone in your hand?" "Oh, right." Mo Yunting finally snapped back to reality and quickly handed over the purple gold stone. He felt an immense sense of trust towards his junior brother. Yet, his heart was like thunderclaps, as if he were meeting Zhang Qingdao for the first time. Utterly bewildered by the experiences he must have undergone during this outing. Upon receiving the purple gold stone, Zhang Qingdao cast a casual glance at it, and a look of disdain immediately crossed his face. The purple gold stone was indeed valuable, but when compared to the fire crystal stones in his spatial bag, it was of an entirely different caliber. Fire crystal stones are materials for forging premium spiritual instruments, and he possessed a wealth of them. In fact, if he desired more, Lin Chen would undoubtedly be generous. With just a glance, Zhang Qingdao exerted a force and casually discarded the purple gold stone as if it were refuse, sending it tumbling down Qingyun Mountain. This unexpected act left everyone in shock. What use do we have for this worthless stone that has caused our Qingyun sect to suffer so many losses and disciples? Not only were Qiu Wanjian and the others dumbfounded, but Mo Yunting's face also flushed with indignation. The purple gold stone, which they had strived so hard to protect, was so easily cast aside by Zhang Qingdao as if it were mere trash. Mo Yunting was on the verge of fury, but he quickly froze, swallowing the words that were poised on the tip of his tongue. He observed Zhang Qingdao casually retrieving a spatial bag, from which he poured forth a copious amount of fire crystals, exclaiming, "Senior brother, from now on, we shall have an abundance of fire crystals. There is no need to collect that worthless purple gold stone. As a junior, I cannot afford to lose face." Since aligning himself with Lin Chen, Zhang Qingdao's mentality had undergone a remarkable transformation. With such a formidable backing, he felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. These were all fire crystals. Mo Yunting and the elders of the Qingyun sect were left in a state of disbelief. Qiu Wanjian and several others from various factions were equally stunned. Hua Xiaodian, lying there, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes ablaze with fervor. These treasures were the very dreams they had longed for throughout their lives. A grand opportunity. Zhang Qingdao must have seized a tremendous fortune. If only he could eliminate him, all of this would be mine. Qiu Wanjian's thoughts shifted once more. Typically cautious, he now chose to embrace the adage of fortune favoring the bold, deciding to take a risk. If successful, he would transform from a crow to a phoenix. Naturally, the other factions shared similar sentiments, their gazes fervently fixed on Zhang Qingdao, unfazed by their stares. Zhang Qingdao deliberately aimed to make them aware of what they could not attain, for they had caused harm to so many within the Qingyun sect. Observing them, Zhang Qingdao scoffed, "You must desire this immensely. Come forth then. If you can defeat this elder, all of this shall be yours. I have plenty more." As he spoke, he deliberately opened 2 spatial bags for Qiu Wanjian and the others to see, revealing an abundance that seemed almost taunting. At last, unable to restrain themselves, Qiu Wanjian and his companions launched an assault towards Zhang Qingdao, shouting, "Kill him! Everything belongs to us." Yet, Zhang Qingdao remained unimpressed. Mastering the art of yin-yang rotation, his strength at that moment was not inferior to that of someone in the mid-stage of the Qi realm. Unlike Xie Dantian and his group, Zhang Qingdao practiced a technique cultivated by Lin Chen himself, potent enough to elevate even a swine. Moreover, Zhang Qingdao could hardly be likened to a mere pig. A cacophony of anguished cries echoed through the peaks as Mo Yunting and all the surviving members of the Qingyun sect witnessed a blinding flash before them. Chapter 78. Farewell. It was all too swift, so rapid that there was scarcely a moment to react. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. When Zhang Qingdao's figure re-emerged, Qiu Wanjian and the others had already fallen victim to his wrath. Mo Yunting and the members of Qingyun sect stood in a state of stupefaction, as though they had forgotten to breathe. As for Hua Xiaodian, who lay there in a half-alive state, his eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. A profound terror coursed through him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. He could not fathom how, just days prior, Zhang Qingdao, whom he could not even contend with, had sustained such severe injuries, yet now stood before him, not only fully recovered but also exuding an aura of dreadfulness. He could not comprehend it. At that moment, Regret engulfed him as he pondered why he had chosen to follow along today. As Zhang Qingdao approached him step by step, Hua Xiaodian lost all semblance of sanity. With a piercing scream, he attempted to rise and flee, only to be firmly pinned down by Zhang Qingdao's foot, leaving him to spout blood in desperation. No, please don't kill me. I was wrong. Hua Xiaodian was overwhelmed with fear, his very soul quaking at the vivid recollections that played out like a nightmare. He clung to life, unwilling to meet his end. Yet, Zhang Qingdao would show him no mercy. Although he had unexpectedly benefited from calamity, had it not been for Lin Chun's intervention, he would surely be beyond salvation by now. It was too late. Hua Xiaodian believed that acquiring a mid-level Earth-grade cultivation technique rendered him invincible. Yet he remained oblivious to the profound truth that there exist individuals beyond his comprehension and realms beyond his reach. Perhaps in his next life, he might be fortunate enough to be born into a better fate. In this life, encountering me has proven to be his misfortune. With a resounding thud, Zhang Qingdao crushed Hua Xiaodian beneath his foot. As the dust settled, Qiu Wanjin and the others, who had nearly obliterated the Qingyan sect, found themselves entirely subdued by Zhang Qingdao alone. Mo Yunting and the surviving members of the Qingyun sect stood in stunned silence, struggling to articulate their astonishment. It was only when Zhang Qingdao approached Mo Yunting that he finally regained his composure. With great difficulty, he swallowed hard, and, his voice tinged with hoarseness, inquired, "Junior brother, where have you been these past few days?" The impact was profoundly shocking. Treasures that seemed as abundant as air and Zhang Qingdao's formidable prowess transcended their understanding. To engage in battles across such vast tiers was nothing short of mythical for them all. Although Zhang Qingdao appeared to possess merely the cultivation of innate perfection, it was evident that his strength had surpassed all expectations. Not only Mo Yunting, but also the others gazed at Zhang Qingdao with a mix of bewilderment, curiosity, and anticipation. It was clear that he had obtained extraordinary opportunities beyond anyone's imagination. Most importantly, there was a sense of gratitude. Had it not been for Zhang Qingdao, the Qingyun sect would have faced total annihilation. A hint of pride flickered across Zhang Qingdao's expression. As I gazed upon the multitude of eyes fixed upon me, I felt a renewed sense of youthfulness for the first time. The journey ahead remains long. Clearing my throat, I began, "Ahem, this matter is rather lengthy to explain. Each of us has suffered to some extent. Let us wait for our esteemed senior brother, the sect leader, to elucidate the details upon our return." I did not forget my purpose for coming back. I was merely here to bid farewell. From this moment onward, I would be Lin Chen's servant, embracing a new chapter in life. Time was of the essence, and certain truths needed to be shared with only Mo Yunting. Upon hearing my words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, Senior Brother Zhang is correct. Let us first tend to our wounds. Senior Brother Zhang is truly remarkable. Our Qingyun sect is fortunate to have him. With him around, who would dare to bully us? Senior Uncle Zhang shall be my idol. The thrill of the battle earlier was exhilarating. As they nodded in unison, praises flowed freely. At that moment, the younger disciples of Qingyun sect, who had fallen behind, finally caught up, breathless. They were met with the sight of fallen bodies, recognizing the identities of those slain, which sent a shiver through their frames. One of the disciples murmured, "What on earth has transpired?" Soon, they spotted Zhang Qingdao and Mo Yunting and hurried over to inquire. Upon learning that it was all the work of Zhang Qingdao alone, their hearts surged with tumultuous emotions. In his heart, he exclaimed, "How terrifying!" Zhang Qingdao chose not to elaborate further. After performing a healing technique on Mo Yunting, he said, "Senior brother, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you privately." Mo Yunting's body trembled slightly, and he promptly nodded, "Yes, yes, yes. Junior brother, let us retire to my chamber to converse in detail. I am truly curious about the extraordinary encounters you have experienced." At this moment, Mo Yunting resembled an eager disciple, entirely devoid of the demeanor expected of a sect leader. One cannot entirely blame him, as Zhang Qingdao's current prestige had begun to eclipse his own. Should Zhang Qingdao desire it, he could effortlessly relinquish the position of sect leader, for his presence would undoubtedly fortify the Qingyun sect beyond all previous measures of strength. Zhang Qingdao was well aware of Mo Yunting's sentiments. With a slight, resigned smile, he nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us converse within." "What?" Mo Yunting exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. "Junior brother, you intend to leave the Qingyun sect?" Just moments ago, he had envisioned a future where the Qingyun sect would thrive, even contemplating ceding the position of sect leader to Zhang Qingdao. Yet, Now his junior brother had declared his intention to depart, a notion that left Mo Yunting momentarily bewildered. Zhang Qingdao offered a wry smile, but took the time to explain. Senior brother, do not fret. I am not leaving for good. I shall return. However, if any matters arise within the Qingyun sect, do not hesitate to seek me out in Yin City. As long as I am present, the Qingyun sect shall not be subjected to any indignities. Henceforth, I shall shield the sect. Zhang Qingdao's fervent promise stirred a wave of emotion within Mo Yunting. Yet, his desire for Zhang Qingdao to remain only intensified. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Qingdao continued, Senior brother, my young master is exceedingly enigmatic, and I cannot divulge much regarding him. You are eager to learn about the grand opportunity one have encountered, are you not? Allow me to share. The most significant fortune I have reaped from this journey is my encounter with my young master. I have earnestly beseeched him to accept me as his servant. My return is merely to bid farewell, as I shall henceforth devote myself to his service. My young master? Mo Yunting was momentarily taken aback. He had presumed that Zhang Qingdao had acquired some great fortune that rendered him indifferent towards the Qingyun sect. He never anticipated that Zhang Qingdao's intention was to serve a young master. However, he did not regard this as a source of shame for Zhang Qingdao, for he understood his junior. If he was willing to serve such a young master, then that individual must surely possess extraordinary qualities, far beyond his imagination. Observing Zhang Qingdao, Mo Yunting realized that retaining him was futile. With a resigned nod, he replied, Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall not press further. Take care of yourself. I shall visit you when time permits, and perhaps meet this young master you speak of. Zhang Qingdao let out a sigh of relief. After so many years in the Qingyun sect, it is simply unimaginable to claim that one possesses no sentiments. He genuinely fears that Mo Yuntian may not be able to accept this revelation. Upon hearing this, he immediately smiled and nodded, saying, Very well, I appreciate your understanding, senior brother. However, should you come to seek me in the future and encounter my young master, you must exhibit utmost deference and respect, leaving no room for any form of disrespect. My young master is known for his merciless actions. Should you offend him, I fear I would be unable to save you. Mo Yuntian's body trembled slightly, his mind conjuring an image of Lin Shun, a fierce and terrifying figure, exuding an icy demeanor, whose displeasure could lead to fatal consequences. He shivered at the thought and nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, junior brother, I shall remember this well. Suddenly, as Mo Yuntian's words fell, a powerful aura emanated from Zhang Qingdao, signifying yet another breakthrough. Chapter 79, The Inflated Pride. Mo Yunting was taken aback, retreating several steps in astonishment. Half-step Qi-Si realm? No. It was indeed the Qi-Si realm. It is common knowledge that most innate powerhouses, upon achieving the pinnacle of their innate potential, first transition into the half-step Qi-Si realm. Only a select few prodigies can leap directly over that interim stage to attain the Qi-Si realm. Such individuals are rare gems among innate warriors. Mo Yunting, well acquainted with Zhang Qingdao, was acutely aware that Zhang lacked such extraordinary talent. Thus, witnessing this remarkable feat, he could not help but acknowledge that it was undoubtedly the result of that young master's influence. This realization left Mo Yunting with a sense of admiration. Indeed, Zhang Qingdao was remarkably fortunate. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he should dissolve the Qingyun sect and join Zhang Qingdao in serving Lin Shun. Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion, for he had invested too much into the foundation of the Qingyun sect to relinquish it so easily. He was bound to the sect through thick and thin. Zhang Qingdao himself was equally astonished by his unexpected breakthrough, having directly surpassed the half-step Qi-Si realm to attain the Qi-Si realm. While this achievement was intrinsically linked to his century-long accumulation of experience, it further underscored the formidable power of the yin-yang rotation divine art. Now, he felt more potent than ever. Even late-stage Qi-Si realm experts seemed feeble before him, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of superiority. Observing the astonishment on Mo Yunting's face, Zhang Qingdao smiled and said, Brother, there is no need for surprise. This is the benefit of following our young master. Otherwise, I would not have suggested leaving the Qingyun sect. By the way, my master previously bestowed upon me 2 bags filled with precious materials. I am about to depart, and I shall leave this bag for you and the Qingyun sect. With these treasures, even in my absence, the Qingyun sect will still rise at an astonishing pace. When the time comes, you may retire in glory and seek me out, to accompany me in following our master. He is destined to be a man standing at the pinnacle of the Tianlong continent, and we shall share in his honor. Mo Yunting gazed at Zhang Chengdao's expression of admiration, feeling an increasing itch of desire, yet he restrained this impulse for the moment. He took the space bag filled with precious materials that Zhang Chengdao had handed him, his heart racing and breath quickening upon stealing a glance inside. His face flushed with excitement, unable to contain his exhilaration. Such a plethora of treasures. Even the slightest bit could incite fierce competition among forces of the Qingyun sect's caliber. After all, it was not without reason that a mere piece of purple gold stone had attracted such formidable powers before. Yet now, in comparison to these items, the purple gold stone was nothing but refuse. No wonder Zhang Chengdao had discarded it after a mere glance. It truly lacked any worth. Thank you, junior brother. The senior brother understands that after following that young master, such items will no longer be in short supply. The senior brother will not be modest. He is but a poor man. Mo Yunting quickly tucked the items into his bosom, as if fearing that someone might snatch them away. Zhang Chengdao could only chuckle in astonishment. Then, recalling something, he began to point at Mo Yunting. Although Mo Yunting's cultivation had reached the threshold of the Qi realm, in Zhang Chengdao's eyes, he appeared no different from a child, possessing no means of resistance whatsoever. Moreover, Mo Yunting had no intention of opposing him, for he understood that Zhang Chengdao meant him no harm. Likewise, Zhang Chengdao was certainly not a threat to him. Despite having acquired the extraordinary technique of yin-yang cycle from Lin Chun, the method he had previously cultivated was unique to the Qingyun sect. Due to Lin Chen's influence, it had been upgraded to a high-grade terrestrial level, far surpassing the original techniques of the Qingyun sect. The yin-yang cycle was of great significance, and Zhang Chengdao refrained from hastily passing it on to Mo Yunting. Additionally, the high-grade terrestrial technique was already sufficient. Indeed, when Zhang Chengdao ceased his actions, Mo Yunting finally comprehended the situation. He gazed incredulously at his Dantian. This is the technique of my Qingyun sect. How could it possibly be of high-grade terrestrial quality? Mo Yunting nearly lost his composure right then and there, overwhelmed by the shock. Zhang Chengdao did not conceal his pride as he spoke. It is undoubtedly due to the young master's influence that I have been able to elevate the Qingyun sect's cultivation techniques. Henceforth, you shall impart this knowledge to all within the sect for their practice. Before long, a transformative change will sweep through Qingyun sect. Mo Yunting, fully aware of these developments, felt an inexplicable surge of excitement and nodded fervently. Junior brother, you are truly a blessing to our Qingyun sect. In the future, your statue shall stand immortalized within our halls. Having followed Lin Chen, Zhang Chengdao had little regard for such accolades. He smiled and nodded without elaborating further. After bidding farewell, he attended to the last remnants of business. He clasped his hands and said, "Very well, senior brother, I must take my leave now. Should fate allow, we shall meet again amidst the mountains and waters. Take care, junior brother. Should I summon the entire Qingyun sect to see you off?" Mo Yunting inquired. Zhang Chengdao waved his hand dismissively. "No need, senior brother. Parting always carries a hint of melancholy. Please, explain my departure to the others. I shall now take my leave." Mo Yunting watched as Zhang Chengdao swiftly vanished from sight. Soon, 2 days passed by. On that morning, Lin Chen awoke in a daze. Having naturally ascended to the 5th level of the true essence realm, just a step away from entering the innate stage. Such progress had become second nature to him, and he bore no concerns about being half a step into the innate realm. As the time arrived, he would seamlessly enter the innate realm. Xiaozi had just donned her belly wrap when she stumbled upon this astonishing scene. Yet, her surprise was fleeting, and she soon wore a familiar expression. Each morning, Lin Chen would achieve a breakthrough. Having witnessed this repeatedly, Xiaozi had come to terms with it, attributing Lin Chen's prowess to his innate genius. It was truly terrifying. She felt herself pale in comparison, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened, fearing that one day Lin Chen might disdain her for her inferior cultivation. After a moment of confusion, Lin Chen regained some clarity. Noticing Xiaozi's expression, he discerned her thoughts and said with a smile, "Xiaozi, there's no need to feel disheartened. Once we return, I shall find a way to procure something that can directly enhance your cultivation, allowing you to advance rapidly. You need not toil so hard in your training. With me around, it will be easier." Upon hearing this, Xiaozi's face brightened with joy. "Yes, I will listen to you, young master." Realizing the time was getting late, she quickly set about assisting Lin Chen in dressing. Once they were both up, Xiaozi hurried to prepare breakfast. Although Lin Chen, due to the simultaneous operation of 5 supreme techniques within him, was extraordinarily powerful, and could withstand long periods without food, he still relished the meals prepared by Xiaozi. After they finished their meal, the two enjoyed a moment of camaraderie. Lin Jintian arrived here with an air of triumph, his face beaming with satisfaction. Accompanying him were his second uncle, Lin Hu, and his third uncle, Lin Chafeng, both of whom wore expressions of exaggerated arrogance that made onlookers wish to slap them. The Lin family has undergone a transformation that renders it unrecognizable compared to the past, firmly establishing itself as the sovereign clan of Yinqing, and indeed the undisputed ruler within a 5,000-mile radius. Xie Dongtian and his associates, intent on maintaining a prolonged association with Lin Shun, have taken up residence here, proving impervious to any attempts to dislodge them. Following the conclusion of matters concerning the Yulan family, Xie Dongtian and his group merely send a portion of their ranks away, leaving behind over 108 powerhouses stationed at the Lin family compound. It is safe to assert that the Lin family now resembles an impregnable fortress. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's cultivation level, Lin Jintian and his companions couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, their bodies trembling slightly as they promptly straightened up and offered warm smiles. Chapter 80. Ancestral Techniques. Chen'er, you have once again achieved a breakthrough. It's quite similar to Xiaozi. Although I am utterly astonished and perplexed, I am gradually becoming accustomed to Lin Chen's pace of advancement. At the same time, I am in awe of his formidable prowess. When Lin Shun was merely at the third level of the True Essence realm, he could effortlessly contend with Murong Baichuan, who was at the mid-stage of the Qihai realm. Now, at the fifth level of the True Essence realm, how powerful must he be? It is simply beyond imagination, leaving us in a state of wonder. Lin Shen happened to be in the courtyard when he heard their words and nodded gently. Indeed, I have broken through. Upon receiving Lin Chen's confirmation, Lin Jintian and the others could not help but smacking their lips in disbelief, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Lin Jintian gazed at Lin Shun with increasing satisfaction, feeling that the Lin family must have been exceptionally fortunate in their ancestry to be blessed with such extraordinary luck, having a prodigious descendant like Lin Chen. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he cautiously retrieved a small booklet from his bosom, glancing around as if fearing someone might snatch it away. Even Lin Hu and Lin Chafeng, standing behind him, were puzzled, unaware of the reason behind Lin Jintian's unusual behavior, nor did they have any knowledge of the booklet. Lin Shen too felt a flicker of curiosity, uncertain as to why Lin Jintian was so anxious. After ensuring no one was watching, Lin Jintian let out a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Shen, saying, "Chen'er, given your prodigious talent and extraordinary strength, there are certain matters I shall no longer keep from you. This matter is known only to the heads of our family throughout the ages. I should not be disclosing this to you at this moment, but the circumstances compel me to do so. Do not be deceived by the antiquity of this booklet. In truth, my Lin family once basked in glory a millennium ago. This booklet contains our ancestral cultivation methods, a rare and exquisite earth-level technique. If outsiders were to discover it, it could bring unforeseen calamities upon my family. However, now that you, Lin Shen, have grown exceedingly powerful and possess the capability to comprehend this technique, I felt it necessary to share it with you." Lin Shen fell into silence, initially expecting something grand, only to find it was merely a cultivation method, a so-called earth-level technique, which he deemed trivial and beneath his notice. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. It is worth noting that the majority of the current practitioners in the Lin family are engaged in nothing more than ordinary profound-level techniques, which stand in stark contrast to the earth-level methods, representing an insurmountable chasm of disparity. Why was such a technique not presented earlier? Despite the fears of calamity, Lin Shun could discern that even Lin Jintian himself practiced merely the Lin family's profound-level techniques. This was utterly illogical. At that moment, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, who were nearby, widened their eyes in astonishment, taken aback by the revelation. Simultaneously, they felt a sense of shame for Lin Jintian. The power of Lin Chen's cultivation methods was vastly superior, far surpassing the earth-level techniques by several leagues. What are the supreme techniques at the city level? They still pale in comparison, trailing by several streets. They had assumed that since they had acquired such a technique, Lin Jintian ought to be aware of it. However, it appears that Lin Shen has yet to impart this technique to Lin Jintian. The primary reason for this oversight is that Lin Shen has been rather occupied these past few days, having had minimal contact with Lin Jintian, and thus forgot about the matter entirely, leading to this amusing blunder. Upon reflecting on this, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng felt a flush of embarrassment for Lin Jintian, eager to prevent such a humiliating incident. However, just as they were about to speak, Lin Jintian retorted sharply, "You two, stand straight, and listen carefully. I have not yet finished. Although both of them currently surpass Lin Jintian in strength, they naturally refrained from showing disrespect to their father, resigning themselves to silence. Lin Jintian then continued, I know you must be curious as to why I do not cultivate such a high-level technique myself, right? The truth is, my innate talent is simply too feeble. A flush of embarrassment colored his face as he spoke. It was akin to a stunningly beautiful woman, radiating allure, standing before you, casually inviting you to approach, yet you find yourself powerless to respond. This predicament left Lin Jintian feeling quite helpless. After regaining his composure, Lin Jintian elaborated. The ancestral technique of our Lin family is known as the Heavenly Gang Star Divine Art. It is a purely corporeal cultivation technique, requiring an exceptionally high level of innate talent from the practitioner, and the process of cultivation is fraught with peril. Even a momentary lapse in focus could result in catastrophic failure. For countless generations, not a single family head has succeeded in mastering it, myself included, as I could not even grasp the fundamentals. Thus, this technique has remained untouched, gathering dust. However, Chinner, you are different. I see hope in you. Your innate talent is unparalleled, and you undoubtedly possess the potential to cultivate the celestial star divine art. Lin Jintian gazed at Lin Chun with fervent eyes. Lin Chen's natural aptitude is astoundingly formidable. Should he manage to cultivate this Earth-grade supreme technique, the celestial star divine art, Lin Jintian could only imagine the immense strength Lin Chen would attain. The very thought sent waves of excitement coursing through him. He handed the technique to Lin Chun in midair, his anticipation palpable. Although Lin Chun harbored reservations, it would be ungracious to refuse the offer from an elder. He accepted it, deciding to examine it first. Seeing Lin Chun take the technique, Lin Jintian could hardly contain his exhilaration. He felt certain that Lin Chen would succeed in cultivation, for his talent was of a caliber he had never encountered in his lifetime. This conviction, a blind faith, stemmed from the countless days of inspiration Lin Chen had imparted to him, as if there were nothing beyond Lin Chen's capabilities. Upon Lin Chen receiving the martial arts manual, Lin Jintian was reminded of the two individuals beside him. He gazed at Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, regaining the authority of the family head, and inquired, You two were about to interrupt me just now. Is there something you wish to convey? Speak now. Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng were on the verge of exasperation. Without delay, they pulled Lin Jintian aside and recounted the matter regarding the martial arts manual that Lin Chun had bestowed upon them. Lin Jintian listened in a daze, taking a considerable amount of time to absorb the information. In disbelief, he looked at the two. You mean Chinner has given you a martial arts manual? One that surpasses the Tian Gang Star Divine Art? Lin Jintian felt somewhat bewildered. After all, this was a treasured ancestral Earth-grade martial arts manual. If there existed a manual superior to this, could it not be classified as a heaven-grade manual? Unable to shake off his skepticism, Lin Jintian shook his head, finding it hard to fathom. Both Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng nodded earnestly. Lin Hu stated, Father, this matter is indeed true. If we were uncertain before, our recent conversations with the city lord have confirmed it. The manual given to us by Chinner is at the very least of heavenly grade, and it might even surpass that. As Lin Hu uttered these words, he felt as though he were in a dream. It was utterly astonishing. What had they been previously? To have the fortune of cultivating a manual that transcends heavenly grade was an utterly ludicrous thought. Lin Jintian was even more perplexed, staring at Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng, unable to process the information. Yet Lin Changfeng proved to be the more astute, remarking, Father, if you harbor doubts, we can impart this technique to you. You may cultivate it yourself and ascertain its efficacy. I am certain Chinner would not mind. There is nothing quite as convincing as personal experience. Lin Changfeng was keenly aware of this truth. Lin Jintian, too, began to comprehend the rationale. Indeed, a brief practice would unveil the reality. However, he felt an overwhelming urge to chastise his two sons. What was his status, after all? To have these rebellious offspring impart their techniques to him was quite the indignity. Yet, it appeared there was no alternative at this moment. Resigned to this notion, Lin Jintian nodded reluctantly. Very well, impart the technique to me. I shall give it a try. Chapter 81. The Complete Celestial Tactics. Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng did not hesitate for long. In fact, they felt a slight sense of pride within. They had been reprimanded by Lin Jintian since childhood, and now they found themselves in the position of teachers. It filled them with a sense of vindication. Thus, Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng exchanged words, instructing Lin Jintian on the operational pathways of the technique and various essential precautions. The technique initially imparted to them by Lin Shan was the Supreme Sword Technique. After diligently practicing for an extended period, they had grown increasingly familiar with it, often consulting Lin Shan about any uncertainties. Although passing on this knowledge to Lin Tian proved somewhat exhausting, they ultimately succeeded. Upon mastering the Supreme Sword Technique, Lin Tian was immediately struck by the formidable nature of the skill, finally comprehending the truth of their earlier statements. He found himself humbled by its sheer power, an intensity beyond imagination. Lin Tian had never practiced a heavenly grade technique before, yet he could distinctly sense its overwhelming strength, one that defied description. In an instant, Lin Tian achieved a breakthrough, reaching the long-coveted second level of the True Essence realm. Before he could revel in his elation, another thunderous sound resonated within him, signaling his ascension to the third level of the True Essence realm. Just because Lin Tian cultivated the Supreme Sword Technique of Lin Shan, he remarkably broke through 2 levels of realm in a mere moment. The profound astonishment within him lingered for a long time. Unlike Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng, Lin Tian had been at the first stage of True Essence realm for many years, believing that any further advancement in his lifetime was utterly hopeless. However, he never anticipated that a martial art could be so powerful, nearly reaching the level of defying fate itself. Presently, Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng, after their previous breakthroughs into the True Essence realm, had both ascended to the second stage as well. Initially, Lin Tian felt puzzled and somewhat resentful, as both of his sons had achieved the second stage, leaving him, their father, with a sense of disgrace. Yet now, he had finally surpassed them once more, reclaiming the dignity of a father. Simultaneously, Lin Tian's face flushed with rage. Without uttering a word, he struck both Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng on the head. Bang! Bang! He cursed, "You 2 little rascals. How could you possess such an excellent technique and not share it with me?" Lin Tian was infuriated. Each day of delay in practicing such a technique was a loss. These 2 ungrateful scoundrels had kept this from him, and even after giving them a smack, he still felt unsatisfied. With his cultivation already surpassing theirs and being their father, they naturally dared not retaliate. Clutching his throbbing head in exasperation, he pondered who could have known that he was still unversed. Yet, he refrained from saying much, fearing the possibility of receiving another blow to the head. Lin Tian gasped for breath for a while before calming down. After casting a fierce glare at the 2, he suddenly realized his own folly. His face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a monkey's rear. He contemplated delivering a few more chastisements, but this time, the 2 had learned their lesson and swiftly ducked aside, shielding their heads. Lin Tian, seeing their reaction, relented. Moments ago, he had been foolishly clutching that tattered earthly-level cultivation technique, resembling a monkey in distress. It dawned on him that Lin Shan possessed such an impressive method. The more he thought about it, the more he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He finally grasped why Lin Shan was so formidable. With such a technique, it would be a challenge not to excel. However, Lin Shan still surpassed them by a wide margin. After all, in the same realm of true element, Lin Tian felt that dealing with an ordinary innate expert would be a considerable challenge. Yet, Lin Shan could effortlessly obliterate those at the Sea of Qi level. Reflecting on this, Lin Tian could only conclude that Lin Shan was indeed extraordinary, leaving him perplexed. Meanwhile, Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng had been quietly observing Lin Shan over the past few days and had gleaned some insights. They approached, and Lin Chongfeng whispered, "Father, I have been watching Chen and noticed something peculiar. It seems he can cultivate more than one technique." Lin Hu nodded in agreement from the side. "What?" Lin Tian was momentarily paralyzed with shock, sitting on the ground and gazing at the 2, wondering if his sons had lost their minds. Did they comprehend the implications of such words? He had never encountered anything like this before. At that moment, Lin Chongfeng was equally astonished. He could profoundly empathize with Lin Tian and, with a serious expression, continued, "Father, although this matter is indeed astonishing, I am nearly certain that there is no need for such fear. Is this not a momentous occasion for our Lin family?" Finally, Lin Tian began to grasp the situation. Indeed, no matter how shocking it might be, Lin Shan was still a member of the Lin family. The more formidable Lin Shan became, the better it would be for the family. Was there truly a need to dwell on this matter? A wave of joy surged within Lin Tian's heart. However, a sense of confusion soon followed as he inquired, "Now that you mention it, I have also noticed that the techniques Lin Shan employs seem to vary each time. I found it quite perplexing. What levels do you believe these other techniques he practices belong to?" Lin Chongfeng paused for a moment before solemnly replying, "I fear that each of them is not inferior to the Heavenly Sword Supreme technique that we possess." Lin Jintian gasped in astonishment, realizing the gravity of the situation. Looking at the two, he remarked, "Though I am unaware of the exact nature of Chinner's fortuitous encounter, it is best that the fewer who are privy to this matter, the better. From this moment on, you both, along with myself, shall keep this matter buried deep within our hearts. Speak of it to no one, and do not inquire about it with Chinner. Should I discover that you are spreading rumors outside, beware, for I shall no longer acknowledge you as my sons." Lin Jintian's words were laced with a palpable aura of menace, causing both Lin Hu and Lin Chongfeng to tremble. They swallowed hard and nodded repeatedly. Lin Jintian understood the gravity of the situation. While he was elated, he also recognized that if this information were to leak, the Lin family would face not only the likes of the Yulan family and the Xiaoao tomb, but potentially all the forces across the entire Tianlong continent. Subsequently, Lin Jintian restrained his hostility, unwilling to delve further into the subject, though he remained unable to suppress his excitement. It seemed they had previously underestimated Lin Chen's future achievements. Just as the group stood in a daze, a sudden booming sound echoed through the courtyard, capturing their attention and sending a jolt through their spirits. At that moment, Lin Chen was enveloped in a radiant aura, as if countless stars were swirling around him, his skin shimmering with the colors of starlight. A shadow loomed behind him, resembling a true celestial deity. Lin Jintian was overwhelmed with exhilaration. It was indeed as he had envisioned. Lin Chen had mastered this formidable technique, transcending mere entry-level proficiency. Rather, it has reached the pinnacle of power that one can wield at this level of cultivation. The strength of the stars is invoked and bestowed upon oneself, akin to that of a celestial deity. However, Lin Jintian is perplexed. Is the Tiangang star god technique truly this formidable? He grapples with his confusion. In truth, Lin Jintian is not mistaken. The Tiangang star god technique he possesses is indeed a supreme grade, earth-level martial art. Lin Chen, upon first engaging with it, has already mastered its intricacies. Yet, Lin Chen's understanding of martial arts is remarkably profound, allowing him to discern instantly that this Tiangang star god technique is not a complete system. During their conversation, Lin Chen has managed to reconstruct the entirety of the technique. This represents the authentic, complete Tiangang star god technique. What astonishes Lin Chen, however, is the realization that this complete version of the Tiangang star god technique is extraordinarily powerful, at least of heavenly rank, and it may even surpass the pinnacle of heavenly techniques. Chapter 82, The Powerful Servant. This is indeed alarming. Sufficient to indicate the Lin family's illustrious past, which was once resplendent eons ago. In a fortuitous moment, he also modified this technique, elevating it to the same level as his other 5 methods. Thus, the celestial star divine art now stands on par with his supreme techniques. When wielded by Lin Chen, it exudes an unparalleled terror, which explains the astonishment of Lin Jintian and the others. For Lin Chen, this was an unexpected delight. Along with his original 5 techniques, Lin Chen now cultivates 6 superlative arts simultaneously, greatly enhancing his prowess. Combined with his current cultivation level of the 5th stage of true essence, he possesses the ability to vanquish any at the Qi stage with ease. This fills Lin Chen with immense joy. Although his progress is rapid, advancing a level each day, it is evident that greater strength is always preferable. Gradually, he retracted the operation of the celestial star divine art, causing the extraordinary phenomena surrounding him to slowly dissipate. Yet, the expressions of Lin Jintian and the others remained filled with profound astonishment. Once they regained their composure, Lin Jintian remarked with admiration, as expected of Chen Er, even the most arduous technique is effortlessly mastered in your hands, completely assimilated. Lin Jintian, possessing keen insight, could discern that Lin Chen had surpassed mere initiation. It was as if he were innately skilled in this art, leaving onlookers in awe. At the same time, a wave of embarrassment washed over him as he blushed and remarked, "Chen Er, you have been so modest, holding such an impressive technique. My humble Tiangang star divine art seems rather inadequate in comparison." Lin Jintian shook his head repeatedly, feeling akin to a beggar flaunting a mere bun before Lin Chen. "No, this technique is quite commendable. I merely made some enhancements and modifications to it, and it is truly remarkable." Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, not perceiving Lin Jintian's display as anything less than commendable. This technique proved immensely beneficial to him, and he felt a sense of gratitude towards Lin Jintian for presenting it. "What?" Lin Jintian gasped, stunned by the revelation of modifications. Yet soon, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Nothing that transpired in Lin Chen's presence ever astonished him anymore. Unaware of the original strength of the Tian Gangstar divine art, he could only sense that Lin Chen was offering him words of comfort, which touched him deeply. He thought to himself how considerate this young man was. Mindful of the feelings of the elders, he chose not to say anything further. Lin Chen continued. The Supreme Sword of Heaven technique possesses formidable offensive capabilities and is not particularly difficult to cultivate. Henceforth, you should dedicate yourselves to its practice. Should you wish to pass it on to other members of the Lin family, feel free to do so without seeking my permission. Just moments ago, Lin Shun had indeed observed Lin Hu and Lin Changfeng imparting the Supreme Sword of Heaven technique to Lin Jintian, but he felt no discontent. This was, after all, a thought that resided in Lin Jintian's heart. The technique ultimately belonged to Lin Shun. If more members of the Lin family were to cultivate their skills, it would undoubtedly prove beneficial. After all, the Lin family cannot perpetually rely on Xie Dongtian and his associates. Strength must originate from within. Should the day come when Lin Shun is no longer present, who would be capable of restraining those individuals? Lin Jintian found himself compelled to ponder these matters. Upon hearing this, he nodded excitedly and said, "Since you have expressed this, I shall not hold back. However, this technique is too extraordinary to be imparted to every member of the Lin family. It must be entrusted solely to those who are completely trustworthy." He added, "You need not concern yourself with this matter. Chun'er, simply enjoy your time in the sun." Lin Jintian initially intended to advise Lin Chen to focus on his cultivation. Yet, upon reflection, it occurred to him that Lin Chen had seemingly never engaged in any form of training, yet his prowess was surging at an astonishing rate. To suggest he should cultivate seemed rather inappropriate. This, perhaps, encapsulated the essence of a prodigious world, where one could attain mastery simply by resting and basking in sunlight. Lin Chen smiled and nodded in agreement. At that moment, a servant from the Lin family hurried in, panting heavily. "Young Master Lin, someone has come to see you." Upon hearing this, the gazes of Lin Chen, Lin Jintian, and the others turned towards the newcomer. Lin Chen, seemingly struck by a thought, inquired, "Is it an elderly person?" The servant was taken aback, feeling that Lin Chen was truly remarkable. Instantly taken aback, he nodded in agreement and offered a flattering remark. "Young Master, your astute calculations truly leave me in awe." Indeed, it is an elder who introduced himself as Zhang Chengdao. He possesses an ethereal aura, unmistakably not an ordinary individual, and has already been escorted to the lounge for rest. Zhang Chengdao is now a formidable practitioner at the Qi realm, exuding an extraordinary presence that surpasses that of common folk. The doorman of the Lin family, upon hearing that someone sought Lin Chen, found it unremarkable. After granting entry into the Lin residence, he promptly reported to Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Jintian looked at Lin Chen with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Chinner, do you know this person?" Lin Chen nodded. "Yes. He is a servant I employed a few days ago. I did not expect him to arrive so late. He must have encountered some unforeseen circumstances." Lin Chen appeared indifferent, casually responding to the inquiry. Lin Jintian, Lin Hu, and Lin Chanfeng exchanged bewildered glances. Although Lin Chen spoke nonchalantly, they did not perceive this individual as merely a simple servant. Previously, they had mistaken Long Xie for an ordinary beast. Thus it was evident that anyone chosen by Lin Shan was far from ordinary. With a smile, Lin Jintian remarked, "Since he is one of your people, Chen'er, we have some leisure time. Let us accompany you to see him." Lin Chen nodded without further elaboration. Xiaozi chose to remain behind, focusing on her cultivation and engaging in conversation with Long Xie. Thus, Lin Chun and Lin Jintian, along with their companions, proceeded to the lounge. At that moment, the atmosphere within the lounge was palpably tense. Xie Dongtian and his companions were all eyeing Zhang Qingdao with a predatory gaze. The arrogance of this individual was intolerable, and his words were exceedingly unpleasant. Coincidentally, Xie Dongtian and several sect leaders happened to pass by. Zhang Qingdao stood there, brimming with pride, and engaged in a quarrel with them. To their surprise, Zhang Qingdao was a practitioner at the initial stage of the Qi realm. However, Xie Dongtian was also at the same stage, and with numbers on his side, he was determined to teach this old Taoist a lesson. Zhang Qingdao, unfazed, looked at Xie Dongtian and remarked disdainfully, "You worthless cultivators, kneel and apologize to me at once, or be prepared to face dire consequences." Though both were at the initial stage of the Qi realm, Zhang Chengdao had cultivated the yin-yang cycle technique bestowed upon him by Lin Chun, while Xie Dongtian and his group had merely received an elevation in their cultivation levels from Lin Chun. They were, in essence, not on the same level at all. Yet Xie Dongtian and his companions were unaware of this disparity, despite not knowing who Zhang Qingdao was. They were determined to teach him a lesson for his audacity in the Lin family territory. Xie Dongtian shouted, "Fellow sect leaders, join me in reprimanding this old Taoist." Clearly, with the advantage of numbers, Xie Dongtian was reluctant to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. He sensed a genuine threat emanating from the old Taoist before him. The others, too, found Zhang Qingdao displeasing and, without consideration for their surroundings, launched a collective assault against him. Zhang Qingdao was uncertain about the identities of these individuals. However, considering that he was a direct servant of Lin Shan, who had even entrusted him with the role of steward, he believed his status was undoubtedly superior to theirs. As he stood with his arms crossed, he displayed a palpable disdain for the approaching assailants. When Xie Dongtian and his companions drew near, he struck decisively. A series of resounding impacts echoed through the air. One after another, Xie Dongtian and his associates collapsed to the ground, wailing in terror as they gazed at Zhang Qingdao, who appeared overwhelmingly formidable. Despite being merely at the initial stage of the Qi realm, his prowess was comparable to that of an advanced practitioner in the same realm. With just a single maneuver, he effortlessly subdued them, even holding back his full strength. Zhang Qingdao was indeed cautious, as these were all Lin Chen's people. He merely intended to impart a lesson. At that moment, Lin Chen and Lin Zhentian arrived on the scene, witnessing this spectacle. Lin Zhentian, Lin Hu, and Lin Chafeng were momentarily stunned, each reflecting, "What a powerful servant." Chapter 83, Visitors from the Valley of the Medicine King. Indeed, it was as they had anticipated. The servant, whom Lin Chen casually mentioned, was astonishingly formidable beyond their imagination. Xie Dongtian and the others were all too aware of their own capabilities. Even two early-stage Qi practitioners were no match for Xie Dongtian alone. Coupled with the other sect leaders and masters, they could easily contend with an ordinary mid-stage Qi expert. However, before Lin Chen's servant, they appeared utterly powerless. The strength of this individual was clearly formidable. Lin Zhentian felt an uncontrollable excitement stirring within him. The moment of astonishment was fleeting, and he had gradually grown accustomed to the surprises Lin Chen brought forth. With a sweeping glance, Lin Zhentian gleaned the situation. To his astonishment, Xie Dongtian had clashed with Lin Chen's servant. He promptly assumed the role of mediator, bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha! You are all my esteemed guests from the Lin family. Why should we let trivial matters provoke our anger?" Upon hearing Lin Zhentian's words, Xie Dongtian and the others felt their faces flush. Yet, it provided them with a graceful avenue for retreat. They all stood and cupped their fists towards Lin Zhentian, saying, "The elder patriarch speaks wisely. We have indeed offended this esteemed gentleman." At this, Zhang Qingdao turned his gaze, his body trembling slightly. The elder patriarch? Undoubtedly. He was the head of the Lin family. Instantly, Zhang Qingdao felt compelled to restrain himself, though he was also taken aback. Lin Zhentian was merely at the third level of the true essence realm. How could such a figure be the head of the Lin family? Zhang Qingdao found it difficult to comprehend, yet he dared not inquire further. Ultimately, he only needed to heed Lin Chen's commands. Moreover, he believed that Lin Chen was simply a concealed dragon, a superpower within this family. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he felt a surge of excitement and hurriedly bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Young master, this old servant pays his respects to you." The others, including Xie Dongtian, were taken aback, their hearts tumultuous. Such a formidable being was merely a humble servant to Lin Chen. However, upon further reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. Only Lin Chen could possess such a powerful servant. This prompted a wave of envy towards Zhang Qingdao. Though they were nominally affiliated with the Lin family, their status paled in comparison to that of Lin Chen's servant. If given the chance, they too would aspire to become Lin Chen's direct servants. Yet, it was evident that such an aspiration was not easily attainable, and Lin Chen likely did not require an abundance of servants. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen gently raised his hand and said, "That will be enough. There is no need for such formality. Have you taken care of everything?" Zhang Qingdao promptly nodded. "Yes, young master. I have settled matters concerning the Qingyun sect and vow to follow you faithfully from now on, serving you diligently." "Very well. Then you may rest assured in the Lin family," Lin Chen responded softly. Afterward, Zhang Qingdao quietly stood behind Lin Chen, evoking envy from Xie Dongtian and the various sect leaders. Lin Zhentian's face was nearly beaming with joy. The Lin family, thanks to Lin Chen, had become unimaginably powerful. Previously, He had harbored some concerns regarding the matters surrounding the carefree tomb, which was certainly not to be compared with the Yuan family. Its might was utterly despairing. However, it now appeared that the carefree tomb was of little consequence. As long as Lin Shen desired, he could effortlessly shatter it to pieces. Contemplating this, Lin Zhentian regained his authoritative demeanor and addressed the assembly, saying, "Please, everyone, take your seats. This gentleman is also someone dear to Qiner from now on. We are one family, so there is no need for such formality." "Indeed, indeed," the crowd responded in unison. Just as Lin Zhentian was reveling in his success, a servant hurried in to report, "Young Master Lin, someone seeks your presence. They claim to be from the Medicine King Valley." The Medicine King Valley. Upon hearing this, Xie Dongtian and the others, who had only just settled into their seats, swiftly rose once more. While their influence extended over several thousand miles, the Medicine King Valley was a formidable power renowned within a radius of 100,000 miles. This was not merely due to their combat prowess, but rather because they had an extensive network of allies among many great forces. Should the people of the Medicine King Valley make a statement, even a faction as formidable as the Flying Cloud Pavilion would find it exceedingly difficult to see the light of the next day. Xie Dongtian and the esteemed leaders, including Lin Zhentian, gazed at Lin Shen with a mixture of astonishment and reverence. They were utterly taken aback by Lin Shen's remarkable strength. Realizing that even the people from Yawang Valley recognized him, Lin Shen was momentarily stunned, but his eyes soon brightened with the thought that perhaps Shangguan Yuyin had arrived. He recalled accepting her as a disciple in the Songlong Valley, and it seemed the time had come for her to bid farewell before returning to him. He promptly stated, "Please invite her in." "No need, senior. I am already here," came the voice of Morong Feng just as Lin Shen finished speaking. He still possessed the cultivation of the innate perfection stage. In times past, this would have been formidable. However, upon seeing the gathered individuals, Morong Feng felt a tremor in his heart, particularly at the sight of Zhang Qingdao and Xie Dongdian. Morong Feng could discern their unfathomable depths, recognizing them as formidable masters of the Qi Si realm, which left him deeply astounded. When he had first arrived in this modest Yin city, he had wondered if he had come to the wrong place, considering that finding even a single innate expert in such a small town would be a challenge. Yet, upon reaching the Lin residence, he realized how limited his perspective had been. Now standing here, he dared not act with even a hint of arrogance. Reflecting on how Lin Shen truly was a senior figure of great stature, completely unbefitting of his outward appearance, Lin Shen, upon seeing Morong Feng, also smiled warmly. However, soon realizing that Shangguan Yuyin was not following behind, he raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of displeasure evident in his voice as he inquired, "Where's your young lady? Why have you come alone?" Morong Feng immediately felt a jolt in his body, his face flushing with embarrassment. Glancing at the crowd, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Yet he managed to articulate, "Esteemed elder, it is not that the young lady is unwilling to come. Rather, the Medicine King has forbidden her presence. Hence I have come alone." Upon uttering these words, Morong Feng felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an overwhelming coldness emanating from Lin Shen. He hastily continued, "Esteemed elder, please allow me to explain." Lin Shen's demeanor softened slightly, recognizing that something significant had transpired. He then stated, "Very well. You must provide me with a reasonable explanation." Morong Feng exhaled a sigh of relief and proceeded to recount the events. "Esteemed elder, after we parted ways with you that day, we hurried back to the Medicine King Valley. We are immensely grateful for the half of the white jade spirit mushroom you bestowed upon us, as it has greatly aided in the recovery of my senior brother's injuries. However, during our absence, the Medicine King issued invitations to the major factions, intending to host a martial arts competition to court Yuyin. By the time we returned, the invitations had already been dispatched to all the great powers, and there was no way to retract them. Should we go back on our word? The Medicine King Valley would effectively offend the various factions. Thus, the Medicine King has prohibited Yuyin from coming, and we hope for your understanding, esteemed elder." The Apothecary King, fully aware of his indebtedness to his esteemed predecessor, has come bearing gifts. As he spoke, Morong Feng produced a space pouch brimming with treasures. He proceeded to unveil several vials and jars before the assembled company, stating, "These are all elixirs from my Apothecary Valley, presented as an apology for our past transgressions." The names of the potions Gu Yuan Dan, Ling Yuan Dan, Qing Yun Dan, and Pushao Dan left Xie Dongtian and the others in a state of astonishment with each item revealed. These elixirs, which they would ordinarily have to procure at great expense from the Apothecary Valley, were now offered as mere tokens of contrition to Lin Chun. Their hearts swelled with admiration for the Apothecary Valley's generosity. Indeed, it was a grand display of magnanimity. Chapter 84. The True Age. Upon presenting samples of these elixirs, Morong Feng's face radiated with pride. Among the myriad powerful factions within 100,000 miles, only his Medicine King Valley possessed such remarkable prowess. He believed this gesture could quell Lin Chen's wrath, for the matter had been previously agreed upon. Indeed, it was his Medicine King Valley that had faltered. However, the circumstances had been unforeseen, and no one could have anticipated such an occurrence. It would be unwise to offend all the great powers in the vicinity for the sake of one individual, and even the Medicine King Valley, formidable as it was, lacked the audacity to do so. Should such a situation arise, the valley would likely face catastrophic consequences. Onlookers Lin Jintian, Lin Hu, and Lin Chongfeng were nearly salivating at the sight before them. They had never witnessed such a plethora of exquisite and precious elixirs. Even when the Lin family had exhausted their wealth in the past, acquiring even a single one had been a formidable challenge. Yet now, they were being presented freely to Lin Chen, inciting a twinge of envy. Though Lin Jintian was uncertain of the underlying reasons, it was evident that the Medicine King Valley was concerned about offending Lin Chen and had come to offer their apologies. Approaching Lin Chen discreetly, Lin Jintian advocated for the Medicine King Valley, saying, "Chener, I perceive a commendable attitude from the representatives of the Medicine King Valley. Perhaps it would be prudent to forgive them. These elixirs could sustain our Lin family for centuries." He found himself swayed, for all his actions were ultimately for the greater good of the entire Lin clan. In the present day, these elixirs are sufficient to sustain the Lin family for nearly half a year, an irresistible temptation. At this moment, Morong Feng extends his hands, eagerly awaiting Lin Chen to accept them. However, Lin Chen merely waves his hand, pushing aside the spatial pouch, declaring, "These are merely worthless pills. I have no interest in them. The affairs of the Apothecary Valley are of no concern to me. Yet, since you have pledged to be my disciple, that commitment is eternal, regardless of the circumstances." Such audacity, an overwhelming display of authority. This was the impression shared by all present. It became evident that Lin Chun had indeed accepted the young lady of the Apothecary Valley as his disciple, despite the invitation issued by the apothecary. The prospect of breaching that agreement was audacious, yet Lin Chen's resolve was unwavering. He would rather sever ties with the Apothecary Valley than forfeit this disciple. The sight of so many precious elixirs being disregarded garnered silent admiration from Xie Dongtian and others. Only Lin Jintian felt a pang of regret, though he wholeheartedly supported Lin Chen's decision. After all, the Lin family's current standing was entirely due to Lin Chen's efforts. No matter how regrettable, he would unconditionally stand by Lin Chen. Upon hearing these words, Lin Jintian felt a brief sting of sorrow but turned to Morong Feng, stating, "Since Chener has expressed it thus, return and inform your apothecary that they should promptly send their young lady over. Otherwise, they will bear the consequences." Upon finishing his statement, Lin Jintian felt an exhilarating thrill. Once a mere insignificant being, he now found himself able to speak such words to the people of the Apothecary Valley. Moreover, Morong Feng did not dare to voice any substantial objections, standing there in a state of confusion. Indeed, he was bewildered. Such a lavish gift of gratitude. Neither the Medicine King nor he had anticipated failure. After all, the abundance of precious elixirs posed a tremendous temptation, even for those at the Qi Si realm. Morong Feng had once speculated about Lin Chen's strength, considering him to be at least in the early stages of the Qi Si realm, with possibilities for the mid or late stages, especially given how effortlessly he had annihilated those 3 fourth-tier beasts. At the very least, his cultivation must have been at the early stage of the Qi Si realm. Yet, even such a formidable individual could hardly remain indifferent to these elixirs. Lin Chen's demeanor at this moment sent waves of astonishment through Morong Feng, leading him to believe that Lin Chun might be even more powerful than he had imagined. This prompted Morong Feng to inwardly chastise the Medicine King. They had only been out for a few days, yet the Medicine King insisted on sending out so many invitations, resulting in a rather precarious situation. He felt entirely unable to voice any dissent. The fact that one could call Lin Chener indicated a deeply intimate relationship, likely familial. Thus, he was even less inclined to counter. His mind raced at lightning speed, pondering how to navigate this predicament in a manner that would yield a favorable outcome. As the saying goes, pressure breeds motivation. In a situation where life itself could be at stake, a spark of inspiration ignited in Morong Feng's eyes, and he truly conceived a potential solution. At that moment, he urgently addressed Lin Shen, saying, "Senior, please do not take offense. This matter is indeed an oversight on the part of the Medicine King Valley. However, we find ourselves in a predicament. I do have a suggestion, though I am uncertain if you would be inclined to hear it." Lin Shen was not genuinely irate. After all, the suddenness of the situation was understandable. He nodded in response. "Very well, please proceed." Murong Feng exhaled a long sigh of relief, recognizing that Lin Shen was a reasonable individual. Rather than hastily revealing his plan, he cautiously inquired, "Senior, may I ask, how old are you exactly?" Lin Shen was rather enigmatic. The last time Murong Feng encountered him was merely a few days ago, during which Lin Shen was only at the second level of the True Essence realm. Yet, in this brief span, he had ascended to the 5th level. Since their parting, Murong Feng had been pondering this phenomenon, harboring the unsettling suspicion that Lin Shen might not be as old as he presumed. Perhaps he was, in fact, quite youthful. Although this notion was terrifying, it was an instinct he could not shake. Upon hearing this, not only Murong Feng but also the others in the lounge, aside from the Lin family members, perked up their ears, eager to discern Lin Chen's true circumstances. Lin Chen, having no desire to conceal the truth, candidly replied, "I am 21 years old this year." What? It was indeed true. Including Murong Feng, everyone except the Lin family members was taken aback. While it is rare for a 21-year-old to reach the 5th level of the True Essence realm, it is not entirely unheard of. However, for a 21-year-old to vanquish someone in the Qi-Si realm is utterly astonishing and terrifying, shattering their previously held beliefs in an instant. Yet, Lin Shen had no need to deceive them. Zhang Chengdao felt a tumult of emotions within him, but he quickly deduced that Lin Shen must have been referring to his human age. Deep down, he still regarded Lin Shen as a formidable being of the Dragon Clan. Zhang Qingdao dared not entertain any other thoughts, as they were simply beyond his comprehension. After a moment, everyone finally regained their composure and chose not to dwell on the matter further. Regardless, the consensus was that Lin Shen was undeniably powerful, and there was no point in overthinking it. Murong Feng, feeling somewhat perplexed, refrained from asking further questions. It felt strange to him, being over 100 years old, to address a young man in his early 20s as senior. Upon learning Lin Shen's true age, Murong Feng found it exceptionally difficult to call him that. Sensing Murong Feng's discomfort, Lin Shen waved his hand and said, "Just call me young master. Don't put yourself in a difficult position." All right, Murong Feng replied, feeling a sense of relief. He subsequently remarked, "Then I shall address you as young Master Lin. You truly possess extraordinary talent, a level of genius that surpasses my entire life's experience. You are indeed a dragon among men." Murong Feng sincerely flattered him, fully aware that such a prodigy was someone he could not afford to offend. Fortunately, he had not been overly arrogant moments earlier. He continued, "Given this, allow me to share my plan for your consideration, young Master Lin. I propose that, considering your youthful vigor and the fact that this martial arts competition is aimed at selecting from the younger generation, why not participate? With your exceptional talents, it is certain that you would emerge victorious, and in that case, Yun Yin would rightfully belong to you." Chapter 85. Upgrading the Spirit Vessel. Murong Feng had yet to utter a final thought. Should Lin Shen fail to seize the opportunity, he could not hold others accountable, nor could he harbor any grievances against the Medicine King Valley. After all, offending such a formidable adversary seemed rather inappropriate to Murong Feng. This plan had indeed consumed all of Murong Feng's intellect. "Are you suggesting I marry my disciple?" Lin Shen felt a wave of peculiarity. Murong Feng was aware that this proposition was somewhat improper, and he quickly clarified, "Please do not misunderstand, young Master Lin. The intent behind this suggestion is merely to provide an explanation to the other major powers. If young Master Lin emerges victorious, you shall have complete autonomy in your arrangements. At that time, whether you choose to accept Yun Yin as a disciple or take her as a bride will entirely depend on your decision." Upon hearing Murong Feng's reasoning, Lin Shen fell into contemplation, realizing that this approach might indeed be feasible, although it would entail certain complications. He wished to avoid any significant discord with the family of Shangguan Yunyan. The fault did not lie entirely with them, after all. She would become his disciple in the future. Even if he were to seize her away directly, it would be unwise to harbor animosity thereafter. With this thought in mind, Lin Shen nodded gently. "Very well, it is settled. I agree." Murong Feng was instantly filled with joy. As long as Lin Shen consented, this matter was at last resolved. When the time comes, if Lin Shen can emerge victorious, the Valley of the Medicine King will gain a formidable ally in the exceptionally talented Lin Shen. Mu Rongfeng even harbored hopes that Lin Chen would undoubtedly succeed. Yet, contemplating the numerous exceptionally gifted individuals among the powerful factions, many of whom were considerably older than Lin Chen, Mu Rongfeng could only cling to this hope. Well then, I am grateful for young Master Lin's understanding. I hope you will accept these medicinal pills, as it would provide me with a satisfactory report for the Medicine King, Mu Rongfeng remarked, extending his hands once more to present the pills to Lin Zhentian. Aware that Lin Chen might not accept them, it was evident that Lin Zhentian would be quite pleased. If the Medicine King were to learn that his precious medicinal pills were rejected, he might very well deliver a scathing reprimand. Lin Zhentian's eyes brightened at once. After glancing at Lin Chen and discerning no objections, he accepted the spatial pouch of pills. Lin Chen felt indifferent, recognizing that it was no trouble to receive a few pills. After all, they would still belong to him through Lin Zhentian. After accepting the medicinal pills, Lin Zhentian smiled and said, "Sir, as the saying goes, a guest is a guest. I presume the engagement ceremony has not commenced so soon? If there is no urgency, why not stay for a meal? It would grant Shuner some time to prepare." Mu Rongfeng promptly nodded with a smile. Indeed, there are still 3 days until the engagement ceremony, so there is ample time to return. There is no need to rush. Let us follow the elder's suggestion. Today, the Lin family is hosting a grand banquet. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Zhentian feels truly blessed. Not only has a formidable servant come to seek Lin Chen, but the esteemed members of the Medicine King Valley have also arrived, presenting an abundance of precious elixirs. The most delighted among them is undoubtedly Lin Zhentian. The banquet is splendidly arranged, serving as a warm welcome for Zhang Qingdao and Mu Rongfeng. However, Lin Chen chooses not to attend. Instead, he returns to his residence to discuss matters with Xiao Zi. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Zi, realizing the implications, inquires, "Master, does this mean you will be away for many days? The Medicine King Valley is quite distant from Yin City, and a round trip would require considerable time, not to mention that one cannot simply spend a single day there." With this thought, Xiao Zi feels a wave of reluctance. She adds, "Allow me to accompany you, Master. Otherwise, you may find it quite inconvenient on your own." Indeed, Lin Chen is not particularly accustomed to being alone. After contemplating her words, he nods in agreement. "Very well, you may accompany me." "Yay, that's wonderful," Xiao Zi exclaims joyfully, embracing Lin Chen. Having grown accustomed to being together, the idea of Lin Chen being away for such an extended period does not sit well with her. Subsequently, the preparations become straightforward. They pack a few changes of clothes, and Long Qie naturally joins them. Once the banquet concludes, Mu Rongfeng, Zhang Qingdao, and Lin Zhentian arrive to escort Lin Chen. Lin Zhentian gazed at Lin Chen and said, "Chener, the Lin family still requires my direct oversight, so I cannot accompany you. Be cautious on your journey and return promptly after completing your tasks." Lin Chen nodded gently, choosing not to elaborate further. Zhang Qingdao also intended to accompany Lin Chen, remaining silent at this moment. At this juncture, Mu Rongfeng shyly remarked, "I traveled here using my personal spiritual sword, which is a superior grade spiritual artifact. Yet it can only accommodate a maximum of 2 individuals. Young Master Lin, what means of transportation do you typically employ?" Indeed, the Valley of the Medicinal Kings was quite affluent. Most practitioners at the Qi Si realm did not possess superior grade spiritual artifacts. However, Mu Rongfeng, despite being of innate realm, possessed such a fine artifact. Yet, this superior grade spiritual artifact had its limitations. Although it allowed for swift travel, it could only carry him and one other person. With so many in their company, they naturally required a means of transport. Mu Rongfeng was quite curious about Lin Chen's mode of transportation. However, Lin Chen had no particular vehicle at his disposal. Given the considerable distance to the Valley of the Medicinal Kings and accompanied by Xiao Zi, relying solely on his own speed would indeed be rather slow. Contemplating this, Lin Chen recalled the spiritual boat he had obtained from the Xiaoyao tomb during his previous encounter. After vanquishing the Yulan family and several elders from the Xiaoyao tomb, he promptly retrieved it, and in an instant, it expanded from small to large, startling both Mu Rongfeng and Zhang Qingdao. They recognized it as a spiritual boat, but soon both shook their heads in disbelief. Mu Rongfeng remarked, "I never anticipated that the young master would possess such a remarkable vessel as the spiritual boat. However, it is a pity that although this boat is indeed a superior spiritual artifact capable of accommodating a greater number of passengers, its speed leaves much to be desired. It may take considerable time to reach the Medicine King's Valley. By then, the matchmaking conference may have concluded." Does young Master Lin have any other means of transportation? While the spiritual boat is commendable, it pales in comparison to the swiftness of spiritual swords. Otherwise, the Yuan family would not be so delayed. Nonetheless, for the Yuan family, this is already the most expedient mode of travel, given that they lack any spiritual artifacts. Upon hearing Murong Feng's words, Lin Shan also felt a twinge of slowness. However, he remained unperturbed, for he possessed fire crystal stones. Fire crystal stones are exquisite materials for forging spiritual artifacts. And a mere fragment of a fire crystal stone can yield a top-tier spiritual artifact. Moreover, he had an abundance of them, including several concentrated fire crystal kings, which are prime materials for crafting treasured artifacts. Utilizing these to enhance the spiritual boat would be ideal. Immediately, Lin Shan retrieved a spatial pouch from his waist and poured out a substantial quantity, nearly all of which were fire crystal kings. I do not have any other means of transportation. Since we are heading there, we might as well upgrade this spiritual boat, he stated. Murong Feng was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished, with his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. This is all fire crystal, he exclaimed, shocked. No, wait. It is the king of fire crystal. So many of them. Murong Feng stared blankly, resembling a beggar. Even among the esteemed members of the Medicine King Valley, he had never encountered such an abundance of fire crystals. Let alone the king of fire crystals, he had scarcely seen any fire crystals at all. Lin Shan paid no heed to Murong Feng's astonishment. After speaking, a blazing supreme dragon flame erupted from Lin Shan, melting the king of fire crystals and directly infusing them into the spirit vessel. Instantly, the entire spirit vessel shimmered with resplendent colors. In the blink of an eye, it reached the level of a top-tier spiritual artifact, and its radiance continued to intensify, perpetually elevating its grade.